God Level Farm Chapter 945 to Chapter 988. Tonight? Song Rui was stunned. Isn't that a little too rushed? Actually, we can still make it tomorrow. Xiao Ruofei was both angry and amused. He said, do you think we're praying to the heavens for rain? We have to pick the time? Moreover, my young master Song, you have to be clear about what we're going to do. Can we go there openly in broad daylight? Of course, we have to sneak there at night. Song Rui came to his senses and smiled embarrassedly. Then, he said excitedly, it's a good idea to go at night. It's exciting just thinking about it. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun looked at each other helplessly. Both of them smiled bitterly. This was a piece of land that was worth hundreds of millions. It was related to whether or not they could successfully settle down in Xiaotang town in the future. This young master was actually looking for excitement. Xiao Ruofei cleared his throat and said, I saw the weather forecast. The clouds are thick today, so the moon shouldn't be out. The timing is good. Let's set it for tonight. After dinner, let's rest for a while. We'll move in the middle of the night. Okay. Zhao Yongjun said, we'll listen to your arrangements. Ruofei, is there anything else we need to prepare? Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, everything is ready. We just need to bring a few shovels. I'll let Wuchang prepare them. You don't have to worry about it. Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei said, oh yeah, don't all go there at night. First, it's too easy to be exposed. Second, we don't need so many people. Tonight, most of the work was physical work. These young masters wouldn't be able to help much. Therefore, according to Xiao Ruofei's idea, it was best not to bring anyone. He could just bring Wuchang. But if that was the case, they definitely wouldn't do it. Sure enough, Song Rui said, I don't care about the others. I'm definitely going. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, how about this? Brother Zhao and Song Rui will accompany me, and Wuchang will drive. The four of us can drive the Mercedes-Benz business car, and we can bring everything. Since Song Rui wanted to go, Xiao Ruofei naturally couldn't let Zhao Yongjun stay, so he proposed such a plan. Zhao Yongjun thought about it and said, I think it's fine. Let's do it like that. Lu Jian, you guys can go home after dinner. Remember, this matter must be kept a secret and must not be leaked. Otherwise, if Lu Er goes berserk, we'll all be in trouble. Since the boss had already decided, Lu Jian, Su Zixuan, Ho Liang, and Wei Jun naturally did not dare to have any objections. They quickly nodded and agreed. So, Xiao Ruofei called Wuchang over and asked him to buy some food and wine to prepare everyone's dinner. At the same time, he also asked him to prepare a few shovels. After dinner, Lu Jian and the other three said goodbye to Xiao Ruofei and drove the Cherokee away from the courtyard house. Xiao Ruofei asked Zhao Yongjun, Song Rui, and Wuchang to go back to their rooms to rest. They had to recharge their energy for the first half of the night, so that they could prepare to attack Xiaotang town in the second half of the night. But looking at Song Rui's excited face, it was probably hard for him to fall asleep. Xiao Ruofei didn't care if Song Rui could get enough rest. Anyway, this guy used to have fun every night, and it was normal for him to stay up all night. It didn't matter if he didn't sleep for a night. He pushed Song Rui, who was pestering him to chat, out of the room and told him to find his own room. Then, he locked the door and went to take a shower. Feeling refreshed, he lay on the bed and fell asleep in a short while. This was also the skill that he had trained in the Special Warfare Commando team. No matter what kind of harsh environment, when he wanted to sleep, he basically fell asleep as soon as his pillow touched it. It was a big taboo for the Special Warfare Commandos to be so excited that they couldn't fall asleep at all. This was because they couldn't guarantee that they would always be energetic. Being able to sleep was also a great skill. At about 11:30 p.m., Xiao Ruofei opened his eyes on time. He rubbed his eyes, went to the bathroom to wash his face, put on his coat, and walked out of the room. As soon as Xiao Ruofei walked out of the door, he saw Song Rui wearing a thick coat and pacing back and forth in the yard. When Song Rui saw Xiao Ruofei, he said, "You can really sleep. I thought you were going to sleep until tomorrow morning." Xiao Ruofei said, "Don't worry, I won't delay anyone. I don't even need an alarm clock." I can wake up at any time I want. You're just bragging. Song Rui muttered. Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, where's brother Zhao and Wu Cheng? Song Rui said, they went to the backyard to prepare the car and supplies. They asked me to wait for you here. You're the one who can keep your composure. Xiao Ruofei laughed and asked, don't tell me you haven't slept all this time? Song Rui blushed and said, you're too nosy. Okay, don't dawdle. Let's go. If we don't go now, it'll be dawn soon. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. He put the small backpack on his shoulder and took Song Rui to the backyard. Wu Cheng had already loaded everything into the car. He got up a little earlier and turned on the heater for a while. So when Xiao Ruofei got in the car, he felt warm in the car. Xiao Ruofei sat in the front passenger seat. He said to Wu Cheng while fastening his seat belt, let's go. Okay, boss. Wu Cheng responded calmly. He drove the car out of the backyard side door. After turning into the back road, the electric door behind him slowly closed automatically. Song Rui and Zhao Yongjin sat in the middle row. Zhao Yongjin's seat was behind the driver's seat. Xiao Ruofei turned to look at Zhao Yongjin and asked with a smile, brother Zhao, how was your rest? Zhao Yongjin said with a smile, I was fine. But Xiao Rui made some noise in the next room from time to time, so I couldn't sleep much. Xiao Ruofei opened his eyes wide and turned around. He looked at Song Rui and asked, you didn't have intimate contact with fifth young lady in my room, did you? Song Rui turned angry from embarrassment and said, go to hell, you. Do I need fifth young lady? I can have countless beauties throwing themselves at me with a flick of my finger, okay? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, yes. But I can't handle Zhui Yi. I used to have countless women, okay? Song Rui's face froze and he said unhappily. You can't handle Zhui Yi. Xiao Ruofei was unperturbed. Can you not mention Zhui Yi? Song Rui was angry and anxious. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said quickly, you said it. Don't mention Zhui Yi in front of me in the future. Song Rui had been frustrated in his pursuit of Zhui Yi. He often called Xiao Ruofei to complain, asked Xiao Ruofei to give him advice, or asked Xiao Ruofei to ask Song Wei for help. In short, Xiao Ruofei's ears were getting calluses. Song Rui smiled awkwardly and said, let's not talk about this anymore, tisk. Xiao Ruofei raised his hand in disdain and turned around. Along the way, Wu Cheng drove the car quietly and steadily according to the navigation route set before they set off. In the second half of the night, the roads in Beijing were naturally smooth. Even Zhao Yongjin sighed, saying that he hadn't seen the whole road empty for a long time. Because of this, the drive that took more than an hour during the day was cut in half. They arrived at their destination in just over 40 minutes. This was still a wasteland. Lu Haofan and Tang Dynasty Real Estate had just bought it 2 days ago. Naturally, there was no one guarding it, because there was nothing to guard. There was nothing here. No one could steal the whole piece of land, right? Although it was far from the main road and almost no people or cars would pass by in the middle of the night, Xiao Ruofei was still very cautious. He instructed Wu Cheng to drive the car to a place where the grass was higher and hide it. Even if someone passed by, it was almost impossible to find the car in such poor visibility. The four of them got out of the car. Xiao Ruofei instructed everyone to unload the supplies from the car. Song Rui asked, Ruofei, what are we going to do next? When are we going to start the ritual? Xiao Ruofei said angrily, what ritual? I'm not a Taoist priest. Then Xiao Ruofei quickly assigned tasks. Brother Zhao, you and Song Rui stay here to guard the supplies. Wu Cheng, come with me to work. Be careful to hide. Song Rui muttered, it's late at night. Other than us, who would come to this place where even birds don't shit? Zhao Yongjin said, there's nothing wrong with being careful. Ruofei, don't worry about us. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, okay. I'll leave you a walkie-talkie. If there's any situation, we'll contact each other immediately. Okay. Xiao Ruofei nodded at Zhao Yongjin and said, Wu Cheng, take the shovel and follow me. Okay, boss. Wu Cheng replied. He found 2 shovels from the pile of supplies and quickly followed Xiao Ruofei. It was really a dark and windy night. There was basically no moonlight. Although it wasn't to the point where one couldn't see their fingers, the visibility was still very low. However, Xiao Ruofei had already explored this place. Moreover, he had his spiritual power. The darkness had no effect on him. He led the way in front with ease, and Wu Chang followed closely behind him. After walking for about 50 meters, Xiao Ruofei stopped. He looked around and used his spiritual power to explore again. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he took a shovel from Wu Chang and drew a circle on the ground. Wu Chang, dig a hole here. Requirements: cylindrical shape, 20 centimeters in diameter, 60 centimeters deep. Xiao Ruofei said concisely to Wu Chang. Yes, boss. Wu Chang replied. He rubbed his hands, picked up the shovel and began to work. They had all received training in digging foxholes in the army. This kind of work was naturally a piece of cake for him. Xiao Ruofei picked up another shovel and said, I'll go to the next point. After you're done, contact me through the walkie-talkie. Understood. Wu Chang replied without raising his head as he continued to dig. He didn't know what Xiao Ruofei was going to do here, but since it was the boss's order, he would do his best. Moreover, he must keep his mouth shut when he went out. Otherwise, how could he be worthy of the high salary that the boss gave him? Xiao Ruofei didn't waste any time. He carried the shovel and walked in another direction. After a few minutes, he came to the next point. After confirming that the position was correct, he waved the shovel and began to work. This kind of work was even easier for Xiao Ruofei. He didn't even need to use his true qi. His digging speed was even faster than Wu Chang's. After a while, a standard round hole appeared in front of Xiao Ruofei. At this time, Wu Chang's voice came from the walkie-talkie. Boss, I'm done here. Xiao Ruofei picked up the walkie-talkie and said, You go to the north by west. I'll come and meet you. Understood. Xiao Ruofei picked up the shovel and walked over to help Wu Chang. In this way, it took almost an hour or so for Xiao Ruofei and Wu Chang to dig 9 round holes in 9 different directions. Xiao Ruofei dug 5 of them, and Wu Chang dug 4. This was under the condition that he had to lead Wu Chang and specify the digging location. It could be seen that his efficiency was much faster than Wu Chang's. After doing this, Xiao Ruofei returned to the parking place with Wu Chang. When he came to the back of the car, Xiao Ruofei was amused. Song Rui and Zhao Yongjun were probably very bored waiting, so they arranged the supplies neatly. Even the nails were all erected, like soldiers being inspected. The 5 emperor's coins were also stacked in a straight line. You're finally back. Song Rui said as soon as he saw Xiao Ruofei. If you had delayed a little longer, I would have gone back to the car to sleep, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Who told you not to sleep in the first half of the night? Are you sleepy now? You deserve it. I'm not sleepy. Song Rui said. Isn't this too boring? I say, Ruofei, can't we be more efficient? Xiao Ruofei said, okay. If you were to do it, you wouldn't be able to finish it by dawn, let alone an hour. I let you rest, but you complain so much. Then you should do more work later. No problem. Song Rui said, when I think about making trouble for Lu Er, I'm full of energy. You said it. Xiao Ruofei said, don't say you're tired later. After that, Xiao Ruofei walked over and picked out 9 pagoda trees. He measured them carefully, took out a military dagger, and fixed it a little. Then, he put it aside. Then, he picked out 63 nails and carried them to the pagoda trees in a bag. Xiao Ruofei used his finger to measure on the locust tree. After finding a position, he picked up a nail and pressed it against that position, gently pressing it down. Xiao Ruofei used some true qi. In the middle of the night, he didn't want to look for a hammer in the car. Moreover, if he really hit the nail, the sound would spread far away in the silent night. It was much more convenient to use true qi. The pagoda trees were like tofu. Xiao Ruofei pressed gently, and the nail pierced into the wood easily. Xiao Ruofei moved quickly. He quickly measured the pagoda trees with his finger, found the next position, grabbed a nail, and pressed it in. After a while, he had nailed 7 nails into the pagoda trees. Ah! In the silence of the night, Song Rui's scream traveled far and wide. Xiao Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun stared at him at the same time. Song Ruwei smirked and waved his hand. He had used almost all of his strength in this boring attempt, and he had pressed it with the palm of his hand. Fortunately, the contact area of the nail head was larger than that of ordinary nails. Otherwise, his palm would have definitely been pierced. Even so, Song Ruwei felt pain in his palm, which was why he couldn't help but scream. "Can you be more careful?" Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but scold him. "Is this the time to play?" Song Ruwei said awkwardly, "Sorry, my mistake. I saw that you were so relaxed, so I thought the wood was very soft. I just wanted to give it a try." Xiao Ruofei shook his head helplessly. Zhao Yongjun didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he said curiously, "Ruofei, your hand strength is really strong. Are all of you special forces soldiers so strong?" Xiao Ruofei smiled but didn't say anything. Wu Chang said, "Old platoon leader, I definitely can't do it. Boss is very powerful. Let's not talk about this anymore. Get to work." Xiao Ruofei said, then stared at Song Ruwei and said, "Don't make any more trouble." "Understood, understood." Song Ruwei said quickly. Only then did Xiao Ruofei pick up another locust tree, find a position, and nail it in the same way. After a while, he finished processing 9 locust trees, and nailed 7 Sun Tzu nails in the corresponding position on each tree. Then, Xiao Ruofei checked the batch of mirrors, picked out the 9 that he was most satisfied with, and put them aside. Finally, he picked up a piece of yellow joss paper, and his finger quickly scratched on the surface of the paper. He finished processing 1 piece in 10 seconds. Xiao Ruofei did the same thing and dealt with the 81 pieces of yellow joss paper. He folded them neatly and placed them together with the mirror. "Ready." Xiao Ruofei clapped his hands and said, "Let's get started." Then, he said to Wu Chang, "Wu Chang, do you still remember the positions of the 9 round holes?" Wu Chang said without hesitation, "I can remember." Although the environment was very dark, identifying the direction and remembering the location were the basic skills of a qualified soldier. Wu Chang obviously did not fall behind in this aspect. "Very good. Take these locust trees, mirrors, and yellow joss papers. After you find the round hole, place the 9 yellow joss papers at the very bottom. Then, place the locust trees vertically inside. The side that I marked is facing upwards." Xiao Ruofei said, "Then place the mirror face up on top of the locust tree. Finally, fill the soil back in. Do you understand?" Wu Chang quickly memorized it and nodded. "No problem. After you fill in the soil, remember to clean up the traces." Xiao Ruofei reminded him, "This shouldn't be difficult for you, right?" "No problem." Wu Chang grinned and said, "I guarantee that even you won't be able to leave any traces." "All right." Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said to Zhao Yongjun, "Brother Zhao, you and Wu Chang can help him move things and be his assistant. Is that okay?" The locust trees, mirrors, and yellow joss papers added up to quite a lot. Wu Chang alone could barely move them all. "I'll follow the orders of the organization." Zhao Yongjun joked, "Wu Chang, the old platoon leader will listen to your orders." Wu Chang was a little embarrassed and quickly said, "Old platoon leader, don't tease me. How would I dare to command you?" Song Ruwei asked impatiently, "Ruofei, then what do I do?" Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Ruwei and said, "Don't worry, I'll leave the most important task to you. You just need to follow me later." "Understood." Song Ruwei said excitedly. Wu Chang and Zhao Yongjun carried the things and set off. Xiao Ruofei also went to the car and picked up his backpack and a shovel. Then he said to Song Ruwei, "Let's go." Song Ruwei excitedly followed behind Xiao Ruofei and soon disappeared into the darkness. Xiao Ruofei didn't use a flashlight, but the darkness didn't seem to have any effect on him. He skillfully avoided the potholes and obstacles and moved forward quickly. Song Ruwei, who was following behind him, was miserable. He wanted to slow down, but he was worried that he couldn't keep up. Fortunately, he still had a small flashlight in his hand. With the weak light, he could at least see his feet clearly. Xiao Ruofei walked 800 to 900 meters with Song Ruwei. He was so tired that Song Ruwei was panting. The two of them went straight to the edge of the lake. Xiao Ruofei then stopped. Song Rui complained while panting, Ruofei, can't you walk slower? I'm so tired. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, weren't you worried that there wasn't enough time and that I was wasting your time? You're too petty. Song Rui shouted angrily. You're just taking revenge. Xiao Ruofei was too lazy to pay attention to him. He put his backpack on the ground and said, hurry up and catch your breath, then get to work. Song Rui was energized when he heard that. He quickly said, I can work now. Tell me. What task do you have for me? Xiao Ruofei heard that and handed the shovel in his hand to Song Rui. He said, dig a hole. Ah? Song Rui couldn't help but be dumbfounded. That's it? Xiao Ruofei looked disgusted. I'm afraid you can't do it. Don't look down on me. Song Rui grabbed the shovel and said, tell me. How do I dig? Even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen pigs run. Isn't it just digging a hole? What's so difficult about it? Xiao Ruofei held back his laughter. He circled an area with his foot and said, dig down from this position. It doesn't have to be very deep. 40 to 50 centimeters is enough. Song Rui said, you just wait and see. After that, he picked up the shovel and dug down hard at the position that Xiao Ruofei had marked. The ground next to the lake was already wet and soft. After Song Rui used all his strength, the shovel was almost completely submerged in the soil. He looked at Xiao Ruofei proudly and tried to lift the shovel. However, he was soon dumbfounded. He had used too much strength just now. Now, he wanted to lift up the soil, but he couldn't do it no matter what. Xiao Ruofei held back his laughter. Song Rui had never done farm work before. He only knew how to use brute force. The angle of the shovel was too straight, and it was too deep. In addition, he didn't have much strength, so he became so embarrassed. Come. I'll show you. Xiao Ruofei said as he went over. He pulled Song Rui to the side and gently shoveled up a shovel of soil. Then, he said as he shoveled, look carefully. The angle is not so straight. It's a little slanted. Don't use brute force. You can use your foot to help, and then gently lift it up. Isn't that it? Song Rui saw how easily Xiao Ruofei shoveled up a shovel of soil. He couldn't believe it and grabbed the shovel again. After several attempts, Song Rui finally found a trick. Although his efficiency was much lower than Xiao Ruofei's, he was still very proud. See? I still have some talent for work. Xiao Ruofei couldn't bear to discourage him, so he smiled and said, then you can do it. Try to finish the task quickly. Okay. Song Rui replied. Although Song Rui's work was average, the task wasn't very big. Plus, he was very motivated. So, after working for more than half an hour, a hole with a diameter of more than 20 centimeters and a depth of 40 to 50 centimeters was dug. Song Rui panted and asked, Ruofei, how is it? Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. It's okay. Take a break. Song Rui sat on the ground next to him. Just now, he was holding back his energy. Now that he was done, he felt his arms ache and weak. At the same time, he felt waves of exhaustion. Song Rui rubbed his arms and asked, Ruofei, what do we do next? Xiao Ruofei took out the jade tiger carving from his backpack and placed it in the hole that Song Rui had dug. He carefully corrected the position. When he heard Song Rui's words, he didn't raise his head and said one word, wait. Song Rui was stunned. Then, he moved closer to Xiao Ruofei and looked curiously at the jade tiger carving. He couldn't help but ask, the important task you mentioned, is it to dig a hole? Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, what else? What the? Song Rui said, is this an important task? Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, but I feel that for you, it's actually quite difficult, don't look down on me. Song Rui said, I usually don't do much work, but I'm a fast learner. How is digging a hole an important task? Ruofei, if there's any more difficult work, you can arrange for me to do it. Xiao Ruofei quickly calculated various positional parameters in his mind and finally determined the position of the jade tiger carving. He looked up at Song Rui and asked, are you sure? Of course. Song Rui said, puffing out his chest. Don't underestimate me. I'm not good at physical work, but I'm smart. Okay. Xiao Ruofei secretly laughed and said, then I'll arrange for you to complete the most important part of tonight. This is related to whether or not we can complete the whole array. You can't drop the chain. Song Ruwei heard this and stood up from the ground. He puffed out his chest and said, don't worry. I never drop the chain at critical moments. Tell me. What do you want me to do? Xiao Ruofei said, don't worry, we have to wait for Wu Cheng and Brother Zhao to finish before we can start. You'll know in a while. You're still keeping me in suspense. Song Ruwei muttered. Xiao Ruofei ignored him and picked up the walkie-talkie and asked, Wu Cheng, how's the situation on your side? Soon, Wu Cheng's calm voice came from the walkie-talkie. Boss, everything is going well. There are still 4 positions left. Got it. Xiao Ruofei said, report to me when you're done. Understood. Xiao Ruofei put the walkie-talkie in his pocket and sat on the ground. He said, let's rest for a while. Let's smoke. Wu Cheng and the others still need a little more time. Xiao Ruofei and Song Ruwei sat by the lake, smoking and chatting. They waited for almost 40 to 50 minutes before Wu Cheng's voice finally came from the walkie-talkie. Boss, it's all done. What do we do next? Xiao Ruofei picked up the walkie-talkie and said, now you and Brother Zhao retreat to the side of the car. Report to me when you arrive. Okay. Xiao Ruofei put away the walkie-talkie, patted Song Ruwei and said, get up. Get ready to work. Song Ruwei was energized. He quickly stood up from the ground and asked, tell me. How do we do it? I can't wait any longer. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, after Brother Zhao and Wu Cheng retreat, I will naturally teach you what to do. It's not too late to regret now. Are you sure you don't need me to do it myself? Song Ruwei waved his hand and said, don't dawdle. Just tell me what to do. Okay. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said. The 2 of them stood by the pothole and waited for a few minutes. Wu Cheng reported that they had already retreated to the side of the car. Xiao Ruofei immediately said to Song Ruwei, who couldn't wait any longer, okay, it's your turn. Do you see that jade carving? Song Ruwei nodded and said, yes, I see it. You go over now. Turn the jade carving clockwise twice, then counterclockwise thrice. Finally, press it down hard. Xiao Ruofei said, remember, don't get the order wrong. During the whole process, the jade carving can't leave the ground. Do you understand? Song Ruwei saw Xiao Ruofei's serious expression, so he put away his careless thoughts and said seriously, remember, turn it clockwise twice, counterclockwise thrice, press it down hard. Don't leave the ground during the whole process. Did I repeat it correctly? Very accurate. Xiao Ruofei patted Song Rui's shoulder and said, go and do it. This is the most crucial part of tonight. It will directly determine the success or failure of our mission. It's all up to you. Okay. Song Ruwei rubbed his hands, walked to the edge of the hole, and squatted down. He didn't see Xiao Ruofei's mouth curl up behind him, revealing a mischievous smile. Because Xiao Ruofei emphasized the importance, Song Ruwei didn't dare to be negligent. He carefully held the jade carving and slowly began to turn it. 1, 2. Song Ruwei counted silently in his heart. After turning it clockwise twice, he turned it counterclockwise thrice. Although it was a very simple action, perhaps due to psychological factors, Song Ruwei felt that it was very heavy. After turning it, he couldn't help but look up at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei showed an encouraging smile and said, continue. Song Ruwei nodded heavily and looked down at the tiger jade carving. Then he put his hand on the top of the jade carving, clenched his teeth, and pressed it down hard. The moment Song Ruwei pressed the jade carving, he suddenly felt a chill from the jade carving. He couldn't help but shiver. Next to the Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle, Zhao Yongjun and Wu Cheng had already packed up the remaining supplies and put them in the car. The 2 of them were smoking and chatting by the car. When they talked about the past in the army, the 2 of them sighed with emotion. When Song Ruwei pressed the tiger jade carving by the lake, Zhao Yongjun and Wu Cheng felt something at the same time. They couldn't help but look in the direction of the lake. Wu Chang's body had always been good, but at this moment, he also shivered. That kind of coldness seemed to not only be a physical feeling, but also a kind of chill from the heart. Moreover, the two of them clearly felt that this piece of land seemed to have become a little different. Although they couldn't tell what was different, it made them feel very uncomfortable. Although this piece of land was originally barren, it didn't have such a gloomy feeling. Zhao Yongjun listened with some hesitation and asked, Wu Chang, do you feel that something is different? Is it too quiet? The wilderness in the second half of the night was originally silent, but after that moment, Zhao Yongjun clearly felt that this kind of silence had a kind of feeling that made people panic. Wu Chang listened carefully and said, Old platoon leader, it seems that the sound of insects has disappeared. Was there an insect sound just now? Zhao Yongjun was a little uncertain. There shouldn't be any insects in this season, right? There is. Wu Chang said with certainty. I definitely heard the sound of insects just now, but now, it's dead silent. On the battlefield, if the sound of insects suddenly disappeared, or if the night birds suddenly flew away, they had to be very careful. Maybe there was some kind of danger approaching. Therefore, Wu Chang was also very sensitive in this aspect. In contrast, Zhao Yongjun, who originally had the mentality of dawdling in the army and transferred after a few years, was much slower. After Zhao Yongjun heard Wu Chang's words, he couldn't help but feel scared. He said, Xianxia, why don't we go to the car and wait? It's quite cold here. Wu Chang said, Old platoon leader, you go to the car and warm up for a while. I'm responsible for guarding here. The boss hadn't come back yet, so Wu Chang naturally wouldn't sit in the car and wait. That would be too insensible. Zhao Yongjun hesitated and said, I'll accompany you. Damn, if it weren't for the fear of being exposed, I really want to make a fire and roast. Right, you use the walkie-talkie to ask Ruofei, how is he doing over there? This? Old platoon leader, why don't we wait? Wu Chang hesitated. What if the boss is busy? I'm afraid we'll disturb him. Xiao Ruofei did not take the initiative to contact Wu Chang, so he naturally did not ask. Otherwise, it would be inevitable that he would be suspected of urging. After all, he was not Zhao Yongjun. He and Xiao Ruofei were boss and subordinate. Zhao Yongjun originally wanted to take the walkie-talkie and ask, but after hearing Wu Chang's words, he could only helplessly say, okay, then we'll wait. In fact, the 9 spots that Wu Chang and Zhao Yongjun had set up were equivalent to the foundation of this large array, and the location of the Jade Tiger statue was the Eye of the 9 Revolutions Universe array. Of course, this was the Eye of the Yin formation. In the future, if Xiao Ruofei wanted to reverse the situation and change it to a Yang formation, the position of the eye of the formation would change again. After Zhao Yongjun and Wu Chang had set up the base of the array, they left far away. When they returned to the place where they had parked the car, they still felt a burst of cold. It was conceivable that, at the moment when the array was activated, Song Rui, who was at the core of the array and had personally pressed the jade carving to activate the array, would face a terrifying situation. It should be known that the position of the eye of the array was the core of the entire array, and it was now the second half of the night, when the yin qi was at its strongest. In fact, at the moment when Song Rui pressed the jade carving, it was as if his whole body had been immobilized. Even his eyes were staring straight, and his body was completely stiff. First, he felt a burst of bone-chilling cold violently rush into his body, and then a terrifying scene appeared in front of him. In his eyes, the world had turned blood red. What he saw was a bloody mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. One by one, ferocious demons rushed toward him. Song Rui subconsciously shouted, but found that he could not make any sound at all, and his body did not seem to listen to him. He wanted to escape, but he could not move at all. He could only watch those terrifying demons approaching him with a hideous smile. Some of these demons had bleeding eyes and pale faces, some had their eyes gouged out, leaving only 2 black holes, some walked while gnawing on their own stumps, some had hemp ropes around their necks, and their tongues were stretched out. Actually, Song Rui did not know that these were all the scariest images in his subconscious mind. Some of them were imagined from horror novels, and some were directly from horror movies that he had seen before. Because at this moment, his mind had completely lost control. All of this seemed incomparably real to him, and he would never think that it was all an illusion. Just as Song Rui was about to lose all hope, a hand suddenly pulled him, and then a warm current rushed into his body. He suddenly felt that he had regained his ability to move. Song Rui hurriedly wanted to escape, but he was pulled back by Xiao Ruofei. In a panic, Song Rui shouted, "Ruofei, run! Run! There are so many ghosts." Xiao Ruofei covered Song Rui's mouth and said, "Stop screaming. Look carefully, where are the ghosts?" The colding qi was the strongest in the core of the formation, but it had no effect on Xiao Ruofei, and it was impossible for him to lose control of his mind. Moreover, after Xiao Ruofei transferred a trace of genuine qi to Song Rui, the cold feeling on Song Rui's body disappeared. He did not dare to look back, but Xiao Ruofei forced him to turn around. Song Rui was so scared that he screamed and covered his eyes. Amused, Xiao Ruofei forcefully pulled his hand away and said, "Open your eyes. Brat, aren't you afraid of nothing? How can a mere illusion scare you like this?" Perhaps it was Xiao Ruofei's genuine qi that expelled the colding qi in his body, or perhaps it was Xiao Ruofei's presence that gave him some psychological comfort, but Song Rui finally summoned the courage to open his eyes. There was nothing in front of him, only a quiet lake, and the imposing jade tiger statue in the pit. The hanged ghosts, hungry ghosts, and violent ghosts were all gone. Song Rui rubbed his eyes and said with lingering fear, "Ruofei, where are the ghosts?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "What ghosts? Everything is due to psychological factors. Look carefully, there's nothing there, isn't there?" Song Rui could not help but gather his clothes and said, "What the hell is this? It's too evil. Ruofei, it's cold here. Let's go back." "Go back?" Xiao Ruofei said, "We haven't finished our work yet. If we don't fill this pit, won't it be discovered tomorrow morning?" "Oh." Song Rui said. "Go. There's a beginning, there's an end. Hurry up and fill the pit," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Song Rui immediately waved his hand and said, "No. I'm not going. Even if you beat me to death, I won't go. If you want to fill it up, you fill it up. Look at your courage," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Song Rui was really scared out of his wits. Even if Xiao Ruofei laughed at him, he was determined not to go near the jade carving. Xiao Ruofei shook his head helplessly, picked up the shovel and walked towards the pit. When Song Rui saw Xiao Ruofei walk away, he could not help but shiver and said, "Hey, Ruofei. Don't leave me behind. I'm here. I'm scared." Xiao Ruofei said helplessly, "Then come with me." Song Rui heard and immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. "Then you might as well go back by yourself and find Brother Zhao and Wu Chang," Xiao Ruofei said. "That's even worse." Song Rui was about to cry, "It's so dark all the way, this won't work, that won't work." Xiao Ruofei said, "Then what should I do?" "You can just stay there. I'll be able to settle it quickly. Besides, it's not far away." Song Rui thought about it and this was the only way. He could only say with a trembling voice, "Then hurry up." "Got it." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand without looking back and continued to move forward with the shovel. In fact, they were standing at most 5 or 6 meters away from the pit, but when Xiao Ruofei left his side, Song Rui still felt a burst of fear. It was as if a ferocious evil spirit would jump out from the darkness in all directions at any time. When people are afraid, there are all kinds of reactions. Song Rui's reaction was that he kept talking to Xiao Ruofei, as if this could boost his courage. Xiao Ruofei responded to Song Rui intermittently while filling in the soil. He also thought that he seemed to have really scared Song Rui tonight. It seemed that he had to use his mental strength to comfort him later, otherwise, it might really leave a psychological shadow. After a while, Xiao Ruofei filled in the pit and then carefully found some weeds and surface topsoil to disguise it. He cleaned up all the traces of digging just now. Let's go, let's go." Song Rui saw that Xiao Ruofei had finished the last part of the work and hurriedly shouted as if he had been pardoned. The two of them walked back to the place where they parked the car. Wu Chang and Zhao Yongjun were running around the car, rubbing their hands as they ran. Seeing that Xiao Ruofei had returned, Zhao Yongjun quickly asked, "Ruofei, how was it? Did it go well?" Why did I seem to hear something just now? Song Rui's scream was so shrill that even Zhao Yongjun, who was far away, could vaguely hear it. Fortunately, it was the latter half of the night and they were in the wilderness. Otherwise, their whereabouts would have been exposed. Song Rui blushed and interrupted, "Let's talk in the car first. It's so cold here." "Yes, yes, yes." Zhao Yongjun immediately agreed, "Get in the car." "Get in the car." "What the hell, I'm wearing thick clothes today. Why did the weather suddenly become so cold?" Song Rui couldn't hear the word ghost now. After listening to Zhao Yongjun's words, he couldn't help but shiver. He looked back at the direction of the lake with lingering fear. In the thick darkness, there seemed to be a devil's grin. He quickly turned back, opened the door with trembling hands and was the first to get in. Xiao Ruofei sat in the front passenger seat and immediately ordered Wu Chang to start the engine. When the water temperature rose a little, he immediately turned on the heater. As he fastened his seat belt, he smiled and turned back to ask, "Brother Zhao, why didn't you wait in the car? It's so cold outside. We have to be loyal to our friends." Zhao Yongjun said with a smile, "How can I hide in the car to warm myself when you are freezing outside? Brothers have to go through hardships together." "Hey. There's no need for that," Xiao Ruofei said. "By the way, is everything going well on your side?" Zhao Yongjun asked. Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Rui with a faint smile and said, "Of course it's going well. Otherwise, why would you feel the temperature suddenly drop?" Zhao Yongjun was suddenly curious and couldn't help but ask, "You mean, the temperature suddenly dropped, and it was caused by someone on your side?" Song Rui couldn't help but secretly complain, "So what if it's a little colder? What I experienced is unforgettable." Although he secretly scolded Xiao Ruofei for not being loyal and deliberately not telling him this in advance, he couldn't help but secretly admire Xiao Ruofei. Only by personally experiencing that horrible scene could one truly feel the power and magic of this formation. Song Rui couldn't believe that a few pagoda trees, coffin nails, mirrors, and yellow joss paper, which could be seen in ordinary life, could achieve such a powerful effect. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "The function of this formation isn't just to lower the temperature. It will bring a lot of negative effects. Let's wait and see. Something interesting is going to happen on Lu Haofan's land soon." Zhao Yongjun couldn't help but shiver and whisper, "Ruofei, you mean, that dirty thing will appear?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Strictly speaking, it's not, but the effect is about the same." Song Rui had the deepest experience. He immediately realized that Lu Haofan's people, and even Lu Haofan himself, were about to experience the horrible scene that he had experienced. Moreover, they didn't have the help of an expert like Xiao Ruofei. He was afraid that they would be scared shitless. It was even possible for people with a weaker psychological quality to be scared out of their wits. Thinking of this, Song Rui's mood finally became a lot better. Zhao Yongjun was also very excited and said, "If that's the case, then Lu Haofan and his people will be in trouble. Who would dare to buy a real estate from a haunted land? What if they block the news?" Song Rui couldn't help but ask worriedly. "The news can't be blocked," Xiao Ruofei said, "as long as this formation exists, all kinds of haunted things will emerge one after another. It's impossible to build normally." Zhao Yongjun also said with a smile, "Xiao Rui, why did you suddenly become stupid? Lu Haofan can block the news, can't we help him publicize it? You don't need me to teach you such a simple thing, right?" When Song Rui heard this, he realized that he had asked an idiotic question. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Yeah. Isn't that person from Ho Liang's family in charge of the mouthpiece? Isn't it easy to find some online media and self-media to promote Lu Haofan?" "Ha ha ha." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Big brother Zhao, you can rest assured. Since I can activate the formation, I can naturally dissolve the formation. As for the negative effects you mentioned, facts speak louder than words. We don't have to worry about it at all." What Xiao Ruofei didn't say was that not only could he dissolve the formation, but after transforming the Yin formation into a Yang formation, the entire plot of land would be enveloped in a natural formation. At that time, not only would there be no negative effects, but it would also make those who stayed in the formation feel inexplicably happy, like they were bathing in the spring breeze. At that time, people would subconsciously want to visit again. It would be difficult for the clubhouse's business to not be good. Of course, if one stayed in the clubhouse for a long time, it would be good for the body. For cultivators like Xiao Ruofei, cultivating in the formation would be twice the result with half the effort. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't need to waste his breath to explain. When the time came, he could naturally use facts to speak. Zhao Yongjun also trusted Xiao Ruofei very much, so he was no longer worried. Everyone talked about the abnormality when the formation was activated. Zhao Yongjun couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. He couldn't help but curiously ask Song Ruwei how it felt to be inside the formation. Song Ruwei couldn't help but shudder. He didn't want to continue this topic. Zhao Yongjun felt a little strange, but since Song Ruwei refused to say, and Xiao Ruofei just laughed and changed the topic, he didn't ask any more. When they returned to the courtyard house in Luhai Lane, it was already 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. After Zhao Yongjun got out of the car, he yawned and said, "I'm going to sleep first. Ruofei, don't call me for breakfast. I want to sleep until noon." "Okay." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Big brother Zhao, Wu Chang, you all quickly go and rest. Song Ruwei, come with me. I need to talk to you about something." Song Ruwei was very conflicted, he was really scared out of his wits. Even in Xiao Ruofei's courtyard house, he didn't dare to stay in a room alone. But he couldn't say who he wanted to share a room with. There were so many rooms here, how comfortable would it be to live in one room alone? If Song Ruwei hastily made such a request, people might suspect that there was something wrong with his sexual orientation. Therefore, after hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, Song Ruwei couldn't ask for more. He quickly nodded in agreement. After sending Zhao Yongjun and Wu Chang back to their respective rooms, Xiao Ruofei brought Song Ruwei to the second courtyard. He didn't go directly into the room, but smiled at Song Ruwei and said, "This time, I didn't think it through. I didn't expect that the moment the spell formation was activated, there would be such a powerful mental impact. If I had known, I would have done it myself." Xiao Ruofei didn't lie. He just wanted to tease Song Ruwei, but he didn't expect it to go too far. It left a huge psychological shadow on Song Ruwei. Of course, this was also related to Song Ruwei's poor physique. If it were Wu Chang, or even Zhao Yongjun, maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Song Ruwei said dejectedly, "You're bad, aren't you? Now, when I close my eyes, I see those horrible scenes. I don't even dare to sleep alone." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "It's not that serious. It'll be fine after a while. Wasn't it the same when you watched horror movies when you were young? At most, you'll be scared for a few days. Slowly, you'll be fine." "I hope so," Song Ruwei said dejectedly. Xiao Ruofei suddenly shouted, "Song Ruwei." Song Ruwei subconsciously raised his head and said, "Ah?" When his eyes met with Xiao Ruofei's, he suddenly became absent-minded. It was as if Xiao Ruofei's eyes had become a deep lake. His mind was suddenly trapped in it, and he couldn't break free at all. Then, Song Ruwei seemed to have lost his consciousness and stood there in a daze. Xiao Ruofei continued to use his mental power, and his voice seemed to have a trace of magic. "Everything you saw tonight was fake. It was just your inner demons. Now, the inner demons have been destroyed, all of them have been destroyed." Song Ruwei nodded unconsciously and said mechanically, "The inner demons have been destroyed." This was a relatively shallow application of mental power. It could implant such an obsession in the depths of Song Rui's consciousness and eliminate the mental trauma to the greatest extent. In fact, this was very similar to hypnosis. However, after using mental power, the effect was many times better than most hypnosis techniques. Xiao Ruofei continued to instill positive and sunny emotions into Song Rui. Finally, he reached out and snapped his fingers in front of Song Rui's eyes and shouted, "Wake up." Xiao Ruofei's voice was extremely penetrating. Song Rui's body trembled slightly, and his eyes quickly regained clarity. He couldn't remember what happened in the short 1 or 2 minutes. He didn't even realize that he was deeply hypnotized. Therefore, Song Rui's consciousness was still stuck in the state before he entered the deep hypnosis. He asked, "Ruofei, what did you call me for?" "Oh, nothing." Xiao Ruofei said, "I just wanted to remind you that today's matter must be kept secret. Don't accidentally leak it. Don't worry. I can still distinguish between the severity of this matter, Song Rui said. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. That's good. You've been tired for half the night. Hurry up and find a room to rest. Tomorrow, we'll all sleep in together. Okay. Song Rui said casually. Then he regretted it. He would rather talk and chat with Xiao Ruofei until dawn than stay in a room alone. However, he immediately realized that he didn't seem to be so afraid anymore. Although what happened in the formation was still vivid in his mind, he didn't seem to have the same feeling of shuddering just now. It was as if it had happened a long time ago. People who had watched horror movies should have experienced it. If it was a timid person who had just watched it for a day or two, he or she couldn't help but feel scared at night. He or she always felt that there was a ghost quietly staring at them from the bedside or outside the window. The slightest movement or shadow would make him or her suspicious, and he or she couldn't help but think of the plot in the movie. But as time went by, this kind of scary feeling would gradually fade. Perhaps the plot in the horror movie was still fresh in his mind, but he wouldn't feel that kind of fear anymore. Now, Song Rui's state was like this. He shook his head a little strangely, and then tried to walk into the courtyard. This was the old quadrangle, and now was the darkest time before dawn. Walking in the courtyard would definitely be a little creepy, but Song Rui found that he was really not so scared anymore. Until he walked to his guest room under the light of the street lamp, pushed the door in, and sat down on the bed, he still couldn't believe it. Song Rui wasn't stupid. He knew that this change must have something to do with Xiao Ruofei calling out to him. But he couldn't figure out why he would suddenly become so bold after a few minutes of talking with Xiao Ruofei. Fortunately, Song Rui's heart was very big. Since he couldn't figure it out, he simply didn't think about it. He quickly washed up and fell asleep. He slept directly until noon. After waking up, Song Rui felt refreshed. The nightmare he was worried about before he went to sleep didn't happen at all. He finally believed that he seemed to have gotten rid of that huge psychological shadow. In the next few days, Xiao Ruofei fell into a state of idleness. Lu Haofan's situation was naturally monitored by Zhao Yongjun and the others, so he didn't have to worry at all. In fact, he had already done everything he could do. The only thing left was to wait. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei contacted Song Wei again and cultivated with her twice in the courtyard house. Because of the heart-congealing grass, Song Wei's cultivation talent seemed to have been greatly improved, especially when she was cultivating the heart-questioning sutra. This talent was even more obvious. This was because the heart-questioning sutra itself needed the help of mental strength. The final state was that the soul frequencies of the two cultivators were completely synchronized. After 2 sessions of cultivation, Song Wei's cultivation had completely stabilized at the peak of Qi refinement stage level 2. She could already clearly feel the bottleneck to Qi refinement stage level 3. Just like last time, Xiao Ruofei wasn't in a hurry to help Song Wei break through. He still cultivated step by step to make her foundation as stable as possible. However, Xiao Ruofei estimated that even if she did not deliberately break through, the next time the two of them trained together, at most the next time after that, Song Wei would naturally enter Qi disciple stage level 3. In this way, they were one big step closer to completely eliminating the peach blossom miasma. Xiao Ruofei and Xia Qing's joint judgment was that when Song Wei's cultivation reached the peak of Qi refinement stage level 3, or even better, level 4, she could basically safely solve the hidden dangers of the peach blossom miasma. Song Wei's homework this semester was also relatively heavy. In addition, Xiao Ruofei didn't want to be too hasty and cause her foundation to be unstable, so the two of them weren't in a hurry to cultivate again. After the second cultivation, Xiao Ruofei had just asked Wu Chang to send Song Wei back to school when he received a call from Zhao Yongjun. Ruofei, Datong Real Estate is ready to enter, Zhao Yongjun said. Really? Xiao Ruofei said in surprise, they are quite fast. According to the situation I learned, Lu Haofan and Datong Real Estate are really determined to hoard land. Zhao Yongjun said with a smile, this time, they don't even want to level the ground. They are directly preparing to build some simple buildings. That's great. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Brother Zhao, I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on that land. Once something happens, we have to publicize it for Master Lu immediately. Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, no problem. We are good at this. Qin Dazhuang was sitting in a minibus, holding a quilt tightly in his hands. There was a large fertilizer bag at his feet, which was filled with his luggage, including his mother's handmade bean paste, several pairs of handmade cloth shoes, and a large bag of clothes. It was his first time to come to Beijing. Everything in this super metropolis was very novel to him, although he had never really been to Beijing's urban area. Qin Dazhuang was a young migrant worker from Chuanshu province. This time, he had come to Beijing to seek refuge with his distant uncle. His uncle had gone out to work more than 10 years ago, and now he had become a small contractor. It was said that he had made a lot of money. The last time he went home, he drove a Buick off-road vehicle that was said to cost more than 300,000 yuan. After graduating from high school, Qin Dazhuang, who had nothing to do at home, found his uncle, Xianxia, and said a lot of good words. Xianxia agreed to take him to Beijing to work in Xianxia's construction team. As soon as Qin Dazhuang arrived in Beijing, Xianxia called everyone together, saying that he would be transferred to a new construction site to work. Naturally, Qin Dazhuang was also brought along. The old minibus, which obviously exceeded the emission limit, drove for more than 40 minutes, and finally arrived at Yuping Hot Spring Resort in Xiaotang town. It was the land that Lu Haofan and Datong Real Estate had spent 410 million yuan to buy. As soon as Xianxia got off the minibus, he asked the workers to unload their luggage, and then he was ready to pick up the minibus. Soon, a truck would come, carrying some of their daily necessities and materials for a simple house. The first thing the workers did was naturally to build a prefab house to solve the problem of daily life. Qin Dazhuang followed everyone out of the minibus, holding the quilt and looking around. Xianxia shouted, "Dazhuang, don't be in a daze. Put the things here, and then follow me to see the site." "Hey! I'm coming." Qin Dazhuang quickly responded. He handed the luggage to another fellow villager, and then trotted to catch up with Xianxia. Xianxia was looking for a site to build a prefab house, so he took Qin Dazhuang straight inside. As soon as the two of them walked into the range of the array formation, Qin Dazhuang felt uncomfortable all over. The sun was shining brightly, but he felt cold all over. Was it because he was not acclimatized? Qin Dazhuang saw that Xianxia was normal, and he could not help but whisper in his heart. Finally, Xianxia found a place near the lake, and he was ready to command the truck to unload things there, and then build a prefab house. It was close to the water source, and everyone's life was more convenient. Of course, he did not know that it was close to the water source, but also very close to the formation core arranged by Xia Ruofei. The workers living there were bound to have a lot of stories. After a while, the truck carrying the goods also arrived at the construction site. Xianxia quickly commanded the truck to drive over, and then he asked everyone to help unload it. Building a prefab house was done by professional workers, and Qin Dazhuang was at most an assistant. In less than half a day, a 2-story prefab house was built. In addition to living space, toilets, kitchen lights, and other living facilities were also installed, and the rooms were also equipped with heating air conditioners. 2 gasoline generators, 1 main and 1 backup, were also installed. The workers had long been accustomed to such a life, and everyone quickly moved their luggage into the room and began to make the bed. After a busy period, the sky gradually darkened. The lights in the temporary housing were also turned on. The 2 female workers who were responsible for cooking also began to get busy in the kitchen. The workers who had been tired for half a day also didn't stay idle while waiting for their meal. They gathered in the room one by one to play cards while shouting and shouting. Qin Dazhuang was not very familiar with everyone, and the only uncle he was familiar with, Xianxia, was busy arranging various things, so he had nothing to do. He simply left the noisy room and prepared to walk around the lake. When he walked to the first floor, Qin Dazhuang felt a little uncomfortable in his stomach, so he hurried upstairs to get some toilet paper, and trotted to the simple toilet about 10 meters away from the prefab house. Qin Dazhuang pulled his belt, opened the door of the toilet, and went in. Just as he was about to squat down, he suddenly felt a cold wind blowing, and his whole body could not help but shiver. Qin Dazhuang saw a pale face poke out of the dark hole in the squatting pit. After meeting Qin Dazhuang's eyes, the face grinned at him, revealing an extremely creepy smile. Qin Dazhuang had goosebumps all over his body. He was stunned for a full 2 seconds before he let out a hysterical scream. Then, he pushed open the toilet door and ran away. However, Chen Dazhuang forgot that he had already pulled down his pants to his ankles. Coupled with the fact that his legs were already weak after being shocked, he tripped and fell to the ground after taking a step. Chen Dazhuang didn't bother to wipe the blood on his injured lips. He desperately crawled away from the toilet, screaming as he crawled. The workers upstairs quickly heard the commotion and ran out one after another. There were only a few women in the construction site. As soon as they came out, they saw Chen Dazhuang's hairy legs and 2 white buttocks. They couldn't help but cover their eyes. But there were still people who secretly looked out through the gaps between their fingers, muttering in their hearts, "I didn't expect this big guy to be so black, but that side is quite white." The workers hurriedly ran downstairs and asked Chen Dazhuang what had happened. Chen Dazhuang was so scared that he was trembling all over. He pointed weakly at the toilet and said in a trembling voice, "Ghost. Ghost. There's a ghost in the toilet." Xianxia also heard the noise and rushed over. Seeing this, he couldn't help but frown and say, "Dazhuang, what nonsense are you talking about?" I'm not talking nonsense." Chen Dazhuang stammered. "There really is a ghost in the toilet." A pale woman's face. Xianxia didn't believe him at all. He walked over and pushed open the toilet door. Chen Dazhuang was so scared that he screamed and covered his eyes. Xianxia poked his head in and looked around. He said angrily, "What ghost?" "Dazhuang, don't scare yourself." To be honest, Chen Dazhuang's words made the workers feel a little scared. However, when there were more people, they naturally became more courageous, so everyone gathered around and looked around the toilet, but they didn't find anything. Chen Dazhuang was like an ostrich. He buried his head in his chest and refused to look up. Xianxia frowned and said, "Dazhuang, put on your pants first." "What does he look like?" Only then did Chen Dazhuang realize his predicament. He pulled up his pants in a flurry and said, "Uncle, I really didn't lie to you. When I was in the toilet earlier, I really saw." "Enough," Xianxia said sternly. "Dazhuang, if you keep talking nonsense, you can quit working here." Xianxia had been working at the construction site for more than 10 years. He knew very well that this kind of thing couldn't be said carelessly. Once the news of this land being haunted spread, it was very likely that this house would not be able to be sold in the future. This was the boss's biggest taboo. Xianxia also wanted to scare Chen Dazhuang. He didn't expect Chen Dazhuang to immediately say, "Uncle, I don't want to work here. Let me go. I'll leave now." Xianxia couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. He saw that Chen Dazhuang didn't look like he was lying. Instead, he looked like he was really scared out of his wits. Xianxia couldn't help but look back at the toilet. Although it was still empty, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. However, he quickly came back to his senses and berated, "Nonsense. Where could they find a car to go back now? If you don't want to work here, I'll send you back tomorrow morning." "But, no buts," Xianxia said. "There are so many of us living together. The yang energy is so strong. What's there to be afraid of?" "Then, okay," Chen Dazhuang said. "Uncle, I really don't want to work here. Tomorrow, help me find another construction site." Since Chen Dazhuang entered the construction site, he felt uncomfortable all over. In the toilet, he saw such a scary face. He didn't think that it was his illusion at all, because it was too real. He didn't want to stay at the construction site for a moment longer. Xianxia waved his hand impatiently and said, "Let's talk about it tomorrow." Then, he said to the workers, "Let's go. Let's go. What's there to see? Hurry up and get ready for dinner." The workers also knew that this big fool was a relative of the foreman, so they didn't say much. However, it was inevitable that they ridiculed Chen Dazhuang in their hearts for being timid like a girl. After dinner, the workers went back to their rooms. In the wilderness, there was no Wi-Fi, and there was no other entertainment. Moreover, there was heavy physical work to do the next day, so everyone went to bed early. Chen Dazhuang was like a frosted eggplant. He didn't say a word during dinner. After dinner, he quickly hid in his room. The conditions of the construction site were naturally simple. Everyone slept on a shared bed, but there was also an advantage. There were many people, which gave Chen Dazhuang a little sense of security. Soon, there was the sound of snoring in the room. Chen Dazhuang didn't feel sleepy at all. When he closed his eyes, he saw the pale face and the creepy smile. He hid in the bed and didn't dare to poke his head out. He was afraid that he would see the face outside the window. Just like that, Chen Dazhuang stayed up all night. He was so anxious to pee that his bladder almost burst, but he didn't dare to get up. It was only when the sky was bright that he got up with everyone and hurried downstairs to relieve himself. Of course, Chen Dazhuang didn't dare to go to the toilet again. He also didn't dare to go far. He didn't care that there were women in the construction site, so he went to the back of the temporary housing to relieve himself. Then he found Xianxia. No matter how Xianxia persuaded him, he was determined to leave the construction site. In the end, Xianxia could only helplessly let him leave with the goods delivery truck. After all, he was a relative. Xianxia couldn't just ignore him. He could only introduce a job to another foreman. Anyway, it was rough work at the construction site. It wasn't difficult to find such a job. Seeing Chen Dazhuang, who had only stayed with them for half a day, carry a large bag of luggage and leave the construction site, the other workers didn't feel anything. It was common for people to come and go at the construction site. They were all struggling to make a living outside. Chen Dazhuang left, but what happened yesterday was like a thorn in Xianghua's heart. He could only secretly pray that something similar would not happen again. However, what he was afraid of happened. In the next 2 days, all kinds of strange things happened one after another. Either the equipment suddenly broke down, or the workers were inexplicably injured. There were also a few workers who ate the same food as everyone else, but they couldn't stop vomiting and having diarrhea. This kind of start was too bad. Everyone's heart was covered with a shadow. Then, the haunting happened again. This time, it was a female worker who saw the ghost. When she came out at night to relieve herself, it was still the same toilet. After she finished relieving herself, she stood up to pull up her pants. Suddenly, someone patted her gently on the shoulder. The female worker subconsciously looked back, but saw nothing. Then, she felt her hair stand on end. In this simple single-person toilet, there was a total of 1 or 2 square meters in total. It was a completely enclosed space. Behind her was the wall. How could someone stand behind her and pat her on the shoulder? The female worker was so scared that she screamed, pushed open the toilet door, and ran away. The news of the haunting at the construction site spread like this. Everyone thought of the first day here, the big fool who was so scared that he didn't even have time to pull up his pants. Xianxia heard the news and rushed over. After listening to everyone's narration, his face became extremely ugly. He knew that this news couldn't be hidden anymore. He had to report it to the higher-ups as soon as possible. In fact, the construction progress in these 2 days had been seriously affected. There were always things like this and that. In short, all kinds of things were not going well. Now that the haunting happened again, the workers also had the idea of retreating. If this went on, there was no way to work at all. Therefore, Xianxia hurriedly reported what had happened here to the manager in charge of the construction site at Datong Real Estate. After the manager heard it, he didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly reported it to Zhou Tianyu, the vice president of Datong Real Estate. Although this project was very small, it was a cooperation between Lu Haofan's shell company and Datong Real Estate. Therefore, Datong Real Estate attached great importance to it and directly assigned the senior vice president, Zhou Tianyu, to be fully responsible. Under normal circumstances, such a small project of a few $100 million naturally didn't need a senior executive like Zhou Tianyu to personally take care of it. After listening to the project manager's report in his luxurious and spacious large office, Zhou Tianyu felt like a dog. This project was really not going well. First, when they were trying to buy the land, their competitors deliberately raised the price. Lu Haofan, who had lost his mind, forcefully bought the land at a price of nearly 100 million yuan above the market price. Then, they had to think of ways to store the land and try to delay the development as much as possible. However, it seemed that the progress was not very smooth. Lu Haofan had to personally coordinate many aspects of the project, which made Lu Haofan quite dissatisfied. Now, in just a few days, the construction site was full of problems one after another. There was even a haunting. If this news were to spread, who would buy the villa community they were developing? Zhou Tianyu frowned and said, Xiao Wu, you believe this kind of groundless thing? It's fine if the workers are ignorant, but why are you joining in the fun? The project manager, Xiao Wu, was groaning inwardly. He hurriedly explained, Director Zhou, the foreman down there made a solemn vow. He made it sound very convincing, and it happened more than once. I think there really is something fishy. Zhou Tianyu snorted coldly and said, Nonsense. Could it be that someone is pretending to be a ghost? You go and investigate it first. The company pays you a high salary, not to let you sit in the office all day with the air conditioner. Manager Wu hurriedly said, Yes, yes, yes. Mr. Zhou, I'll go to the construction site right away. Go ahead. Zhou Tianyu said. After Manager Wu left, Zhou Tianyu's dignified face gradually showed a trace of worry. It was not that Zhou Tianyu did not believe in ghosts and gods. On the contrary, businessmen like him believed in supernatural things very much. Whenever they started to move the ground, lay the foundation, and seal the roof, they would put up offerings and entertain ghosts and gods. Some would even perform rituals. Zhou Tianyu sent Xiao Wu to investigate the situation because he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. However, this glimmer of hope was quickly extinguished. Xiao Wu, who personally went to the construction site to investigate, only took one night to run back to the company in a sorry state. This was because Manager Wu had personally experienced a terrifying haunting incident. After receiving Zhou Tianyu's instructions, Manager Wu did not dare to delay. On the same day, he drove to the construction site in Xiaotang town to find Xianxia to understand the situation in detail. Although Xianxia and the workers swore solemnly, Manager Wu did not dare to believe it so easily. Therefore, he simply decided to stay at the construction site for one night to see what was going on. Manager Wu naturally did not want to squeeze into the smelly bunk with the workers, so Xianxia specially made a single room for him to stay in. In the middle of the night, Manager Wu woke up due to the urge to urinate. He opened his eyes in a daze and groped about to get out of bed to go to the toilet. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a pale face looking down at him from a position very close to him. Manager Wu was so scared that he suddenly woke up. He was still considered a brave person. He braced himself and shouted, Who is it? Don't pretend to be a ghost. That deathly pale face gave him a strange smile, and then gradually moved away from him. Manager Wu then saw that it was a person in white with disheveled hair standing in front of his bed. It was this person who bent down just now, almost touching his face. This person in white did not do anything to Manager Wu. He turned around and walked out. However, Manager Wu clearly saw with the moonlight that this person in white did not have any feet at all. He just floated out like that. Moreover, the person in white did not walk towards the door. Instead, he directly passed through the wall and disappeared. Manager Wu was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. His whole body trembled as he groped around the bed, wanting to open it. However, just as he stretched his hand out, he touched a cold hand. This hand did not have any temperature at all. It was like the hand of a dead person who had just come out from the freezer. No matter how brave Manager Wu was, after going through so many things, he was already so scared that his mind was about to collapse. He let out a mournful scream, which was especially terrifying in the quiet night. After a while, Xianxia and the workers followed the sound and rushed over. They turned on the lights and saw Manager Wu sitting at the head of the bed, covering his whole body with a blanket, his whole body trembling. Xianxia pulled Manager Wu's blanket away. Manager Wu was so scared that he screamed, Don't come over. Don't come over. I beg you, don't come over. When Zhou Tianyu saw Manager Wu again, he was also shocked. After one night, Manager Wu's face was pale, without a trace of blood. His hair was messy and his eyes were sunken. He looked like an otaku who had stayed up all night playing games and did not wash his hair. Xiao Wu, what's the situation? Zhou Tianyu could not help but ask, How did you become like this? Manager Wu was still in a daze. He said with a frightened face, Director Zhou, that piece of land is really haunted. I met more than one ghost last night. Zhou Tianyu grabbed Manager Wu and questioned him for a while, getting the details of the situation. He slumped in his chair, waved his hand and said, You can leave now. Rest well for the next 2 days and recover your energy. Okay, Manager Zhou. Manager Wu said gratefully. Zhou Tianyu said, let the workers on the construction site come back first. Don't work for the time being. Remember, you must keep the news a secret. Don't let anything leak out. Manager Wu said seriously, understood. I'll arrange it right away. Manager Wu knew very well that this kind of thing couldn't be spread. If it was spread, the competitors would definitely hype it up. The reputation of the land would be completely ruined, and no one would buy the houses. What Zhou Tianyu and Manager Wu didn't know was that no matter how hard they tried to hide it, they couldn't stop others from spreading it. What happened at the construction site these few days couldn't be hidden from Zhao Yongjun and the others who were always paying attention to the construction site. There were even spies among the workers that Zhao Yongjun had bribed. Therefore, although Zhou Tianyu was very cautious and ordered to keep the news a secret, the news couldn't be hidden no matter what. Of course, Zhou Tianyu didn't know about this situation. After he sent Manager Wu away, he immediately picked up the phone on his desk and called Lu Haofan. Once the phone was connected, Zhou Tianyu couldn't wait and said, Young Master Lu, things are not good. There's a problem with the land in Xiaotang town. Lu Haofan said impatiently, Lao Zhou, what problem can there be? Isn't it just a matter of delaying the completion date? It's not the first time that Tang Dynasty has done this kind of thing. Why do you need me to come and tell you? Lu Haofan thought that Zhou Tianyu was asking him for help because they had problems with the land storage, so he felt a little annoyed. Zhou Tianyu smiled bitterly and said, it's not about that. Young Master Lu, there's a problem with the land itself. There's a problem with the land transfer? Lu Haofan asked, then said lazily, that's good. We don't want it. It's good that I thought it was too expensive. Zhou Tianyu sighed and said, no. Young Master Lu, let me tell you this. The land we took has something dirty. It's haunted. Lu Haofan was silent for a few seconds on the other end of the phone. Then, he said, Old Zhou, are you still asleep? Or are you too free at work, so you want to make fun of me? Zhou Tianyu said, Young Master Lu Haofan. At this time I don't think I'm joking with you. There might really be a problem with the land. Lu Haofan, the haunted incident, the haunted ghost manager and a haunted haunted manager experience a haunted managers. Although Zhou Tianyu did not exaggerate on purpose, such an objective description was enough to make Lu Haofan feel chills running down his spine. What? Zhou Tianyu said, I've already asked the people below to seal off the news and let the workers withdraw first. Right. Don't spread the news, or else this land will be ruined. Lu Haofan said quickly. Zhou Tianyu nodded and said, Young Master Lu, that's the situation. What do you think we should do next? Do you want to go to the scene? No. Lu Haofan said quickly, Lao Zhou, I don't want to go to such an unlucky place. Then, I'll take the time to coordinate. Lu Haofan said, if it doesn't work, let the workers work during the day and build some simple buildings on top of it. Then we'll store the land first. Maybe after a year or two, it'll be fine by itself. Zhou Tianyu thought for a while and said, that's the only way. They originally planned to store the land, but after this incident, Lu Haofan was finally willing to coordinate with the relevant units. With him, the family Lu, personally taking the initiative, it was too easy to find a loophole in the policy. That way, Zhou Tianyu was happy and relaxed. As for whether or not the land would still be haunted after a year or two, that was a matter for the future. They couldn't think too much about it now. However, although Zhou Tianyu and Lu Haofan's wishful thinking was very good, in reality, the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. On the day that Zhou Tianyu called Lu Haofan, posts related to the haunted Xiaotang town construction site appeared on the internet. At first, it was only on some local forums in Beijing, but soon, such posts were everywhere. Before Zhou Tianyu and Lu Haofan could react, it had already spread all over the internet. Zhou Tianyu was shocked and angry, but there was no point in pursuing Manager Wu's responsibility or investigating the source of the leak. He could only anxiously look for Lu Haofan again. After Lu Haofan heard this, he was furious. He slammed the table and said, Lao Zhou, how do you do things over there? You can't even handle such a small matter. Zhou Tianyu knew that he was in the wrong this time, so he quickly said carefully, young Master Lu, this time I was careless. The most important thing now is not to pursue responsibility, but to deal with this crisis as soon as possible. Otherwise, the reputation of this land will be ruined, Lu Haofan said angrily. Do I need you to teach me this? Damn it. I'm so tired, and I have to clean up your mess all day long. Then, he hung up the phone and began to contact various parties, trying to control the public opinion on the internet. The only way Lu Haofan could think of was to delete the posts. However, if it had been 5 years ago, this method might have worked. But now, the mobile internet was so developed, and there were so many media outlets. Once a piece of information spread, it was very difficult to completely remove it from the internet. Plus, Zhao Yongjun and the others added fuel to the fire, so how could the online posts about the haunted Xiaotang town construction site be completely deleted? So, after Lu Haofan was busy, the mainstream media didn't report on this. In fact, there were very few mainstream media involved in this report. After all, this was considered a feudal superstition, and it didn't conform to mainstream values. However, Weibo, WeChat, Moments, and other platforms couldn't delete it all. The Weibo and WeChat articles about the haunted Xiaotang town were still circulating in various WeChat groups. Even though Lu Haofan contacted the headquarters of Penguin Corporation and matched the keywords of the related articles on WeChat, and deleted a large number of articles, new WeChat accounts immediately sprung up and published similar articles. It didn't matter even if they were banned. This was, of course, the work of Zhao Yongjun and the others. In the end, Lu Haofan could only work in vain. He had lost a lot of people, but he couldn't stop the public opinion from spreading. Lu Haofan had no choice but to get together with Zhou Tianyu to discuss a countermeasure. In a private room of a high-class club in Jing City, Lu Haofan asked all the hostesses to leave. Then, he lit a cigar, took a puff, and exhaled a long cloud of smoke, as if he wanted to exhale all the depression in his heart. Tell me. Lao Zhou. Lu Haofan said with a sullen face. Do you have any good ideas to deal with this? If it goes on like this, our land will really be lost. Zhou Tianyu was also worried. He said, Master Lu, it's obvious that someone is adding fuel to the fire. Otherwise, it wouldn't have spread so fast. Lu Haofan waved his hand and said, it's meaningless to investigate who is behind this. Our top priority is how to deal with this crisis of public opinion, and how to solve the haunted land. After all, Lu Haofan was the son of a big family, so he was quite generous in dealing with things. He knew that there must be someone behind this matter, but he didn't know if it was a deliberate plan or a deliberate move. However, he was able to grasp the key of the matter, instead of angrily investigating who was behind this turbulent public opinion. After all, as long as this matter was dealt with properly, when he was free, he would have time to slowly find out who was behind this. Zhou Tianyu thought for a while and said, Master Lu, the public opinion can't be suppressed anymore. It's not persuasive to refute the rumors now, and the key problem hasn't been solved. Even if we are lucky enough to get through this, what if something similar happens next time? Zhou Tianyu's words reminded Lu Haofan. His eyes lit up, and he suddenly had an idea. He said, Lao Zhou, do you think we can find a few feng shui masters to help and see if we can get rid of the dirty things? As long as the land is confirmed to be fine, it's easy for us to change public opinion. Master Lu, that's a good idea. Zhou Tianyu said with a hint of joy, our company has a few humanities and environmental consultants, but they usually just check the feng shui of the building and participate in the overall design planning. Sometimes they help set up some feng shui, but things like ghosts, Lu Haofan said, we don't need your people. I'll find people from Huaxia's Metaphysics Society. They're all masters with real skills. I don't believe that they can't deal with a few ghosts. Zhou Tianyu was overjoyed when he heard this. He said, that's great. The members of the Metaphysics Society are all real talents. They can't be compared to those charlatans. Then it's settled. Lu Haofan said. I'll be in charge of finding people. The next day, Lu Haofan brought 2 old men to Tang Real Estate. If Xiao Ruofei was there, he would recognize one of them at a glance. He had just met the president of the Metaphysics Society of Sanshan, Du Qinghong, in Ling Xiaotian's office. In fact, Du Qinghong was not only the leader of the Metaphysics Society of Sanshan, but also a little famous in the country. He was also a member of the Metaphysics Society of Huaxia. This time, Du Qinghong also came to Beijing to participate in a national exchange activity of the Metaphysics Society of Huaxia. His good friend, the director of the Metaphysics Society of Huaxia, Xianxia, who was the old man next to him, was invited to help Lu Haofan, so he came along. Zhou Tianyu personally went to the headquarters of Tang Real Estate to welcome them. Mr. Zhou, let me introduce you. This is the director of the Metaphysics Society of Huaxia, Xianxia, Lu Haofan said. This is Mr. Shen's friend, Du Qinghong, who is also a master of metaphysics. Zhou Tianyu quickly said, Mr. Shen, Mr. Du, hello. I'll have to trouble you this time. Xianxia was a little older than Du Qinghong. His hair and beard were all white, and he looked quite sage-like. He smiled at Zhou Tianyu and said, You're welcome, Mr. Zhou. Let's go directly to the site. Tell us the details on the way. Okay. Zhou Tianyu quickly said. At the same time, he waved his hand and a Ford van that he had prepared for a long time slowly drove over. This way, please. Zhou Tianyu respectfully asked the two feng shui masters to get in first. Then, he followed Lu Haofan into the van. The Ford van drove in the direction of the suburb of Xiaotang. On the way, Zhou Tianyu didn't dare to hide anything. He told the two feng shui masters everything that had happened at the construction site over the past few days. After listening, Shen Zhongliang and Du Qinghong fell into deep thought. Lu Haofan couldn't help but ask, Mr. Shen, what do you think might be the problem? Shen Zhongliang slightly frowned and said, It's hard to say now. We'll know after seeing the site. Du Qinghong also nodded and said, Feng shui is ever-changing. There are too many possibilities just based on what happened. We'll have to go to the site to have a more accurate conclusion. Lu Haofan respected the two feng shui masters. Shen Zhongliang's reputation in the capital was very high. Even the old man in Lu Haofan's family was very polite to Shen Zhongliang, so he naturally did not dare to put on the airs of a young master in front of Shen Zhongliang. Lu Haofan humbly asked. Then, Mr. Shen, do you think there's a high chance of solving the problem? Shen Zhongliang pondered for a moment and said, Little Lu, from the situation described by Mr. Zhou, there are many possibilities that could lead to this result. But most of them can be solved, just with different degrees of difficulty. Of course, I can't guarantee you anything without seeing the site. Thank you, Mr. Shen. Lu Haofan showed a hint of joy. He didn't need Shen Zhongliang's guarantee. In fact, he had already gotten the answer he wanted. Shen Zhongliang never boasted about feng shui. Since he said so, it meant that the possibility of solving the problem was very high. That was what Shen Zhongliang himself thought. However, when Shen Zhongliang really arrived at the construction site, he felt that he seemed to be too optimistic. The car drove directly to the motel next to the lake and stopped in front of the motel. The main reason was that all the strange things happened near the motel, so Zhou Tianyu asked the driver to drive there before stopping. Of course, the motel was empty now. The workers had already left. As soon as Shen Zhongliang and Du Qinghong got out of the car, their faces couldn't help but change slightly. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Lu Haofan and Zhou Tianyu's hearts skipped a beat when they saw the two men's serious expressions. However, they didn't dare to disturb the two feng shui masters at this time. They could only watch the two men anxiously. Shen Zhongliang and Du Qinghong held the compass and focused on measuring the direction. Both of them calculated repeatedly on this piece of land and finally returned to the place where they got off the car. The two of them looked at each other and sighed at the same time. Lu Haofan was so anxious that he couldn't help but ask, Mr. Shen, what's the situation? Shen Zhongliang's expression was a little strange. He didn't answer Lu Haofan's question directly. Instead, he looked at Zhou Tianyu and asked, Mr. Zhou, when you decided to buy this piece of land, did you invite someone to check it out? Zhou Tianyu quickly said, Yes. Our company has full-time humanities and environment consultants. After they came to inspect the site, they didn't say anything wrong with it. They also said that the feng shui is good and that it's a place to gather wealth. Shen Zhongliang shook his head with a wry smile and said, Mr. Zhou, your company's humanities and environment consultants. I'm afraid they made a mistake. What? Zhou Tianyu's expression suddenly changed. How could this be? They've seen many real estate projects in the company, and they've never made such a big mistake. Xin Zhongliang asked, Mr. Zhou, where did your humanities and environment consultants come from? There are a total of 3 people, all feng shui masters from Hong Kong. Zhou Tianyu said without hesitation. Xin Zhongliang's mouth twitched slightly. It wasn't that he looked down on feng shui masters from Hong Kong, but the acceptance of metaphysics in Hong Kong and Taiwan was far greater than in the mainland, and the feng shui industry was more prosperous than in the mainland. The prosperity of the industry naturally led to a mix of good and bad employees. In Xin Zhongliang's opinion, the 3 so-called humanities and environment consultants hired by Zhou Tianyu's company were probably charlatans. Otherwise, it was impossible that they couldn't see such an obvious problem. In fact, Xin Zhongliang had wronged them. Although Datong Real Estate's humanities and environment consultants were only average in feng shui, they should have been able to see such a big problem. However, when they came to look at this piece of land, the natural array was still hidden. Unless they were highly accomplished feng shui masters who had dabbled in array knowledge, they wouldn't be able to see any clues. Even though Xia Ruofei's array Dao level was already very high, it was only by chance that he discovered the existence of a natural array Dao. Now that the formation had been activated, the entire atmosphere had changed. Even if the cultural and environmental consultant of Great Tang Real Estate came over, he would also be able to see the problem. Lu Haofan couldn't help but ask, Old Shen, what's wrong with this piece of land? Is it difficult to solve? Xin Zhongliang looked at Du Qinghong and said, Old Du, why don't you say it? Du Qinghong nodded and said, Mr. Lu, Mr. Zhou, the feng shui of this land is actually not bad. To be precise, the feng shui here is very good. Xin Zhongliang's expression did not change at all when he heard Du Qinghong's words. Clearly, although the 2 of them did not have any verbal discussion, they had reached the same conclusion. Thus, Xin Zhongliang was not surprised at all. Ah? Lu Haofan asked in confusion, Elder Du, if that's the case, then why are there so many hauntings? Du Qinghong smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Lu, let me tell you this. This piece of land is called the Yin-gathering land in our industry. If it's a yin-gathering land, a little arrangement can definitely achieve the effect of prosperity. It's indeed a place of wealth, but if it's a yang-gathering land. Du Qinghong's words struck Lu Haofan and Zhou Tianyu as if they had been struck by lightning. Yin-gathering land, didn't that mean that this piece of land was only suitable for a cemetery? If it was used to build a house, could it still be lived in, even if they didn't understand feng shui? Lu Haofan and Zhou Tianyu knew the huge difference between a yin-gathering land and a yang-gathering land. After the shock, Lu Haofan was angry. He stared at Zhou Tianyu and said, Lao Zhou, what's wrong with your company? Can't you see such an obvious problem? What should we do now? This is more than 400 million yuan. Zhou Tianyu was also at a loss. He said, Young Master Lu, I didn't know that the cultural and environmental consultants of our company were so unreliable. Damn it. I'll go back and ask the company to fire them immediately. They get such a high salary every month, but it's not enough at all. Lu Haofan said impatiently, what's the use of firing them now? The key is how to solve this problem. Zhou Tianyu quickly looked at Xin Zhongliang and Du Qinghong and said, Masters, please help us solve this problem. You must have a way, right? As long as you can change the feng shui of this piece of land, our company will reward you greatly. Lu Haofan also said, Old Shen, Old Du, please. Xin Zhongliang said with a wry smile, Xiao Lu, it's not that we don't want to help, it's just that, we don't know where to start. The feng shui of the whole piece of land is naturally formed. If you want to transform a yin-gathering land into a place suitable for living people to live in, it's definitely not something that can be done by human power. At least with Old Du and my level, there's absolutely no way. Du Qinghong also said, Mr. Lu, as far as I know, there shouldn't be anyone in Huaxia who can do such a big thing. Maybe there's some hidden expert who can do it, but our level is limited. There's really no way. Lu Haofan couldn't help but feel depressed. Even the director of Huaxia's Metaphysics Society couldn't do anything about it. No matter how powerful his background and connections were, it would be difficult to find a better feng shui master than Xin Zhongliang. Then what should we do? Lu Haofan mumbled to himself. Xin Zhongliang hesitated and said, Xiao Lu, if you want to build a public cemetery on this piece of land, it's very suitable. Zhou Tianyu heard this and immediately said, that's impossible. Public cemeteries are planned and built by the government, and the use of the land can't be changed at will. Even if all these can be coordinated, if we build a public cemetery here, the resort next to it won't accept it. Even if they were extremely capable, it was still impossible for them to settle so many things. This piece of land was part of the construction plan of the entire Xiaotang town. Once it was turned into a public cemetery, the surrounding land could not be developed, and the hot spring resort not far away would definitely not accept it. This involved too many things. Xin Zhongliang naturally didn't know much about these things. After listening to Zhou Tianyu's words, he said with a wry smile, then there's only one way. While the outside world is not very clear about the problem of this piece of land, you should sell it as soon as possible to reduce some of the losses. In fact, if this so-called gathering place hadn't been set up by Xia Ruofei and could be reversed at any time, then Xin Zhongliang's suggestion would be a bit unkind. For the people who would take over later, this idea would be too harmful. However, Xin Zhongliang was paid by Datong Real Estate and had a relationship with Lu Haofan. From the standpoint of Datong Real Estate, it wasn't wrong to make such a suggestion. In fact, from the perspective of Lu Haofan and Datong Real Estate, this was the only way to reduce the losses. Zhou Tianyu thought for a moment and said, Young Master Lu, since Mr. Shen said so, then we have to seriously consider selling this piece of land. Lu Haofan nodded and said, then think of a way to get rid of it. But before that, we have to calm the public opinion storm first. Otherwise, even if someone is willing to take over, they will definitely push the price to death. Then this matter will have to be handled by you, young Master Lu. Zhou Tianyu said, I will also report to the company and try to come up with a charter that everyone can accept as soon as possible. Zhou Tianyu's words were more obscure, but the meaning was expressed. It was no different from a fool's dream to sell this piece of land at the original price. After all, the price was originally unreasonably high, and now there was negative news, so losses were inevitable. At the beginning, this project was jointly funded by the two companies. Logically speaking, if there was a loss, the two companies should bear it together. However, Zhou Tianyu meant that the loss would be borne by Datong Real Estate, and Lu Haofan didn't have to pay for it. Lu Haofan was, after all, a descendant of a big family. Naturally, he understood the meaning behind her words. He smiled and said, leave the crisis public relations to me. Although he didn't pay much for this investment, he was a shell company and couldn't take out much money. The shares he held were much higher than the proportion of his investment. Whether it was the shares or the proportion of his investment, the losses were all real money. It would be best if he didn't lose anything. As for selling his face and using a few connections, Lu Haofan didn't care. He relied on this to make a living. There was nothing to see on this piece of land, and there was a feeling of staying in a cemetery. It made people feel uncomfortable, so the group quickly got in the car and left. Out of respect for the two feng shui masters, Lu Haofan asked the driver to send the two elders to the Huaxia Metaphysics Society first. After the car stopped, Zhou Tianyu took out 2 checks from his pocket that had already been prepared and handed them over. He said, today, I'll have to trouble the two masters. This is a small gift from our company. Xin Zhongliang declined and said, Mr. Zhou, we don't deserve a reward for nothing. We won't accept the money. How can that be? If it weren't for the two masters, we would still be in the dark. Zhou Tianyu said, you must accept the money. He also wanted to make a good relationship. He had long hated the 3 humanities and environment consultants in the company. When he was free, the first thing he would do would be to drive the 3 guys out of the company. However, Datong Real Estate was such a big company, and there was no shortage of such talents. If the incident in Xiaotang town happened again, the loss would be great. Therefore, he wanted to make friends with Xin Zhongliang and Du Qinghong, who had a certain status in the metaphysics world, in advance to prepare for a rainy day. Although it was a little difficult to directly hire Xin Zhongliang and Du Qinghong, it would be good if they could introduce a few more reliable feng shui masters. Xin Zhongliang and Du Qinghong declined and accepted the money. Lu Haofan began to use all his connections to clear up the haunted incident at the Xiaotang town construction site. Zhou Tianyu also reported to the company's senior management immediately. Datong Real Estate quickly came to a consensus. Even if it was a loss, they had to sell the land as soon as possible. As for the loss, the company would bear the loss. This project was not big to begin with, so the loss was nothing to Datong Real Estate. Moreover, they cooperated with Lu Haofan to build a connection with the family Lu. Naturally, they would not haggle over the money. Otherwise, if Lu Haofan lost money and held a grudge against Datong Real Estate, wouldn't it be counterproductive? The resourceful Zhao Yongjun also quickly received the news. Although he did not know the specific details, only Lu Haofan, Zhou Tianyu, Shen Zhongliang, Du Qinghong, and Zhou Tianyu's trusted driver were present at the time. However, Lu Haofan invited experts from Huaxia's Metaphysics Society to solve the problem, and Zhao Yongjun knew immediately. After Lu Haofan and the others went to the construction site, they began to increase the efforts to clean up the negative public opinion. Even Datong Real Estate began to spread the news that they intended to sell the land. How could Zhao Yongjun not understand? It must be a problem that even the experts from Huaxia's Metaphysics Society couldn't solve. He immediately called Xiao Ruofei. Ruofei, you are really amazing. As soon as the phone was connected, Zhao Yongjun said excitedly, now Datong is willing to sell the land. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Brother Zhao, isn't this expected? Why are you so excited? Zhao Yongjun smiled and said, you don't know. Lu Haofan invited a feng shui master from Huaxia's Metaphysics Society. When I heard the news, I was worried. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Brother Zhao, are you worried that my array will be cracked by the feng shui master? You have too little confidence in me, don't you? Zhao Yongjun smiled and said, it's my fault. I should have known. When has Ruofei ever made a mistake? Today, Lu Haofan and Zhou Tianyu took 2 feng shui masters to the construction site. After they came back, Datong quickly spread the news that they were willing to sell the land. Xiao Ruofei naturally knew that the 2 feng shui masters couldn't crack the natural array, but he was also curious whether the metaphysics experts could see the existence of the natural array, so he couldn't help but ask about the details. Unfortunately, Zhao Yongjun didn't know much about it. Brother Zhao, let's not rush to contact Datong. Xiao Ruofei said, the initiative is on our side now. Zhao Yongjun hesitated and said, Ruofei, after Datong released the news, there are still a few companies interested in this land. Maybe they also want to take advantage of it. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, these people are not fools. Before they really decide to make a move, they will definitely go to that land to inspect it. Those haunted rumors can't be washed away by Lu Haofan just because he wants to. Zhao Yongjun smiled and said, Ruofei, I didn't expect you to be such a bad person, even though you look so honest. I also wanted to get that piece of land. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Who knew that Lu Haofan would interfere? Zhao Yongjun said, if Xiao Rui knew about this, he would be very happy. He was looking forward to killing Lu Haofan. Ha ha ha. Xiao Ruofei laughed heartily. Then we won't make any moves for the time being. Zhao Yongjun said, Ruofei, don't rush back. If you really want to get that piece of land, you have to solve the problem of the array immediately. Don't worry. Xiao Ruofei said, if there is no special situation, I will definitely not leave. For the next few days, Xiao Ruofei lived in seclusion, living a leisurely life in seclusion in the Luhai Lane courtyard house that was quiet amidst the chaos. During this period, he also invited Song Wei to come over. The 2 of them cultivated together twice, and Song Wei's cultivation finally broke through to level 3 of the qi refining stage. He was getting closer and closer to the cultivation needed to solve the problem of the peach blossom miasma. In addition, Xiao Ruofei went to Master Song's place to visit the old man. Other than that, Xiao Ruofei spent most of her time in the courtyard. She was either brewing tea in the courtyard or watching a movie in the professional video room. She didn't leave the house at all. Of course, even if he didn't go out, Xiao Ruofei was still very aware of the situation outside. Zhao Yongjun and the others talked to Xiao Ruofei almost every day, and told him about the situation of Tang Real Estate selling that piece of land. As Xiao Ruofei expected, although Tang Real Estate released the news that they intended to sell the land in Xiaotang town, and hinted that there was some room for negotiation in terms of price, the effect was very ordinary. At first, there were still a few companies that wanted to take advantage of the situation, but these real estate companies weren't fools. They had some scruples about the rumors on the internet a few days ago, so although they were a little moved, they were also quite cautious at the same time. Almost all of these companies sent feng shui experts to Xiaotang town to inspect it on the spot. Some of the so-called humanities and environment consultants with higher standards naturally found the problem quickly, and these companies soon gave up. There were a few companies that hired humanities and environment consultants who were half-hearted. Although they couldn't find the problem immediately, the aura of the land was very uncomfortable. Even ordinary people with a slightly sensitive physique, such as Chen Dazhuang, would feel uncomfortable as soon as they stepped into the range of the array. They would feel that something was wrong. So these people also advised the company to be cautious. In the end, Tang Dynasty Real Estate wanted to sell the land at a lower price, but there were very few people who agreed. This made Lu Haofan shocked and angry. If this went on, the land would really be ruined. With his background, he could withdraw his investment from this project without losing a penny, and Tang Real Estate wouldn't dare to say anything, but it would be too unsightly, and his reputation would be ruined. But if things continued like this, even though he did not invest a lot of money, it was still tens of millions. Basically, it would be wasted. This piece of land could not be used for anything other than building a graveyard, so it could only be abandoned there. Zhao Yongjun and the others discussed with Xiao Ruofei and felt that it was about time, so Zhao Yongjun formally inquired with Tang Real Estate in the name of Hengrui Company, which they temporarily established. Only Zhao Yongjun was suitable. Unlike Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui, he wasn't at daggers drawn with Lu Haofan, and he had enough prestige. On Tang Real Estate's side, Zhou Tianyu was so worried that his hair almost turned white. As soon as he received the report of a company's inquiry, he immediately instructed his employees to contact the other party, saying that the price could be discussed and that it was best for everyone to sit down and talk. At the same time, Zhou Tianyu immediately called Lu Haofan. He naturally knew who the boss behind Hengrui Company was. Whether it was Zhao Yongjun, Lu Haofan, or Zhao Yongjun, Tang Real Estate couldn't afford to offend them, so he naturally had to inform Lu Haofan. Originally, Zhou Tianyu was worried that young master Lu Haofan would lose his temper and rather let the land rot in his hands than trade with Zhao Yongjun. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Lu Haofan agreed without hesitation. He also said that he would personally come to participate in the negotiation. During this period of time, Lu Haofan was badly battered by the matter of the land, and he was already tired of it. As long as he could quickly get rid of it, he didn't care who took over. Moreover, this Hengrui Company that Song Rui also had a share in, if they really took over, it might not be a bad thing for him. Lu Haofan still wanted to see Song Rui make a fool of himself. He firmly believed that if Song Rui and the others bought this land, they wouldn't be able to solve the feng shui problem. In the end, no matter how much money they invested, it would definitely be wasted. Therefore, the two sides quickly agreed to discuss the specific matters of the land transfer at Tang Real Estate at 10 o'clock in the morning the next day. Zhao Yongjun explained the situation to Xiao Ruofei, and Xiao Ruofei immediately decided to participate in the negotiation himself. That night, Zhao Yongjun and Song Rui went to Xiao Ruofei's Sihiyuan together. Lu Jian and the others didn't come this time, including when they activated the array. Xiao Ruofei didn't let them participate. They didn't know much about this matter, so Xiao Ruofei simply let them stay out of it, lest they offend Lu Haofan. After all, compared to Song Rui and Zhao Yongjun, Lu Jian and the others didn't have a strong enough background. If they were really hated by Lu Haofan, it would be a bit troublesome. That night, Xiao Ruofei, Zhao Yongjun, and Song Rui discussed the negotiation strategy for the next day, and then went back to their rooms early to rest. Early the next morning, the three of them had breakfast in Xiao Ruofei's Sihiyuan, and made tea in Xiao Ruofei's courtyard for a while. At about 9 o'clock, they went out together and went to Tang Real Estate together. The three of them used Zhao Yongjun's Mercedes-Benz, and specially brought Wu Chang along, letting him be the driver. At about 9:50, Xiao Ruofei and the others arrived at the headquarters of Tang Real Estate. Zhou Tianyu naturally didn't dare to neglect them, and waited downstairs early. When Xiao Ruofei and the others got out of the car, he immediately greeted them with a face full of smiles. President Zhao. Hello, hello. Zhou Tianyu said to Zhao Yongjun, who was walking in front, and then greeted Song Rui and Xiao Ruofei, young master Song, Xia Xiao. Welcome. Zhao Yongjun just smiled and nodded to Zhou Tianyu, but Song Rui asked, "Why don't I see Luer?" Zhou Tianyu was a little embarrassed. Lu Haofan had already arrived at Tang Real Estate, but he was conceited and didn't want to lose face in front of Song Rui, so naturally, he wouldn't lower himself to welcome them downstairs. But this time, no one cared about this piece of land. Seeing that there was finally someone who wanted to take over this piece of land, Zhou Tianyu naturally didn't dare to offend Zhao Yongjun, and it was impossible to tell the truth. So Zhou Tianyu could only say awkwardly, "Young Master Song, Young Master Lu, he is preparing for the negotiation later, he will wait for you upstairs." Song Rui curled his lips and said, "Tsk. He wants to save face to suffer. President Zhou, you say, if we turn around and leave now?" "Young Master Song. Young Master Song." Zhou Tianyu hurriedly said, "Young Master Lu really has something to do, and he specifically asked me to explain it to you. You see, should we go up first? There's no need for such a small thing." Xiao Ruofei patted Song Rui's shoulder, smiled and said to Zhou Tianyu, "President Zhou, Song Rui is just joking with you, don't mind him. Let's go in." Zhou Tianyu felt that his back was almost soaked in sweat, and he thought to himself that he wouldn't accept this kind of work in the future, even if he was beaten to death. The company let whoever they wanted to be in charge. These young masters were really hard to please. Zhou Tianyu finally managed to lead Xiao Ruofei and the other two into the company's headquarters building without any mishap. The group of people took the executive elevator to the 28th floor. Zhou Tianyu politely held the elevator for everyone and asked Zhao Yongjun and the other two to get off first. Then, he jogged a few steps and led the way for everyone. Soon, they arrived at a large conference room. Sure enough, Lu Haofan was sitting in the conference room, waiting for them. After seeing Xiao Ruofei and the other two, his expression was a little complicated, but he still stood up to greet them. "Big brother Zhao, welcome." Lu Haofan greeted Zhao Yongjun. Then he looked coldly at Song Rui and nodded, which was considered a greeting. Song Rui didn't care, tilting his head and looking away, completely ignoring Lu Haofan, which angered Lu Haofan even more. Finally, Lu Haofan's gaze stopped on Xiao Ruofei, and he squinted at Xiao Ruofei, then smiled and took the initiative to reach out his hand to Xiao Ruofei, saying, "Boss Xia, I've heard a lot about you. I didn't recognize you last time, sorry." After the land auction, Lu Haofan had a deep impression of Xiao Ruofei, so naturally, he had to inquire about Xiao Ruofei's identity and background. Although Xiao Ruofei wasn't well known in the capital's hedonistic circle, those who knew of his deeds all valued him greatly, because in a sense, Xiao Ruofei had already surpassed the level of hedonistic young masters. Therefore, Lu Haofan didn't spend much effort to inquire about Xiao Ruofei's situation. After learning about some of Xiao Ruofei's deeds, Lu Haofan was secretly shocked. He originally thought that Xiao Ruofei was a soft persimmon in Zhao Yongjun's group, and was at most a white glove. He didn't expect that he would be wrong. The one with the toughest ideas was really Xiao Ruofei. Therefore, when they met today, Lu Haofan's eyes no longer held contempt. Instead, they were somewhat dignified, because he knew that Zhao Yongjun's group was now faintly beginning to see Xiao Ruofei as their leader. Xiao Ruofei showed a faint smile, shook hands with Lu Haofan, and said, "Young Master Lu, you're too polite." Lu Haofan looked at Zhou Tianyu, who nodded slightly at him, so he said with a smile, "Big brother Zhao, Boss Xia, let's take a seat." Since Song Rui ignored him, he might as well treat Song Rui as heir. The group of people sat facing each other at the conference table, each occupying a row of seats. Although Lu Haofan sat in the middle, he didn't speak first. Instead, it was Zhou Tianyu who opened the folder in front of him with a smile and said, "President Zhao, Boss Xia, Young Master Song, about the land in Xiaotang town, your company also participated in the bidding when the land was sold, so I won't introduce the specific situation. You must be very familiar with it." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Well, President Zhou, let's get straight to the point." Lu Haofan's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at the three people opposite him, and he knew that today's negotiation should be led by Xiao Ruofei. Zhou Tianyu said, "Datong Real Estate bought this land at the price of 410 million Huaxia dollars. Now, in consideration of the company's development strategy, we intend to transfer the land in exchange for a certain amount of cash for the development of other projects." Xiao Ruofei, Zhao Yongjun, and Song Rui on his left and right looked at each other, and there was a trace of a smile in their eyes. No matter how dignified it was, it couldn't hide the fact that there was a problem with the land. Of course, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't expose Zhou Tianyu's last fig leaf. He smiled and said, President Zhou, we've heard a lot about that land as well. First, it was sold at a sky-high price, and then there were those rumors on the internet. Zhou Tianyu said awkwardly, those are all groundless rumors. It doesn't matter if they're rumors or not, we don't care. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, since we're here, we're naturally interested in this land, and we're willing to take the risk. What we're most concerned about is naturally the issue of price. President Zhou, you wouldn't want us to buy it at the original price, would you? Zhou Tianyu smiled and said, of course not. Considering the price of this land at the time, there's a certain amount of bubbles. Speaking of this, Zhou Tianyu couldn't help but look at the three people opposite him. The corners of Lu Haofan's eyes couldn't help but twitch. The initiator of this price bubble was sitting opposite him. Zhou Tianyu continued, considering these factors, our company will make concessions in terms of price. The price we're thinking of is 380 million. As soon as Zhou Tianyu finished speaking, Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate to close the folder in front of him, and then stood up. Zhao Yongjun and Song Rui beside him naturally stood up as well. Xiao Ruofei said, President Zhou, if it's this price, I don't think there's any need to continue the discussion. After that, Xiao Ruofei picked up the folder and was about to leave. Zhou Tianyu was a little flustered. He knew that these young masters never played by the rules, but this was a formal business negotiation. How could you leave without saying anything? If you don't think this price is suitable, you can always bargain. Doing business has always been like this. Asking for a sky-high price, asking for money on the spot, Zhou Tianyu hurriedly said, Boss Xia. Please hold on. Please hold on. If you're not satisfied with this price, we can still talk. Xiao Ruofei didn't sit down, but stopped walking, and then said to Zhou Tianyu, President Zhou, I don't think there's a need to waste everyone's time, because the price difference between the two parties is too big. There's no possibility of negotiation. This? Zhou Tianyu couldn't help but look at Lu Haofan for help. Xiao Ruofei and the others had been eyeing this piece of land for a long time. Of course, they couldn't just walk away. Therefore, when Lu Haofan came out to speak, Xiao Ruofei knew when to stop and reluctantly returned to his seat. Young Master Lu, I'm giving you face, Xiao Ruofei said. Actually, there's really nothing to talk about with the price that Director Zhou proposed. Lu Haofan squeezed out a smile and said, thank you, Boss Xia. The reason why Tang Real Estate offered this price was because they had their own considerations. Song Rui couldn't help but say, we don't know what Tang Real Estate's considerations are. We only know the current market situation in Xiaotang town. Your piece of land is worth a little more than 300 million at most. You offered 380 million, which is obviously insincere. Zhou Tianyu smiled bitterly and said, young Master Song, after all, we spent more than 400 million to buy it. If the price is too low, it'll be difficult to explain to the company's board of directors. Song Rui curled his lips and said, that's your problem. If you want to explain to the board of directors and let the buyer be a fool, I don't think anyone will take this piece of land. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up. Although Song Rui was sometimes impulsive and even spoke without thinking, his words were reasonable and hard to refute. Xiao Ruofei said slowly, young Master Lu, Director Zhou, to be honest, we were very optimistic about this piece of land at first and also participated in the auction at that time. However, our budget is limited. We just heard that you suddenly want to sell this piece of land, so we came to ask about the market situation. If you insist on this price, then we can only target other places. Zhao Yongjun also understood and said, there are some pieces of land near Xiaotang town that will be sold in the near future. We are also investigating. What he meant was that this piece of land wasn't their only choice. In fact, there were many better choices. Zhou Tianyu sighed inwardly. Looking at the situation, he knew that he was going to be ripped off today. Fortunately, the base price given by the company's board of directors was relatively low. He could only hope that Xiao Ruofei's appetite was not too big. Even if they could sell it at the base price given by the board of directors, he would be thankful. Zhou Tianyu thought about it and said, Boss Xia, how about this? I'll make the decision and give you another 30 million, and we'll sell this piece of land for 350 million. Xiao Ruofei looked at Lu Haofan and shrugging, he said, Young Master Lu, I've said that there's no need to negotiate, right? If General Manager Zhou makes concessions like squeezing toothpaste, even if we talk until tomorrow morning, there is still a huge gap between the price we have in mind. Zhou Tianyu almost vomited blood. Lowering the price by 30 million in one go was considered squeezing the toothpaste. It should be known that this piece of land was sold for a total of 400 million. It was equivalent to cutting off almost 10%. Lu Haofan also felt a little depressed. He couldn't help but ask, Boss Xia, why don't you tell us your price? That way, Lao Zhou will be able to make a decision. Xiao Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun looked at each other and said, this is the highest price we can offer. What? Zhou Tianyu couldn't help but cry out. This time, he had the urge to leave immediately. Wasn't this bargaining a little too ruthless? 250 million was a whole 100 million lower than the price he offered after he gave in just now. Moreover, when this piece of land was auctioned in Pingcheng district, the starting price was 250 million, but everyone knew that the starting price was usually much lower than the actual value. Now that Xiao Ruofei and the others offered such a price, it wasn't just bargaining on the spot, it was simply robbing a burning house. Lu Haofan was also a little unhappy. He frowned slightly and said, Boss Xia, your appetite is too big. This is almost a 50% bargain. We're not buying groceries at a market, nor are we buying clothes from a wholesale store. Isn't this too insincere? Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, didn't I say that the difference between our prices is too big? You asked me to offer this price. If we weren't sincere, we wouldn't have made a trip here. Lu Haofan said angrily, Boss Xia, I really don't see sincerity in your offer. The value of this piece of land is obvious. You're robbing a burning house. In fact, even Zhao Yongjun felt that Xiao Ruofei's offer was a little too low. They had agreed on a base price of 310 million last night. Although this was quite close to the actual value of this piece of land, considering that this piece of land was said to be haunted, it wouldn't affect Xiao Ruofei and the others at all. Therefore, if they could get it at this price, everyone felt that it was acceptable. Of course, it would be better if they could negotiate at a lower price. However, Xiao Ruofei's offer of 250 million seemed to be a little too low. The other party would definitely feel that the difference was too big and there was no way to continue the negotiation. What Zhao Yongjun didn't expect was that not only did Xiao Ruofei call out this price, but he also said very firmly, Young Master Lu, I have to remind you that this price is the base price of Hingrui Company. In other words, there is no room for negotiation any higher. As soon as Zhao Yongjun said this, even Lu Haofan wanted to get up and leave the table. This was a little too much. If they added another 30 to 40 million on this price, there might still be room for negotiation. In fact, the base price that the senior management of Datong Real Estate had agreed on was 300 million. Although this price was only about 20 million lower than the actual market price, even so, Datong Real Estate would lose a total of 110 million. If they can negotiate with Xiao Ruofei, there might be room for negotiation. However, as soon as Xiao Ruofei came up, he said that this was the base price of Hingrui Company and that they wouldn't increase it by even 1 cent. The difference was too big. Zhou Tianyu smiled bitterly and said in his heart that he really shouldn't have stopped them. The difference between the two sides was so big that there was no need for negotiation. Xiao Ruofei looked at the stunned Lu Haofan and Zhou Tianyu and said slowly, Young Master Lu, President Zhou, we naturally have our reasons for offering this price. If you don't mind, can I explain it to you? Lu Haofan's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, I'm all ears. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, everyone is very clear that the purchase price of this land is unreasonably high. Under normal circumstances, its actual value is about 1 to 2 billion, Lu Haofan snorted softly and didn't refute it. There was no way to refute it. He was indeed a fool at that time. However, he couldn't help but say in his heart, this is still a far cry from 250 million. I'd like to see what you can say. Xiao Ruofei continued, why does your company want to sell this land? I think we're all discerning people, so there's no need to say it out loud, right? Zhou Tianyu pretended to be confused and said, Boss Xia, you want to talk about the rumors on the internet a few days ago, right? This kind of groundless speculation can't be the reason for you to lower the price by tens of millions, right? Otherwise, it's too far-fetched. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I think young Master Lu and President Zhou know very well whether it's groundless speculation or not. There's no need for us to talk in riddles. That's a place where yin gathers, am I right? Yes, Xiao Ruofei and the others already knew how the natural formation of this land was defined in the metaphysics world after it was activated. Although Zhao Yongjun didn't know what the feng shui master Lu Haofan had hired made, this didn't stop him from asking the relevant people to take a look at the site. Even the humanities and environment consultants of some other real estate companies could see the mystery of this land, which meant that this place where yin gathers wasn't just a few top feng shui masters who could see it. Zhao Yongjun and the others also had connections in this area, so after asking someone to take a look at the site, they naturally had an answer. Xiao Ruofei's words destroyed the last remaining hope in Lu Haofan and Zhou Tianyu's hearts, and their faces became a little ugly. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I believe you've also asked professionals to take a look. Such an almost unsolvable feng shui situation covers the entire land, so its actual value should be discounted, right? Lu Haofan snorted and said, Boss Xia, we don't deny that in terms of feng shui metaphysics, there may be a small problem with that land, but this kind of illusory idealism is a bit too much to ask for a 60 to 70 million discount, isn't it? Xiao Ruofei revealed a confident smile and said, Young Master Lu, this really isn't an illusory thing. Strange things have already started to happen on that piece of land. It's the groundless rumors that General Manager Zhou mentioned on the internet. He paused and continued, in fact, we all know what a place where yin gathers means. This is also the reason why the other real estate companies were a little tempted, but in the end, they all backed out. Lu Haofan frowned and closed his mouth tightly. He knew that everything Xiao Ruofei said was true, but he was unwilling to sell this land at such a cheap price. If it weren't for that damn feng shui situation, they would have hoarded this land for 2 or 3 years and it would have been worth at least 400 or 500 million, Xiao Ruofei continued, Young Master Lu, Mr. Zhou, maybe you think that because the other companies don't dare to take over, we have nothing to fear and are taking advantage of the situation. Lu Haofan snorted and thought to himself, isn't that the case? Zhou Tianyu smiled and said, we wouldn't dare. It's a business negotiation. It's normal for everyone to have differences. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, in fact, the price we offered is already a good price. Lu Haofan almost slammed the table when he heard this. Can you be any more shameless? This is a good price? Then your conscience is too worthless, isn't it? Xiao Ruofei looked at Lu Haofan and said, first of all, if we take this land, it's equivalent to transferring the risk of the yin gathers to us. It's very likely that we'll spend more than 200 million and end up with a piece of land that can only be used to build a public cemetery. Lu Haofan muttered in his heart, it's not just a possibility, it's a certainty. Xiao Ruofei continued, we're taking the risk, so it's not too much to ask for a lower price, right? This is the first thing. Second, after we take this land, we must solve the problem of the feng shui layout as soon as possible. I believe you all know how tricky the yin gathers. To be honest, we're not sure if we can solve this hidden danger. Even if we use some special methods to temporarily suppress it for a few years, the cost is very expensive. We may have to pay an additional cost of tens of millions, and we're also taking a huge risk of returning empty-handed. You have to give us a lower price for this part of the money, right? Zhao Yongjun wanted to laugh when he heard this. He felt that Xiao Ruofei really had the potential to be a con artist. When they activated the array, they only bought some locust wood, mirrors, and the like. Even if they used the best ones, they wouldn't be worth much. Zhao Yongjun and the others spent less than 10,000 yuan to purchase them. In addition, the jade carving used by Xiao Ruofei might be worth some money, but it couldn't be more than 100,000 yuan. Presumably, when the time came to reverse the array, the cost should be about the same. Xiao Ruofei actually said that it would cost tens of millions. He really didn't want to pay for lying, however, Xiao Ruofei's words really did scare Lu Haofan and Zhou Tianyu. At least they no longer looked indignant, but showed a hint of struggle. At the same time, they were thinking quickly. At this point in the negotiation, they were basically playing their cards out in the open. After Zhou Tianyu and Lu Haofan discussed in whispers, Zhou Tianyu looked up and said, Boss Xia, I admit that what you said makes sense, but the price of 250 million yuan is really too low. We can't explain it to the board of directors. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, if you sell it now, you'll only lose 160 million yuan, and all the risks will be transferred to us. If you still hold on to this land, you may lose all the 400 million yuan in the future. I think the members of your company's board of directors can't even calculate such a simple account, right? Zhou Tianyu smiled bitterly and said, that's the reason, but the account can't be calculated like that. After all, we bought the land, that's because your company's humanities and environment consultant is not competent. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, now that it's a done deal, you have to accept this result. At this point, Xia Ruofei saw that Lu Haofan wanted to say something but stopped. So, he smiled and said, how about this? Today, Master Lu came out personally, so I'll give Master Lu face. I'll add another 10 million yuan. 260 million, this has really exceeded the price we have in mind. We can't raise it any further. Zhao Yongjun had already seen the situation of today's negotiation. He immediately said, Haofan, General Manager Zhou, our price is really sincere. You can discuss it. If you can't decide, you can also report it to the company's board of directors. As for us, as Ruofei said, we can't increase the price anymore. Xia Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun exchanged glances. They smiled and stood up and said, I think, why don't we leave it at that for today? Brother Zhao and I still have to go to Pingcheng district. There's a pretty good piece of land there. We have to check it out as soon as possible. After that, Xia Ruofei and the other two tacitly picked up the folder in front of them, pushed away their chairs, and walked directly to the door of the meeting room. In fact, after Xia Ruofei's analysis, Lu Haofan was already tempted. After all, it wasn't his money that would be lost. When Xia Ruofei intentionally or unintentionally said that they still had to inspect other plots of land, Lu Haofan finally couldn't hold back and hurriedly stopped Xia Ruofei. Seeing this, Zhou Tianyu couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had worked hard in the business world for so many years, so his negotiation experience was naturally much richer than Lu Haofan's. Although Xia Ruofei's words sounded full of sincerity and his attitude was very tough, Zhou Tianyu felt that there was still room for negotiation. Although Zhou Tianyu really couldn't think of any way Xia Ruofei and the others could solve the problem of the yin gathering place after they bought this piece of land, since Xia Ruofei and the others dared to buy this piece of land, they must have a way. Therefore, the value of this piece of land in the hands of Xia Ruofei and the others would definitely be more than 260 million yuan. As for Xia Ruofei saying that the cost of suppressing the yin gathering place would be tens of millions, Zhou Tianyu scoffed. If that was really the case, Xia Ruofei's offer would definitely be lower. Zhao Yongjun, Song Rui, and the other young masters weren't easy to deal with. Therefore, Zhou Tianyu was prepared to drag it out and see if he could lose less money. But he didn't expect Lu Haofan to be so impatient. This way, they, who were already suppressed in the negotiation, would be even more passive. Sure enough, after Xia Ruofei stopped, he smiled and asked, Young Master Lu, is there anything else? Lu Haofan squeezed out a smile and said, Boss Xia, since you're here, don't be in a hurry to leave. Let's have lunch together at noon and give Director Zhou and the others some time to ask the board of directors for instructions. Xia Ruofei looked at Zhou Tianyu and asked, Director Zhou, what do you think? Zhou Tianyu quickly smiled and said, I'll immediately report the negotiation situation to the company's top management. Boss Xia, why don't you sit for a while? He originally wanted to try to negotiate more, but now it was impossible. Otherwise, not only would the negotiation fail, but it was also very likely that he would offend Lu Haofan. All right then. Xia Ruofei returned to his seat and said with a smile, then we'll wait for your good news. Zhou Tianyu smiled bitterly and said, Boss Xia, you guys are bargaining too hard. It's hard for me to convince the company's executives. I can only try my best. Xia Ruofei laughed. He already had a card up his sleeve, so he naturally didn't believe Zhou Tianyu's lies. He smiled and said, it doesn't matter if we can't reach an agreement. Even if we can't do business, we can still be friends. Director Zhou, just do your best. In any case, no matter what Zhou Tianyu said, he would not agree to add another cent. Zhou Tianyu sighed in his heart. He got up and left the meeting room. Zhou Tianyu pretended to ask for instructions, and the negotiation atmosphere in the conference room was swept away. Lu Haofan and Zhao Yongjun casually chatted about some things in the capital's hedonistic circle. Xiao Ruofei didn't know much about their circle, so he didn't bother to interrupt, but he listened with interest. Song Ruwei, on the other hand, was purely trying to act cool. He didn't talk to Lu Haofan at all and sat there with a sour face. Zhou Tianyu didn't dare to tarry for too long and quickly returned to the meeting room. In fact, when he reported to the company's chairman and several vice-chairmen, he didn't spend too much time talking. First of all, Lu Haofan already had the intention to sell, and Tang Dynasty didn't want to offend Lu Haofan for tens of millions. Also, 260 million yuan was only 40 million yuan away from their original base price. For a company like Tang Dynasty, losing 40 million yuan was nothing. As long as they could get rid of this hot potato, losing some money didn't matter. In addition, Zhao Yongjun and Song Rui's backgrounds were also frighteningly powerful. Tang Dynasty real estate naturally didn't mind using 40 million yuan to make friends. Therefore, Zhou Tianyu quickly received authorization from the company's top management, allowing him to represent Tang Dynasty real estate in transferring that piece of land to Xiao Ruofei at the price of 260 million yuan. If it was a normal business negotiation, even if he received authorization, Zhou Tianyu would definitely dawdle for a long time. At least, he wouldn't let the other party feel that success came too easily. However, in the face of top playboys like Zhao Yongjun and Song Ruwei, Zhou Tianyu didn't dare to neglect it all. After leaving the chairman's meeting room, he didn't even take a break and rushed back to the meeting room without stopping to rest. As soon as Zhou Tianyu entered the room, Zhao Yongjun and Lu Haofan, who were chatting, also stopped. Everyone looked at him. Zhou Tianyu revealed a smile and said, "Boss Xia, President Zhao, young Master Song, after all my efforts, I didn't disappoint you. The company's top management has agreed to transfer that piece of land at the price of 260 million yuan proposed by Boss Xia. Done." Xiao Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun felt slightly relieved. Although it was expected, Xiao Ruofei and the other two still couldn't help but feel excited after it was confirmed. Of course, they wouldn't show it on their faces. Even Song Ruwei, who usually didn't hide his thoughts, still had a cool expression on his face, because he felt that it was a little too degrading to show an ecstatic expression in front of Lu Haofan. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "President Zhou, you've worked hard. Then I wish everyone a happy cooperation in advance." Lu Haofan also let out a long sigh of relief. He finally got rid of this hot potato. He also laughed and said, "Haha. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation." The next thing was simple. Tang Dynasty Real Estate's legal counsel quickly prepared the relevant transfer documents. Xiao Ruofei and the others Hengruwei Real Estate took over Tang Dynasty Real Estate's land for 260 million yuan. Of course, they also inherited all the rights and obligations of this land. Zhao Yongjun and the others didn't bring a full-time legal counsel, but Zhao Yongjun was still considered experienced in business. In addition, Zhao Yongjun also knew that Tang Dynasty Real Estate wouldn't dare to play any tricks on the transfer contract. Therefore, Zhao Yongjun carefully read the contract from beginning to end to confirm that there were no trap clauses. Then, he handed it to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei skimmed through 10 lines at a glance. His current spiritual power cultivation had already reached the spirit throb stage, and his brain development was already several times greater than an ordinary person's. Therefore, even with such a reading speed, he still didn't miss any details. After confirming that there were no problems, Xiao Ruofei handed the contract to Song Ruwei. Song Ruwei was purely pretending, but he, who always cared about his face, also looked more carefully. After a round of inspection, the three of them nodded. As the legal person of the company, Zhao Yongjun signed his name on the contract. Tang Dynasty Real Estate's Zhou Tianyu signed as a representative. At the same time, as the partner of this project, Lu Haofan also signed his name. When Zhou Tianyu saw Zhao Yongjun take out the company's official seal from his bag, he smiled bitterly in his heart. He had obviously come prepared. He had even prepared the official seal in advance. What he said before about inspecting other plots was just a means to pressure them. However, now that it was a done deal and he had obtained the approval of the company's higher-ups, Zhou Tianyu was too lazy to care so much. After all, he wasn't losing his money. After both parties signed and stamped, the transfer contract officially took effect. The contract gave a week to transfer the money. As long as Hingruwei Company transferred 260 million yuan to Tang Dynasty Real Estate's account within the time limit, the deal would be officially completed. After signing the contract, Zhou Tianyu shook hands with Xiao Ruofei and the other two with a smile on his face. Then, he said, "Boss Xia, President Zhao, young Master Song, our company has prepared a table of light wine for lunch. Please come." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Forget about the meal. We still have to go back and raise funds. In addition, there's a big problem with this plot of land. We still don't know how to solve it. We're really too busy." "President Zhou, thank you for your kindness." Zhao Yongjun also smiled and said, "After we're done with this, I'll treat the two of you to a meal." Zhou Tianyu was just being polite. Since the other party declined, he naturally didn't say anything more. As for Lu Haofan, although he had said before that they would have lunch together, now that the contract had been signed, he couldn't wait to go back. Who would want to eat at the same table as Song Ruwei? So, he didn't mention this matter again. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei and the other two put away the contract and left Datong Real Estate. Lu Haofan looked at the backs of the three people as they walked out of the conference room. The polite smile on his face disappeared. He stared at Song Rui's back and sneered. His eyes became a little gloomy. Previously, during the land auction, Lu Haofan was tricked by Xiao Ruofei and became a sucker for no reason. In addition, he and Song Rui had been at odds since they were young. With his arrogant personality, how could he let go of the old grudge so easily? However, he was also eager for someone to take over the plot of land. In addition, the results of the investigation on Xiao Ruofei made him have some scruples in his heart. So, he pretended to be polite. Now that the deal was done, Lu Haofan couldn't wait for Xiao Ruofei and the others to lose everything after buying the plot of land. Then, he could go and laugh at them. On the other hand, Xiao Ruofei and the others didn't have the mood to care about what Lu Haofan was thinking. Getting the plot of land at such a low price was definitely a joyous event for them. So, when they walked out of the elevator, their footsteps were a little shaky. Of course, the three of them were still tense until Wu Chang drove over to pick them up. After they got into the car and left Datong Real Estate, they cheered in unison and high-fived to celebrate. "Well done, Ruofei." Song Rui was so excited that his face was flushed. He was already very uncomfortable at Datong Real Estate just now. Now, he could finally celebrate without restraint. "Ruofei, I was really worried at that time." Zhao Yongjin also laughed and said, "You bargain too much. The gate of life is in our hands. What is there to worry about?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "How about it? We got this plot of land smoothly. At noon, let's call Zishuan and the others and celebrate together." "Of course." Song Rui said immediately, "Wu Chang, don't go back to the Sihiyuan. Let's go to the Wangfu private kitchen. I'm very happy today. This meal is on me." Wu Chang looked at Xiao Ruofei and saw Xiao Ruofei nodding slightly, so he said, "Okay." He lived and worked in Beijing for a few years, so he was familiar with the roads. So, he didn't turn on the GPS. He just turned around at the intersection in front and drove in the direction of the Wangfu private kitchen. On the other side, Song Rui had already called Su Zishuan and the others to gather at the Wangfu private kitchen. Xiao Ruofei sat in the passenger seat. He turned sideways and said to Zhao Yongjun, "Brother Zhao, this way, we have to pay 260 million yuan in cash. Will the funds be a little tight?" According to their previous plan, if Lu Haofan hadn't intervened, they would have been able to get this plot of land with 300 million yuan. However, they definitely wouldn't pay in full. It would be good if they could pay half of it. Then, they would get the cash through the land mortgage loan for the design and construction of the early stage. Now that they had bought the land from Datong Real Estate, the 260 million yuan had to be paid in full. They had raised 300 million yuan at the beginning. So, the funds were stretched. Zhao Yongjin thought about it and said, "It's not a big problem for the time being. After the relevant procedures of this plot of land are completed, we will immediately take the mortgage loan. It won't be a problem to get 200 or 300 million yuan in cash." In addition, the design cost of the clubhouse, including the construction cost, can be delayed for a while. If the funds are not easy to flow, you must tell me immediately. Xiao Ruofei said, I still have some spare funds. I can pay for it. Don't do any illegal operations because of money. Xiao Ruofei had promised Master Song that the clubhouse project must be clean and legal. After all, it involved several family members, including Song Rui. Okay. If you really need to use money, we won't be polite to you. Zhao Yongjun said, when the time comes, we will increase the capital together. If Zishuan and the others can't get the money for the time being, then we will pay for it together. We are all brothers in the same family. With Brother Zhao's help, I can rest assured. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Haha. Ruofei, now our top priority is to solve the problem of that plot of land first. Zhao Yongjun said, otherwise, the rumors will spread more and more widely. It won't be easy to clear our name in the future. Okay. I will prepare for it in the next 2 days. Xiao Ruofei said, it's not difficult to reverse the formation. We are not in a hurry in the next 1 or 2 days, so as to avoid Lu Haofan's suspicions. In addition, we have to ensure that all the procedures for the transfer of the land are completed. What if Lu Er goes back on his word? That's for sure. Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, we will go to the bank in the afternoon to transfer the money. The relevant procedures will definitely be completed in 1 or 2 days. Although there were some twists and turns in the beginning, fortunately, the final result was good. And it was cheaper by tens of millions. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Ruofei said in his heart, this is not just a matter of tens of millions cheaper. The key is that the natural 9 turns heaven and earth formation is too precious. It can be said that we have picked up a treasure. Xiao Ruofei even thought that after the club was built in the future, he would have to take some time to live in the capital, because the club would be very suitable for cultivation. Soon, the group gathered at the private restaurant of the Wang mansion. Song Rui, who was in a good mood today, was very generous. He ordered all the signature dishes of the private restaurant and ordered the most expensive Zui Ba Xian wine. He let his brothers drink to their heart's content. When Su Zishuan and the others heard that the land was bought so cheaply, they were naturally very happy. Except for Wu Chang, who had to drive, everyone filled their glasses with white wine and happily drank and chatted. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Everyone quickly divided their work. Zhao Yongjun was mainly responsible for the land transfer procedures, and Song Rui began to look for a design company to start the overall planning and design of the club. As for Xiao Ruofei, he naturally took on the most important task, which was to reverse the 9 turns heaven and earth formation into a yang formation. Su Zishuan and the others were Xiao Ruofei's assistants, and they would prepare any materials needed. After all, most of them were natives of the capital and were very familiar with all aspects of the capital. With them helping Xiao Ruofei would be much more relaxed. When the call came in, Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui were having a drinking competition. The others were also drinking with each other. The atmosphere was very lively. Xiao Ruofei did not look at the caller ID. He picked up the phone directly. Hello. Who is this? There was a burst of bird language from the phone. Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment before he realized that the person on the other end of the phone was speaking English. He took the phone in front of his eyes and realized that the caller was Old West, the person in charge of the winery in Australia. After Xiao Ruofei came back to his senses, he stood up and walked out of the private room. He then asked in English, Uncle West? Is there anything you need from me? Old West said, Boss, I hope you can come to the winery right away. Xiao Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He asked, what's wrong? Is there a problem with the vines? Old West said seriously, yes, not only is there a problem, but it's a big problem. Boss, you'd better come and see for yourself. Xiao Ruofei was confused. Those grape trees were the best varieties that he had cultivated in the spirit map space. When he planted them, he had even added quite a bit of spirit heart flowers petal solution into the irrigation tower. How could there be a problem? This was not scientific. What happened? Xiao Ruofei could not help but ask, Uncle West, what's wrong with the vines? Old West could no longer hold back his excitement. He laughed and said, Xia. Are you scared? Xiao Ruofei also came to his senses. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Uncle West, it's such a beautiful afternoon. Why didn't you take a nap with Aunt Carberry? Why did you make an overseas call to play with me? There was a 2-hour time difference between Australia and Xianxia. It should be around 3 o'clock in the afternoon now. Old West laughed and said, Boss, I'm not joking with you. Those vines are really abnormal. Did you know? The grapes in our 2 vineyards are fully ripe. Xiao Ruofei was a little confused. He asked, isn't it the ripening season in Australia? What's the problem? What's the problem? Boss. I may not have been clear enough. Old West said. Our grapes are fully ripe, and they all meet the brewing standards. Moreover, the quality of the grapes was quite good. This was the first year the grapes were planted. My family has been running wineries for generations, but I have never seen a Semillon that could be harvested in the first year. Even the best ones will take at least 2 to 3 years. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So this was why Old West was making such a fuss. These grapes were all cultivated by him in the Ring 2 space, and they had absorbed a lot of precious spiritual energy. Moreover, he had also added the solution of spirit heart flower petals into the irrigation pond, so it was normal for them to be harvested and used to make wine in the first year. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei didn't even think about it. It would be abnormal if he had to wait 2 or 3 years before he could brew wine. And Xiao Ruofei couldn't wait that long. Old West said excitedly, Boss, if I hadn't taken a sample of the grapes for testing and everything was normal, I would have suspected that your grapes were genetically modified. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Uncle West, you even took a sample for testing? You're being too careful. Old West said seriously, this batch of grapes is growing too fast, and it's beyond common sense. I have to be responsible for the winery's customers. If I hadn't tested it, I wouldn't have known that the quality of these grapes was so high. It's a miracle. It's God's masterpiece. I can guarantee that when this batch of Semillon is brewed, it will definitely beat all the other similar products on the market. Xiao Ruofei listened to Old West's passionate chatter and couldn't help but feel a little amused. He said, Okay, Uncle West, thank you for telling me this good news. I'm very happy. Is there anything else? Old West was stunned for a moment, then said, Boss, of course. I want to ask when you're coming to Australia? I want to confirm the winemaking time. Xiao Ruofei was also stunned. He asked, Do I need to be there during the winemaking? Of course. You're the owner of the winery. Old West said in a fuss. This is the most important time of the year for the winery, and it's also the most meaningful moment. How can you be absent? Hearing Old West's words, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little tempted. The scenery in Australia was very pleasant. Whether it was Wonderland Farm or the winery, the environment was very good. Xiao Ruofei was also a little curious about the process of winemaking, so he also had the idea of making a trip to Australia. Of course, Old West's attitude also played a role. His matter-of-fact tone made Xiao Ruofei feel a little embarrassed if he didn't go. He pondered for a moment, then said, Uncle West, I got it. I still have some things to deal with in Xianxia. After I'm done here, I'll come over as soon as possible. Old West said, Boss, you'd better hurry. It's the rainy season in Australia. I can't guarantee that our grapes won't rot if we don't harvest them soon. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel speechless. Why was time so tight? He said casually, Got it. I'll come over as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei returned to the private room. Ruofei, you're so mean. You actually ran out to avoid drinking. Song Rui, who was already a little drunk, shouted. Come over here and drink 3 glasses as punishment. Xiao Ruofei smiled and didn't explain. Anyway, with his current alcohol tolerance, he wouldn't get drunk no matter how much he drank. Besides, he was about to do something that seemed a little unfair to his friends. Xiao Ruofei poured the wine and drank 3 glasses in a row. Awesome! Song Rui shouted. Su Zixuan and the others also joined in the fun and clapped. Lu Jian poured a glass of wine and raised it to Xiao Ruofei. He said, Brother Xia, what do you want us to do next? Just tell us. Anyway, we'll listen to your commands during this period of time. Xiao Ruofei was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said that. I was just about to tell you guys. I suddenly have some urgent matters to attend to. I need to leave Beijing for a few days. About the formation, we might have to talk about it in a few days. What? Song Ruwei and Zhao Yongjun both shouted at the same time. Song Ruwei quickly said, Ruofei, are you kidding? What's more important than this right now? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, my business in Australia. There's something urgent that I need to deal with. It won't be long. It won't affect our business here. Song Ruwei asked, what's so urgent? Can't you wait until you're done here? Xiao Ruofei said, it's really urgent over there. Besides, we still need to prepare some materials here, and we can't start work for a while. Zhao Yongjun then realized that Xiao Ruofei wasn't joking. He quickly said, Ruofei, the problem is that after you leave, we can't do anything in Xiaotang town. No way, no way. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, I'll make a list of the things that I need today. You guys go and prepare them first. Besides, we don't have much to do in the early stages of the project. At most, the designers will need to survey the site. Zhao Yongjun smiled bitterly and said, how can we let the designers enter the site under such circumstances? Xiao Ruofei said, it's okay. As long as it's daytime, it's best to go there at noon. Generally speaking, there won't be much of an impact. Zhao Yongjun heard this and knew that Xiao Ruofei had made up his mind. He could only say helplessly, all right then. You go and come back quickly. Finish up the things over there as soon as possible. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said, I won't take too long. Don't worry. Oh yeah. Xiao Ruofei said, if we don't have enough money in the next few days, you have to contact me immediately. I can pay for it first. You don't have to worry about that. Zhao Yongjun waved his hand and said, take this piece of land as a mortgage. It should be approved very soon. The initial funds will definitely be enough. After lunch, Xiao Ruofei directly listed some of the materials needed for the reversal array on his mobile phone and sent it to their WeChat group. He asked Su Zixuan and the others to use the next few days to prepare. On the way back to the Sihiyuan, Xiao Ruofei used his mobile phone to book a flight from Beijing to Australia the next morning. Then, he called Ling Xianxia to inform her. Ling Xianxia was used to Xiao Ruofei running around. She was very understanding and repeatedly reminded Xiao Ruofei to pay attention to his safety when he was outside. Xiao Ruofei proposed to take Ling Xianxia to Australia as a vacation to relax. However, Ling Xianxia was very busy with the company's affairs. Although she also wanted to go, she could only regretfully wait for the next opportunity. Then, Xiao Ruofei also called Feng Jing. As the head of the company, he definitely had to inform Feng Jing if he wanted to go abroad. Just now, when he called Ling Xianxia to talk about going to Australia, it also reminded Xiao Ruofei. Should he bring Feng Jing along this time? After Feng Jing worked at the Taoyuan company, it could be said that she was hardworking. As the boss of the company, he had to be more concerned about such an employee. What's more, Paradise Farm was considered an overseas property of the Taoyuan company. As the general manager of the company, Feng Jing had not inspected it yet. The more Xiao Ruofei thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. So, after briefly telling Feng Jing that he was going to Australia, he immediately said, Manager Feng, I want to bring you along to Australia this time. You can put aside your work first. Feng Jing, who was resting in her dormitory, heard this and her heart skipped a beat. Then, her pretty face blushed slightly and she said, Why are you bringing me along for no reason? There are a lot of things to do in the company. After you came to the company, you didn't even take a break during the Spring Festival. The company is thriving under your leadership. As the boss, I have to reward you well. Otherwise, what if you run away? Xiao Ruofei joked and then said, Besides, as the general manager, you haven't even been to our overseas farm. It's not appropriate. This time, I'll take you to Paradise Farm for an inspection. Feng Jing wanted to decline, but she found it difficult to reject Xiao Ruofei's proposal. She said helplessly, Ruofei, I can't leave the company. Xiao Ruofei said, Isn't Dong Yan already employed? She should be able to help you share a lot of the pressure. Since you're going to Australia these few days, you can hand over the company's administrative matters to her temporarily. At the same time, you can test her ability. We're training her to be the vice president. We have to see if she's up to the task. The more Xiao Ruofei said, the more he felt that it made sense. So, he said decisively, it's settled then. I booked a flight to Australia tomorrow morning. You immediately arrange your work and fly to Beijing to meet me at the latest tonight. Oh right, I'll send you my flight number. You can ask your colleagues in the administrative department to help you book a ticket for the same flight. Remember to book first class. The company will reimburse the expenses. After that, Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone directly. Then, he found the page where he had booked his ticket, took a screenshot, and sent it to Feng Jing via WeChat. Sanshan, Taoyuan Farm. Feng Jing sat cross-legged on the bed in the dormitory. Her pretty face was still a little red. Xiao Ruofei had made a decision directly. She couldn't help but secretly criticize him. However, subconsciously, she was full of expectations for this trip to Australia. Just thinking about it made her heart throb. She sat on the bed in a daze for a long time. Then, she realized that time was a little tight. She quickly got up and sent a WeChat message to her assistant, asking her to book a flight to Beijing in the evening and a flight to Australia from Beijing the next morning. She also sent the flight number that Xiao Ruofei had taken a screenshot of. Then, Feng Jing asked her assistant, Lu Qian, to inform the company's executives at home as soon as she went to work, including Dong Yun, Xiao Chang, Peng Hao, and others. She asked them to go to the conference room as soon as they went to work. She wanted to hold an impromptu meeting to arrange the work at hand. Feng Jing had decided to follow Xiao Ruofei's instructions. Dong Yun would be temporarily in charge of the company's daily affairs. Xiao Chang and Peng Hao, the two directors, would be in charge of sales and financial matters. If there was something difficult to decide, they would call and report it immediately. In fact, the current Taoyuan company had already embarked on the road of formal management. Everything had the corresponding rules and regulations. There would not be any problems with the company's operations because of the absence of a company executive. Feng Jing hesitated when she learned that Xiao Ruofei was going to take her to Australia. On the one hand, she was used to it. She had already joined the Taoyuan company when it was still a factory-type enterprise. She was in charge of all the company's affairs, so it had become a habit. On the other hand, it was naturally the trace of feelings in her heart that made her feel a little guilty. Feng Jing had just used WeChat to book tickets, inform her assistant, Lu Qian, of the meeting, and other work when her phone vibrated again. Feng Jing glanced at it, and her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. It was Xiao Ruofei again. With a hint of anxiety and contradiction, Feng Jing answered the phone. Ruofei, is there anything else? Haha, I forgot to remind you. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, remember to send me your flight number to Beijing. I'll arrange for someone to pick you up. Stay at my house tonight. Feng Jing's heart jumped again. She said in a panic, I got it, okay, then hurry up and book the tickets. Xiao Ruofei said. Got it. Feng Jing was about to hang up after she finished speaking. She didn't expect Xiao Ruofei to suddenly say, wait. Feng Jing was shocked. She couldn't help but ask, what's the matter? Why are you so nervous today? Xiao Ruofei smiled embarrassedly and asked, I suddenly forgot something. You don't seem to have a visa to Australia. Then you might not be able to leave tomorrow. The first time Xiao Ruofei went to Australia, he applied for a 3-year multiple-entry visa, so he didn't need to go to the consulate for the next 3 years. He just remembered that if Feng Jing didn't apply for a visa, even if he went to the consulate tomorrow, there wouldn't be enough time. Feng Jing said angrily, I applied for a 3-year multiple-entry visa 2 years ago, and it hasn't expired yet. Feng Jing thought to herself, if there was a problem with the visa, I would have mentioned it just now. Why would I wait for you to remind me now? Xiao Ruofei breathed a sigh of relief and said, then there's no problem. Hurry up and arrange your work. We'll see you in Beijing tonight. After Feng Jing hung up the phone, she didn't feel sleepy anymore. She simply gave up her afternoon nap, got up, changed her clothes, and went to the office downstairs. Feng Jing turned on the computer and sorted out some of the recent important work. She made a document and planned to emphasize it in the meeting later. She also planned to assign a leader to be responsible for it. As soon as she went to work in the afternoon, Feng Jing went to the meeting room and told everyone that she was going to go abroad. She also arranged the work for the next few days. Although everyone was a little surprised that Feng Jing suddenly wanted to go to Australia, when Feng Jing explained that she was going to Paradise Farm, everyone was relieved. Not to mention Feng Jing, Xiaochang, Peng Hao, and the others also wanted to go to Australia. After all, the company had such a large overseas business. As a senior executive of the company, it was a little unreasonable that he had never been there. This time, Feng Jing, as the company's CEO, went. Maybe next time, the executives would also have a chance. In addition, when Feng Jing announced that the company's daily affairs would be temporarily handled by Dong Yun while she was not at home, the other executives did not have any thoughts. However, the sales director, Xiao Chang, was more or less a little uncomfortable. After all, he was also eyeing the position of vice president. After Dong Yun joined the company, he had always felt a sense of crisis. However, Feng Jing had a high prestige in the company. Xiao Chang did not dare to raise any doubts about her decision. Soon, the work was arranged. Then, Feng Jing got off work early and went upstairs to pack her luggage. The plane ticket that Lu Qian had booked for her was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. She had to leave around 3:30. The season in Australia and Huaxia were the opposite. It was summer, so Feng Jing did not need to bring too many thick clothes. She quickly packed her luggage. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, Feng Jing dragged her suitcase out of the terminal of Jingqing International Airport. Sister Jing. When Feng Jing heard this voice, a hint of joy appeared on her face. She quickly turned her head and saw Xiao Ruofei walking towards her with a smile on his face. Ruofei, didn't you say that you would send someone to pick me up at the airport? Why did you come over personally? Feng Jing was a little surprised. I don't have anything to do at home. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, since Sister Jing is here, of course I have to welcome you personally. This shows my sincerity. You're so talkative. Feng Jing said coquettishly. At this time, Wu Chang, who was behind Xiao Ruofei, came forward to take Feng Jing's suitcase. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Sister Jing, let me introduce you. This is Wu Chang. He is responsible for helping me manage the courtyard in Beijing. At the same time, he is also a driver and bodyguard. Then, Xiao Ruofei said to Wu Chang, this is the president of our Taoyuan company, Feng Jing. Wu Chang quickly said, hello, Manager Feng. Wu Chang's labor relationship was under the Taoyuan company. Feng Jing naturally knew him. Feng Jing smiled and said, hello, Wu Chang. Thank you for your hard work. You're welcome. This is my job. Wu Chang said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, let's go. Let's talk in the car. The three of them walked to the parking lot not far away and sat in the Land Rover. Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing sat in the back seat together. He smiled and asked, Sister Jing, you didn't eat well on the plane, right? Why don't we find a place to eat first? No need. No need. Feng Jing said, China Airlines in-flight meals are still not bad. I'm quite full and I can't eat anything now. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said straightforwardly, Wu Chang, let's go home directly. Okay, boss. Wu Chang replied concisely as he drove. Looking at the street lights passing by quickly outside the car window and the bustling night scene of Beijing, Feng Jing couldn't help but feel a little emotional. A few hours ago, she was still in the quiet farm in the suburbs of Sanshan. Now that she had arrived in Beijing, she would be flying to Australia tomorrow, returning to the large courtyard in Luhai Lane. Xiao Ruofei originally wanted to give the master bedroom to Feng Jing. However, Feng Jing firmly refused, so he settled for the second best and let Feng Jing stay in the side room of the second courtyard. After Wu Chang returned to his room in the backyard to rest, Xiao Ruofei invited Feng Jing to his room to make tea and chat. After drinking a mouthful of hot tea, Feng Jing felt that the room with floor heating was even warmer. She smiled and asked, Ruofei, what are you busy with in Beijing? It's been so many days. You really left the company to me. Xiao Ruofei scratched his head and said, Sister Jing, in all honesty, I really didn't mean to be idle. There are a lot of things in Beijing and I haven't settled them yet. When they heard that I was going to Australia at the last minute, my friends still have objections. Then Xiao Ruofei told Feng Jing about the club that he and Zhao Yongjun were planning to set up, as well as the inspection and land acquisition during this period of time. Of course, he didn't mention the 9 Revolutions universe formation and the Battle of Wits with Lu Haofan. After Feng Jing heard this, she smiled and asked, then why are you going to Australia this time? When Xiao Ruofei heard this, he was also a little excited and said, didn't I buy 2 wineries there? Right now, it's the grape season over there. The wineries are about to start picking grapes to make wine. I have to go over and take a look. Okay. Feng Jing was a little speechless. It seems like you're also very busy. But why do I feel like you're slacking off? Prejudice. This is definitely prejudice. Xiao Ruofei said. Feng Jing couldn't help but chuckle. Although the journey was a little tiring, drinking tea and chatting with Xiao Ruofei was the most enjoyable leisure time for Feng Jing. Considering that they still had to take a plane tomorrow morning, and it was a long-distance flight, after the two chatted for a while, Feng Jing went back to her room to rest. The next morning, when Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing had breakfast in the courtyard house and were preparing to leave for the airport, at the Beijing International Airport dozens of kilometers away, the Qantas flight crew that was flying from Beijing to Sydney Kingsford Airport in Australia had just finished their pre-flight preparation meeting. They were walking out of the base conference room, boarding the car at the door, and heading toward the terminal building not far away. In the group, there were 3 pilots walking at the front. The first 2 were 4-bar captains, and the third was a 3-bar co-pilot. The Qantas flight between Beijing and Sydney Kingsford had 2 captains instead of 2 crew members. The 3 pilots took turns at the controls to ensure that one of them could get a break during the long-distance flight. The third one was the 32-year-old co-pilot, Wilkins. He was of mixed Eurasian descent. His father was Portuguese, and his mother was from Japan. He had been living in Australia with his immigrant parents since he was a child. Wilkins had the distinctive features of a traditional European. He had deep eye sockets, beautiful blonde hair, and blue eyes. At the same time, he had the features of an Asian. The lines of his face were softer than those of a European. Wilkins had a handsome appearance, a strong physique, and a good family background. His parents had immigrated to Australia many years ago and had a large business in Australia. Naturally, there were many flight attendants who were interested in him. However, Wilkins was a little taciturn and gave people an unapproachable feeling. There had been a few female flight attendants who thought they were very attractive who tried to get close to Wilkins, but they all failed. However, the flight attendants walking at the back today noticed that Wilkins seemed to be in a good mood. There was a special glow on his face, and a rare smile appeared on his face. He even said to the chief flight attendant beside him, "Today is a good day to fly." The chief flight attendant smiled and nodded. It is indeed rare to see the blue sky and white clouds in the capital of Xianxia. People who often flew this route naturally had a deep understanding of the smog in Beijing. Wilkins laughed. He felt as if there was a ball of magma boiling in his heart. After a long time of preparation, he finally had the best opportunity to do something that he had always wanted to do. At around 8:30, Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing arrived at Beijing International Airport. They smoothly went through the customs, inspection, and other exit procedures before entering the waiting area. At this time, an Airbus A350 aircraft was parked quietly on the tarmac. Its carbon fiber wingtips shone under the rare sunlight in the capital. In the cockpit, the co-pilot, Wilkins, and the other pilot, Brooke, were doing routine checks before takeoff. The pilot in charge, Johansson, was doing a detour check on the tarmac. Wilkins pressed his pocket and then glanced at the box of sunglasses beside his hand. There was a hint of eagerness in his eyes, as if his soul was trembling. Time passed by slowly. Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing waited for almost 40 minutes in the waiting area before they finally heard the announcement for boarding. The two took their carry-on luggage and walked to the boarding gate. They successfully boarded the plane through the covered bridge. The two of them boarded the Airbus A350 that Wilkins and his crew were piloting. The first-class cabin was at the front of the plane. It was connected to the kitchen on the plane, and further ahead was the cockpit. Under the guidance of the Qantas flight attendants, Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing successfully found their seats. Although the first-class cabin of the A350 was not as luxurious as the A380, it was still quite comfortable compared to the economy class. Moreover, the seats could be flattened during long-distance flights. This way, they could get better rest. The two of them naturally asked for the two seats next to each other. After they sat down, a flight attendant brought over toiletries on a tray. The toiletries were actually divided into male and female versions. Xia Ruofei received the male version of the toiletry bag. It was made of black leather. After opening it, he found that the toiletries inside were all SK2 products. There were also shavers, toothpaste, toothbrushes, and other items. It was quite complete. Then, another flight attendant came over to give out pajamas. The pure cotton, charcoal black pajamas were wrapped around by a black silk rope. There were also slippers and socks in the middle. It felt quite good to the touch. These items were included in the ticket. Of course, passengers could choose to take them away after using them. After the two of them put down their luggage, they sat in their seats and chatted while waiting for the plane to take off. At this time, in the cockpit, the pilot in charge, Johansson, was already in his seat. On his right was the co-pilot, Wilkins, and the second pilot, Brooke, was sitting in the back seat. The three of them were doing the final preparations before takeoff. Wilkins tried to calm himself down and even secretly took a few deep breaths. Today, Beijing Airport was rarely without flow control. Everything went smoothly. After the door closed, the plane rolled out of the parking space on time. The takeoff was personally controlled by Captain Johansson. After the plane glided on the runway, it leapt into the air. After the initial busy air and ground communication and piloting during the initial stage of takeoff, the plane finally entered a horizontal flight. Captain Brooke in the back seat also unfastened his seat belt. He said goodbye to his two colleagues in front of him and left the cockpit. According to the flight schedule, for the first 4 hours of the flight, he would rest in the crew lounge above the front of the cabin. Then, he would replace the co-pilot, Wilkins. After 4 hours of rest, Wilkins would return to the co-pilot seat. Then, Captain Johansson would rest, and Brooke would sit in the captain's seat. Finally, during the landing stage, Captain Johansson would return to the cockpit. The first-class cabin was at the front of the cabin. Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing could both see Brooke come out of the cockpit. Then, he opened a small door behind the cockpit and went up a secret staircase to the lounge above the kitchen. Long-distance flights were actually very boring. Although it was daytime, most passengers chose to close their eyes and rest in their seats. Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing chatted for a while. Then, they both adjusted their seats and leaned back in their seats to rest. During the stratospheric cruise, the plane was very stable and the cabin was very quiet. The huge Airbus A350 flew steadily at a cruising altitude over Huaxia. After more than 2 hours, it began to leave the mainland of Huaxia and entered the sea. At this time, the flight attendants began to distribute lunch to the passengers. The Qantas first-class meal was very exquisite. Before the meal was served, the table was full of cutlery such as knives and forks, as well as sea salt and olive oil for dipping bread. There were a total of 6 dishes for lunch in first class, and each step was very particular. First, apple soup with crispy bread was served, followed by the appetizer, a fresh shrimp cocktail, followed by a shepherd's pie and cheese mashed potatoes covered with mutton mince. After the 4 dishes, a light vegetable salad was served. The main dish was a more oriental-style stewed anteater with grilled eggplant, jasmine rice, and snow peas. The anteater was cooked just right, soft and tender, and the rice grains were distinct. The taste was quite good. Finally, the dessert was a warm sugar tower with clotted cream, which was also a very British dessert. Xia Ruofei liked this dessert very much. After eating it, he ordered 2 more servings. The first-class meal supply was relatively sufficient. Under normal circumstances, if it was not enough, he could order more. Of course, the dinner was indispensable for the champagne that Qantas was most proud of, Taitinger Wines de Champagne 2000. This was the best champagne in the world's first class for 4 consecutive years in the Sellers in the Sky Awards. It was refreshing and fruity. After enjoying a sumptuous lunch, Feng Jing laughed and said that she had been dieting in vain. the calories of this meal were too high, especially the dessert at the end. So, although the taste was superb, Feng Jing resisted the urge to ask for another serving. After eating one, she picked up a hot towel and wiped her mouth. Watching Xiao Ruofei enjoy 3 desserts without restraint, Feng Jing was envious and jealous. Because Xiao Ruofei never controlled his diet, but his figure was quite good, and his skin was envied by many girls. Feng Jing even suspected that Xiao Ruofei had been using handmade jade cream for a long time. After lunch, the two of them sat down and chatted. At this time, the cockpit also had a relaxed atmosphere. The autopilot had taken over the entire flight. The pilot only needed to monitor the state of the plane, and at the same time, keep in touch with the air traffic control along the way, and fine-tune the route according to the air traffic control instructions. Below the plane was an endless sea, but at this time it couldn't be seen because the plane was flying above the clouds. Captain Johnson played with his retro Ray-Ban flying glasses as he smiled and said, "Wilkins, I'll retire in 3 more months. I'm going to buy a farm in the Hunter Valley area and plant some artichokes and broccoli." Wilkins smiled and said, "That's a good idea. Captain Johnson, you must be looking forward to your retirement life, right?" "Of course. Of course." Johansson laughed. "I've been flying for most of my life. It's time for me to enjoy my leisure time. I bought a piece of land in Hunter's Valley in advance. You're welcome to be my guests. I'll treat you to the best semelon." "That's a promise," Wilkins said with a smile. "I'll definitely go when I have time." At this time, the cockpit's doorbell rang. Johansson glanced at the surveillance screen and said with a smile, "It's Miss Gooley." Then he pressed the button to unlock the door. After the cockpit door opened, the flight attendant of this flight, Gooley, walked in with a smile on her face. "Handsome guys, what would you like to have for lunch?" Gooley asked. "What's there?" Johansson asked. Gooley thought for a while and said with a smile, "There's plenty of food today. This is the first-class menu. You can choose freely. Oh, by the way, honey towers are more popular. There aren't many left, but I know it's Wilkins' favorite, so I asked them to save a piece for you." Wilkins smiled and said, "Thank you very much." Johansson looked at the menu and casually ordered a few dishes. Then he handed the menu to Wilkins. Wilkins also chose a few dishes that he liked. Of course, he also liked honey towers. Gooley quickly wrote down in a small notebook, and then said with a smile, "It seems that Wilkins has a good appetite today. Please wait a moment, lunch will be ready soon." After that, Gooley took back the menu and turned to leave the cockpit. The cockpit was quiet again. The two pilots chatted casually. After a few minutes, Wilkins said, "Captain Johansson, I'm going to the bathroom." Johansson made an okay gesture and said, "Go ahead. I'll take over the communication." "Thank you," Wilkins said with a smile. Then he took off his headset and stood up to leave the cockpit. Wilkins opened the cockpit door and waved at a male flight attendant in the front cabin. When the flight attendant came over, Wilkins smiled and said, "I'm going to the bathroom. Please stay in the cockpit for a while." "Okay," the male flight attendant said with a smile, then walked into the cockpit. After greeting Captain Johnson, he sat down in the back seat. After Wilkins walked out of the cockpit, he smiled and nodded at the flight attendant who was working in the kitchen. Then he walked into the bathroom in the front cabin. After a while, Wilkins walked out and looked into the kitchen. He smiled and asked, "Is this Captain Johansson's lunch?" "Yes." The flight attendant nodded and said, "If everything is ready, I'll bring it in for him." Wilkins smiled and said, "My meal will be delivered in half an hour." Under normal circumstances, 2 pilots would not eat at the same time. On one hand, someone had to monitor the flight status and maintain communication with the air traffic control on the ground. On the other hand, it was to prevent extreme situations. If there was a problem with the food, at least 2 pilots would not get food poisoning at the same time. The flight attendant smiled and said, "Thank you, Mr. Wilkins." "It's nothing." Wilkins smiled as he picked up the tray. "When you deliver the food to me, I'll take the captain's share." "Understood," the flight attendant said. Wilkins carried the tray to the cockpit. No one noticed that Wilkins took out a small paper bag from his pocket and quickly poured the powder into Johansson's corn soup. He then stirred it a few times. Wilkins rang the doorbell at the cockpit door. Johansson quickly turned on the access control switch. Wilkins walked into the cockpit and patted the male flight attendant on the shoulder. "Buddy, thank you for your hard work." After the flight attendant left the cockpit, Wilkins locked the door and said with a smile, "Mr. Captain, your lunch is here." "Oh. Thank you so much." Johansson did not suspect anything. When the co-pilot returned to the cockpit, it was normal for him to bring his meal in. Johansson pulled out the small table in front of him and turned to take the tray from Wilkins. Wilkins sat back in the co-pilot's seat. He put on his headset and asked, "Mr. Johansson, how is the plane?" "Everything is normal," Johansson said. "Okay, I'll take over." Wilkins smiled and said, "You can enjoy your delicious lunch." "Okay," Johansson said with a smile. He picked up his knife and fork and began to enjoy the food. Of course, he would put down his knife and fork from time to time and drink his favorite corn soup. Time slowly passed by in peace. In the kitchen in the front cabin, a beautiful blonde flight attendant looked at the time and said to her companion with a smile, "It's been half an hour. I'm going to deliver the meal to Mr. Wilkins." "Good luck." Her companion chuckled. The blonde flight attendant winked at her companion and said, "Thank you." Then, she carried the tray and walked to the cockpit. At the cockpit door, the blonde flight attendant even freed a hand to tidy up her hair. Then she showed the most charming smile she had ever trained. She pressed the doorbell of the cockpit and then looked up slightly. Her charming blue eyes looked at the surveillance camera above the door. There was no sound from the cockpit. The blonde flight attendant's smile was a little stiff. She felt that something was wrong. She pressed the doorbell a few more times, but there was no response from the cockpit. What happened? The blonde flight attendant said to herself. She picked up the intercom at the door and wanted to talk to the cockpit, but no one answered. The blonde flight attendant looked even more worried. Usually, this situation would only happen when the cockpit was very busy and had no time to care about other things. But now, the plane was at cruising altitude, and the flight was very stable. There was not even a small bump. What could the two pilots be busy with in the cockpit? The blonde flight attendant did not dare to delay. She quickly returned to the kitchen and put down the tray. Then she found the flight attendant, Guli, and reported this strange situation to her. Guli was also confused. She tried to contact the cockpit with the intercom, but there was no response. At this moment, another flight attendant exclaimed in a low voice, "Chief Flight Attendant, look." Guli turned her head and saw the LCD screen showing that the plane was slowly deviating from the scheduled route, and the altitude was gradually decreasing. The Airbus A350 plane had many LCD screens. The passengers could see the plane's current position, altitude, and the virtual route diagram in real time. They could even see the real-time image of the plane's exterior taken by the tail camera. Therefore, when the plane started to deviate, the screen would immediately show it. However, Guli didn't make a fuss about it. During the actual flight, due to weather conditions, airflow, and other factors, the plane would adjust its flight path and altitude under the command of the air traffic controller or after the pilot had applied for approval. This was a very normal phenomenon. Of course, combined with the fact that the cockpit could not be contacted, Guli could not help but feel a little uneasy. As the flight attendant of this flight, Guli did not panic in front of her subordinates and first-class passengers. She decided to observe for a while. However, the result of waiting made Guli even more uneasy. The plane was no longer deviating from the scheduled route. Now, the plane was heading in the opposite direction from the scheduled route, and the altitude was decreasing. Although the rate of decrease was not very high, this phenomenon was really abnormal. Guli knew that she could not wait any longer. She decisively decided to wake up the second captain, Brooke. She picked up the cabin intercom and connected to the pilot's lounge. Brooke, who had just fallen asleep, answered in a daze, "Hello. Captain Brooke, I'm the flight attendant, Guli," Guli said with a serious expression. "There seems to be something wrong with the plane. I want you to come down and take a look." Brooke did not dare to delay and quickly said, "I'll come down right away." Soon, the door of the crew lounge behind the cockpit was opened. Captain Brooke asked while buttoning his uniform, "What's going on?" "The flight seems to be stable." Because the first-class passengers were not far away, Guli lowered her voice and said, "Captain Brooke, the cockpit seems to have lost contact." "Lost contact?" Brooke raised his eyebrows in surprise. "How is that possible?" "We tried to press the doorbell and use the cabin intercom, but we couldn't get in touch with the cockpit," Guli said seriously. "What's worse is that the plane has deviated from the scheduled route and has been decreasing in altitude." When Brooke heard this, his face changed slightly. He quickly walked to the LCD screen and took a look. His heart could not help but thump. The plane had deviated for dozens of nautical miles, and its altitude had dropped to about 30,000 feet, and it was still decreasing. Brooke knew very well that their normal cruising altitude was 36,000 feet. Even if they adjusted their altitude due to weather or airflow, they generally would not drop so much. Brooke went to the cockpit door and pressed the doorbell, but there was no response either. He had realized that there might be a problem with the cockpit, but there was still a glimmer of hope in his heart. That was, a communication problem caused the cockpit to not hear the doorbell or the intercom. However, there was no way to explain the deviation and the altitude. Captain Brooke didn't dare to think about the worst possibility. He breathed heavily and began to hit the cockpit door with his hand. If it was a communication problem, the pilot in the cockpit should have responded when he heard the knock. This was Captain Brooke's last attempt to make a last hope. However, there was still a dead silence, as if the two people in the cockpit were both asleep. Brooke's face changed greatly, and he quickly analyzed the current situation. Now that the plane was controllable, the first possibility was that the two pilots lost consciousness at the same time. Because even if the pilots lost consciousness, under normal circumstances, the plane's autopilot would continue to fly according to the route and altitude they entered in advance. At most, it would not respond to the adjustment instructions of the air traffic control, but there would never be such a large deviation and altitude decrease. Obviously, this was man-made. Only by artificially changing the autopilot parameters could the plane have such a large deviation. If it was caused by a mechanical failure, the whole process would not be so smooth. What was going on? The two air accidents of Malaysian Airlines and Germanwings quickly flashed through Brooke's mind. Malaysian Airlines Flight 370 had not been finalized yet, but the Germanwings crash had been confirmed to be the suicide of the co-pilot, who deliberately controlled the plane to crash into the ground. Captain Brooke quickly asked, "Guri, was there anything unusual in the cockpit before this?" Guri said, "About 40 minutes ago, I went into the cockpit and asked the two pilots what they wanted to eat for lunch. I didn't find anything unusual at that time. Then I went to the back cabin." Captain Brooke looked at the other first-class flight attendants. One of the flight attendants said, "The co-pilot, Mr. Wilkins, went to the bathroom." "What? Wilkins left the cockpit?" Brooke exclaimed. The first thought that came to Brooke's mind was that there was something wrong with Captain Johnson. After the co-pilot left, he was the only one in the cockpit. However, the male flight attendant immediately said, "When Mr. Wilkins left, he called me into the cockpit according to the rules. I didn't leave until he returned to the cockpit." Ever since the Germanwings crash where the pilot committed suicide and caused the plane to crash, most airlines in the world urgently updated a rule that there must be at least two people in the cockpit at all times. What Wilkins did was completely within the rules. Brooke looked confused and asked, "What else?" "Wilkins came out of the bathroom and brought Captain Johnson's lunch into the cockpit," another flight attendant said. Another flight attendant said, "He also told me to bring his lunch in half an hour later. It was when I was delivering the meal that I found that the cockpit had lost contact." Wilkins touched Captain Johnson's lunch. Brooke felt that something was wrong. At this time, the plane's altitude had slowly descended to 28,000 feet. Brooke's heart couldn't help but race. He was about to continue to knock on the door and try to contact the cockpit when he suddenly saw the indicator light of the communicator next to the cockpit start to flash. Then, the communicator sounded. Captain Brooke and flight attendant Guri looked at each other. Then, Brooke stepped forward and picked up the communicator with a serious expression. "This is the cockpit." Wilkins' voice came from the communicator. Captain Brooke quickly said, "Wilkins, it's Brooke. What happened?" hurry up and open the cockpit door. Wilkins said calmly, Captain Brooke, I've decided to end my life. Brooke was struck by lightning. The worst had happened. He quickly said, Wilkins, don't do anything stupid. Open the hatch. Wilkins was unmoved. He said calmly, Captain Brooke, I've been planning for this day for a long time. I've already lost the courage to live. My only wish is to do something earth-shattering, so that everyone in Australia and even the world will remember my name forever. Brooke's face turned pale. Wilkins was so calm when he said such crazy words. It was obvious how strong his will was. And from Wilkins's words, Brooke could almost tell that this man was suffering from severe depression. But how did he pass the psychological evaluation? What the F***ck were the airline doctors doing? Brooke roared inwardly. All he could do was try his best to speak calmly. Wilkins, don't go to extremes. This is just a psychological illness that can be cured through active treatment. Captain Brooke, don't waste your time. Wilkins chuckled. I've waited for this day for far too long. No one can persuade me to turn back, not even God. No. Brooke said desperately, where's Captain Johansson? What did you do to him? He's already gone to meet God, Wilkins said. I want to apologize to his family. He's a good old man. He's going to retire in 3 months. I put a highly toxic drug in his lunch. I didn't want to do that, but if I didn't, he would have stopped me. You're crazy. Brooke felt his blood run cold. Although you can't help me pass on these words to Captain Johansson's family, there's still the black box, right? Wilkins said with a smile. If they can find it at the bottom of the sea, the black box contained a cabin sound recorder that would record all the sounds in the cockpit. If the plane crashed and the search and rescue personnel could find the black box, Captain Johansson's family would indeed receive Wilkins's apology. After hearing Wilkins's words, Brooke realized that they were now in the middle of the vast ocean. If the plane crashed, there would be nothing left of them. It was chilling to think about. Don't do this, Wilkins. Brooke begged. There are more than 200 passengers and so many crew members on the plane. They're all innocent. The flight attendants next to them had already guessed the truth from Brooke's words and expression. Their faces were all pale, and their hearts were filled with despair. Wilkins smiled and said, maybe this is God's choice. Farewell, Captain Brooke. Don't worry, I'll control the plane to fall into the sea smoothly. I'll try to make everyone's last moments as comfortable as possible. Wilkins's words made Brooke's hair stand on end. He cried out, no. No. Wilkins, I beg you, don't. However, his pleas had no effect at all. Wilkins ended the call without hesitation. Brooke felt weak all over. The intercom slipped from his hand and hung on the cabin wall, swaying weakly. Geary hurriedly shouted, Captain Brooke, please think of something. Brooke also came to his senses. It was not the time to be depressed. At this rate, the plane would crash into the sea in a stable manner soon. The chances of survival were infinitely close to zero. Captain Brooke said decisively, call the air marshal over and ask him to bring an explosion-proof axe. Also, close the curtains of the first-class cabin. In fact, Brooke was almost desperate. With the continuous occurrence of hijacking incidents in history, aircraft manufacturers had become more and more strict with the protection of the cockpit. The cockpit door was one-way locked, and it was almost insanely strong. Not to mention an explosion-proof axe, even small explosives, of course, there was no such thing on the plane, would not be able to open the door. This was just a last-ditch effort. As for closing the curtains, it was naturally to block the sight of the passengers. Of course, it was better than nothing. If they really used an explosion-proof axe to break the door, it would be impossible for the passengers not to hear it. In fact, although Brooke and the flight attendant's conversation was very quiet, Xianxia, who was sitting in the first-class cabin, had heard it clearly. He even heard Xianxia's words from the intercom. Of course, this was because Xianxia felt that something was wrong, so he listened attentively. Therefore, among all the passengers, Xianxia was the only one who was fully aware of this sudden crisis. Xianxia also frowned slightly, preparing for the worst in his heart. Once the plane really crashed into the sea, the only way to protect oneself was to hide in the Ring 2 space. The possibility of an explosion when the plane crashed into the sea was lower than a direct crash or a mountain. Hiding in the Ring 2 space was still a high probability of survival. It was impossible for Xiao Ruofei to save the people on this plane. He was not a saint, but he could not hide in the Ring 2 space alone without caring about Feng Jing's life. When the time came, he would have to take Feng Jing with him, which meant that the secret of the Ring 2 space would be exposed. Xiao Ruofei's mind turned quickly, and he quickly thought about how to survive this unexpected disaster. The air marshal hidden among the passengers quickly rushed to the front cabin after receiving the notice. After Captain Brooke briefly explained the situation, he ordered, "Now use the explosion-proof axe to break the door. Use all your strength to chop it. And do it quickly. We don't have much time left." The air marshal was also desperate. They had all been professionally trained on the plane. They knew in their hearts that it was impossible to open the cockpit door with a mere explosion-proof axe. But what else could he do? He could only clench his teeth and chop at the cockpit door with the axe. A huge force came, and the axe almost fell out of his hand, but it only left a shallow mark on the cockpit door. The air marshal clenched his teeth and chopped again with the axe. When the sound came, the first-class passengers showed a look of uneasiness. Feng Jing also had a trace of worry in her eyes. She looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Ruofei showed a comforting smile to Feng Jing and said, "It's okay, don't worry." Quang! 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 The sound of chopping continued, but the cockpit door didn't move. Several young female flight attendants couldn't help but cry. The first-class passengers were also a little restless. Finally, a middle-aged white man stood up and walked to the cockpit. However, Captain Brooke had arranged for the male flight attendant to guard the curtain. "What happened?" the middle-aged white man asked with a frown. Although the flight attendant was very scared, he still tried to squeeze out a smile and said, "Sir, there is a small fault with the cockpit door, but it doesn't affect the flight. The crew will soon deal with it." The middle-aged white man wanted to look inside, but his line of sight was blocked by the male flight attendant. The flight attendant said, "Sir, please return to your seat. Don't affect the crew's work." Perhaps because he heard that it was only a fault with the cockpit door, the middle-aged white man was still a little suspicious, but after shrugging his shoulders, he went back to his seat and sat down. The seats in the first-class cabin were equipped with LCD screens. Passengers could choose to watch movies, listen to music, and check the real-time position and status of the plane. Xiao Ruofei had already noticed that the plane had been descending and had deviated far from the scheduled route. In addition, he heard the conversation between Captain Brooke and Wilkins in the cockpit, so he knew that the seriousness of the situation was far more serious than what the male flight attendant had just said. Xiao Ruofei knew that the only way to save the plane now was to open the cockpit door as soon as possible. And the current progress didn't seem to be going well. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei stood up. He first said to Feng Jing next to him, "Sister Jing, I'll go to the front and take a look." "Don't worry, it'll be fine," Feng Jing nodded nervously. She was indeed a little scared. She didn't know how many times she had taken international flights, but this was the first time she had encountered such a problem. But after seeing Xiao Ruofei's gaze, her heart immediately calmed down a lot. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "Put on your seatbelt first." "Okay." Feng Jing didn't hesitate and immediately put on her seatbelt. Xiao Ruofei stepped forward. Of course, he was stopped by the male flight attendant. "Sir, the crew is dealing with a minor fault with the cockpit door. Please return to your seat." Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "I think Captain Brooke may need help." The muscular male flight attendant blocked the passage and stared into Xiao Ruofei's eyes and said, "I don't think so. What you need to do is to sit in your seat. It's best if you put on your seatbelt." Xiao Ruofei curled his lips. He didn't have time to tangle with this flight attendant. Of course, he wasn't angry. After all, the other party was just fulfilling his duty. Xiao Ruofei took another step forward. The male flight attendant had a vigilant look on his face. He reached out and blocked Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei only gave him a light push. She didn't seem to use much strength, but that 185 meters tall, muscular male attendant was like a straw that couldn't withstand the wind. He staggered and gave way to the passage. Xiao Ruofei walked quickly in the direction of the cockpit. The male flight attendant had a look of disbelief. He couldn't figure out how the skinny Asian man could be so strong. But he quickly came back to his senses, he still had to fulfill his duty. He quickly chased after him and shouted, "Sir, stop. You can't go over there." However, the distance between the first-class cabin and the cockpit was only a few steps. Xiao Ruofei seemed to be taking a stroll, but his speed was very fast. The male flight attendant couldn't catch up at all. Soon, Xiao Ruofei came to the cockpit door. He saw the security officer gritting his teeth and frantically hacking at the unmoving cockpit door with an explosion-proof axe. His back was soaked with sweat. When Captain Brooke saw Xiao Ruofei coming over, he couldn't help but frown and ask, "Johnson, why did you let this gentleman come over?" The male flight attendant named Johnson said with a bitter face, "I'm sorry, Captain Brooke. I tried to stop him, but I couldn't stop him." Captain Brooke said to Xiao Ruofei seriously, "Sir, we are now dealing with an unexpected situation. Please return to your seat immediately. There may be danger here." Captain Brooke was stunned. He stared at Xiao Ruofei and asked, "You? How did you know? Could it be?" Xiao Ruofei said, "I don't know, Wilkins. It's just that my hearing is good, and my seat is closer to you, so I heard everything." Captain Brooke was a little relieved. What he was most worried about was that Wilkins had an accomplice on the plane. Of course, he thought that this possibility was not high. After all, Wilkins wanted to commit suicide. How could there be so many people who didn't care about their lives? Moreover, from Wilkins' operation, he didn't need an accomplice at all. At least for now, it was a dead end. There was nothing he could do. So Captain Brooke accepted Xiao Ruofei's explanation. "Sir, since you heard it, please keep it a secret to avoid causing panic among the passengers." Captain Brooke said seriously, "Also, please go back to your seat immediately. Don't interfere with us opening the door." Xiao Ruofei shook his head and said, "No. I think you need help very much. If this continues, I'm afraid you won't be able to open the cockpit door even if the plane falls into the sea." Captain Brooke frowned and said, "Do you have a way?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and walked up to the air marshal and said, "Please let me use the axe." Out of professional sensitivity, the air marshal subconsciously retracted his hand and made a defensive gesture. He didn't hand the axe to Xiao Ruofei. Captain Brooke was also hesitant because he didn't think that this thin Asian man could open the sturdy cockpit door. But Xiao Ruofei didn't give them time to think at all. After saying that, he stepped forward. The air marshal only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then his hand became lighter. He was shocked to find that the axe in his hand was in Xiao Ruofei's hand. "Please step back a little," Xiao Ruofei said lightly. Captain Brooke gestured for everyone to step back. This was a desperate attempt. Normally, they wouldn't let the explosion-proof axe fall into the hands of the passengers. Xiao Ruofei raised the explosion-proof axe with both hands and chopped down at the cockpit door. But whether it was the strength of his body or the momentum of his chop, he was far inferior to the air marshal. Captain Brooke muttered in his heart, "I must be crazy. I actually have a glimmer of hope for this Huaxia man," but the next moment, he was stunned. Xiao Ruofei's seemingly weak chop down, but the cockpit door made of solid alloy had a clear dent. And there was even a small crack at the bottom of the dent. "God!" Captain Brooke and the air marshal muttered to themselves at the same time. The crew was suddenly filled with hope. If they could break open the cockpit door, they would be able to save the plane. After all, Wilkins was the only one in the cockpit. Xiao Ruofei, on the other hand, was slightly depressed. He originally thought that the cockpit door would open because his seemingly casual swing had actually used all of his strength. Furthermore, he had also infused his true qi into it. Even if it was a thick steel plate, it would still be split open by his axe. But it seemed that he had underestimated the strength of the cockpit door. However, Xiao Ruofei did not hesitate and once again raised the axe high up. Clang, this time, the dent in the cockpit door became more obvious, and the crack expanded, revealing the metal structure inside the cockpit door. "That's the cockpit door lock," Captain Brooke said with his sharp eyes. "Sir, please chop the lock." Xiao Ruofei turned around and made an okay gesture. He took a deep breath and raised the explosion-proof axe again. Clang! 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 Xiao Ruofei chopped 3 times in a row, and each chop landed accurately on the same position. The thick alloy lock suddenly cracked, but it still stubbornly locked the cockpit door. Xiao Ruofei went forward to check, then turned around and said, "Step back." Then, Xiao Ruofei also stepped back 5 or 6 steps, almost to the curtain of the first-class cabin. As for Captain Brooke and the others, they had already retreated to the kitchen in the front cabin, looking at Xiao Ruofei nervously. Xiao Ruofei threw the explosion-proof axe aside, then rushed in the direction of the cockpit. In just a few steps, his speed had increased. When he reached the cockpit door, Xiao Ruofei turned his body sideways, concentrating all his energy on the back of his right shoulder. Then, with the momentum, he used a move similar to traditional martial arts to hit the cockpit door heavily. With a muffled bang, an unforgettable scene for Captain Brooke and the other crew members appeared. The cockpit door was actually forced open by Xiao Ruofei. They saw very clearly just now that although the alloy lock buckle had a crack, it was far from being cut off. Moreover, the cockpit door was facing outwards. Xiao Ruofei's collision actually caused the door to open inwards at an angle. This meant that the equally sturdy hinges on the other side had also been damaged by this collision. Captain Brooke was the first to recover, and he took the lead to rush up. Xiao Ruofei saw that the cockpit door had not fallen down yet, and he was slightly stunned. At this time, Captain Brooke had already rushed over and pulled the cockpit door in the opposite direction. As expected, the door opened easily. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but blush. It turned out that he was in the wrong direction. After the door opened, Xiao Ruofei also saw the situation in the cockpit clearly. On the left seat, there was a gray-haired old pilot leaning against the seat. His head was hanging down, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was no longer breathing. The pilot on the right was probably Wilkins. He obviously didn't expect the cockpit door to be broken from the outside. At this time, he was looking back with a shocked expression on his face. However, Wilkins quickly recovered. He didn't panic, and instead, he picked up a crossbow next to him. Xiao Ruofei had seen this kind of crossbow before when he was serving in the Special Forces. This kind of crossbow fired steel balls, and the most powerful ones could even penetrate steel plates when fired at close range. Xiao Ruofei sensed a trace of danger, but at this time, the anxious Captain Brooke was already in front of him. He couldn't rush over and grab the crossbow immediately. In this half a beat, Wilkins had already raised the crossbow. However, his target was not Captain Brooke and Xiao Ruofei behind him. Wilkins had a crazy smile on his face. He aimed the crossbow at the windshield in front of him, and then pulled the trigger without hesitation. Brooke's face changed drastically, as if he saw the most terrifying scene in the world. He screamed, "No! No! Wilkins! Stop!" But it was too late. The steel balls in Wilkins's crossbow shot out rapidly and hit the windshield. The windshield, which was known for its strength and safety, immediately cracked. Wilkins's action was extremely crazy. In such a small space, the steel balls would definitely bounce and hit someone with irregular reflections. He was sitting close to the windshield, so he should be in the most danger. The reason why Brooke reacted so violently, even more so than Wilkins shooting at him directly, was because as a senior pilot, he had already figured out the purpose of Wilkins's crazy action. Wilkins wanted to break the windshield. At this time, the plane was more than 20,000 feet in the air. The inside of the plane was pressurized and maintained at standard atmospheric pressure. The air outside the cabin was very thin, and the pressure difference between the inside and outside was huge. At this time, the plane was like a balloon, but the walls of the balloon were very sturdy. If the windshield was broken, it would be equivalent to the balloon being punctured, and the air inside the cabin would leak out at high speed through the hole. If a balloon encountered such a situation, it would naturally explode with a bang. But if the plane encountered such an explosive loss of pressure, the hole would be torn open in an instant, and then the lack of oxygen and low temperature at high altitude would be fatal to the people inside the cabin. The speed of the plane at this time was about 700 to 800 kilometers per hour. If it was exposed to the outside environment, it would be equivalent to racing at a speed of 700 to 800 kilometers per hour in the low temperature of -10 degrees Celsius. Furthermore, there was no windshield. That kind of situation could be imagined, of course, under normal circumstances. The windshield was very safe. There were 3 layers to the windshield. The outermost layer was thermally tempered glass, and the middle and inner layers were chemically tempered glass. The layers of glass were bonded together by polyurethane and PVB layers. Under normal circumstances, the cockpit windshield could withstand 5 times the maximum pressure difference of the plane. Even if one of the structural layers, such as the inner or middle layer, was damaged, the cockpit windshield could still withstand 2 times the maximum pressure difference of the plane. It was still very safe. But Wilkins was obviously very experienced. The powerful crossbow in his hand could fire continuously, and the windshield was right in front of him, so he did not hesitate to pull the trigger continuously. The high-speed and powerful steel balls continuously hit the same spot, and soon, cracks began to appear on the inner and outer layers of the windshield. When the plane was designed, such an extreme situation was definitely not considered. So even if the cockpit windshield could withstand the impact of flying birds or hailstones at high speed, it was still very fragile under the attack of the powerful crossbow. The whole process was very complicated to describe, but in reality, it only took 2 to 3 seconds. Even Xianxia did not have time to react, and Wilkins had already fired at least 6 or 7 steel balls. Wilkins's determination was unwavering. Under Captain Brooke's desperate eyes, a bang came from the cockpit, as if a small bomb had exploded in the cockpit. Then, the entire right windshield disappeared. Wilkins also disappeared. The air in the cockpit leaked out at high speed through the gap, sucking in everything that was not fastened in the cockpit. Wilkins, who was very determined to die, did not wear a seat belt at all, so he was sucked out through the gap in the windshield. At this time, the plane's cruising speed was about Mach 0.8, which was equivalent to 800 to 900 kilometers per hour. So, after Wilkins was sucked out of the cockpit, he disappeared in an instant. Such a tragic way of dying really made people tremble all over. How crazy must one be to do such a thing to oneself? In fact, Brooke and Xianxia, who were at the cockpit door, could not even see Wilkins, because the moment the windshield exploded, all the unfastened items in the cockpit, including the flight manual, were sucked out through the gap. Even the right side of the cockpit was instantly deformed by the high-speed airflow. The entire cockpit was filled with the sound of air whistling, and no other sound could be heard. Brooke and Xianxia, who were not fastened by seat belts, were naturally sucked into the gap. Xianxia channeled his true chi and quickly stabilized himself, as if he was rooted to the floor. However, Captain Brooke, who was in his 40s, was in a very sorry state. One of the flying steel balls had hit his left arm. Blood immediately flowed out, and his entire arm could not move. He was afraid that his bones were injured. The moment the glass exploded, he was sucked in involuntarily, and his right shoulder hit the back of the co-pilot's seat. If Xianxia did not quickly grab his leg, he would have followed in Wilkins' footsteps. As for the flight attendants and air marshals behind Xianxia, they were also blown away by the wind. Because the cockpit door had been destroyed, the entire cockpit was connected to the passenger cabin at the back, so the rear cabin was also a mess. Under the sudden drop in air pressure, the oxygen masks in the passenger cabin all hung down in an instant. Coupled with the violent shaking of the plane, many passengers could not help but scream. After the high-pressure air in the cabin quickly leaked out, the pressure difference between the inside and outside of the cockpit was balanced. At this time, the air in the cabin was very thin, and the cold wind poured in through the gap. The entire cockpit was howling with the wind, and coupled with the tearing of the high-pressure airflow, the plane's autopilot system seemed to have been damaged, and the plane was shaking violently without anyone controlling it. After a short period of shock, Captain Brooke quickly recovered. He struggled to stand up and took a step into the co-pilot's seat. Fortunately, the pressure difference between the inside and outside of the cockpit had been balanced, and the terrifying suction force was no longer there. On the contrary, the cold airflow poured in through the gap, and he was not in danger of being sucked out. Now the plane was still more than 20,000 feet in the air, and the air was very thin, and the oxygen content was very low. In this case, it would only take 10 to 10 seconds for the person to fall into a coma due to the lack of oxygen in the brain. By then, the plane would really be beyond saving. Therefore, Captain Brooks' first thought was to quickly reduce the altitude so that the oxygen concentration in the cabin could barely maintain the human body's needs. The Airbus plane's joystick was a bit similar to a joystick in a game, and it was located on both sides of the window. After Captain Brooks sat down, he immediately grabbed the joystick and pushed forward, trying to quickly reduce the flight altitude of the plane. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Just as Captain Brooks pushed the joystick forward, a sharp pain came from his arm, causing his hand to tremble violently. The plane also shook violently because of this. It turned out that during the explosive loss of pressure, Captain Brooks' right shoulder heavily hit the back of the co-pilot's seat. This time, his bones were hurt. Captain Brooks' valiant nature was also stimulated at this time. He shouted, F***CK. F***CK. While enduring the pain, he pushed the joystick forward. The plane finally changed its attitude shakily and began to descend in a nose-down position. Captain Brooks immediately realized that this was also very dangerous because the speed of the plane would become faster and faster. At this time, the windshield was broken and the airframe structure had been damaged to a certain extent. The faster the speed, not only would the wind in the cockpit become stronger and stronger, but the more terrifying thing was that it might exceed the maximum load that the plane could bear, causing the plane's structure to collapse and disintegrate in the air. Therefore, the experienced Captain Brooks immediately wanted to reduce the thrust of the plane, which was to retract the throttle. The throttle of the plane was manually operated. In the position between the two pilots, Captain Brooks was sitting in the co-pilot's seat on the right. His right hand was controlling the joystick. He subconsciously wanted to stretch out his left hand to retract the throttle, but found that his left hand didn't listen to him at all. It turned out that his left arm was hit by a bouncing steel ball and was already fractured. It was just that in an extremely tense situation, he didn't feel the pain at all. Captain Brooks glanced at his right arm and couldn't help but curse again. Then he shouted, "Sir, please pull back the throttle lever a little. My left arm is fractured." Xianxia immediately replied loudly, "Okay." He leaned over and retracted the throttle to about half of the thrust position. Captain Brooks shouted, "It's done. Thank you." Then, Captain Brooks turned back and shouted, "Where's the pilot? Come and take over my job." After saying this, Captain Brooks immediately realized that he was talking nonsense. Now, other than him, the semi-disabled captain, where else could there be other pilots? The crew consisted of 2 captains and a co-pilot. Now, the captain in charge, Johansson, had gone to meet his maker, while the co-pilot, Wilkins, had bungee jumped 20,000 feet. Calculating the time, his body should have fallen into the sea, if he was lucky enough not to be sucked into the plane's engine and be smashed to pieces. From the looks of it, there shouldn't be any, because the 2 engines of the plane seemed to be working normally. Then, Captain Brooks suddenly felt a deep sense of helplessness. He knew that in his current state, it was impossible for him to land the plane. Both of his hands were basically crippled. His right hand, which was slightly injured, could not exert much strength. Moreover, the sharp pain came in waves. He was afraid that he would not be able to hold on for long before he went on strike. The plane's autopilot system had been damaged. Now that they were in the vast sea, they did not know where the nearest alternative airport was. If he wanted to fly manually, find the airport, and land successfully, the possibility of that was close to zero. In the final stage of landing, the attitude of the plane needed to be precisely controlled. It might need to be fine-tuned dozens of times within a few seconds. If his hand shook a little, the attitude of the plane would deviate greatly. With the current condition of his right hand, even if someone cooperated with him to control the throttle, it was impossible for him to land successfully. Captain Brooks' eyes showed a look of despair. Xianxia naturally also quickly noticed Captain Brooks' situation. He thought for a moment and said loudly, "Mr. Captain, I used to serve in the Huaxia Air Force. I have some flying knowledge, I wonder if I can help you." Xianxia told a small lie. In fact, he did not serve in the Air Force, but in the Lone Wolf Special Forces. Due to the special nature of a commando's job, Xianxia had indeed undergone preliminary flight training. However, his training mainly consisted of transport helicopters and armed helicopters. Moreover, this training was to deal with accidents that happened to pilots behind enemy lines. It was only an emergency measure. Therefore, the training they received was naturally not as systematic as that of a professional pilot. It was basically a crash course. The total training time from start to finish was less than a month. As for fixed-wing aircraft, whether it was a jet fighter or a propeller transport aircraft, Xiao Ruofei had never come into contact with them at all. The flight principle and landing method of helicopters and fixed-wing aircraft were completely different. In fact, Xiao Ruofei was a complete rookie when it came to flying. However, in the current situation, Xiao Ruofei could only bite the bullet. Otherwise, the plane would definitely be hopeless. If he stood up, there should be a trace of hope. Xiao Ruofei thought about it, and even he didn't have much confidence. However, Xiao Ruofei's words made Captain Brooks' eyes light up, and he quickly said, "Okay. You sit in the front seat immediately. By the way, you sit in the captain's seat on the left. The plane is not on autopilot now, so I can't let go." After that, Captain Brooke turned back and said loudly, "Ghoulie. Find a few people to move Captain Johansson's body out first." Captain Johansson had long been poisoned to death. Fortunately, he was still wearing a seat belt when he was alive, so during the explosive loss of pressure just now, he was firmly fixed in his seat. At least, he didn't end up with nothing left of his body. However, after Captain Brooke finished speaking, the flight attendant Ghoulie and the air marshal who were crowded at the cockpit door were dumbfounded because they couldn't hear what Captain Brooke said at all. At this time, the wind was whistling in the cockpit. They only saw Brooke and Xiao Ruofei opening and closing their mouths just now. Especially Captain Brooke, under the blowing wind, his facial muscles were constantly trembling and deforming. He looked a little funny. Brooke didn't notice that he and Xiao Ruofei could actually communicate normally in this environment. Xiao Ruofei's hearing naturally had no problem hearing what he said, and when Xiao Ruofei spoke, he also condensed his qi into a line and sent it into Brooke's ears. It couldn't be helped. The other party couldn't hear normal words at all. Seeing this, Xiao Ruofei also knew where the problem was. He temporarily acted as a mouthpiece and turned his head and said, "Captain Brooke said, please move Captain Johansson's body out immediately and properly settle it." Ghoulie and the air marshal heard it this time and quickly nodded. The air marshal squeezed into the cockpit, unfastened Captain Johansson's seat belt, and then painstakingly moved his body carefully out of the cockpit. Xiao Ruofei quickly sat in the captain's seat. Seeing this, Brooke said loudly, "Sir, you're taking over the plane now. Is there a problem?" Xiao Ruofei was speechless for a while. "There is a problem. It's too problematic." He asked weakly, "Captain Brooke, what should I do?" "What type of plane have you flown before?" Captain Brooke asked. Xiao Ruofei scratched his head and said, "A transport helicopter." Captain Brooke almost spat out blood when he heard this. "Are you sent by God to play with me? A transport helicopter has nothing to do with a large jet, okay, but in this case, did he have a choice? In any case, it was better than watching the plane crash, right?" Captain Brooke calmed down and said, "It doesn't matter. The basic operation of the plane is not complicated. Besides, there's still me. Sir, please take over the steering stick first, gently push the stick forward, keep the nose slightly down, and pull back the throttle a little. The speed is too high now. Under your feet is the rudder. There's no need to adjust the direction for the time being. Our top priority is to descend immediately." "Okay," Xiao Ruofei said. His right hand pulled back the throttle a little, and then his left hand was on the joystick. "You're in charge now," Captain Brooke said. "Understood," Xiao Ruofei responded loudly. Brooke on the other side grimaced and let go of his hand. In such a short time, he already felt that the pain was unbearable. He really couldn't hold on anymore. Xiao Ruofei felt the joystick in his hand sink slightly. He quickly grasped it and gently pushed the stick forward. "Don't move too much, pull it back a little," Captain Brooke shouted. Xiao Ruofei quickly pulled the joystick back a little. The plane's telex feedback was quite sensitive. With a slight movement of the joystick in his hand, the plane would make an obvious attitude adjustment. Soon, Xiao Ruofei had already grasped a little bit of the knack. The plane was finally descending at a relatively safe speed. Captain Brooke breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at the instrument in front of him, paying close attention to the plane's altitude, speed, and other parameters. Xiao Ruofei focused on controlling the plane and asked, "Captain Brooke, is there anything else to pay attention to?" Captain Brooke thought for a moment and said, "If possible, please inform the cabin to calm the passengers' emotions and ensure that everyone has to wear an oxygen mask." The air was very thin now, and the cabin was in a state of extreme hypoxia. If the passengers didn't wear an oxygen mask immediately, it might cause brain damage. As for the cockpit, there was no time to care about so much. Captain Brooke's hands were basically useless, so he couldn't wear an oxygen mask. As for Xiao Ruofei, he couldn't free his hands at all. What's more, Xiao Ruofei hadn't received professional training, so he probably couldn't wear an oxygen mask himself. Therefore, Captain Brooke didn't mention wearing an oxygen mask. He could only hope that the plane's altitude would quickly descend and increase the oxygen content in the air. That way, he wouldn't be affected. In fact, he was worrying too much. Even if he fainted due to hypoxia, Xiao Ruofei would be fine. The strength of a cultivator's body was much stronger than that of an ordinary person's. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay." He didn't use the in-cabin communication device. Firstly, he didn't know how to use it. Secondly, in this whistling environment, the phone probably couldn't be heard. It was better for him to shout. Xiao Ruofei directly turned back and shouted, "Chief Flight Attendant! Chief Flight Attendant! Come here!" Guli heard Xiao Ruofei's shout and quickly rushed into the cockpit. Seeing Xiao Ruofei sitting in the captain's seat, she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. However, this was Captain Brooke's decision, so she naturally wouldn't ask. In fact, the cabin was a mess now, and she didn't have the energy to care so much. Xiao Ruofei turned back and told Guli about Captain Brooke's request. Guli nodded and said, "No problem. The flight attendants are already instructing the passengers to wear oxygen masks and calming them down." Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said to Captain Brooke, "Captain Brooke, I have a friend in the first-class cabin. I hope she can come to the cockpit. Don't worry, I just want her to stay by my side. She won't affect the flight operations." Captain Brooke only hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Usually, ordinary passengers were absolutely not allowed to enter the cockpit during the flight, but now was a special time. Now that the entire plane was counting on Xiao Ruofei, Captain Brooke naturally wouldn't be so rigid. Seeing this, Xiao Ruofei quickly said to Guli, "Chief Flight Attendant, my friend is in the first-class cabin. Please call her to the cockpit." Captain Brooke agreed. Guli looked at Brooke and saw him nodding slightly, so she said, "Okay, please wait a moment." The reason why Xiao Ruofei called Feng Jing to the cockpit was naturally to prepare for the worst. In case the plane couldn't land safely, or there were any irreversible accidents during the process, he must hide in the Ring 2 space immediately. Naturally, Feng Jing had to be in the cockpit, so he could take Feng Jing to the Ring 2 space in the shortest time possible. As for the other passengers and crew on the plane, if they were in a critical situation, Xiao Ruofei couldn't care less. He was a man, not a god. Xiao Ruofei told Guli Feng Jing's seat number, and then she left the cockpit. Captain Brooke said to Xiao Ruofei, "Now we can't communicate with the ground, so we must immediately set the transponder to 7700. This is the emergency code. After the ground radar recognizes it, they will know that our plane is in an emergency." "No problem," Xiao Ruofei said, "teach me how to operate it, and I will set it." There were large and small instruments and buttons in the cockpit of the Airbus plane. If it was the first time someone came in, they would probably feel dizzy. Fortunately, Brooke was a senior captain. Although his arm was injured, his brain was still working normally. Under Brooke's guidance, Xiao Ruofei set the transponder to 7700 step by step. Brooke breathed a sigh of relief. If the transponder didn't malfunction, then the air traffic control on the ground should have known that their plane had an accident. Now that the plane had deviated greatly, if it strayed into a no-fly zone or the airspace of a certain country, it was really possible to be shot down. At least now the danger in this regard was reduced a lot. Of course, the most important thing was to descend as soon as possible. Secondly, they had to determine the location of the plane as soon as possible and get in touch with the ground. Just now, the cabin was in a mess. The passengers' cries, prayers, and the whistling sound of the wind blowing into the cabin were mixed together. The cockpit door was broken, and the wind from the broken windshield blew directly into the cabin. The first-class cabin was a little better. There weren't many people, and the quality of the passengers was better. Under the persuasion of the flight attendants, they could sit quietly in their seats. Of course, they were also scared out of their wits, and many of them kept crossing themselves in front of their chests to pray. Feng Jing was more worried about Xia Ruofei's safety. He hadn't come back after going to the front. She was very worried about Xia Ruofei's safety. Just then, the flight attendant Gu Li came over and whispered in her ear that her friend was in the cockpit and asked her to go with her. She immediately stood up and followed Gu Li to the cockpit. When she came to the cockpit, Feng Jing was even more shocked. Captain Brooke, who was in the co-pilot's seat, had a bloody arm. The windshield in front of him had disappeared, and there was only a big hole where the wind kept pouring in. The cockpit was a mess, and the dashboard on the co-pilot's side was lifted. What made Feng Jing's heart jump was the fact that Xia Ruofei was the one flying the plane. When did this guy learn how to fly a plane? Also, is there no pilot on the plane? Feng Jing suddenly felt as if the whole world had collapsed. Xia Ruofei was concentrating on driving the plane to descend. He didn't have time to talk too much to Feng Jing. He just turned back and shouted, "Sit down in the seat behind me and fasten your seatbelt. Flight attendant, help her put on the oxygen mask." The seat behind him was the closest to him. Once the plane was about to crash, Xia Ruofei could put Feng Jing into the Ring 2 space with just a thought. With a dumbfounded expression, Feng Jing sat down behind Xia Ruofei and fastened her seat belt with the help of Gu Li before putting on her oxygen mask. The plane was rapidly descending in a swooping posture. Although the thrust had been reduced, the airspeed was still increasing. The entire plane was trembling, as if it could disintegrate at any time. The altitude indicated by the altimeter was also rapidly decreasing, and the oxygen content in the cabin was naturally gradually increasing. When the altimeter indicated 10,000 feet, which was about 3,000 meters, Captain Brooke finally let out a sigh of relief. He shouted, "Xia! Try to maintain this height as much as possible. Reduce the speed appropriately." "Okay," Xia Ruofei said. He concentrated on controlling the joystick and slowly adjusted the attitude of the plane to level flight. At the same time, according to Brooke's suggestion, he continued to slow down the throttle a little. The airspeed that had been increasing due to the dive began to slowly decrease. After the speed decreased, the airflow that poured in from the hole formed by the broken windshield was naturally not so violent, and the noise in the cockpit was also reduced. At this time, Brooke could basically confirm that the plane and passengers were temporarily safe. He began to try to contact the ground and determine the location of his plane. Because many of the instruments on the co-pilot's side were damaged in the explosive loss of pressure, Brooke was now unable to determine the position of the plane through the global satellite positioning system. However, he knew that the air traffic control on the ground must have noticed the abnormality from the beginning of the flight to the emergency altitude. Therefore, he directly called for help on the civil aviation emergency frequency. There should be no problem. Brooke called through the emergency frequency, "Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. Flight QF-108. Flight QF-108. We have encountered a hijacking incident, the body is damaged, and the cabin is experiencing an explosive loss of pressure. Requesting help from the ground radar." Brooke first used 3 consecutive mays. He declared the flight emergency, then clearly reported the flight number and briefly reported the situation. He was still a little worried that the communication system was damaged, but fortunately, a response quickly came from the headset. Although he couldn't hear it clearly in the loud noise, and the sound was intermittent, the communication was not interrupted, which made Brooke feel a lot more at ease. QF-108, report your altitude and speed. The ATC's voice was sometimes loud and sometimes soft, and sometimes not. It reached Brooke's ears. Brooke quickly glanced at the altimeter and airspeed meter in front of him, which were still working normally, and reported their current altitude and speed to the air traffic control. Then, he asked, "We've requested to land at the nearest airport. May I know where we are now?" Because the noise in the cockpit was very loud, and the air-ground communication function seemed to be affected, it was a little intermittent, so Captain Brooke only vaguely heard a few words, but he didn't get any useful information. He had to say, "I didn't hear it clearly, please repeat it." QF108. The controller repeated it again, but Brooke still couldn't hear it clearly, so he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Xiaoruofei also wore headsets, and his hearing was much better than Brooke's, so he basically heard what the controller said. So Xiaoruofei turned his head and said loudly, "Captain Brooke, I heard in the headset that we are in the Auckland Intelligence District, and now we have two options, one is to fly to Japan, and the other is to fly to Saipan. The distance is about the same," the controller said, to let us decide on our own. Captain Brooke often flew this route, and he roughly judged the location of the plane as soon as he heard it. Of course, because Wilkins deliberately let the plane deviate from the route, Brooke's judgment may not be very accurate, and it was only a rough area. Fortunately, there was ground radar guidance, so the plane would not lose its course in the vast sea. Captain Brooke thought quickly, and finally considered that Qantas had a base at Saipan Airport, and it may be relatively convenient for ground coordination, plus he was relatively familiar with Saipan Airport, so he quickly made a decision. "We have decided to land in Saipan." QF108. Captain Brooke said decisively, "Please provide us with radar guidance. In addition, due to cabin loss of pressure, we apply to maintain an altitude of 10,000 feet. Xiaoruofei heard the intermittent voice in the headset, "QF108, agree to maintain 10,000 feet, next I will guide you back to the route to Saipan, please turn left, heading 150. Xiaoruofei saw that Brooke was trying his best to press on the headset with a confused look on his face. She knew that he definitely didn't hear what the other party was saying, so she played the role of the mouthpiece again and repeated the controller's words. "Please confirm the command, allow to maintain 10,000 feet, turn left, heading 150. QF108. Brooke repeated the controller's instructions. "Correct," the controller said. "Understood, QF108. This time the command was shorter, and Brooke quickly responded. Then he began to guide Xiaoruofei, teaching him how to use the stick and rudder to make the plane start to turn. The turning of the plane seemed to be simple, just pedaling the rudder or turning the stick. Both methods could make the plane turn, but in fact, if only the stick was used to control the aileron to make the plane turn, the plane would tilt, but the direction of the nose would not actually turn. The whole turning process was very slow, and the resistance was particularly high. If only the rudder was used to control, the nose would suddenly turn without tilting, and the direction of the airflow on the wings would change dramatically, the lift would decrease, and the force on the fuselage would increase, causing the plane to fall rapidly. The correct way was naturally to cooperate with the stick and the rudder to make the plane tilt while turning the nose. Only in this way could the plane draw a perfect curve in the air that would not change its altitude. However, this may already be an instinctive action for an old pilot, but for a pure rookie like Xiaoruofei, it was very difficult. Therefore, after Brooke explained the turning method to Xiaoruofei, he did not have much hope for Xiaoruofei's operation. He did not ask for stability and perfection at all, as long as he could make the turn. Xiaoruofei was indeed a little flustered at first. Either he pedaled the rudder too much, and the stick was not coordinated well enough, or the stick was turned, and the rudder was not kept up. The plane's altitude also fluctuated during the turning process. However, Xiaoruofei's learning ability was also very strong after practicing the Tao formula, especially for this kind of project that required high physical coordination. He mastered it very quickly. After a while, Xiaoruofei had already figured out the trick. In the following turn, the plane's body tilted slightly to the left, and at the same time, the nose of the plane turned to the left. The plane drew an arc in the air, and the altimeter maintained the same number throughout the whole process. Brooke could not help but be a little dumbfounded. This learning talent was too strong. This was a simple turn. Even if a pilot had to practice for several hours, they might not be able to do it so perfectly. However, Xiaoruofei had only practiced it for a minute or two and had already flown with the ease of an experienced pilot. If it were not for Xiaoruofei's previous performance as a pure rookie who knew almost nothing about jet airliners, Brooke would have even thought that Xiaoruofei was joking before. This was simply a skilled pilot. Brooke quickly recovered from the shock because the course had reached 140. He quickly said, "Xia. Now, slowly level the plane." In fact, there was no need for Brooke to remind him. Xiao Ruofei had already slowly reduced the turning slope. The controller asked to turn to course 150, and he certainly could not wait until the course 150 to operate the plane. It also needed a response time for the plane to change from a turning posture to a straight flight. By then, he would definitely turn around. If the plane was controlled by an autopilot, the whole process would be quite smooth and accurate. When the course 150 was reached, the plane just happened to change into a straight flight posture. The people in the plane would not feel too big and too fast of a change. But if the pilot operated manually, naturally, it would not be as accurate as the computer control. There would be some adjustments to the left and right more or less. However, Xiao Ruofei's turning operation this time seemed to be controlled by an autopilot. When the course reached 150, the plane's attitude just happened to be completely flat and began to fly straight in this direction. Brooke was even more astonished. He would rather believe that it was just a stroke of luck. Otherwise, it would be too shocking for a rookie who had only touched transport helicopters to be able to fly a large jet for the first time to such an extent. Brooke thought that even if he was not injured and personally operated the plane, this was probably the best he could do. The next flight was under the guidance of the air traffic control. During this period, 2 air traffic control areas were switched. The air traffic control along the way put the plane that had declared a state of emergency in the first sequence. The airspace was cleared early, and the route was unimpeded. Brooke also got in touch with the Qantas base in Saipan. When the flight deviated from the route on the radar, Qantas received the news for the first time. It could be said that the company's heart was hanging in the air. Now they finally got in touch. Although the plane was damaged, there were no passengers killed or injured. It could be said that it was a blessing in the misfortune. Qantas also quickly acted, coordinating various aspects such as the airport, customs, inspection and quarantine, and hospitals in Saipan. Saipan Airport also transferred other planes early to clear the airspace for flight QF-108. Throughout the flight, Brooke finally had to admit that Xiao Ruofei might really be a flying genius. He could be said to have learned the manual control of the plane from scratch, but the speed at which he learned it was simply jaw-dropping. Every time the plane turned and adjusted its altitude, Xiao Ruofei's progress could almost be seen. As the plane approached Saipan Airport, an area on the ground was set aside for the plane to release fuel. The flight was headed to Australia, and now the journey was less than half done. There was still a lot of aviation fuel in the fuel tank. If the plane landed directly, it would be too heavy, and the landing gear and structure of the plane may be damaged. In particular, the actual pilot of the plane was a rookie who had never received a minute of Airbus flight training. A heavy landing would be even more dangerous. Fortunately, there was an experienced Captain Brooke on the plane. Although he could not control the plane because of his arm injury, he could take on the task of air-ground communication and guide Xiao Ruofei at any time. Therefore, the whole fuel release process was very smooth. After Captain Brooke calculated, he decided to release 10 tons of aviation fuel. This number was less than the theoretical number, because considering that Xiao Ruofei had no flying experience at all, Captain Brooke did not dare to expect a successful landing. Since they had to plan for a return flight, it was natural to leave more aviation fuel. Soon, the plane gradually descended under the command of the air traffic control. This time, the landing did not follow the standard entry procedure because the ground already knew the current situation of the plane. At the same time, the other flights had been transferred to different airspace, so naturally, everything was simple. As the plane entered the approach stage, Brooke became visibly nervous. Because there would be more and more complicated operations on the plane, even an experienced pilot would feel a lot of pressure to complete the landing without the help of the automatic system. Strictly speaking, Xiao Ruofei was not a pilot at all, although Brooke was amazed by Xiao Ruofei's talent during the flight just now. He had not even touched a simulator before, so it was simply impossible for him to drive such a huge plane to land directly. If it were not for the flight just now, which gave Brooke a little bit of confidence in Xiao Ruofei, he might even have been in despair now. Brooke was very nervous and kept reminding Xiao Ruofei. Under the control of Xiao Ruofei, the plane passed through the clouds and now they could see the blue sea below. For Feng Jing, who was sitting behind Xiao Ruofei, this feeling might be even more terrifying. Those who had been on a plane might know that when the plane flew above the clouds, although they knew that the white clouds could not hold the plane, they would still subconsciously feel a sense of security. After leaving the clouds, there was an endless sea below. Looking down from the sky, the sea seemed to be still. Moreover, the blue color of the sea seemed to be incomparably deep, as if it was a bottomless abyss. Feng Jing had been clenching her fists since she entered the cockpit, as if she could help Xia Ruofei by doing so. Her state of mind had also gradually calmed down from the anxiety she had felt in the first-class cabin. She felt that everything might have been arranged by fate. If she really had to return to the sea here, at least she would be with Xia Ruofei. The two of them were still so close to each other in their final moments. This was also a great comfort to her. From Feng Jing's seat, she had to lean forward slightly to see Xia Ruofei's side profile. She kept this posture all the way. Xia Ruofei was very focused when he was flying the plane. The undistracted Xia Ruofei was like a magnet, firmly attracting Feng Jing's eyes to him. And his resolute side profile seemed to give Feng Jing a great sense of security. Xia, after another turn, we will be on the 5th side of the airport. Brooke said, let's put down the landing gear first. Okay. Xia Ruofei said calmly, and then leaned forward to pull down the lever of the landing gear. After a while, the 3 green lights of the landing gear lit up. Brooke let out a sigh of relief. If there was another problem with the landing gear, it would really be a case of misfortune. Xia, let's execute the landing inspection order. Brooke said. Okay. Xia Ruofei said to Brooke. Brooke leaned forward to try it, and the pain in his arm made him groan uncontrollably. He frowned, thought for a while, and said, Madam, please come over here and take out the clip in front of me. Originally, the landing inspection order of plane 350 was done one by one on the flight computer, and after each item was confirmed, a tick would be made. But now, many functions of the flight computer were outdated. Fortunately, they also had a paper copy of the inspection order, which was in a folder in front of the pilot. This folder was inserted in a gap, so it was not sucked out of the plane by the high-speed airflow. Now that the flight altitude and speed were much lower, the noise in the cabin was not so loud, and they could still communicate normally if they spoke louder. Feng Jing nodded and said, please wait a moment. She unfastened her seat belt, stood up, and walked to Brooke's side. The windshield there had disappeared, leaving a big hole, so Xia Ruofei could not help but remind her, Sister Jing, be careful. Feng Jing smiled at Xia Ruofei and said, don't worry. She held the back of Brooke's seat with one hand, leaned out, and took out the folder with the other hand. Madam, please turn to the landing inspection order, and read it out one by one, and let me check. Brooke said. Originally, the landing inspection order needed the 2 pilots to cross-check, but now it was urgent, and of course, Brooke would be more careful. Okay. As an elite returnee, Feng Jing had no problem with English. She quickly turned to the landing inspection order page, and began to cooperate with Brooke to execute the inspection order. After the inspection order was completed, Brooke said, Madam, thank you very much. Now, please return to your seat and fasten your seat belt. Okay. After Feng Jing sat back in the seat behind Xia Ruofei, Brooke said, Xia, I'll tell you about the situation at Saipan Airport. Saipan is located in the northern Mariana Islands, between the Pacific Ocean and the Philippine Sea. It has a subtropical oceanic climate, and the rainfall is very abundant. According to my experience, Saipan often has a short period of time, and a small area of heavy rainfall. Because the area is very small, it is difficult for the aircraft radar to observe, and sometimes even the tower can't see it with the naked eye, so it will cause some trouble for the flight. Xia Ruofei nodded while concentrating on controlling the plane. Brooke continued, if there is a sudden heavy rainfall, causing the runway to be unable to be seen, we must decisively turn back. After all, your flying experience. Well, after all, you have never controlled a plane to land. When he said this, Brooke had a very strange feeling in his heart. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, understood. Also, Saipan Airport only has one runway suitable for large jets to land, Brooke said. We are about to land in the opposite direction, which is runway 25. This runway is 2,652 meters long, and for an Airbus 350, it is a short runway, so, Xia Ruofei said with a smile, so the landing must be decisive, and the landing point must be as close to the front as possible. If the plane flattens and misses the landing point, push the throttle to the toga position and turn back. I'll remember what you said just now. Brooke nodded and said, don't be nervous during the operation, I will guide you all the way. Speaking of this, Brooke glanced at the instrument and said, it's higher than the glide path. Reduce the thrust a bit. The glide path referred to the plane's trajectory relative to the ground when approaching the landing point. The closer the plane was to the runway, the lower the altitude, and this trajectory was the glide path. As an experienced captain, Brooke could quickly judge the state of the plane at the moment even without the assistance of electronic equipment. Xiao immediately made the corresponding adjustments. The plane's altitude was getting lower and lower, and at this time, the tower's voice came from the headset, QF-108, landing on runway 25 is ready, fire trucks and ambulances are all in place. QF-108, Roger. Brooke said, if the landing is not smooth, we hope to maintain the course and directly pull up the altitude and turn back. QF-108, agreed. Turn back to altitude of 3,000 feet. The tower immediately replied. Understood, turn back to altitude of 3,000 feet, QF-108. Brooke said. After ending the last call with the tower, Brooke turned to look at Xiao Ruofei and said, Xia, relax, just treat it as a flight simulation game. Xiao Ruofei was not nervous at all at this time, because he had focused all his attention on the control of the plane. After the altitude decreased, the airflow became more and more chaotic, which caused a lot of trouble for manual control of the plane. Xiao Ruofei had to adjust the plane's attitude at any time. Of course, there was also an advantage of manually operating the plane from the beginning. That was, after more than an hour of actual combat practice, Xiao Ruofei now had some understanding of the control of the plane, which was undoubtedly helpful for the more complicated landing operations. Because of the hole in the cockpit, the engine sounded louder than usual. Brooke's breathing became heavier and heavier, and he was quite nervous. I see the runway. Brooke looked forward and shouted, Xia, the plane's attitude is good now, continue to maintain it. Remember, after entering the runway, pull back the stick slightly to make the plane establish the landing position. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said. He held the joystick tightly with his left hand, constantly making micro-adjustments, and his right hand was on the accelerator. Brooke observed the situation outside the cabin, and looked at the flight instrument from time to time, constantly reminding Xiao Ruofei. The speed is too fast, reduce the thrust a little. The course is to the left, adjust a little, there are too many adjustments, don't move too much. As the altitude continued to decrease, the requirements for precision in the control of the plane became higher. Although Xiao Ruofei's learning ability was far superior to that of ordinary people, now it was more difficult for him. The plane was like a naughty child, sometimes left and sometimes right, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, just like a drunkard. The runway in front of him was sometimes left and sometimes right in his field of vision. Brooke sighed in his heart and said secretly, this is definitely not going to work. He quickly calculated the amount of fuel, and then said to Xiao Ruofei, Xia, don't rush to land for the first time. Follow the landing procedure I just taught you. Once at an altitude of about 300 feet, pay attention to control the plane and try to aim it at the runway. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei's forehead was covered with fine sweat. He nodded and said, okay, but now I don't have much confidence. Brooke nodded and immediately said to the control tower, QF-108, apply for a low-altitude pass. The control tower also understood the current situation on the plane, and immediately replied, agreed, 600 feet. 500 feet. 400 feet. The plane's altitude was getting lower and lower, and its speed was gradually decreasing. However, Xiao Ruofei was still unable to control the plane smoothly. The closer it was to the runway, the greater the deviation of the plane seemed to be. He kept adjusting, and adjusting, but in the end, the plane still deviated from the runway. Brooke said, okay, let's assume the runway is directly below, 50 feet to go. 40 feet. 30 feet. Start to pull the lever slightly, and reduce the thrust at the same time. Xiao Ruofei operated the plane according to Brooke's instructions, and the nose of the plane slowly rose, showing a landing posture. This kind of unconventional operation, Brooke did not dare to take too much risk. After achieving the effect, he immediately said, "Now increase the thrust, pull the altitude. Let's go back." In fact, the plane was already 10 or 20 meters away from the runway, and at this altitude, the only option was to go back. Xiao Ruofei did not hesitate to carry out Brooke's instructions. The plane was more than 300 feet above a taxiway next to the runway, and with a loud whistling sound, the nose of the plane raised and began to climb. The staff in the control tower looked at the huge plane rising again, and could not help but show a worried look. This kind of situation was unprecedented in the history of aviation in the world. Could they really succeed? In the cabin, Brooke became more optimistic. From the operation just now, Xiao Ruofei's mastery of the key points of the movement was still very good. As long as the part of aiming at the runway was done well, it was still very likely to land successfully. Positive ascension rate. Retract the landing gear. Brooke shouted. He could not do anything now, and could only command Xiao Ruofei with his mouth. Xiao Ruofei leaned over and retracted the landing gear. In the buzzing sound of the electric motor, the plane kept rising. 1,000 feet. 1,500 feet. Control tower, we are now turning to the left. Brooke said, request to land again from the original direction. Agreed. Xia, make a right angle turn to the right. Brooke said. Understood. Xiao Ruofei said. He was now quite experienced in steering the plane in the air. The plane soon tilted steadily to the right, and drew a beautiful arc in the air. 3 sides, 4 sides. The plane flew back from the 3 sides parallel to the runway. When it reached a sufficient distance, it turned to the 4 sides, and then made another right-angle turn, drawing a standard rectangular trajectory in the air, and entered the 5 sides of the runway extension. Let's start the landing again. Brooke said. Strangely, after the unsuccessful attempt just now, Xiao Ruofei seemed to have improved his skills again. He seemed to be more skillful in the process of controlling the plane to descend. Of course, this also depended on his spiritual power and the big heart that he had trained in the Special Warfare Commando team. Soon, the plane began to build a glide path again, and slowly lowered its altitude. After a while, the runway appeared in the field of vision again. Even Brooke didn't notice that during this attempt, the number of times he reminded and corrected Xiao Ruofei had significantly decreased. The plane kept descending. In the process, the landing gear was lowered, and the flaps were in place. The poppy lights in front of the plane were 2 red and 2 white, indicating that the glide path was now very standard. Brooke looked at the runway that the plane was facing, and kept saying in his heart, steady. Steady. At this time, except for monitoring the speed and altitude of the plane, he couldn't remind Xiao Ruofei anymore, because it was too late. By the time he reminded and Xiao Ruofei reacted and started the operation, the plane might have deviated by 10 or 20 meters. So now he could only rely on Xiao Ruofei's feelings to control the plane. Come on. Feng Jing also clenched her fists and secretly shouted. At this time, Xiao Ruofei had almost entered a state of selflessness, completely eliminating all distracting thoughts. The cockpit, which seemed to be whistling in the wind, became very quiet. His left hand was adjusting the plane's attitude completely based on his feelings. He might make more than 10 adjustments in a few seconds. Sometimes the plane didn't deviate, but there might be a trend, and Xiao Ruofei would immediately adjust it in place. So during the whole process, the plane seemed to be landing very steadily in the direction of the runway, but in fact, it was achieved with very small but extremely precise adjustments by Xiao Ruofei. Brooke was so nervous that he held his breath, and he even forgot about the pain in his arm. Feng Jing also unconsciously gripped the armrest of the seat tightly, and her knuckles were a little white. The plane steadily entered the runway. Brooke was just about to remind Xiao Ruofei when Xiao Ruofei pulled the lever in advance. The huge Airbus A350 began to show a slightly raised attitude, and at the same time, because the lift was less than gravity, it slowly landed on the runway. The moment the plane touched the ground, it began to tremble violently. If it was another co-pilot who was controlling the plane, Brooke would definitely curse out loud. This was definitely a heavy landing. But now the one controlling the plane was a rookie who had never flown a plane before. To be able to do this, it was simply a gift from God. Raise the speed reducer. Throttle to the bottom. Start the reverse thrust. Brooke reminded nervously. In fact, the moment Xiao Ruofei touched the ground, he had already lowered the throttle to the bottom. After hearing Brooke's reminder, he quickly pulled the reverse thrust. At the same time, Xiao Ruofei very carefully and slowly pushed the lever forward, so that the nose of the plane landed smoothly, and the nose landing gear also landed on the runway. The plane taxied on the runway at high speed, but under the effect of the reverse thrust and the speed reducer, its speed was rapidly decreasing. Although the plane hadn't come to a complete stop, thunderous applause came from the cabin behind. Brooke's nerves were still tense. He stared at the speedometer and saw that the speed of the plane was dropping rapidly under the effect of reverse thrust and braking. When the speed reached 70 knots, Brooke shouted, "Xia, reverse the slow car." Originally, Brooke was worried that the runway was too short, so he was prepared to take a certain risk and turn off the reverse thrust later. But Xiao Ruofei's landing this time, except for a slightly heavier landing, was impeccable. The landing gear touched the ground as soon as it entered the landing zone. It could be said that the utilization of the runway had reached the extreme. Considering the premise that Xiao Ruofei had never flown a plane, this landing could be said to be perfect, or even a miracle. Seeing the speed of the plane drop rapidly, Brooke's heart calmed down a lot. So, according to the program, when the speed was 70 knots, he reminded Xiao Ruofei to put the reverse thrust in the slow position to protect the plane's engine. Understood, Xiao Ruofei said, and then, according to what Brooke had taught him before, he put the reverse thrust in the slow position. The deceleration effect of the reverse thrust was reduced, and the speed of the plane did not increase significantly. It was still decreasing slowly, and soon it dropped to taxi speed. This time, Xiao Ruofei did not need Brooke's reminder, and directly turned off the reverse thrust. Brooke thought for a moment and said, "Xia, are you sure you can drive the plane into the taxiway? Saipan Airport only had one runway. If the plane was forced to land on the runway, it would be equivalent to the airport being closed." Now that everything was going so smoothly, Brooke naturally wanted to make it more perfect. He wanted the plane to enter the taxiway and not occupy the runway. Xiao Ruofei was bursting with confidence. He said with a smile, "We've descended from such a high place, what's the big deal about entering the taxiway?" "No problem." "Okay." Brooke immediately contacted the tower. "Tower, flight QF-108 applies to leave the runway from the next exit." "Agreed," the tower said straightforwardly. The tower controller, who had always been very calm, also had an uncontrollable excitement at this time. Just now, he had seen very clearly from the tower that the Airbus A350, which had lost its right windshield, had landed steadily on the runway. He could not believe that this was being piloted by a passenger who had never touched a fixed-wing aircraft before. This controller had once dreamed of flying, but he was eliminated when he was studying aviation theory. Later on, he couldn't bear to leave the aviation field, so he switched to training as a controller. After putting in a lot of effort, he was finally qualified for this extremely stressful job. Seeing the scene of Xiao Ruofei landing the plane, the controller found it hard to suppress his dream of flying. Later, he really re-signed up for the company's pilot recruitment. In the end, he successfully passed a series of training and became a pilot, obtaining the career of his dreams. Of course, this was all in the future. Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't know that his actions would affect the life of an ordinary tower controller. At this time, he was carefully controlling the plane to leave the runway from the next exit and onto the taxiway. The taxiway parallel to the runway was already filled with fire engines, ambulances, and police cars. All kinds of lights were flashing. When the plane was taxiing, these special vehicles followed the plane on the taxiway. When Xiao Ruofei steered the plane into the taxiway, a guide car drove in front of the plane. The other cars stopped at the intersection and waited for the plane to enter the taxiway before following it. The guide car drove the plane to an empty apron, and the staff signaled for the plane to stop. When the plane steadily stopped on the apron, Xiao Ruofei followed Brooke's instructions and quickly turned off the engine and the switches. Until now, Brooke still felt like he was in a dream. Now that he was really on the ground, he still couldn't believe that a passenger who had never flown a plane before had landed the plane. Even if he had seen it with his own eyes, he still felt that it was unbelievable. Xiao Ruofei took a long breath and unfastened his seat belt. He turned around and grinned at Feng Jing, saying, "Sister Jing, we're finally on the ground. I was really afraid that I would slip and drop the plane. If that happened, I would be really sorry for you. I was kind enough to let you go to Australia to relax, but I almost hurt you." Feng Jing was still teary-eyed. She couldn't tell what she was feeling. She didn't pay attention to the situation outside during the landing process. She kept an awkward posture and stared at Xiao Ruofei, so at this moment, her waist was sore and painful. When the plane vibrated slightly when it touched the ground, she suddenly felt inexplicably moved, and then her tears couldn't stop. At this time, the plane had been surrounded by all kinds of special vehicles. The flight attendants were organizing the evacuation of the passengers. Everything was busy but orderly. Feng Jing's eyes were filled with tears. She laughed and said, "You're really stupid and bold. You've never flown a plane before, but you dare to sit on it." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Sister Jing is on the plane. I can't sit in my seat and wait for death. I can only bite the bullet and get on." Feng Jing's pretty face blushed slightly. Xiao Ruofei didn't mean to say anything ambiguous, and even had a hint of a joking tone. However, after experiencing life and death together, Feng Jing's heart seemed to throb even more intensely. Even a casual sentence from Xiao Ruofei could make her imagination run wild. Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing were talking in Chinese. Brooke, who was beside them, naturally couldn't understand at all. However, he couldn't help but admire Xiao Ruofei's strong psychological quality when he saw that Xiao Ruofei was still so relaxed and calm after completing such a feat. During the gap between the two of them, Brooke finally found a chance to interrupt. He said sincerely, "Xia, you've created a great miracle. I think all of this must be God's arrangement. You're an angel sent by him to save us." Brooke was a devout Christian. After experiencing all of this, he firmly believed that this was definitely God's arrangement. If it weren't for Xiao Ruofei, they wouldn't have been able to open the cockpit door. Brooke, who had received professional training, was very clear that even if they used explosion-proof axes for an hour, the cockpit door wouldn't be damaged much. Wilkins, who was controlling the plane, wouldn't have given them that much time. However, Xiao Ruofei only swung her axe a few times and split open the cockpit door. Then, she used her body to forcefully open the door. If Brooke didn't see it with his own eyes and someone else described it to him, he would definitely think that this person was crazy. What happened next was even more miraculous. Wilkins' death wish came true. He was sucked out of the plane from 10,000 meters above the ground. The captain in charge, Johansson, was poisoned to death. The only pilot, Brooke, had both his arms injured. No one could control the plane. Brooke thought that this was the end of the world, but he didn't expect there to be a glimmer of hope. This young man with infinite strength actually mastered the basic controls of the plane very quickly. Then, he unbelievably piloted the giant Airbus A350 to land successfully. The plane was basically undamaged. If this wasn't God's arrangement, then what else could explain it? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said in English, "Captain Brooke, I'm from Xianxia, and I don't believe in Christianity. I think your God may not know me. If this is really God's arrangement, then it should be the gods of Xianxia who sent me here." "No, no, no, God is everywhere," Brooke said. "Our piety must have touched God, so he arranged for you to be on this plane." In the face of a devout believer, Xiao Ruofei felt that it was useless to talk more, so he simply shrugged and stopped refuting Brooke's words. Xiao Ruofei saw that Brooke's bandaged left arm began to bleed again, so he said, "Captain Brooke, let me help you deal with the wound on your arm first." "Xia, you're also a doctor?" Brooke asked in surprise. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "I'm not a practicing doctor, but I know some medical skills. I'm a traditional Chinese doctor from Xianxia. If you don't mind, I can help you deal with it first. After all, it's bleeding now." Brooke didn't really believe in traditional Chinese medicine, but he trusted Xiao Ruofei very much. Hearing this, he immediately said without hesitation, "Of course I don't mind. Xia, please help me." Xiao Ruofei nodded and leaned over from the pilot's seat. He first untied the blood-soaked bandage on Brooke's arm, and then gently tore off his left sleeve. Because it was summer in Australia, Brooke changed into a short-sleeved flight uniform after the air conditioner started working. Xiao Ruofei gently tore off the sleeve. Brooke's arm had been hit by 2 steel balls. He didn't know if he was lucky or unlucky. In that situation, the steel balls were flying everywhere on the thick windshield. If they hadn't hit his arm but his head, Brooke would have been dead by now. But the same arm had been hit by 2 steel balls, which was really bad luck. Xia Ruofei stretched out her hand and quickly pointed a few times around Brooke's wound. The bleeding wound immediately stopped bleeding. What was even more miraculous was that Brooke felt the pain lessen a lot. In fact, Xia Ruofei could have used his true qi to force the steel balls out of Brooke's arm, but he didn't want to be too shocking. He thought it would be better to leave it to the hospital. Therefore, after stopping the bleeding and pain through the acupoints, Xia Ruofei asked Feng Jing to find the first aid kit behind the seat and bandaged Brooke again with gauze and bandages. As a veteran who had received battlefield rescue training, Xia Ruofei was naturally fast and good at bandaging the wound. It didn't take long for him to finish. Brooke said excitedly, "God. In the future, I will never believe in the rumors that traditional Chinese medicine is witchcraft and liars. Xia, your medical skills are amazing." Indeed, from the point of view of Western medicine, it was difficult to explain why he could stop the bleeding and pain with just a few points. Because in the theory of Western medicine, the acupoints and meridians didn't exist. The whole theoretical basis of traditional Chinese medicine was untenable in the eyes of Western medicine. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "I can't do much, so I'll leave it to the professional doctors." "You are 100 times better than those professional doctors." Brooke was not stingy with his praise. "Haha. Then I can consider opening a traditional Chinese medicine clinic after I retire," Xia Ruofei said. Brooke said with certainty, "Then your business will be very good." While they were talking, someone walked into the cockpit. When Brooke saw the person, he immediately said, "Hey, Alex. I've never wanted to see your annoying old face as much as I do today." Alex was a little old man in his early 50s. His gray hair was sparse, and his chubby Qantas uniform was stretched tight. He had a hearty smile on his face. "Brooke. Me too." Alex said, "When I saw you before, I couldn't wait to step on your face. Today, I'm just the opposite. I'm looking forward to seeing you alive. Even when I was young, I didn't look forward to seeing you for the first time." The two of them burst out laughing at the same time. Xia Ruofei felt that if Brooke wasn't injured and couldn't even lift his hand, the two of them would probably be hugging each other. Just imagining that scene made her feel full of love. Alex and Brooke exchanged a few words, then immediately looked at Xia Ruofei and said, "You must be Mr. Xia. Let me introduce myself. I'm the station master of Qantas Station in Saipan. My name is Alex. On behalf of Qantas Airways, I would like to express my gratitude to Mr. Xia for his heroic feat. The company's executives are on their way to Saipan, and they will thank you in person." Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Mr. Alex, I just didn't want to fall into the sea with the plane. Captain Brooke helped me a lot. Otherwise, I'm afraid I couldn't face such complicated and sophisticated control equipment alone. Brooke will get the medal that belongs to him," Alex said. At this time, Brooke looked gloomy and asked in a low voice, "Alex, have you seen Captain Johansson?" The smile on Alex's face froze, and a sad expression appeared on his face. He said, "Brooke, I know what you want to ask." The doctor got on the plane immediately and examined Johansson. "Unfortunately, he has been dead for a long time." Brooke closed his eyes sadly and murmured, "Old man. You're going to retire in 3 months." Alex patted Brooke on the shoulder and said, "Well, don't think so much. The first thing you have to do now is to go to the hospital to treat your wound. Everyone is looking forward to your return to the blue sky as soon as possible." "I know," Brooke whispered. The passengers had been evacuated. Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing, Brooke, and Alex also walked out of the cockpit. Xia Ruofei asked, "What's the arrangement for the passengers?" Most of the passengers on this flight were from Huaxia. Xia Ruofei was naturally concerned about the situation of his compatriots. Alex said, "Mr. Xia, don't worry. Our company has already dispatched a plane, and it will land in Saipan soon. If the passengers are willing to continue their journey, they can transfer to our company's flight. If they are not feeling well, they can also choose to stay in Saipan." Our company will take care of their accommodation during this time. Of course, all the passengers will be compensated by our airline. Xiao Ruofei nodded. He was quite satisfied with this arrangement. By the way, can passengers from Huaxia enter Saipan? Xiao Ruofei asked. Feng Jing smiled and said, Saipan is an American tourist island. Since November 2009, people from Huaxia can enjoy 45 days of visa-free treatment in Saipan. As long as they have a Huaxia passport, they can enter the country. That's good. Xiao Ruofei said, I also want to play in Saipan for a few days. But things in Australia are urgent, so let's take an Australian plane and continue to fly to Australia. I'll listen to your arrangement. You're the boss. Feng Jing said with a smile. At this time, Alex said, Mr. Xia, the airport police will ask you and the flight crew for some information in a while. The senior management of Qantas will also express their gratitude to you in person, so you may have to stay in Saipan for a day or two, and can't take a later flight to Australia. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He looked at Feng Jing with a wry smile. Brooke was first sent to the ambulance, and the police sent someone to follow him to the hospital to make a statement. Before getting into the car, Xiao Ruofei said to Brooke, Captain Brooke, if the injury is troublesome, please remember to contact me. Maybe Chinese medicine will have a better way. Xiao Ruofei had a good impression of Brooke. Although he had done it all by himself, without Brooke's guidance, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't have been able to create this miracle even if she had the ability to reach the heavens. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei did not want to see Brooke bid farewell to flying because of his injury. Brooke said gratefully, Okay, Xia. Thank you very much. Xiao Ruofei smiled and patted Brooke on the shoulder, then sent him to the ambulance. The staff of Qantas also went to the hospital. In addition to Brooke, several passengers had suffered minor injuries because of the violent turbulence during the explosive loss of pressure, which required Qantas to coordinate and deal with. Alex stayed to accompany Xiao Ruofei to deal with the police's inquiry. After the ambulance left, Xiao Ruofei prepared to go to the special channel specially opened by Qantas with Alex. They would first go through the immigration procedures, and then cooperate with the police to make a statement. Just then, a voice came from behind, Sir, please wait a minute. Xiao Ruofei heard the familiar Chinese and immediately turned his head. He only heard the click of the shutter a few times, and then he saw a young face after the SLR camera was removed. I'm a passenger of this flight. The young man said excitedly, We all heard that you saved the whole flight. Thank you. Although Xiao Ruofei subconsciously did not want to expose his identity, he was in a foreign country, and they were Huaxia compatriots who had gone through hardships together. Since the young man had already taken a picture, he was embarrassed to ask him to delete it. He could only smile and say, You're welcome. I can't live if the flight has an accident. I'm also trying to save myself. After the passengers of the flight were evacuated, they gathered in this area to line up for immigration procedures. The customs in Saipan had opened a special passage, but because of the large number of people, many people were still waiting here. The Huaxia passengers also gathered around and expressed their gratitude to Xiao Ruofei. Many people also took out their phones to take photos. Some were so excited that they took photos with Xiao Ruofei. Some even asked Xiao Ruofei for an autograph. Xiao Ruofei was also going all out. He understood the feelings of his compatriots who had just survived a disaster. He cooperated with their requests for a group photo. Of course, he still declined their requests for autographs. The smile on Xiao Ruofei's face almost froze. Finally, Alex and the other Qantas staff came to his rescue. Only then did the Huaxia compatriots let go of Xiao Ruofei. When he left, whether it was the Huaxia passengers or the other foreign passengers, they all gave Xiao Ruofei a warm round of applause. As they walked to the special passage, Feng Jing asked with a smile, Ruofei, how does it feel to be a big star? Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, Sister Jing, don't you know me? I really don't want to be in the limelight. Now that the media was so developed, Xiao Ruofei could foresee that these photos would soon spread to every corner of Huaxia. At that time, he would become a figure in the limelight. He didn't know how long it would take for his popularity to fade. Feng Jing couldn't help but chuckle. She thought of how Xiao Ruofei always pushed her to the front and even made her a little famous internet celebrity. now Xiao Ruofei would soon enjoy such treatment. She couldn't help but have a little evil taste in her heart. She didn't know how Xiao Ruofei would react when the time came. Under special treatment, Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing quickly went through the immigration procedures after showing their Huaxia passports. According to the principle of territorial jurisdiction, this incident would be the responsibility of the local police in Saipan. Of course, most of the passengers were Huaxia and Australia. As the main countries involved, Huaxia and Australia would also participate in the investigation of the incident. Of course, it should be mainly the Civil Aviation Investigation Department that would be involved. After entering Saipan, Xiao Ruofei was quickly invited by the local police to understand the incident. Feng Jing also made a statement because she was also in the cockpit at the time. In addition, as Saipan was a territory of the United States, the Civil Aviation Investigation Agency of the United States had already set off. At that time, the civil aviation working groups of Huaxia and Australia would also come. Xiao Ruofei still needed to cooperate with their investigation. Therefore, after coming out of the police station, Alex had arranged accommodation and other related matters for Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing on behalf of Qantas. Qantas did not arrange a fixed hotel in the Saipan base, but specifically chose the best hotel in the area, Kaiwei Hotel. The Kaiwei Hotel in Saipan was located in the legendary Michael Beach, Micro, surrounded by 14 acres of tropical gardens and lagoons, in the northern Mariana Islands, a luxurious tranquility. The hotel was about 11 kilometers away from the airport. After the group came out of the airport, it took about 20 minutes to arrive by car. The hotel was located on the beach. Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing's rooms were naturally invincible sea-view rooms. Alex also specifically asked if the two were a couple, because this involved the question of how many rooms to book. Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing both blushed. In the end, they naturally booked 2 rooms. Alex personally sent the 2 of them to their rooms and tactfully excused himself. He knew that after experiencing such a life-and-death moment, and after landing, the 2 must be physically and mentally exhausted, and what they needed most was rest. Xiao Ruofei was in a good state, but Feng Jing was really tired, so Xiao Ruofei stood at the door of her room and talked to her for a while, and then let her rest. Xiao Ruofei came to his room and went to the bathroom to take a shower. The bathroom also had a large floor-to-ceiling glass, facing the direction of the beach. Of course, the glass was one way. Soaking in the bathtub, the view was white and soft beach and the endless sea. Soaking in such an environment really made one feel relaxed and happy. Xiao Ruofei had long wanted to take Ling Qingxue on a trip, to find islands like Saipan and the Maldives, and live leisurely for a while. Unexpectedly, before this wish was realized, he unexpectedly wandered in Saipan first. Life's encounters were really wonderful. After taking a bath, Xiao Ruofei changed into the pajamas provided by the hotel, leaned against the bay window of the room, and lit a cigarette while admiring the invincible sea view. Xiao Ruofei didn't know that at this moment, the major new media platforms in China were all in an uproar. First, an app that provided real-time flight information service was the first to discover that Xiao Ruofei's flight had deviated and strangely decreased altitude, and immediately posted it through Weibo, and provided a comparison of the flight's estimated route and the actual flight trajectory. This news didn't attract large-scale attention at first. Of course, a small number of people began to speculate whether the Malaysian Airlines incident would happen again. After all, many Huaxia passengers were on the plane, and it was inevitable that people would think of the strange missing flight a few years ago. After a while, the flight app again released first-hand information. Flight QF-108's answering machine changed to 7700. This meant that there was an emergency on the flight. When this information was released, many people who were paying attention to this incident suddenly felt their hearts tighten. Because there was a certain delay in the information, when the QF-108's answering machine code changed to 7700, the flight was approaching Saipan Airport, which was Xiao Ruofei's busiest time. What really ignited the discussion was a Weibo post. The blogger only had more than 200 fans, but it was this Weibo post that suddenly attracted everyone's attention to the Qantas incident. The title of the Weibo post was "I was going to Australia, but now I'm in Saipan, the moment of life and death I experienced." The blogger wrote in this long Weibo post, "Today, I happily boarded a flight to Australia with my girlfriend. This was our first trip abroad, and the first time we took an international flight. After boarding the plane, we were really excited. However, more than 2 hours after the plane took off, when we were still looking forward to the Gold Coast of Australia, something happened that will be engraved in my heart for the rest of my life. At that time, everything seemed normal. The plane was flying smoothly. My girlfriend said that she heard an abnormal noise in the front cabin. I laughed at her for being too paranoid. However, the next moment, the plane trembled violently, followed by violent turbulence. Things in the cabin flew everywhere, and all the oxygen masks fell down. At that moment, I was stunned. Everything in front of me was like the end of the world. Next, the stewardess shouted herself hoarse for everyone to quickly put on the oxygen masks. After my girlfriend and I put on the masks in a panic, we felt the plane was descending rapidly. At that time, I really thought it was over. The sea was below the plane. I seemed to have become sluggish. The only thought in my mind was to hug my girlfriend tightly. At that time, I thought, even if the plane crashed, I would hug her tightly. At least we wouldn't be separated after death. After a while, the plane gradually stopped descending, but the noise in the cabin was very loud, and the flight became very unstable. Many people were scared and cried out loud. Some people trembled and wrote their wills. After about an hour of this torment, I specifically checked my watch. At that time, the seconds felt like years, and I felt that the time was much longer than that. The plane finally tried to land. The first landing was a failure. The plane wobbled over the runway and then quickly ascended again. Our emotions were like a roller coaster. The second landing, the plane finally landed on the runway. After it came to a stop, a bunch of police cars and fire trucks surrounded it. It was like a big movie. After we got off the plane, we found out that the plane had landed in Saipan. If you thought that this was the biggest news of the day, you were wrong. After we got off the plane, while waiting for the immigration procedures, several people from Xianxia, who were sitting in the first-class cabin, told us that there was a problem with the plane's pilot. It was a passenger from the first-class cabin who landed the plane. Moreover, that passenger was a fellow citizen of Xianxia. At first, we didn't believe it. It was simply a fantasy. But soon, we saw a young man from Xianxia accompanied by a Qantas staff. After we asked him, we found out that he was the one who landed the plane safely. Let me ask you, isn't he awesome? Lastly, I have a feeling that he will be popular all over China in the photo I took with him last time. Anyway, my girlfriend told me to go swimming at the beach. We were originally going to Australia, but now we'll enjoy the sunshine and beaches of Saipan. Oh right, Qantas will take care of all the expenses. Originally, with the number of fans he had, it was very difficult to attract attention. But this blogger had a few aviation celebrities, and one of them helped him forward the post. Such a complicated and bizarre story naturally attracted a lot of attention, and it quickly became a hot topic. Of course, many people were skeptical about the content of the blogger's post, and some even sneered at it. Among them, there were a lot of aviation professionals, including pilots, captains, controllers, and so on. These people naturally paid more attention to the information in the industry. One of the captain's comments was very representative: the blogger's post is full of mistakes. I don't dare say that it's made up, but it's really hard to believe that such a thing happened. First of all, this kind of international flight has at least 2 captains, some even have 2 crew members, which means that there are at least 3 pilots. The probability of 3 pilots failing at the same time is lower than winning the lottery. Secondly, flying is a very professional thing, especially modern airliners. Let alone a complete layman, even a private pilot who has been trained to fly small planes would find it difficult to land an Airbus A350 smoothly. Could it be that the passenger in the first-class cabin was a professional pilot who happened to fly an Airbus series plane? Isn't that too much of a coincidence? So, I think that the flight might have encountered some accident, so it landed in Saipan. As for the Xianxia compatriot who flew the plane, I think that's very unlikely. I hope you don't spread false rumors. Many aviation industry insiders supported the captain's point of view. To be fair, this was a relatively objective judgment. But many things couldn't be explained by professionalism. Not long after the captain's post was posted, it was slapped in the face by Qantas' official Weibo account. Qantas valued Xianxia's business, so it opened a verified account on the Weibo platform long ago. This time, the Qantas incident hadn't fully developed, and public opinion was still in a state of chaos, but Qantas official Weibo suddenly posted a very formal post. The content of the post was, "Today, flight QF108 from Xianxia to Sydney, Australia, encountered an extreme accident during the flight. In the case of pilot failure, Xianxia passenger Mr. Xia, with his outstanding courage and extraordinary skills, helped the crew complete an epic forced landing. Qantas is deeply grateful for this." There was also a picture attached to the post, which was the original document of Qantas' official announcement, followed by the signature of the Qantas president. Originally, Qantas official Weibo did not have many fans. However, as soon as the post came out, it instantly attracted hundreds of thousands of fans and the comment section was extremely popular. There was too much information in this short paragraph: pilot failure, forced landing, etc. Most importantly, the key person was from Xianxia. Naturally, it attracted the attention of Xianxia's netizens. Everyone left comments asking about the situation. The previous captain also reposted the Weibo immediately and said humorously, "I take back what I said before. It seems that nothing is impossible in this world. What I'm most concerned about now is whether the passenger who forced the plane to land is one of our colleagues." Faced with the enthusiasm of the netizens, Qantas official Weibo was a little surprised. After about half an hour, they updated their Weibo, "Thank you for your concern. Because the incident just happened and the official investigation has not been launched, many details cannot be disclosed for the time being. What I can tell you is that all the passengers on the plane are safe. Only a few of them suffered minor injuries. After inspection, there are no major problems. Please rest assured." In addition, according to Xiao's private understanding, the passenger who forced the plane to land was not a professional pilot. At the end of the Weibo post, the editor of Qantas official Weibo even playfully tagged the previous captain. The captain did not have a flight mission today and was very concerned about this incident. Therefore, he saw the update of Qantas official Weibo immediately. He immediately reposted the Weibo post and added 3 facepalm emojis. The captain was a military pilot instructor. He was usually very active on Weibo. He often posted some beautiful photos taken from the cockpit and shared aviation knowledge with everyone. Therefore, he had a lot of fans on Weibo and was well liked by everyone. After the captain reposted the Weibo post, his fans also commented below. Most of them were gloating. "Haha. Instructor Yang was slapped in the face. I love to see this. Captain Yang, does your face hurt? I feel sorry for our instructor Yang for 3 seconds. However, this kind of thing is unbelievable even to us aviation novices. It's no wonder instructor Yang made the wrong judgment. The pilot instructor was selected from the senior pilots. Usually, they would take on more flying tasks. Above them, there were also inspectors. The operation assessment for the co-pilot to be promoted to captain was the responsibility of the inspectors. Captain Yang was an instructor pilot. Therefore, it was not wrong for his fans to call him Instructor Yang or Captain Yang. Moreover, the people who called him that were his true fans who knew him very well. Everyone's comments were more of a joke and did not have any malicious intent. Therefore, Captain Yang was naturally not angry. Instead, he took out his phone and showed it to his colleagues next to him. Everyone laughed. Then, the pilots naturally began to discuss this rare incident from a professional point of view. While Captain Yang closed. And his girlfriend's post, Weibo, also suddenly became popular. Because compared to the official statement of Qantas, this Weibo post was posted by someone who had personally experienced it, and there were many details in it. Most importantly, this post was a photo of the blogger and Xiao of. Xia of course. Have not. B. He not only not make posts, he of course, it of him. He rarely, he. Of course did. Post. A post. Post was a person. Of people of course. People. Of. Was of his, he of people said people. He. Was. It. Therefore, the netizens recognized him very quickly. Isn't that Boss Xia of the Taoyuan company? He knows how to fly a plane? Boss Xia? Is he famous? What's his background? Copper ball science. Copper ball plus 1 inch copper ball plus 2, there were a bunch of neatly arranged replies. Finally, someone left a comment. Those of you who don't know Ba Xia can search for Yuji ointment or Zue Ba Xian on Baidu. Some bored people went to search for it. Then, they came back to leave a comment. Damn. Yuji ointment and Zue Ba Xian are both under Ba Xia's name. My eyes are blinded. There are even Taoyuan vegetables. I had the chance to eat it a few days ago. It was so delicious. Unfortunately, it was too expensive. Haha. The person above must be ignorant. The Taoyuan company is a famous company in Xianxia. Ba Xia started from scratch. He's young and promising. We don't know when he learned how to fly a plane. Worship. Ba Xia, is there anything you don't know? I know. He can't give birth to monkeys. The person above is being naughty. Ba Xia is a little fresh meat. Although he can't give birth to monkeys, he can definitely get others to give birth to a lot of monkeys for him. Everyone happily left comments on Weibo. As they chatted, they unknowingly went off topic. However, Xiao Ruofei was the protagonist of this emergency. This matter was confirmed. After all, the Qantas official Weibo said that it was the passenger, Mr. Xia, who helped the plane make an emergency landing. This person also posted a group photo. Wasn't Xiao Ruofei surnamed Xia? Could there be any other possibilities? The Taoyuan company didn't know about this at first. They couldn't be blamed for being slow to react. It was mainly because everyone was busy working in such a thriving new company. Who would check Weibo during working hours? It was only when many busybodies forwarded the Weibo post and tagged the Taoyuan company's official Weibo that the operation department noticed. Xiao Ruofei's good brother and new employee, Guan Ping, happened to be working in the public relations department for the past few days. The public relations and sales of the Taoyuan company were under the jurisdiction of the marketing department. Guan Ping had just entered the company, so he hoped to familiarize himself with the situation in many positions. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei asked Xiao Chang to give Guan Ping more opportunities to rotate. When Guan Ping saw so many messages tagging the company's official Weibo, he knew that something big must have happened. He quickly clicked on it. When he saw the contents of those Weibo posts, Guan Ping couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Ruofei's plane had an accident? He even helped to land the plane? Guan Ping felt that it was a little like a fantasy. His first reaction was that it was an online rumor. However, after tracing the source, he found that even the official Weibo of Qantas had confirmed this matter. Even the official Weibo of many mainstream media outlets had forwarded it immediately. After Guan Ping recovered from his shock, he keenly realized that this might be a great opportunity for free publicity. He calmed his mind and didn't let this sudden gift bag get to his head. Guan Ping first took out his mobile phone and called Xiao Ruofei. As the boss's good brother, he had this little convenience. If it were other employees, they would definitely have to report it level by level. There was no way to directly find Xiao Ruofei to confirm it. During the time when the public opinion on Weibo was fermenting, Xiao Ruofei had just finished his statement at the police station and was resting at the Kaiyue Hotel. His mobile phone had already opened international roaming, so Guan Ping's call was quickly connected. Ruofei, are you in Saipan now? Guan Ping couldn't wait to ask. Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment and said, even you know? This matter spread so quickly? Guan Ping said excitedly, so, the news on the internet is true. What news on the internet? Xiao Ruofei was confused. I just settled down and didn't have time to go online yet. The internet said that the plane you took had an accident, and then you flew the plane to land. Guan Ping said. He felt that it was a little too bizarre and couldn't believe it at all. He was afraid that Xiao Ruofei would laugh and refute this ridiculous statement. Fortunately, what he was worried about didn't happen. Xiao Ruofei said, that's true, but the news spread too fast. It must have been spread by the passengers who asked me to take photos, right? Otherwise, it's impossible for even my identity to be exposed. Great! Guan Ping cried excitedly. Xiao Ruofei said with a gloomy face, Ping Zi, are we still brothers? I had an accident here. I almost died at sea, and you're still calling it good? I didn't expect you to be like this, Guan Ping. Guan Ping said with a smile, haven't you already turned the misfortune into a blessing? I mean, this is a great thing for our company. You don't know how popular it is on the internet now. If we don't take advantage of such a good free advertising opportunity, it's simply a waste of God's gift. Xia Ruofei said, this feels like a blessing in disguise? Isn't it? Guan Ping said, well, leave the rest to us. You just enjoy Saipan's Yongguan Beach. But you may need to cooperate with us later. Don't go too far. Xia Ruofei said, going too far is as bad as not going far enough. I know. Don't worry. Guan Ping said. After he hung up the phone, he couldn't help but clench his fists excitedly. Then, he quickly pulled out the keyboard, created a new document, and began to write a plan with his fingers flying. Guan Ping, who was in a good state, only spent more than 20 minutes to write a simple plan. Then, he ran directly to the office of Xiao Chong, the marketing director, and then went to report to Dong Yun, who was temporarily in charge of the company's daily affairs. Soon, the Taoyuan company's publicity department took action. Netizens were excitedly refreshing the news on various major platforms. In fact, the real news was the official announcement of Qantas Airlines and the earliest personal Weibo account. Later, there were some messages posted by passengers on the plane at that time. In fact, they were more or less the same. Many people also posted on their WeChat moments, but soon, screenshots of their WeChat moments were also posted on the internet. Just as everyone's enthusiasm was at its peak and they were constantly looking for new news, the official Weibo of the Taoyuan company finally updated a blog post. After confirming with Boss Xia, who was on vacation in Saipan, the information circulating on the internet is basically accurate. The general situation is as follows. This morning, Boss Xia and the company's president, Ms. Feng Jing, jointly agreed to fly Qantas QF-108 to Australia to inspect the company's Fairyland farm in Australia. During the flight encountered some unexpected changes, causing all the pilots to be unable to fly the plane. In order to save the passengers on the plane, and at the same time to save himself, Boss Xia stood up bravely. Under the technical guidance of the Qantas captain, Mr. Brook, he successfully forced the plane to land at Saipan Airport. The plane and passengers were all safe and sound. It was a regular blog post with a picture of the Taoyuan company's logo. Soon, netizens forwarded it one after another. In a short while, the number of reposts reached more than 10,000, and thousands of comments were posted at once. If you thought that the official Weibo of the Taoyuan company would only post such a Weibo, then you were really too naive. For Guan Ping, who had already kneaded marketing into his bones, how could he not do something with such a great opportunity? Therefore, within a few minutes, the official Weibo of the Taoyuan company posted another Weibo. Sister Tao saw the comments of the netizens. Someone asked our Boss Xia what he can't do. Sister Tao specially made an overseas call to Boss Xia to verify. Boss Xia said that he really can't give birth to monkeys. In fact, in the eyes of our company's employees, Boss Xia is really omnipotent. Our popular Yuji cream on the internet and the heart-nourishing soup that has benefited countless autistic patients were all independently developed by Boss Xia. He alone can be said to be the core competitiveness of the Taoyuan company. You ask why our Boss Xia is so awesome? It's because he eats Taoyuan vegetables all year round, drinks Taoyuan brand Dahongpo, and has some Taoyuan brand Dendrobium ironhide and caterpillar fungus to nourish his brain. Nowadays, personified operations were popular in the self-media and official Weibo. The official Weibo of the Taoyuan company had always been called Sister Tao. In fact, the people in charge of operations were also a few cute girls. It was just that Guan Ping happened to be there for a shift today. Guan Ping used a girl's tone to post such a Weibo, and it didn't feel strange at all. As soon as this Weibo post was posted, the netizens collectively became excited again. Pfft! I'm not convinced by the wall, but by the operation of Taoyuan's official Weibo. This advertisement is simply flawless. Upstairs, can't you see such obvious product placement? Are you blind? The teacher upstairs, can't you have a sense of humor? Sigh. We all received 9 years of compulsory education. Sister, how can you be so witty? After Guan Ping posted this Weibo, he didn't rest. Instead, he quickly used his official Weibo account to reply to the netizens' comments. He tried his best to use a relaxed and cheerful tone and some online catchphrases to quickly close the psychological distance between everyone. After about half an hour, Guanping copied the script that he had prepared in advance into the Weibo posting box. He selected the poster that the art team had made at the last minute and carefully checked it several times before clicking the publish button. Now, many netizens were guarding the official Weibo of the Taoyuan company. They were teasing the operation girls while looking for any new updates. After talking to Guanping on the phone, Xiao Ruofei was also paying attention to the domestic public opinion on the internet in the hotel in Saipan. He was mainly worried that Guanping was playing too big, and it would be bad if it backfired, so he still had to keep an eye on it. Xiao Ruofei was also shocked by the popularity on Weibo. The topic #passenger flying the plane hashtag had been pushed to the top of the trending list in just 1 or 2 hours. A certain second-tier star had spent a lot of effort to hype up a scandal and spent a lot of money. It was not easy to enter the top 10 of the trending list, but it was suddenly squeezed out. He was probably crying in the toilet. In addition to Weibo, Xiao Ruofei also saw the relevant push notifications on several mainstream media's WeChat public accounts that he followed. Although they were all integrating some existing news, the influence was not the same. It should be known that the official WeChat accounts of these national media were all VIPs with tens of millions of fans, and their accounts were given special permissions by Tencent Company. They were not subject to the daily push restriction at all. Hot news could be pushed immediately, and the activity of their fans was quite high. Xiao Ruofei naturally paid the most attention to the update of the Taoyuan Company's official Weibo. When Guanping released the promotion plan, he also saw it immediately. The tone of the new media was relaxed and lively. Only in this way could they be more close to the users, so Xiao Ruofei just smiled knowingly about the content of the blog post and did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. The promotion plan was also considered to be in line with the rules. The Taoyuan Company launched a promotion at the same time in the flagship stores of Jingbei Mall and Tmall. This time, in addition to the sales volume of popular products such as Yuji cream, Dendrobium candidum, caterpillar fungus, and Taoyuan de Hongpo also had a certain discount. In addition, the Taoyuan Company would also release 520% discount coupons on each of the 2 e-commerce platforms, with a discount limit of 10,000 yuan. In addition to the 20% discount coupons, there were also a number of full discount coupons, which were relatively large in number. The promotion started at 8 o'clock in the evening, and the coupons would open at 6 o'clock in the evening. Jingbei Mall and Tmall also coincidentally provided eye-catching display space on the front page for free for the promotion of the Taoyuan Company's official flagship store. Advertising space in such a location would cost 100 to 200,000 yuan a day. The fact that Tmall and Jingbei could provide it for free showed how much importance they attached to the Taoyuan Company. Boss Liu of Jingbei Mall and Xiao Ruofei had met in Beijing. Naturally, he knew a little about Xiao Ruofei's background. In addition, as a self-made legendary elite, he also appreciated Xiao Ruofei. Of course, with his keen business sense, he was very clear about the development prospects of the Taoyuan Company. As for Tmall's boss Ma, although he had not met Xiao Ruofei, he had already seen the miracles of the Yuji cream sales. Jingbei Mall was on good terms with the Taoyuan Company. Naturally, Tmall would not fall behind. In fact, with the Taoyuan Company's small size, it was a miracle that it could be favored by a billionaire at the same time. Netizens were naturally very happy. Usually, it was very difficult to rush to buy the Yuji cream. There were already more than one young lady who left resentful messages on the Taoyuan Company's official Weibo. Today, not only had the supply doubled, but there was even a chance to buy it at a 20% discount. How could everyone not be happy? Everyone was rubbing their hands, ready to grab the coupons at 6 o'clock and 8 o'clock. Xiao Ruofei looked at the messages on Weibo and could not help but smile. He was very satisfied with the marketing department's quick response this time. If it were not for the fact that Feng Jing might have already gone to bed, he would definitely have asked Feng Jing to take a look at it as soon as possible. He would also let Feng Jing know that she did not have to keep an eye on the company. In the future, she would not have to be so tired of handling everything by herself. It might be better for her to let go appropriately. Just as Xiao Ruofei was scrolling through Weibo, his phone rang again. When he saw that it was Guan Ping calling again, Xiao Ruofei could not help but have a headache. He thought to himself, this guy is definitely up to no good. Sure enough, as soon as Xiao Ruofei picked up, he heard Guan Ping ask with a smirk, Boss Xia, have you paid attention to our Weibo situation? The publicity effect seems to be very good. Xiao Ruofei said angrily, I'm about to become Wi-Fi. Everyone wants to freeload. He was not wrong. It was nothing for his own company to freeload, but this matter had already evolved into a carnival feast on the internet. Many 3rd, 4th, and even 18th tier celebrities had also started to freeload. Anyway, there was no jujube to play with. There was an 18th tier model who posted a very revealing photo and publicly confessed her love to Xiao Ruofei on the internet. She said that she had admired such a big hero since she was young. She almost said that she was willing to recommend herself to sleep with him. Guan Ping could not help but laugh when he heard that. Now, the Taoyuan company also attached great importance to this matter. After all, it involved the company's chairman and general manager. Therefore, Dong Yan also arranged for people to monitor the public opinion on the internet 24 hours a day. All the public opinion about Xiao Ruofei had to be collected and sorted out, and formed into a public opinion analysis report. Therefore, Guan Ping naturally knew these details. Xiao Ruofei had always wanted to keep a low profile, but this time, he really could not keep a low profile. That was, the level of his friends was relatively higher. Otherwise, many media reporters would have found his phone number and directly called to interview him. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was indeed a little depressed. He said, is there anything? You should be very busy now. You still have time to call me? If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Guan Ping quickly said, no. Of course there's something. That. Boss Dong and President Xiao discussed it. This wave of hot news needs to be added, so. Boss, you need to cooperate. You guys are making a big deal out of it. How do you want me to cooperate? Xiao Ruofei asked. Guan Ping smiled and said, actually, it's very simple. We just want you to record a short video and send it back to us. We will put the video on Weibo. What? You want me to record a video? Xiao Ruofei said without hesitation. No way. You can find whoever you want. Don't. Guan Ping said, Ruofei, do you know how many fans you have now? You don't have a Weibo, otherwise, I'm afraid your backstage would be blocked. Our company's official Weibo has gained millions of fans in just 1 or 2 hours. They're all targeting you. So what? Xiao Ruofei asked. The fans are very concerned about you. Guan Ping said exaggeratedly, they all want to know how you are now. The text and pictures are too weak. Just record a video, and the effect will definitely be amazing. Guan Ping paused and said, Ruofei, it's not an exaggeration to say that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the company to attract fans. After all, you can't take a plane every day, and the plane can't have accidents every day, right? Xiao Ruofei laughed and scolded, are you looking forward to something happening to me? How can you talk like that? Don't worry about these details. What I said is the truth. Guan Ping said, the popularity on the internet comes and goes quickly. We must make full use of such a good opportunity. Of course, your popularity won't go down too quickly. After all, there will be a lot of follow-up reports, and maybe there will be commendations and rewards in China? Commendations and rewards? Xiao Ruofei said strangely, I wouldn't be surprised if Qantas sent me a big red flower or something, but what does it have to do with China? Guan Ping laughed and said, Huaxia Civil Aviation Administration has already said that they want to commend you. After all, you have made a great contribution to aviation safety. And there are so many passengers on the plane. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be speechless. Guan Ping continued, and Sina Weibo contacted our company immediately, hoping that you can open a Weibo account. You don't have to worry about identity authentication. They will send someone to maintain this account, and they are willing to give you a signing fee of no less than 1 million yuan. This is the treatment of a star. D*MN. There's such a thing. Xiao Ruofei was also shocked. He had underestimated the impact of this epic forced landing. In fact, other than some big stars and some foreign stars, Sina Weibo, which had now developed to a large scale, rarely took the initiative to invite others to join it. As for paying Fira, it was even rarer. Only when Tencent Weibo was still competing with them did they frequently spend money to invite people to join it. Guanping said, Ruofei, I hope that you can have a clear understanding of your influence. Of course, we don't want you to open a Sina Weibo account immediately, so as not to take away the company's official Weibo traffic. I don't have time to open a Weibo, okay? Xiao Ruofei complained. If you really open a Weibo account, of course you don't need to maintain it yourself, Guanping said. You are too outdated. Those big star self-media accounts are all updated and maintained by their agents or assistants. In the future, our company will definitely send someone to manage your Weibo account. Speaking of this, Guanping said, Hey, can you stop interrupting? International roaming is very expensive. Let's talk about the video. Xiao Ruofei also realized that the impact of this incident might be far beyond his imagination. He also began to seriously consider the request made by Guanping. At the peak of public sentiment, if he personally appeared on camera, it would indeed cause a big wave of enthusiasm. There was no doubt about that. After thinking about it, he said helplessly, How do you want me to cooperate? Guanping said happily, I've already written the lines for you. Boss Dong did it himself. I'll send it to you via WeChat later. You just need to find a place with a better view and recite the lines once. Of course, don't be too stiff. Make your expression more natural. Alright. I don't need you to teach me this. Xiao Ruofei said, Hurry up and send it. I may have something to do here soon. Okay. Guanping said. After about half an hour, the netizens found that the Taoyuan company had updated its Weibo again. Xiao Ruofei was also paying attention to his company's official Weibo. When he clicked on the video, he couldn't help but be stunned. How could it be this version? At the beginning of the video, there was a beautiful beach, the distant sea, and people playing under the sunset. The environment was very peaceful. Then Xiao Ruofei appeared in the camera. In fact, he used a tripod to set up the camera, turned on the camera function, and then walked over. Xiao Ruofei smiled at the camera and said, Hello, netizens, I'm Xiao Ruofei. Thank you for your concern, I'm very good now. Look behind me, it's the most famous Michael Beach in Saipan. Although it was a pure accident that I came to Saipan, the scenery here is really very good. It's a worthwhile trip. As for the specific details of this forced landing, I can't disclose too much for the time being. After all, the official investigation hasn't been completed, but what I can tell you is that the Qantas crew was very professional during the entire emergency handling process. Without their full help, I wouldn't have been able to complete such a task alone. Of course, we were very lucky. Just as Xiao Ruofei said this, two Huaxia people walked into the camera. They were stunned for a moment when they saw Xiao Ruofei, and then shouted in surprise, Mr. Xia. It's really you. Xiao Ruofei, who was recording the video, couldn't help but be stunned. He asked hesitantly, You are? One of the female passengers shouted in surprise, Mr. Xia, we were on the same flight as you. The male passenger also said excitedly, Yes. I took a photo with you at the airport. Did you forget? By the way, I posted our photo on Weibo. It's popular on the internet now. It was so chaotic at the airport at that time, and there were many people who took photos with Xiao Ruofei. Naturally, he couldn't remember, but when this guy mentioned Weibo, Xiao Ruofei remembered. So you're the one who exposed me on the internet, it was really a coincidence. This was the person who first posted the information on Weibo. He and his girlfriend were originally going to Australia for a trip. After the plane was forced to land, because his girlfriend was very frightened, the two of them were originally traveling. Since they had already arrived at the tourist destination of Saipan, they simply decided to stay. Qantas was also very generous. After all, the passengers were frightened, so everyone was arranged to stay at the Kaiyue Hotel. The young couple arrived at the hotel a little later than Xiao Ruofei. After settling down, they were playing on the beach with great enthusiasm. They didn't expect to meet Xiao Ruofei again. Xiao Ruofei squeezed out a smile and said, Oh. It's you. Yes. It's really fate. The girl said, Mr. Xia, let's take another photo. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said. So the three of them took a photo in front of the camera again, which was faithfully recorded by Xiao Ruofei's camera. After taking the photo, the two politely shook hands with Xiao Ruofei and then left. Xiao Ruofei cleared his throat in front of the camera again and continued, at 8 o'clock tonight, our Taoyuan company's official flagship stores in Tmall and Jingdong will have a joint promotion. At 6 o'clock sharp, we'll start giving out 20% discount coupons. Xiao Ruofei originally planned to finish recording the video and then send it to the staff for editing. Unexpectedly, the young couple didn't take a few steps before they saw several other Huaxia passengers. They quickly shouted, "Come here. Mr. Xia is here." These 6 or 7 people were passengers who chose to stay in Saipan. They came to the hotel in the same car as the young couple. When they heard that their savior was here, they were naturally quite excited and ran over. Xiao Ruofei was only 2 sentences away from finishing the recording. He quickly shouted to the camera, "Please continue to support our Taoyuan company." Before he finished speaking, he was surrounded by enthusiastic passengers. Some expressed their gratitude, and some asked for a photo. The scene in the camera was a little chaotic. The video ended abruptly here. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded after watching the video in the hotel room. When he sent the video back, he also explained what happened during the recording process and asked if they wanted to re-record it. At that time, Guanping said that it was okay and that they could edit it. But, where was the editing? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but complain. This was not even a cut. Okay, could it be that the design team of the Taoyuan company was lazy? But wasn't this too exaggerated? Or did they make a mistake when they sent the video? Did they send the raw material as a finished product? Xiao Ruofei put away his phone, got up, and opened the door. He saw Alex standing at the door with a smile. Beside him was a middle-aged white man in a suit. This middle-aged white man was somewhat balding, and what little hair he had left was meticulously combed. There was not a single crease on his suit, and his leather shoes were shiny. At first glance, one could tell that he was a very strict person. "Mr. Xia, this is Mr. Tony, the senior vice president of Qantas," Alex introduced with a smile. "Oh. Hello." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Please come in." Xiao Ruofei invited the two into the room and said, "Please sit down. I'm going to change my clothes." After Xiao Ruofei took a shower, he was wearing the bathrobe provided by the hotel. It was obviously inappropriate for him to receive guests. Tony smiled and said, "Mr. Xia, it's okay. It's just a visit between friends." Xiao Ruofei thought about it, then nodded with a smile and said, "That's okay. Let's sit here." Qantas had booked a suite for Xiao Ruofei with a special reception room. There was even a set of Huaxia tea set on the coffee table in the reception room. It could be seen that although it happened suddenly, Alex's arrangement was very careful. At the same time, it naturally reflected the importance that Qantas attached to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei invited the two of them to take a seat and then took out a box of tea leaves from his backpack on the sofa. As he skillfully boiled the water and prepared the tea set, he said with a smile, "Please have a taste of our Chinese tea." Tony opened his eyes wide exaggeratedly and said with a smile, "That's great. There are a lot of Huaxia tea in Australia, but I think Mr. Xia's tea is the most authentic. Because it comes from the hometown of tea." Xiao Ruofei scooped a little da hong pao from the box and put it in the tea set, then said with a smile, "This tea is called da hong pao in Huaxia. There's a beautiful story." "Oh? I wonder if we have the honor of hearing this story?" Tony asked. "Of course," Xiao Ruofei said. The quick heating kettle didn't have a large capacity, so the water soon boiled. Xiao Ruofei skillfully brewed the tea while telling Tony and Alex the legend of Da Hong Pao in fluent English. Naturally, he was talking about the most popular story of the student who was rushing to take the exam. Following Xiao Ruofei's explanation, the tea was quickly brewed. The unique tea aroma of Da Hong Pao filled the guest room, and even Tony and Alex, who didn't usually drink tea, couldn't help but take a whiff. Soon, the tea drink from the mysterious East gained 2 more loyal fans. Tony and Alex were full of praise for Peach Garden Da Hong Pao, and said that they had fallen in love with this magical drink. When they went back, they would definitely buy some for long-term consumption. As for the taste of the tea leaves they bought from Chinese shops or supermarkets, Xiao Ruofei couldn't care less. After all, they couldn't keep exchanging pleasantries, so Tony soon cut to the chase. Mr. Xia, after Mr. Tony learned that the plane decided to make an emergency landing on Saipan, he immediately rushed over with his team on the company's official plane. He came to visit you as soon as he got off the plane. Alex said. Mr. Tony said that he must express the gratitude of Qantas to you in person as soon as possible. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Mr. Tony, you're welcome. Your company's crew has contributed a lot to this incident. Without the cooperation of the crew and the technical guidance of Captain Brooke, I wouldn't have been able to complete this forced landing. Tony gave a thumbs up to Xiao Ruofei and said, Mr. Xia, the crew members will naturally get the rewards they deserve, including Captain Johnson, who died in the line of duty. Everyone will get the honor they deserve. However, as a veteran in the aviation industry, I deeply admire Mr. Xia's heroic feat. Xiao Ruofei smiled and leaned over to add tea to Tony's cup. He didn't know how to respond when Tony praised him in front of his face. It wasn't good to be too modest. After all, the facts were right there. From an economic point of view, the cost of this forced landing of an Airbus A350 was as high as $400 million. In addition, there were hundreds of passengers on the plane. If the plane really fell into the sea, the economic loss would be huge. Of course, the more important issue was the reputation of an airline. A fatal crash would be a huge blow to the reputation of an airline, not to mention that it was the suicide of their own pilot. If Wilkins really succeeded in completing this crazy plan, it was conceivable that Qantas would be drowned in spittle, and the stock price would definitely plummet. Tony continued, Mr. Xia, I came to visit this time to express my sincere gratitude and respect to you on behalf of Qantas and myself, and also to discuss the next arrangements with you. Xiao Ruofei sat up straight, nodded and said, I'd like to hear the details. Tony said, this afternoon, the investigation team about this special situation has been officially established. Our Qantas, as well as the Civil Aviation Safety Investigation Departments of Australia, the United States, and Xianxia, have sent people to participate. All the people will be in place by tomorrow morning at the latest. At that time, we may need to find Mr. Xia to learn more about the situation. Although Xiao Ruofei had already described the incident to the Saipan police in detail, the investigation team would definitely still need to find him to understand the situation. After all, they would proceed from a more professional point of view, and the focus of attention would be different from the police. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said straightforwardly, no problem. Tony then said, Anne. After the preliminary investigation is completed, we will hold a press conference to announce some information to the public. Mr. Xia, do you want to keep your identity a secret? Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, I want to keep it a secret, but it doesn't make sense. Tony raised his eyebrows in confusion. Xiao Ruofei turned on his mobile phone and randomly found a Weibo post to show to Tony and Alex. Then he said, this matter has been spread all over the country, and my photos have been exposed. So, there's no need to keep my personal information confidential. Tony laughed and said, I understand. Mr. Xia, you have made a great contribution to Qantas, and we will work out a reward plan as soon as possible. Whether it's you, Mr. Xia, or the other crew members, they will all be rewarded handsomely. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, thank you in advance. There was no need to be pretentious about this kind of money, as it was international practice. The domestic reward for the successful disposal of specially invited crew members was in the millions, not to mention the money from a foreigner. Xiao Ruofei could take it without any psychological pressure. It's us who should say thank you. Tony said with a smile, then picked up the teacup and drank it. He stood up and said, Mr. Xia, then we won't disturb your rest. If you need anything, please contact Alex. Please stay in the hotel as much as possible tomorrow morning, because the investigation team may ask you about the situation. Okay. Xiao Ruofei also stood up and sent the two of them out. Not long after Xiao Ruofei returned to his room, Feng Jing came to see him after taking a nap. As soon as she entered the door, Feng Jing said with a smile, Ruofei, now you are a big internet celebrity. Xiao Ruofei said with a depressed face, don't tell me you didn't sleep, and that you were browsing Weibo all afternoon. How is that possible? Feng Jing said, I just took a look after I woke up. Your handsome photos are all over Weibo, WeChat moments. In fact, Feng Jing really didn't sleep well. Although she was very tired physically and mentally, she kept dreaming after she fell asleep. She repeatedly dreamed of the horrible scene in the sky, and constantly experienced the feeling of weightlessness in her dreams. When she woke up, she was sweating all over. Is this bad news spreading like wildfire? Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile. How can it be bad news? Feng Jing said with a smile, even if it was bad news, it's good news now, isn't it? Feng Jing said as she scrolled through Weibo on her mobile phone. Then, she couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong now? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but ask. In the afternoon, countless people took advantage of his Weibo, and now he had a phobia. He was afraid that something bad would happen. Feng Jing said with a smile, you didn't idle around in the afternoon either. You even recorded a video for Dong Yun and the others? Look at the comments on this Weibo, it's so funny. Xiao Ruofei then remembered the video. He originally wanted to call Guanping to ask about it, but after Tony and Alex came to visit, he forgot about it. Xiao Ruofei quickly took out his mobile phone and opened Weibo. He wanted to see if Guanping and the others had deleted the video and reposted it. In the end, when he clicked on it, the video was still the same video, but there were already thousands of comments below it. What's going on? Xiao Ruofei said to himself. He scrolled down the page and saw the comments of the netizens. He suddenly almost spat out blood. When everyone saw Xiao Ruofei's embarrassment in the video, they happily left comments on Weibo. Ha ha ha. Boss Xia is so cute. Does this count as a forced advertising failure? I just wanted to focus on recording a video. Why is it so difficult? Can't you guys wait for me to finish reading the advertisement? Pfft. I want to see the extent of Boss Xia's psychological trauma. It's over, it's over. I'm Boss Xia's fan now. Fan plus 1 inch. Is it really okay for you to do this for the operations of the Taoyuan company? The boss's image has been ruined by you guys. Can't you edit this video? Regarding your lazy behavior, I only have 4 words to say, well done. Waha. The operations girl of the Taoyuan company wants an extra drumstick. Xiao Ruofei was a little dumbfounded. The effect of this broken video was surprisingly good. He casually scrolled through it and saw several passers-by turned fans' comments. Moreover, the netizens were quite happy. Some people even took a gif from the last part of the video and added the words "baby's heart is bitter" to make an emoji pack. Feng Jing also finished watching the video. She laughed so hard that she held her stomach and rolled on the sofa. She said, Ruofei, your image is completely ruined. Xiao Ruofei snorted and said, it must be Guanping's bad idea. He even promised me that he would edit it well. I actually believed him. Xiao Ruofei became more depressed the more he thought about it. He couldn't help but say, no, I have to call back and scold him. Feng Jing quickly stopped him and said, don't. I think the effect is quite good. This is Guanping's idea? I have to reward him when I go back. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, Sister Jing, do you like to go against me so much? Feng Jing said seriously, I'm just stating the facts. This is the rule of new media operations. Everyone is tired of serious things. Sometimes, you need to win by surprise. And didn't you realize that in this way, your image immediately became very down-to-earth? Although everyone is laughing at you, they definitely don't have that sense of distance in their hearts. You guys are just messing around. Xiao Ruofei said gloomily. Then, he couldn't help but mutter, you guys don't take me seriously as your boss. Feng Jing chuckled and said, alright. Don't act like you're the one who's taken advantage of. Everyone is creating a new image for you. Don't talk about this. Since you're out, you have to trust your colleagues back home. Let them do what they should, and don't always tell them what to do. This is what you said. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and fiddled with his phone. Feng Jing asked, what are you doing? Are you really going to call back? And scold Guanping? Xiao Ruofei said unhappily, I'm hungry. Can I call the front desk and ask them to deliver food? Use the landline to call the internal line. Feng Jing said, so stupid. Xiao Ruofei was a little embarrassed. He said stubbornly, I was confused by you guys. The next morning, Alex came to Xiao Ruofei's room and asked Xiao Ruofei to go to the investigation team to cooperate with them. The investigation team also stayed at the Kaiwei Hotel and rented a conference room. When Xiao Ruofei followed Alex to the conference room, there were already more than 20 people sitting there. As soon as he entered the room, all eyes fell on him. Many people were curious, but even more were in disbelief. Xiao Ruofei also saw a few yellow-skinned and black-haired faces among these people. When they saw Xiao Ruofei, they immediately greeted him and took the initiative to introduce themselves in Chinese. Hello, Boss Xia. We are the staff of the Security Investigation Department of Huaxia Civil Aviation General Administration. We are also participating in the investigation this time. My surname is Li, and I am the leader of the team this time. Hello, Director Li. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. He didn't know the official position of this person, but it shouldn't be wrong to call him director. Director was probably the most common title in the country. It could be as small as a stockholder, or as big as a minister or even a deputy national. Director Li smiled and said, Hello, Boss Xia. You have brought glory to Huaxia this time. Before we left, Director Xue from the General Administration specifically asked us to pass on his greetings to you. Xiao Ruofei didn't know who Director Xue was, but he still said politely, Thank you, thank you. Xiao Ruofei did not agree with Director Li's bureaucratic logic, but he did not deny that Director Li was being kind, so he nodded with a smile. Alex introduced the members of the investigation team to Xiao Ruofei and then left the conference room. As a party involved, Qantas had to withdraw. Therefore, although they also participated in the investigation of the incident, it was more of a cooperative work. The real leaders were the aviation safety departments of the three countries. The members of the investigation team were not ordinary people. The most famous one was naturally the National Transportation Safety Committee of the United States. This committee was established in the 1960s and had participated in the investigation of many famous air accidents. They were very experienced. Sometimes, they would be invited to help with the investigation of some air accidents in third countries. Australia and Huaxia also sent aviation safety experts, and the level of the team was not low. Of course, the difficulties that Director Li was worried about did not happen. The investigation team just asked Xiao Ruofei in detail about the whole incident. They were all professionals and asked more specific questions than the police. They did not miss a single detail. In fact, everyone knew the conclusion of the incident. The investigation team went to work as soon as they arrived in Saipan last night. They were almost busy all night yesterday. The investigation team's first job was to extract the cabin sound record and flight data record of the involved flight, which was commonly known as the black box. Then they used the whole night to go through all the data according to the timeline. Although there were many specific details that had not been analyzed, there were basically not many doubts about the nature of the incident. Including the time when Wilkins locked the cockpit, the recorded data showed that the autopilot knob was manually operated to change the course and altitude of the plane, and they also heard the last words of Captain Johansson. Wilkins used a highly toxic drug, and Captain Johansson only had time to say half a sentence, Wilkins, I feel a little uncomfortable, you take over. After that, the cabin audio recorder no longer recorded Captain Johansson's voice. The veteran captain, who was 3 months away from retirement, still thought of his duty as a captain at the last moment of his life. Then Xiao Ruofei and the crew broke in, and Wilkins deliberately broke the windshield. These sounds were all faithfully recorded by the black box. After the cabin lost pressure, due to the loud noise, the recorded sound was basically inaudible. However, through the flight data, the computer could also simulate the flight state of the plane at that time. Therefore, there was basically no doubt in most aspects. The investigation team only wanted to get more first-hand information from the parties involved, and to form evidence with the objective evidence recorded in the black box. The only thing that made the investigation team suspicious was that a layman like Xiao Ruofei could actually make a forced landing. Facts spoke louder than words, and there was a senior captain in the cockpit at that time giving him technical guidance. With a little bit of luck, there was still a possibility of success. What the investigation team found inconceivable was that Xiao Ruofei and the crew were able to break open the cockpit door. According to Airbus design standards, if such a situation occurred, it was basically a dead end. In limited time, and it was impossible to find suitable tools in the air, it was impossible to break open the cockpit door. In fact, this was designed for aviation safety. If there was a way to open the cockpit door outside the cockpit, there was a risk of hijackers using it. In response to everyone's doubts, Xiao Ruofei had no better explanation. He could only shrug and say, "I'm not too sure. Maybe I'm stronger." Xiao Ruofei's explanation naturally did not receive the approval of the experts from the National Transportation Safety Committee, who spoke by standards because it was simply unscientific. But the facts were there, and there was no room for doubt. So, this group of people walked into a dead end. The internal debate within the investigation team was not small. A considerable number of people even thought that Airbus cut corners when manufacturing the plane, resulting in the poor quality of the cockpit door. This scared the Airbus representatives present. As an aircraft manufacturer, Airbus also sent people to participate, but their status was similar to that of Qantas, and they could only cooperate with the investigation. Of course, there were many people who disagreed, because the cabin sound records and investigation transcripts showed that before Xiao Ruofei broke the door, the air marshals on the plane used explosion-proof axes to smash the door for a long time, but the door did not move at all. Everyone's debate was getting louder and louder, and the conference room had a tendency to turn into a vegetable market. In the end, it was the official philosophy of Huaxia's officials that played a role. Director Li expressed his opinion through the interpreter. "Everyone, please be quiet. Regarding the quality of the cockpit door, the plane has been sealed for investigation. Through the follow-up professional investigation, the results will naturally come to light. The issues we are arguing about now have no impact on the nature of the whole thing, right? In addition, after yesterday's incident, Mr. Xia must be physically and mentally exhausted. If there are no other questions, can we let him go back to rest first?" Yes, Director Li used the extensive and profound tactic of delaying, and at the same time, helped his fellow countrymen by the way. Everyone also knew that even if they argued until their faces turned red, there would be no results in the end, so they all agreed with Director Li's opinion. After discussion, they expressed their gratitude to Xiao Ruofei and let him leave the conference room. Xiao Ruofei ran back to his room as if he was escaping. He did not want to stay with this group of extremely strict experts for even a minute longer. Originally, Xiao Ruofei thought that this matter would be over, but he still underestimated the degree of rigor of the expert investigators. In the morning, Xiao Ruofei took Feng Jing to the beach of Saipan to enjoy the beauty of the ocean. He also accompanied the excited Feng Jing to play snorkeling. In fact, floating on the surface of the sea and poking one's head into the water to enjoy the beautiful underwater scenery was child's play in Xiao Ruofei's eyes. When they were in the army, every sea training had a deep diving program. Although they did not challenge their limits like professional divers, it was much more exciting than wearing a life jacket and breathing tubes and playing house on the surface of the sea. However, since Feng Jing was so interested, Xiao Ruofei did not want to dampen her spirits. During the snorkeling process, Xiao Ruofei was not interested in the corals and fish in the shallow sea at all. His eyes could not help but look elsewhere. Saipan was a tourist attraction, so snorkeling was naturally very popular. Instead of looking at corals, he could look at beautiful women. And looking at beautiful women under the water was also a unique experience. The one closest to him was naturally Feng Jing. Feng Jing was wearing a bikini today. She was usually dressed like a strong woman, but after changing into a bikini, she really had a different style. Her slim waist and slender legs were usually tightly wrapped. Xiao Ruofei was really a feast for the eyes today. He secretly looked at her and muttered in his heart, "I didn't expect Sister Jing to be so good." While he was distracted, he happened to meet Feng Jing's eyes. Although he was wearing goggles, Feng Jing could still see Xiao Ruofei's admiring gaze clearly. Her heart could not help but beat wildly. Even in the cool sea, she still felt a burst of heat on her cheeks. However, Feng Jing did not avoid Xiao Ruofei's gaze. Instead, she was secretly happy. Xiao Ruofei, who was caught red-handed, was a bit embarrassed and quickly turned his head away. Feng Jing couldn't help but want to laugh. But with a breathing tube in her mouth, she had to keep her mouth shut. It was very difficult to hold it back. After snorkeling, the two returned to the hotel to take a shower and change clothes. Then, they went to the seaside to find a local restaurant and ordered a bunch of Chamorro dishes, such as red rice, barbecue, coconut crab. They chose the most unique dishes. After eating heartily, the two returned to the hotel and were stopped by Director Lee in the lobby. "Boss Xia, have you eaten?" Director Lee asked with a smile. "I ate outside." "Director Lee, this is..." Xiao Ruofei asked. "I have something to talk to you about." "Let's go over there and talk?" Director Lee looked at Feng Jing and hesitated. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "Okay, Sister Jing, you go back and rest first." Feng Jing looked at Director Lee and nodded. Then, she asked, "Ruofei, how long will we stay in Saipan? There are a lot of things to do in Australia. Didn't you say that the winery can't wait? And the domestic company can't be without someone at the helm all the time?" Director Lee knew that Feng Jing was actually asking him, so he quickly said, "Madam, the part that needs Mr. Xia's cooperation will be completed soon. You can leave tomorrow at the earliest." "That's good." Feng Jing smiled and said, "Then, Director Lee, I won't disturb you anymore." After that, she nodded at Director Lee and walked toward the elevator. Xiao Ruofei explained, "Manager Feng, the president of our company, accompanied me on a business trip to Australia this time. We didn't expect to encounter this incident and delay a lot of work. You know, a strong woman who returned from overseas, her mind is full of work." Director Lee smiled and said, "I understand. I understand." The two went to the tea house on the first floor and ordered 2 drinks. Then, Xiao Ruofei asked, "Director Lee, is there anything else that the investigation team needs my cooperation?" Director Lee smiled bitterly and said, "There is something that we may need to trouble Boss Xia. Hua Xia is against it, but the United States and Australia insist, so there is no other way. We may need Boss Xia's help." Then, Director Lee told Xiao Ruofei about the matter. After listening, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little dumbfounded. It turned out that the people of the United States National Transportation Safety Board were still worried about the cockpit door. They sent someone to check the cockpit door in the morning and found no obvious quality problems. It was just that the cockpit door had been damaged, and it had been torn apart by the explosive loss of pressure. A lot of data could not be analyzed. Although it was a good thing that the cockpit door was successfully broken in the air and directly avoided a serious accident, it might not be a good thing in the accident investigation. At least the Airbus side was very nervous. They were eager to distance themselves from the matter and came up with a bad idea, that was to remove a cockpit door and locking mechanism from a Qantas aircraft of the same model. First, they would check if the quality was up to standard, and then, they would ask Xiao Ruofei to break open the cockpit door on the spot with an explosion-proof axe. If they could prove that there was no quality problem, and that Xiao Ruofei could not break it under the same conditions, then they could definitely rule out the quality problem of the Airbus plane. In order to avoid suspicion, they even directly used the cockpit door of another aircraft of the same model that Qantas bought in the same batch. This way, it would be difficult to fake. Qantas did not need to cooperate with Airbus to fake it. Of course, all the costs would be borne by Airbus. For the sake of the company's reputation, they also worked hard. This plan seemed a little unreliable, but it was supported by experts in Australia and the United States. After Xiao Ruofei heard this, he was a little dumbfounded. You want me to break open a cockpit door that is still intact? Are you sure their brains are not broken?" Director Lee said with a smile, "I thought I heard wrong at the time, and we also mentioned that in an emergency, people's potential may burst out. If you do it again, you may not be able to break open the cockpit door," but they insisted on giving it a try, and Airbus is not short of money. "How long will it take?" Xiao Ruofei asked with a frown. "I really have an urgent matter to attend to in Australia. I can't afford to delay it." "Oh, it's like this. Now the aircraft that they are going to use for the experiment is at the Sydney base of Qantas." Director Lee said quickly, "Now the cockpit door and locking mechanism have been removed over there. We are going to arrange for you to fly to Australia early tomorrow morning and cooperate with them to complete this experiment. Then you can leave." Xiao Ruofei breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's more like it. All right. I'll go crazy with them this time." Director Lee took a long breath and said, "Thank you, Boss Xia." Thank you, Boss Xia. Because Xiao Ruofei was from Huaxia, the investigation team naturally let the representatives of Huaxia do the work. However, Director Li had inquired about Xiao Ruofei's situation before he went abroad. Director Shui had also hinted that if Xiao Ruofei was determined not to cooperate, Director Li knew that there was no way he could force Xiao Ruofei to cooperate. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei was easy to talk to. He only complained a little and agreed to this seemingly ridiculous experiment. When Xiao Ruofei went back to the house, he passed by Feng Jing's room in the corridor. He saw that the door was not closed, so he knocked on the door and went in. "Why is Director Li looking for you?" Feng Jing asked with a smile. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He told Feng Jing about the investigation team's strange experiment plan. After Feng Jing heard it, she couldn't help but be stunned. "Are you really going to do this experiment with them?" Feng Jing asked with a smile. "If you can't break it this time, wouldn't it damage your image? Maybe the situation is urgent and your potential will explode." Feng Jing's words were very similar to Director Li's. PVK? K for CF? Q? X? DCD plus? UKQ? \NM? DD? Early in the morning, Qantas had arranged a Bombardier business jet to take Xiao Ruofei, Feng Jing, and some members of the investigation team to Australia. Director Li was a little worried, so he accompanied Xiao Ruofei personally. Sitting in the comfortable leather seat of the business jet, Feng Jing looked at the blue sky outside the cabin and said to Xiao Ruofei with a smile, "I thought God arranged for us to land in Saipan and have some fun. I didn't expect to leave so soon." Xiao Ruofei joked, "Weren't you in a hurry yesterday? How about we turn the plane around and go back?" Feng Jing chuckled and said, "Do you think we're taking a taxi? Do you think the plane can turn around just like that? Besides, I'm just complaining casually. This trip is for work, not for sightseeing." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Then we'll come to Saipan when we're done with our work in Australia. You can stay as long as you want, and the company will reimburse you." Feng Jing said with a smile, "That's what you said." After the plane entered the cruise phase, Alex came over with 2 glasses of wine and handed one of them to Xiao Ruofei. He said with a smile, "Mr. Xia, try the most famous Semillon wine in Australia's Hunter Valley." Tony, the senior vice president of Qantas, was in charge of the investigation in Saipan, and Alex had been receiving Xiao Ruofei since he landed, so Tony simply sent Alex to accompany Xiao Ruofei throughout the trip. Feng Jing couldn't help but laugh and say, "Mr. Alex, our boss Xia owns a farm and 2 wineries in the Hunter Valley. His winery produces Semillon." Alex froze for a moment, then laughed awkwardly and said, "So Mr. Xia has a business in Australia. I have to say, there are really a lot of rich people in Huaxia now. You can see Huaxia people waving their checks to buy farms and wineries all over Australia." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "In recent years, Huaxia's economy can be said to be the best in the world. When the citizens are rich, they will naturally go abroad to look for investment opportunities. This is very normal. However, I'm involved in farming in Huaxia, and I have my own farm in Huaxia. The investment in the Hunter's Valley can be considered as an expansion of my business." Xiao Ruofei knew that many Huaxia people who went to Australia to buy farms were either nouveau riche or were fooled by intermediaries. Many people were deceived by the low price and ended up buying a lot of low-quality farms. In Australia, the crops that were planted on farms were strictly approved. If it was a ranch, there were more tricks involved. The number of livestock that could be raised on a ranch was regulated by the relevant government departments. If the amount of livestock exceeded the carrying capacity of the land, the owner would even be charged with animal cruelty. Therefore, the climate, soil, geographical environment, precipitation, and so on of the farm had a very important impact on the carrying capacity of the farm. This also led to a huge difference in the price of the farm, which ranged from a few thousand Australian dollars per acre to a dozen Australian dollars or even a few Australian dollars per acre. There were even some who sold the entire farm for a symbolic price of $1 Australian. That was basically a barren land, and it was far away from populated areas. There were some Huaxia rich people who did not understand the market. After buying the ranch at a cheap price, they found out that according to the regulations, the ranch could only raise 1 cow per 200 acres. There were many examples of people who were cheated and wanted to cry but had no tears to shed. However, in front of foreigners, Xiao Ruofei naturally could not expose the shortcomings of his countrymen. Therefore, he just brushed off Alex's obvious sarcasm. Mr. Xia is so young, but your business is already so successful. I admire you. Alex raised his glass to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei gently clinked glasses with him and then chatted about other topics. However, Alex was slightly moved by the fact that Xiao Ruofei owned a farm and 2 wineries in Australia. However, he did not show it and just kept it to himself. After all, there were some things that he could not decide. After about 7 hours of flight, Xiao Ruofei and the others' official plane landed smoothly at Kingsford Smith Airport in Sydney, Australia. The group did not leave the restricted area of the airport. Instead, they boarded a ferry prepared by Qantas on the tarmac and drove to a hangar. Kingsford Smith Airport in Sydney was the main base of Qantas. There was an exclusive hangar with the best security facilities. Today's strange experiment was placed in a hangar of Qantas. After a while, the ferry arrived at the hangar door. Xiao Ruofei did not see the familiar Airbus A350 aircraft. Qantas was not crazy enough to let the experiment be carried out directly on the plane. Because once the cockpit door was violently damaged, not only did the door have to be repaired, but the plane also had to be comprehensively inspected to prevent metal fatigue and other parts or problems with the wiring. The amount of work would be huge. Therefore, the engineers of Qantas and Airbus took turns working overtime last night to remove the cockpit door from the plane. Then, in the morning, they installed it in a 1-to-1 simulation cabin. All the installation standards were the same as those of the real plane. Xiao Ruofei walked into the hangar and saw the simulation cabin fixed on a shelf at first glance. This cabin only had the front half of the cockpit, and the skin of the plane was not installed. The skeleton was directly exposed, and the process of the experiment could also be seen standing outside. Xiao Ruofei also saw a familiar face. The air marshal on the plane was standing at the door of the simulation cabin at this time, looking a little cautious. Professor Ayres, an expert from the National Transportation Safety Board of the United States, asked the Qantas staff in a low voice and then said, "Let's start." The Qantas staff nodded and then gestured to the air marshal. The air marshal nervously leaned over and picked up a blast-proof axe, which was exactly the same as the blast-proof axe equipped on the plane, and walked into the simulation cabin. Xiao Ruofei was confused and quickly shouted, "Wait! That! Am I not going to break the door today? What are you doing?" Director Li quickly explained, "Boss Xia, at that time, the air marshal first used the blast-proof axe to chop the cockpit door, and then you went over, right? This is also to simulate the real situation at that time to the greatest extent." Then, Director Li lowered his voice and said, "And if you chopped a few times first, wouldn't that be helpful to you?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Director Li, there's no need for that." After that, Xiao Ruofei strode forward and said in English, "Everyone, I don't think we should waste time, let me do it." The air marshal also stopped and turned back to look at the experts. He really didn't want to do such a boring and stupid thing. A blast-proof axe couldn't chop open the cockpit door, even if he used all his strength. At that time, his hand was injured by the recoil on the plane. Now he had to do it again, and he couldn't hold back. He simply didn't have the strength to complain. Professor Ayres hesitated and asked, "Mr. Xia, are you sure?" "Very sure." Xiao Ruofei said, "Don't you just want to confirm whether the cockpit door can be broken by force? As long as I can open the door, it's fine. Don't add any more meaningless steps." Professor Ayres thought for a moment, nodded and said, "Okay, then we'll have to trouble you, Mr. Xia." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. He walked up the stairs in a few steps and walked to the door of the simulation cabin. The air marshal gratefully handed the blast-proof axe to Xiao Ruofei, and then exited the simulation cockpit as if he had been granted amnesty. Xiao Ruofei weighed the axe in his hand and walked to the cabin door that had just been installed. At this time, the door was already closed. Everyone held their breath and stared at Xiao Ruofei intently. Xiao Ruofei took a deep breath and held the blast-proof axe in his hand. He then shouted and chopped at the cockpit door. Xiao Ruofei's movements were full of power and the shout was full of momentum. The members of the investigation team who were watching from the side could not help but secretly nod. In fact, Xiao Ruofei was just doing it for them to see. He was able to break the door mainly because of the infusion of qi, which doubled the power of the chop. As for the accumulation of power and the exertion of force, it was not so important. However, if he could deform the cockpit door with a light swing of the axe, wouldn't it be even more shocking? Everyone looked closely. When the axe fell, an obvious dent suddenly appeared on the cockpit door. The Airbus engineers and the members of the investigation team who came to supervise the experimental preparations could not help but widen their eyes and open their mouths. The shock in their hearts could not be any greater. How was this possible? It was completely beyond the limits of human strength. Xiao Ruofei did not give them more time to react. He quickly raised the axe and chopped down. Clang! 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 The loud noise echoed in the hangar, and the cockpit door was soon broken. The whole process was full of violent aesthetics, and the onlookers at the side became silent. Xiao Ruofei grinned and threw the blast-proof axe aside. He then took a few steps back and rushed toward the cockpit door. Just like when she was on the plane, Xiao Ruofei gathered all the true qi in her body and used the mountain lean to heavily hit the cockpit door. With a loud bang, the cockpit door opened. The lock mechanism that was designed to be extremely sturdy was directly turned into scrap metal. There was a dead silence in the hangar. Especially the Airbus engineers, their mouths were opened so wide that a light bulb could be put in. Professor Ayres, who was in charge of the experiment, also opened his eyes wide. He could not help but murmur to himself, "This is incredible." He expected Xiao Ruofei to be able to break the cockpit door. After all, it had happened on the flight. However, he did not expect it to be so easy. It was like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The test report also showed that the cockpit door used for the experiment was better than the standard values in all aspects. It was completely qualified. Xiao Ruofei looked at the cockpit door that had suffered an unexpected disaster. He walked out of the simulation cabin with a relaxed smile on his face. He jumped down the stairs in 2 steps and walked in front of Professor Ayres. He asked, "Professor, is the experiment complete?" Professor Ayres nodded absent-mindedly. Then, he could not help but ask, "Xia, how did you do it?" Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "I don't know. Maybe I'm born with greater strength than others." Another investigator next to him curiously asked, "Mr. Xia, did you train before?" Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment. He nodded and said, "You can say that. I did receive strength training when I was in the army." The investigator suddenly realized and said, "It must be Huaxia Kung Fu. Huaxia Kung Fu is amazing." After he finished speaking, he did a lunge, stretched out his right hand, and hooked his finger. He made a odd sound from his mouth. Xiao Ruofei could not help but laugh. It turned out that this person was a fan of Bruce Lee. Needless to say, the other members of the investigation team felt that the investigator's statement made sense. After all, Eastern Huaxia was too mysterious in the eyes of these foreigners. Especially Huaxia Kung Fu, which had been exaggerated by some classic movies and TV series. Of course, only Director Lee was skeptical. After all, he was still aware of the situation of domestic martial arts. 2 years ago, there was a Sanda athlete who went around challenging masters from famous sections. And he won easily, which showed that Huaxia Kung Fu was actually a lot weaker in terms of actual combat. But no matter what the investigators thought, Xiao Ruofei had already told everyone the answer with facts. At the same time, he had also cleared the name of Airbus. It was not that the quality of their plane was not good. This experiment was videotaped and would eventually be filed as investigation information. The debate about the cockpit door naturally came to an end. Xiao Ruofei asked, "Professor Ayres, can I leave now?" Ayres quickly said, "Of course. Mr. Xia is free to do whatever he wants. Thank you very much for helping us complete this experiment." Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "Qantas has my contact information. If there is anything I need to cooperate with in the future, you can call me. Of course, the premise is that I am still in Australia." "Okay. Okay." Ayres said, "Thank you, Mr. Xia." The investigation team still had to conduct a professional appraisal of the cockpit door. Alex quickly called for a ferry and sent someone to accompany Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing to go through the immigration procedures. After successfully passing through customs, Xiao Ruofei expressed his gratitude to the Qantas staff, and the two sides shook hands and said goodbye. Feng Jing said with a smile, "Ruofei, this blonde beauty from Qantas is very enthusiastic about you. And her eyes are full of admiration. That's her job, okay?" Xiao Ruofei said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Sister Jing, let's go out." After 2 days of delay, we finally arrived in Australia. "Don't worry, I'll take a picture for you," Feng Jing said with a smile. After going through so many twists and turns, we finally landed in Australia. "We have to take a souvenir, don't we?" Xiao Ruofei thought about it and said, "Then let's take a picture together." "I'll take a solo picture for you first," Feng Jing said with a smile. "Come on. Handsome boy, strike a more handsome pose." Xiao Ruofei had no choice but to cooperate with Feng Jing and smile at the camera. With a click, Xiao Ruofei's image was fixed in the camera, and the busy Kingsford Smith Airport was in the background. Then, the two of them took a few more pictures, and then dragged their suitcases to the exit. Xiao Ruofei didn't notice that Feng Jing was working on her mobile phone as she walked, and then sent his picture out, because they came here by business jet, and they didn't know how long this strange experiment would take. Xiao Ruofei couldn't estimate the time, so he didn't ask Liang Qixing to pick him up. The two of them took a taxi at the airport and went straight to Hunter's Valley. Although Feng Jing had traveled to a lot of places, this was her first time in Australia. So, she enjoyed the beautiful scenery along the way excitedly. Xiao Ruofei was playing with his mobile phone to pass the time. After all, he had been here several times. Although he wasn't tired of the aesthetic, at least he didn't feel that it was too novel. Last night, the Taoyuan company's promotion was very successful. Because the quantity was relatively sufficient, many netizens who usually couldn't get the Yuji ointment successfully bought it yesterday. Some people were lucky enough to get a 20% discount coupon, which was even more affordable. Xiao Ruofei also wanted to see how the netizens reacted, so he habitually opened the Taoyuan company's official Weibo. It turned out that the latest Weibo post on the Taoyuan company's official Weibo was a picture of Xiao Ruofei at the airport. The caption was, "After many twists and turns, our boss Xia has finally arrived in Sydney. If you follow and repost this Weibo post and add 2 friends, you will have a chance to win a sample of the Jade Skin Ointment. The winning fans will be randomly selected by the Weibo Lucky Draw platform. There are a total of 10 prizes, so there are many chances. There is no conspiracy. In addition, please like if Boss Xia has a personal Weibo account." In the picture, Xiao Ruofei was smiling brightly. The background was the busy Kingsford Smith Airport. The picture was edited, and there was a caption, "I'm finally here. I feel so cute." Xiao Ruofei looked at the time it was posted. It had only been 10 minutes, but it had already been forwarded thousands of times. What made him even more dumbfounded was that the number of likes had already exceeded 10,000. Cute. Xiao Ruofei felt very tired. How did he get involved with this group of scammers? No. Where are the employees who scammed the boss? Needless to say, this picture was naturally sent back to the company by Feng Jing. Even the cute caption might have been sent by Feng Jing, no one else would have the guts to do so. Feng Jing had already noticed that Xiao Ruofei was looking at his phone. She had been pretending to be admiring the scenery until Xiao Ruofei spoke. She finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. Feng Jing looked at Xiao Ruofei's phone screen and said, "I think it's pretty good. The composition, lighting, and expressions are all on point. Oh right, I even helped you beautify your face. This caption was also written by you, right?" Xiao Ruofei said gloomily, "I was wondering why you kept fiddling with your phone just now." Feng Jing giggled and said, "I was helping you maintain your popularity. Right now, your character is adorable. Cute my asterisk SS." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but say, "Who wants to be cute? I'm obviously the overbearing CEO, okay?" Feng Jing said leisurely, "I think I'm the company's CEO. Boss Xia, are you planning to fire me?" I'm the overbearing CEO. Xiao Ruofei said stiffly, "I don't want any cute persona." "That's not up to you." Feng Jing said with a smile, "Who asked you to shoot such a cute video? Now the netizens are still falling for it. Didn't you see how fast our company's Weibo followers are increasing? Xiao Ruofei was a little out of the question, he simply put, leaned back in his seat and closed eyes to rest. As for the various voices on the internet, what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't see, the heart. Feng Jing didn't want to let Xiao Ruofei off so easily. She reached out and touched Xiao Ruofei's arm, saying, "Hey. It's a good time now." Xiao Ruofei suddenly opened her eyes and said, "I say, can you not talk about the pot, listen to what I have to say first." Feng Jing looked at Xiao Ruofei coquettishly and said, "This time, Dong Yun and the others did a good job. Now, it's the era where traffic is king. Fan economy is everywhere. At least for this period of time, you are the guarantee of traffic. In the past, whether you opened Weibo or not was your own business, but now it's different. This has obviously risen to the height of the company's development." Seeing that Xiao Ruofei was about to speak, Feng Jing said first, "Don't interrupt. Ruofei, you don't have to take care of your personal Weibo yourself. The company will naturally arrange for someone to take care of it. And the persona problem you mentioned, you can slowly change it in the future. If you don't open Weibo, how can you change your persona?" As Feng Jing said this, she felt that her mouth was a little dry, so she unscrewed the mineral water bottle and drank a few mouthfuls. Then, she continued, "Look at some of the bosses of the internet companies. Which one of them isn't very popular on the internet? Mr. Ma of Tmall is called Father Ma and has countless fans. Mr. Liu of Jingbei also shows his love with his wife from time to time. Whenever he has the opportunity, he will promote their company's employee benefits, corporate social responsibility, and so on. And Mr. Chen, who speaks for himself, is even more popular on the internet. Including the earlier generation of internet people, which one of them doesn't have countless fans? In this regard, your concept has to keep up with the times." Xiao Ruofei said helplessly, "According to what you said, if I don't open Weibo, it's an unforgivable crime." Feng Jing pursed her lips and smiled. She said, "Not to that extent, but it's a pity to miss this opportunity. Ruofei, think about it carefully." Xiao Ruofei wasn't a stubborn person. He listened to Feng Jing's reasoning, but he didn't want to lose face. However, he quickly adjusted his attitude. What's the point of putting on airs in front of his own people? Xiao Ruofei only pondered for a moment and said, "If that's the case, then open it. Get the PR department to contact Weibo and open a real name authentication account." Feng Jing said happily, "That's right. I'll send a WeChat message to Dong Yun and let her follow up personally." After that, Feng Jing really took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Dong Yun. When the taxi arrived at the entrance of Paradise Farm, it was already evening. Xiao Ruofei called Liang Qichao when he was about to reach the farm, so he also waited at the entrance of the farm in advance. When the two of them got out of the car, Liang Qichao quickly walked up to them. "Boss Xia, Manager Feng, welcome, welcome." Liang Qichao had a warm smile on his face. Although he wasn't an employee of the Taoyuan company, strictly speaking, Liang Qichao was Tang He's old man's employee. He was only helping to manage the farm. After all, Tang He also owned half of the farm's shares. However, Liang Qichao was able to have his current career and was able to keep gaining points in Tang He's heart because of Xiao Ruofei. Therefore, his attitude was very warm. "Brother Liang. Thank you for your hard work." Xiao Ruofei and Liang Qichao hugged, then smiled and said, "Manager Feng, you don't need me to introduce you, right?" "No need, no need. Manager Feng's name has long been heard of." Liang Qichao laughed and said. Feng Jing smiled and said, "Manager Liang, I've long heard that Paradise Farm is thriving under your management. I've always wanted to come and take a look. This time, I finally have the chance. I need to learn more. I need to learn from the advanced management experience here. You're too kind. Feng Jing has led the Taoyuan company to new heights. I often see the company's news when I'm in Australia. I'm the one learning from you." Liang Qichao said. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, all right. Let's not flatter each other, okay? Can we go in first? I'm starving. I only ate a little on the plane today. Let's go. The feast is ready." Liang Qichao said, "Bosses, please get in the car." Paradise Farm was quite spacious, and the living area was deep in the farm. Therefore, Liang Qichao specially drove a Mercedes-Benz to the entrance to pick them up. The Mercedes-Benz drove quietly on the clean asphalt road inside the farm. Both sides of the road were filled with rich greenery. In the distance, there were rows of neatly arranged vegetable greenhouses, reflecting the light of the setting sun. The environment here is so beautiful. Feng Jing couldn't help but exclaim, and it's much bigger than the farms in China. Although Feng Jing knew about the situation of Paradise Farm, it was all numbers on paper. Only when she was there did she feel the vastness of the farm. Xia Ruofei giggled and said, "The environment of the residential area in front is better. I guarantee that after you stay here, you won't want to go back to China." Feng Jing rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, "No matter how good the environment is, I can't not go back. There are so many things to do in the company. Boring." Xia Ruofei curled his lips and said, "Ah." Feng Jing couldn't help but exclaim. It turned out that after the car turned around a small hill, they could see the living area in the distance. Feng Jing was really shocked by the beautiful scenery. Under the setting sun, the artificial lake was sparkling, as if the surface of the water was coated with a layer of gold powder. A few swans were leisurely cruising on the lake. On the lakeside, a few houses were scattered around. The houses were surrounded by all kinds of flowers, making it look like a paradise on earth. "It's too beautiful," Feng Jing murmured. "Sister Jing, do you want to consider taking a vacation here?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Speaking of which, you haven't taken a vacation in 2 years." Feng Jing was indeed tempted. She said, "I'll think about it later. I still have a lot of work to do in the company recently." "How can you finish your work?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Now that your work is settled, there will be new things to do. You're too harsh on yourself. Just like this time when we went overseas, didn't the company run smoothly?" Liang Qichao, who was personally driving, also said, "Manager Feng, if you want to come here for an exclusive stay, I'll welcome you with open arms. Everything is good here except for the lack of liveliness. If a beauty like you can stay here, it will definitely add a lot of liveliness to the farm." Xia Ruofei joked, "Doesn't Paradise Farm already have a beauty like Dafra? Do you still need my sister Jing to support you?" Liang Qichao was instantly depressed and said, "Brother. Can't I call you brother? Don't touch on my sore spot." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. He had long noticed that Liang Qichao and Paradise Farm's deputy manager Dafra were flirting with each other. Xia Ruofei wouldn't believe that there was nothing going on between the two of them. The last time Liang Qichao and Xia Ruofei called to talk about this, his father, Liang Weimin, happened to be having a meal with Xia Ruofei. Before Xia Ruofei could hint at him, Liang Qichao, with his big mouth, blabbered on. In the end, the old-fashioned and conservative Liang Weimin flew into a rage. After that, he questioned him for a long time and even warned him several times. If it weren't for the fact that Australia was far away, Liang Qichao and Dafra, this pair of lovebirds, would definitely have been separated. So when this matter was brought up, Liang Qichao was naturally very depressed. Everyone chatted and laughed, and the car soon arrived at the small villa by the lake. Xia Ruofei looked up and saw that it was Old West's wife, Cabelli. He was pleasantly surprised. "Auntie Cabelli. Why are you here?" "I was going to visit you guys at the winery after I've settled down." Liang Qichao got out of the car and smiled. "Uncle West is here too. He was cooking his signature dishes in there. The two of them said that they wanted to give you a surprise, so they purposely didn't pick you up at the entrance." "Xia. We missed you so much while you were away." Madame Cabelli came up and gave Xia Ruofei a warm hug. Old West was wearing an apron and carrying a plate of apple pie to the door. He laughed and said, "Boss. Welcome back to Australia." Xia Ruofei was also in a good mood. He smiled and said, "Uncle West, you guys have worked hard for the past few months." "Oh right, Sister Jing, let me introduce you," Xia Ruofei said. "This is Uncle West, and this is his wife, Auntie Cabelli. They helped me take care of the 2 wineries in Australia." Considering the language barrier, out of respect for Old West and Cabelli, and Feng Jing's English was very good, Xia Ruofei introduced them in English. He then said, "Uncle West, Auntie Cabelli, this is..." Cabelli smiled and said, "Xia, this beautiful lady must be your girlfriend." Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing couldn't help but blush. Xiao Ruofei quickly explained, no. You misunderstood. She's the CEO of my domestic company, and she's my business partner. Of course, we're also very good friends. After Feng Jing heard that, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, after Old West heard that, he immediately said, I know. I heard from Liang that the two of you were coming together. I even learned a sentence of Chinese from Liang. Oh? Xiao Ruofei was a little surprised. You even learned a sentence of Chinese? Of course. Although I'm old, my learning ability is still very strong. Old West said proudly. Then he walked in front of Feng Jing and said in a strange tone of Chinese, Lady Boss, reverse. Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing were stunned. Liang Qichao finally couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but glare at Liang Qichao. He said in Chinese, Brother Liang, aren't you being too mean? Old West could not help but feel a little strange when he saw everyone's reaction. He hurriedly asked, Xia, is there anything wrong with what I said? Xiao Ruofei glanced at Liang Qichao and asked, Auntie, do you know what this sentence? Of course. Old West said. Boss, nice to meet you. Hello, boss. Old West wasn't very clear about Xiao Ruofei's asset structure. He didn't know that Wonderland Farm and the two wineries were actually privately invested by Xiao Ruofei. Strictly speaking, they weren't businesses of the Taoyuan company. So when he heard from Liang Qichao that Xiao Ruofei, the chairman, and the company's president, Feng Jing, were coming to Australia together, he learned this sentence of Chinese from him. On the other hand, Liang Qichao wanted to be funny and deliberately translated boss as lady boss, making Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing extremely awkward. Xiao Ruofei glared at Liang Qichao, then said to Old West, Uncle, your pronunciation is still a little inaccurate. It should be hello, boss. Understood. There's no ending syllable, right? Old West had never learned Chinese. He thought that the word mother was like an English suffix. The more he explained, the messier it would be. So Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, more or less. Old West said humbly, looks like Chinese is really difficult. Let me try again. Feng Jing quickly said in English, Uncle West, it's okay. I'm not your boss. Ruofei is. You can just call me by my name. All right. Old West nodded and said, then I'll call you Feng? Your pronunciation is very accurate. Feng Jing nodded and said. Feng, nice to meet you. Come, let's go. Dinner is ready. Old West said enthusiastically. Today's dinner was prepared by me and Carberry. This apple pie is my best dish. You must try it. Okay. I'm starving. Let's go in. Xiao Ruofei said quickly. As the group of people walked in, Xiao Ruofei, who was at the back, could not help but pinch Liang Qichao. She said in a low voice, Brother Liang, if you do something like this again, I'll ask Elder Tang to transfer you back to America. I'll ask him to transfer Liang Xiaojun to manage the farm. Liang Xiaojun was the one who was competing with Liang Qichao for the right to inherit the farm. Back then, when Tang He was looking for gold-rimmed Phoebe Jinan, the two families were fighting openly and secretly. Now, Liang Xiaojun's performance in Tang He's company was average, while Liang Qichao's performance in the farm was outstanding. The scales of victory were tilted towards him. Liang Qichao quickly smiled and said, I'm just trying to adjust the atmosphere. I won't do it again. Besides, you're worried about letting Liang Xiaojun come over, aren't you? This is such a big business. It's better to have someone who knows the ins and outs of the business to manage it. Xiao Ruofei snorted softly and said, then I'll ask Mr. Tang to send a professional manager over. By then, you and Dafra will be separated from each other. Don't. Boss Xia. Brother Xia. Master Xia. I won't dare to do it again. Liang Qichao quickly smiled and begged for mercy. I'll propose a toast to Manager Feng later. Xiao Ruofei said, girls are thin-skinned. You can't make such jokes. Liang Qichao mumbled, aren't I busy trying to matchmake you two? What did you say? Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows and stared at Liang Qichao. Liang Qichao quickly waved his hand and said, "Nothing. Nothing. I'm saying that I'll definitely propose a toast to Manager Feng." Xiao Ruofei then stretched out his finger and pointed at Liang Qichao, then walked in front of him. Actually, Xiao Ruofei naturally heard it. But this kind of thing was meant to be a joke, so it was fine to stop there. The group walked into the villa, and Liang Qichao said, "Boss Xia, Manager Feng, leave your luggage in the living room first. I'll arrange a room for you after dinner. Let's eat first. You must be starving." After saying that, Liang Qichao politely led everyone to the dining room on the first floor of the villa. The dinner prepared by Mr. and Mrs. West was very sumptuous. There was a very special Queensland meat pie, grilled fish fillet in herb oil, deep-fried crab sticks, and of course, there were also desserts prepared by the couple, including Mr. and Mrs. West's apple pie. Other than that, there was also a roast pig that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It was paired with Mrs. Carberry's personally made sweet sauce. Just looking at it made one's appetite wet. Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing's stomachs were already rumbling with hunger, so after they sat down, they ate 2 big pieces of roast pig. Xiao Ruofei was full of praise for this delicacy, especially the crispy skin that was cooked just right. Xiao Ruofei ate with relish. Xiao Ruofei gave a thumbs up and said, "It's very delicious." Mrs. Carberry was very happy and said, "Eat more if you like it." Mrs. Carberry was happy from the bottom of her heart that her personally made food was appreciated. She kept urging the two to eat more. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but think of the scene when he ate at his mother's house in Huzi. On this point, the feelings of the elders had no boundaries. After filling their stomachs, Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing finally had time to taste the wine that Mr. West brought. This was the Semillon produced by West's winery. It was also quite old, and the wine was very rich. Although it couldn't be compared to the Semillon that Xiao Ruofei stored in the space, the quality was definitely excellent. In fact, this was the Semillon that Mr. West treasured. Usually, he couldn't bear to take it out to drink. Mr. West smiled and said, "Xia, we saw the news. The Australian TV station immediately reported that the flight you were on deviated. At that time, Carberry and I were very worried. Fortunately, you were safe in the end." Carberry also gave Xiao Ruofei a thumbs up and said, "Son, you're amazing. Now many people in Australia know you. Everyone is saying that you're a great hero." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I was forced to do that. If I didn't bite the bullet and stand up, I would have lost my life. Fortunately, I was lucky." He had been bombarded by the news of the flight's forced landing for the past few days, so he didn't want to talk about it anymore. He directly changed the topic and said, "By the way, I stayed in Saipan for 2 days. Will the winery be delayed?" Mr. West said, "We've been organizing the grape harvest for the past 2 days. The rainfall in Australia is quite abundant this season. If the grapes are not harvested in time, they'll rot easily." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "It's good that the progress is normal. I was worried that I wouldn't arrive in time and delay things here." Mr. West laughed heartily and said, "Don't worry. I'll control the progress. I won't rigidly wait for you to arrive in Australia before starting the harvest. By the way, we'll start brewing wine tomorrow." Mr. West continued, "Boss, you're just in time. It'll be a pity if you miss this meaningful customer. Then I'll go directly to the winery tomorrow." Xiao Ruofei said, "Didn't you travel thousands of miles just for this?" After dinner, Mr. and Mrs. West happily accepted the small gifts that Xiao Ruofei had brought from China, peach garden de hongpo and jade skin ointment. Then, they said goodbye and went back. They also knew that Xiao Ruofei had been tired from the journey, so they should let him rest early. Liang Qichao had always kept the master bedroom in the villa. This time, he let Feng Jing live in it. Xiao Ruofei chose another guest room on the 2nd floor. After chatting for a while, everyone went back to their rooms to take a shower and rest. Xiao Ruofei didn't even let Liang Qichao report the situation at Paradise Farm in detail. Everything would wait until the next day. The next morning, Xiao Ruofei started his cultivation on time. After finishing his cultivation, he took a shower. Then, he put on his linen home clothes and shuffled downstairs in his slippers. As soon as he arrived downstairs, Xiao Ruofei saw Feng Jing standing by the lake through the window. She opened her arms and took deep breaths. He smiled and walked out of the villa. "Sister Jing, you're up so early." Feng Jing turned around and smiled sweetly. "I set an alarm. The farm is too quiet. If you don't have a mobile phone alarm, it's easy to oversleep." "So what if I oversleep?" "I'm here to relax. I'll do whatever is comfortable," Xiao Ruofei said. "If I sleep in, won't I miss this beautiful morning?" Feng Jing said with a smile. "The scenery here is so beautiful. I really don't want to leave after staying here for a while." The two of them cast their gazes forward. The surface of the lake was still shrouded in a layer of gauze, making it look like a paradise on earth. Taking a deep breath, they could feel the faint fragrance of grass in the air, making them feel relaxed and happy. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Then stay for a while. Or just accept my suggestion and take a month off. Don't worry about the company." "That won't do," Feng Jing said. "I don't want to lose my ambition so early. By the way, how long will you be in Australia this time?" "I still have to go back to work." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but touch his forehead and smile bitterly. "Here we go again. I don't know how long I'll be staying. We have to wait for this batch of wine to finish brewing. Anyway, don't worry about it. If you're still worried about the company, call everyone for a remote meeting or something." "Okay." Feng Jing nodded and said, "Oh yeah, I'll go with you today. I haven't seen how wine is brewed yet." "Sure. Anyway, you don't have a mission this time. If you want to go, hurry up and have breakfast," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Okay," Feng Jing said happily. The breakfast was prepared by Liang Qichao himself, and it was quite sumptuous. After everyone finished eating, Xiao Ruofei asked Liang Qichao for the car keys. He then drove Feng Jing out of Wonderland Farm and went straight to West Winery. As for Liang Qichao, he wasn't interested in brewing wine. He was focused on the farm, so Xiao Ruofei didn't let him join in the fun. After getting out of the car in front of West Winery, Feng Jing looked at the old door and the nameplate of the winery and asked, "Ruofei, this is your winery? It looks quite old, doesn't it?" "This is one of the wineries. It's barely 100 years old," Xiao Ruofei said. "Didn't we pass by a vineyard just now?" "That's the winery's property. It's so big," Feng Jing said in surprise. "This winery doesn't look that big. I thought it was one of those small-scale wineries." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Australia has a lot of land, right? West Winery isn't that big in the Hunter Valley." "Okay, let's go in." That day, Old West and Carberry were both wearing shirts and suspenders. They were giving instructions to the workers. When Old West saw the two of them enter, he immediately put down his work and came up to them. "Xia. Feng. Come in," Old West said with a smile. "I was just about to call the farm. They're about to start brewing wine. You came at the right time," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Xia, I'll get you something to eat." Carberry came over and said. "Don't worry, Aunt Carberry," Xiao Ruofei quickly said. "We just finished breakfast at the farm and came over. You guys do your thing. We're just here to watch the fun." After that, Xiao Ruofei pointed at the workers and asked, "What are they busy with?" Xiao Ruofei watched from the side with great interest. The workers skillfully spread out the baskets of grapes and carefully removed the grape stalks. Carberry smiled and said, "Xia, the grape stalks contain a large amount of tannins, which will bring about a sour taste. So, to maintain the freshness of the wine, the grape stalks must be removed. We have always used the most traditional method to make wine. These are all done by hand. Although the efficiency is lower, the quality of the wine is much higher." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Yes, quality is the most important. My farm in China is also going for the premium route." Feng Jing also smiled and said, "Now, our country is promoting the spirit of craftsmanship. When I saw Uncle West making wine, I really felt the spirit of craftsmanship." Carberry laughed and said, "This method of making wine has been passed down for 100 or 200 years. Now, many wineries have introduced advanced machinery, but West has been stubbornly insisting on the traditional method of making wine. Although the efficiency has decreased and the cost of labor has increased, he is not willing to change. I have to give Uncle West a thumbs up. Xiaoruofei smiled and said, it is not good to rush for quick success in any line of work. Only when every detail is taken to the extreme can we make a truly premium wine. Some of the workers were focused on removing the grape stalks, while others were picking out the grape skins and putting them into high-temperature sterilized stainless steel containers. Every time a container was filled, someone would carry it into a small cold storage room next to the winery. Aunt Carberry. What are they doing? Feng Jing asked curiously. Madame Cabelli chuckled and said, in order to extract the aroma of the grapes and the active ingredients in the skin, as well as to enhance the original freshness of the grape variety, we will soak the crushed grapes and grape juice under a temperature control before squeezing the juice. This will make the wine taste richer and rounder. Oh. You have learned something new. Feng Jing said with a smile. Feng, this process is actually very boring. Carberry smiled and said, the soaking process takes more than 10 hours, and the earliest we can start is tomorrow. So, why don't you let Xiao bring you to the vineyard? Xiaoruofei laughed and said, that's good too. Oh yes, Aunt Carberry, are the grapes being harvested at the vineyard? Let's go and take a look. Madame Carberry shook her head and said, no one is working at the vineyard right now. Oh? Why is that? Xiaoruofei was surprised. Madame Cabelli smiled and explained, white grapes are very sensitive to temperature. High temperatures will destroy the natural elegance of the white grapes and increase the risk of oxidation and microbial infection. Therefore, the harvesting time is usually in the wee hours of the morning, before the sun has completely risen. Also, you have to be very careful when harvesting and try your best to keep the fruit intact. So troublesome? Xiaoruofei said. Then won't Uncle West have a hard time? You have to organize the grape harvest so early in the morning, and you have to brew wine during the day. We're used to it. Every year, the grape harvest season is a little tough, Madame Cabelli said with a smile. But it's also a great sense of accomplishment. That won't do. Xiaoruofei said. You're getting on in years. You can't stand working around the clock like this. You and Uncle West shouldn't get up so early. Yeah. Madame Cabelli, Feng Jing said. Your health is more important. Madame Cabelli smiled and waved her hand. He won't feel at ease leaving it to others. Besides, we'll take care of our rest. During the day, we'll take turns to rest. Also, we sleep very early at night. It'll be fine when all the grapes are harvested. Xiaoruofei couldn't argue with her. He could only say helplessly, then hire more workers and harvest the grapes as soon as possible. Don't worry about the increased cost. Madame Cabelli smiled and said, Xia, thank you for your concern. But the maturity of the grapes is different. The amount of grapes harvested each time is calculated. Adding more workers won't solve the problem. Don't worry. Although the two vineyards are harvesting at the same time this year, they'll be done in 5 days at most. All right. You have to rest well. Xiaoruofei said. Okay. Madame Cabelli said with a smile. Xiaoruofei thought for a while and said, since there's no one working at the vineyard, we won't go over. Why don't we help out too? Madame Cabelli was stunned for a moment, then said, okay. Come. I'll bring you to wash your hands and disinfect them. There wasn't much skill involved in harvesting the grapes. The only requirement was to be meticulous. Hence, Madame Cabelli wasn't worried that the two of them would affect the workers' progress. After Xiaoruofei and Feng Jing washed their hands, they joined the team excitedly. At first, Madame Cabelli was worried that they would be careless and not be able to clean the grapes. But after working with the two of them for a while, she was completely relieved. The two of them were very meticulous. Although their efficiency wasn't as high as those experienced workers, the quality of their work was very high. After Xiaoruofei got used to it for a while, his efficiency also increased. He quickly harvested the grapes and looked no different from those experienced workers. For the entire morning, everyone was busy working. They processed more than half of the grapes that they harvested 2 days ago. Xiaoruofei was worried that Feng Jing was tired, so he advised her to rest at the side. But Feng Jing insisted on working with everyone and refused to rest. Seeing Feng Jing's sweaty face, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel sorry for her. After the handiwork in the morning, he immediately poured a glass of water for Feng Jing. After blocking everyone's view, he secretly took out a few drops of flower petal solution from the space and dripped it into the water. Then, he gave it to Feng Jing. "Sister Jing, drink some water," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Yo. Boss is serving me personally. Why do I feel so flattered?" Feng Jing said with a smile. "Still joking? Hurry up and rest. Look at how tired you are," Xiao Ruofei said. Feng Jing smiled and took the glass and gulped it down. Then, she winked at Xiao Ruofei and said, "I'm not tired. Let's come again in the afternoon. Don't try to be brave," Xiao Ruofei said. "Just rest at the farm in the afternoon, I'm really not tired," Feng Jing said. "I think it's quite interesting. Sitting in the office all day long in China, my cervical vertebrae and lumbar vertebrae are all strained. Occasionally doing physical work makes my whole body feel relaxed." Old West walked over and gave the two of them a thumbs up. "Xia, Feng, the two of you are already very good at removing jokes. Thank you for your help." Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "Uncle West, if you want to say thank you, I should be the one thanking you. Auntie Cabello already told me that you guys have worked hard during this period." Old West laughed and said, "It's hard work, but the sense of accomplishment is very high. Xia, the grape varieties that you provided are really amazing. Not only did you produce grapes that completely meet the standards of winemaking in the first year, but the quality is also higher than the Semillon grapes that I have seen in the past few decades. I can't wait to see what kind of quality the wine will be made from them." Feng Jing asked curiously in Chinese, "Ruofei, you provided these grape seedlings?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Yes. I happen to know a better type of Semillon grape, so I imported a batch to Hunter's Valley. Then I asked Uncle West to dig up all the original grapes and plant the new variety that I provided." "You're too daring," Feng Jing said. "What if there's a problem with these grape trees? Wouldn't that delay it for a few years?" Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "Uncle West thought so too, but hasn't it been proven now? These are indeed high-quality grape trees." After the two of them chatted softly for a while, Xiao Ruofei said to the two of them, "Uncle West, Auntie Cabello, we'll go back to the farm first. We'll come back in the afternoon. Let's eat here," Auntie Cabello quickly said. "I'll make something delicious for you." "No, no." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "The farm is ready. We'll go back to eat." The two old people had been working so hard for the past few days. Xiao Ruofei really didn't want to trouble them, because if the two of them stayed for dinner, Auntie Cabello would definitely prepare a sumptuous lunch. They were already so tired from work, how could he let them stay? "All right then," Old West said. "But you can rest at the farm in the afternoon. You don't have to come over and help." Xiao Ruofei laughed and pointed at Feng Jing. "I had planned that, but Sister Jing didn't want to. She likes the working atmosphere here." "Haha. Come on then," Old West said happily. "But remember to rest. You can't work as hard as you did this morning." In the morning, Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing worked even harder than the workers. The two of them processed more than 20 baskets of grapes. Even Old West and his wife were secretly impressed. "Got it," Xiao Ruofei said. "The sun is very strong in the afternoon. You should rest. Don't work too early." The two of them left West Winery and went back to Wonderland Farm for lunch. At Wonderland Farm, Xiao Ruofei saw the farm's full-time assistant manager, Dafra again. Although Liang Qichao tried to hide it, he could tell from some small details that Liang Qichao and Dafra were already together. While helping to clean up the dishes, Xiao Ruofei whispered in Liang Qichao's ear, "Good job, brother. You came to Australia to show off our country's strength. This Caucasian chick is pretty good. Think about how to get past your father and marry her." Liang Qichao said with a bitter face, "It's not even set in stone yet. Besides, you know how old-fashioned my father is. How could he agree to me marrying a foreign girl? Why don't you help me think of a way?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, sorry, I can't help. You should think of a way yourself. Haha. I'm going to take a nap. Hey. Liang Qichao called, but Xiao Ruofei didn't stop. He quickly walked up the stairs. Liang Qichao was so angry that he threw the rag in his hand into the sink and said, you're so disloyal. In the afternoon, Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing were still doing the boring work of peeling grapes with the workers. By the time they finished processing all the grapes, the sky was already completely dark. Xiao Ruofei still declined the invitation of Old West and his wife for dinner. He took Feng Jing back to Wonderland Farm. The next day, Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing arrived at West Winery early. Uncle West, don't tell me you're still peeling grapes today? Xiao Ruofei asked as soon as he saw him. This work is so boring. West was organizing the workers to move the grapes they picked in the early hours of the morning into the warehouse. He laughed and said, this new batch of grapes needs to be peeled as soon as possible, but Carberry will be in charge of this work. We've already soaked the grapes yesterday, so we can move on to the next step today. Xiao Ruofei's eyes lit up. That's great. When do we start? Right away. Old West said. Come with me. Old West brought Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing to the winery's workshop. Although he insisted on using traditional methods to make wine, Old West didn't reject new technology. For example, in terms of hygiene, it was much better than the old ancestors from hundreds of years ago. After going through a strict disinfection process, Old West allowed them to enter the workshop. Old West put on rubber gloves and said, today, we'll start with the juice extraction process. This process must be done by experienced winemakers. Bill and the others are all old buddies. They'll come with me to extract the juice from the grapes that have been soaked in low temperature. Beside Old West, a few old workers with white hair smiled brightly at Xiao Ruofei. This time, Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing couldn't help. They just watched Old West and the others pour the grapes into a special container and then manually extract the juice. The grape juice would flow from the bottom of the container into a stainless steel barrel. Old West said as he worked, the process must be fast and avoid contact with the air as much as possible, because the oxygen in the air will cause oxidation, deterioration, and discoloration of the grape juice. At the same time, your movements must be very gentle. Otherwise, too much pressure may cause the grape skin to crack, releasing tannins and other substances, causing a bitter taste. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, looks like this process is quite crucial. Haha. Xia, don't worry. We've been doing this for decades. There won't be a problem. Old West said with a smile. Old West and the others were very efficient. They finished processing the grapes from yesterday in half a day. The workers moved the sealed stainless steel barrels of grape juice into a small cold storage room and neatly arranged them. Old West said, Xia, the grape juice still needs to be cooled down. Such large particles will be deposited at the bottom of the container. What we need to make wine is the supernatant liquid. We use it to ferment. How long will it take? Xiao Ruofei asked. Old West smiled and said, it should be done by this time tomorrow. Nowadays, some wineries often use centrifuges to separate the grapes for convenience. But this will also cause the yeast to be removed, so artificial yeast has to be added. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, I know. For Uncle West, who insists on traditional craftsmanship, this is absolutely intolerable. Ha ha ha. Old West laughed heartily. Yes. This kind of innovation is wrong. They can say that I'm old-fashioned and conservative, but I insist on my own views. I like old-fashioned and conservative like you. Xiao Ruofei gave him a thumbs up and smiled. Then, we'll come again tomorrow. In the afternoon, Xiao Ruofei brought Feng Jing to the Hunter Valley Garden at the foot of Brokeback Mountain. Xiao Ruofei felt like he was revisiting an old place. The last time he brought Lin Xiao here, they met Lin Xiao's high school classmate, Tan Lily, which led to a series of events. Of course, it was also because of that incident that Xiao Ruofei took over the largest winery in the Hunter Valley, Golden Oak Winery. Now that they were back at the Hunter Valley Garden, the scenery was still beautiful. Each theme park was like a fantasy wonderland. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but sigh. Times had changed, and the scenery was still the same. However, those people back then might have had their own paths in life. Tan Lily, who came back to China to repeat her studies, should be preparing for the college entrance examination now. Tan Lily's boyfriend, Jinpeng, had already sold his assets and left Australia with his parents. Robinson and Brody, the father and son of Golden Oak Winery, definitely didn't dare to stay in the Hunter Valley after selling the winery. Of course, these people had only themselves to blame. Xiaoruofei was just a little emotional, but he didn't sympathize with them because of this. It was Feng Jing's first time at the Hunter Valley Garden. Like Lin Xiao, she was deeply attracted by the theme park here. Snow White, Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, Cinderella. Scenes from fairy tales were recreated here. Feng Jing couldn't help but let her girlish heart burst. She asked Xiaoruofei to take a lot of photos for her. The two of them had fun for half a day and returned home. The next morning, they met up again and went to West Winery. The first batch of grape juice that was brewed that day had already settled. Old West organized the workers to pour the upper layer of clear liquid into oak barrels for fermentation. After Xiaoruofei and Feng Jing asked, they found out that the fermentation of white wine had very strict temperature requirements. It had to be controlled between 18 to 20 degrees Celsius. Otherwise, the aroma and taste of the wine would be greatly affected. In addition, the entire fermentation process would take about 2 to 3 weeks. In other words, the grape juice stored in oak barrels would have to be stored in a constant temperature storage room for about 20 days before the main fermentation period would be considered complete. After that, it would probably take another week or two for the entire fermentation process to be completed. By that time, the grape juice would have already turned into wine. When the oak barrel was opened, the rich aroma of wine could be smelled. Of course, they still had to be nurtured in the oak barrel. At this stage, the dead yeast would settle to the bottom of the barrel. The winemaker would stir regularly to mix the dead yeast with the wine, making the wine taste more mellow. Finally, after a period of clarification to remove impurities such as dead yeast and grape fragments, the wine could be bottled. After listening to Old West's introduction, Feng Jing was a little disappointed. It's going to take so long. Looks like we won't be able to wait for the wine to be bottled. It would take at least a month. Feng Jing definitely couldn't ignore the domestic company's matters and stay in Australia for so long. Xiaoruofei was a possibility. Xiaoruofei laughed and said, "Why don't you just take a vacation? I'll give you a month's vacation. You can come to Uncle West's place every day to learn how to make wine." "No way," Feng Jing said. "Since it can't be done here in a short period of time, let's hurry back to China." "Why don't I bring you here again in a month?" Xiaoruofei said with a smile. These few days, Feng Jing had been very seriously involved in the entire process of making wine. Xiaoruofei could see that Feng Jing was quite interested in this. Perhaps this was a way for her to relax. Feng Jing hesitated for a moment and said, "We'll see when the time comes." She was obviously tempted. If it were in the past, Feng Jing would have rejected without even thinking about it. Xiaoruofei looked at Old West again and asked curiously, "Uncle West, I just heard you say that the Semelon wine will be bottled in about a month's time. Isn't wine preserved in oak barrels? Why is it being bottled so early?" Old West laughed and said, "Xia, this is the specialty of the Semelon wine from Australia's Hunter Valley. Its ripening process is not completed in oak barrels, but in the bottle. What's amazing is that when the Semelon ripened in the bottle is young, it tastes fresh and lively with a hint of lemon. After a period of ripening, it will develop a classic golden hue, and the taste will also become richer, such as the fragrance of toast, honey, grass, and so on." Xiaoruofei nodded repeatedly, feeling that he had gained a lot of knowledge. There was knowledge everywhere. In the past, he only knew some basic knowledge about Semelon. This time, after experiencing the winemaking process himself, he felt that there were actually many details that were worth paying attention to. These were all precious experiences that had been passed down from generation to generation. Old West continued, "Of course, oak barrels are still very important. The fermentation and cultivation process of Semelon is completed in oak barrels. During this process, the aroma of wood and grass from the oak barrels will be integrated into the wine, making the wine more fragrant. So, a good oak barrel is also very important for winemaking." "Oh?" Xiao Ruofei said, then how about this batch of oak barrels? Old West smiled and said, not bad, I think. Above average. Of course, if it were the Semillon grapes from a few years ago, these barrels would be enough. But the quality of this year's grapes is very high. I originally wanted to find a better barrel, but it's not easy to do. Xiao Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he had an idea. Uncle West, can you give me 2 barrels of the grape juice that is going to be fermented? Old West was stunned for a moment. Xia, it's not that I don't want to give it to you. The whole winery is yours. If you want 2 barrels of grape juice, it's definitely not a problem. But, during the fermentation process, the temperature must be strictly controlled. If I give it to you, the grape juice will definitely become extremely sour in the end. That would be a waste. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Uncle West, you don't have to worry about that. Anyway, our production this year is so high. At most, we'll waste 2 barrels. Just treat it as me drinking it. Old West was actually unwilling. The quality of this year's grapes was especially good. All the wines were like his favorite. How could he bear to give away 2 barrels at once? However, Xiao Ruofei was the owner of the winery. Even if he objected, it was useless. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei did not use his power to pressure him. Instead, he negotiated with him calmly. Plus, 2 barrels were indeed not too much. So, in the end, he nodded helplessly. Old West waved his hand and called for a worker. He was going to bring someone to the temperature-controlled warehouse to bring out 2 barrels of grape juice that was going to be fermented. Xiao Ruofei quickly waved his hand and said, Uncle West, don't be in such a hurry. I have a friend in Australia. His oak trees seem to be pretty good. I want to buy 2 oak trees from him. Can you help me check the quality? If the quality is good, please help me get someone to make a few barrels. When the time comes, I'll put the grape juice in the new barrels. How about that? The oak trees in Australia seem to be very ordinary. Old West said hesitantly. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, let's wait for the wood to be delivered. First. If the quality is not good, then use the barrels from the winery. Anyway, I only need 2 barrels. No problem, right? Old West smiled bitterly and said, Xia, you're the owner of the winery. Of course, there's no problem with your request. Thank you. Xiao Ruofei said happily. Uncle West, then we'll take our leave first. When the oak wood is delivered, I'll get someone to send it to the winery as soon as possible. Old West was busy processing the grape juice. He hurriedly said goodbye to Xiao Ruofei and focused on his work again. After walking out of the winery, Feng Jing asked curiously, Ruofei, do you have friends who plant oak trees in Australia? Yes. I have a lot of friends. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, I'm going to contact the oak trees in the afternoon. You can either rest at the farm for half a day, or let Brother Liang bring you around for a walk. Is that okay? Of course. Feng Jing said with a smile. I'm not a child. I don't need you to accompany me all day. You can go about your business. Then, Feng Jing could not help but ask, Ruofei, according to Uncle West, the fermentation process has very strict requirements for temperature control. Aren't you wasting 2 barrels of grape juice for nothing? I have my own use for them. Xiao Ruofei said with a mysterious smile. And I won't leave them at Wonderland Farm. I have to send them to a friend. Anyway, you don't have to worry about it. So mysterious. Don't tell me it's that friend who plants oak trees again? Feng Jing joked. Wow, you got it right. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. He also has his own winery. I gave him 2 barrels for experiment purposes. Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't have any other Australian friends. He didn't want to give the 2 barrels of grape juice to someone for experiment purposes. He wanted to put them into the space. As for the oak trees, Xiao Ruofei wanted to cut down 2 of the oak trees planted in the space. At that time, in order to cultivate truffles, Xiao Ruofei planted a lot of oak trees in the space. The oak trees multiplied very quickly. Cutting down 1 or 2 wouldn't affect the truffle production. He also wanted to know what the quality of the oak trees that grew in the space was. However, he couldn't tell Feng Jing about this. Xiao Ruofei could only speak without thinking. Feng Jing didn't suspect anything. After all, this was Xiao Ruofei's private matter. She didn't ask any more. After returning to Wonderland Farm, Xiao Ruofei asked Liang Qichao to help arrange a flatbed truck for transporting the wood during lunch. As for the loading location, Xiao Ruofei said that he didn't know where his friend would unload the wood, so he asked Liang Qichao to contact the driver after arranging the truck. When the time came, he would directly contact the driver. Liang Qichao didn't suspect anything and agreed. Xiao Ruofei directly returned to his room after lunch. After locking the door, he entered the space. In the space, Xiao Qing was still doing his best to manage those precious crops for Xiao Ruofei. Under his efforts, the scope of the medicine garden was constantly expanding. In the future, the medicine garden alone would be able to meet the needs of the pharmaceutical factory's raw materials. After the White World Raccoon was disciplined by Xiao Ruofei, it was very well behaved recently. It spent most of its time comprehending the rules of space. This stable space structure that was very close to the outside world was equivalent to a huge treasure house for it. It was very comfortable living here. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "You all go busy yourselves. Don't worry about me." After Xiao Qing and the White World Raccoon left, Xiao Ruofei took a chainsaw from the Archean realm. He chose 2 oak trees and cut them down. Then, he removed the branches and vines and quickly obtained 2 pieces of wood. After finishing, Xiao Ruofei hurriedly left the space. He asked Liang Qichao for the keys to the farm's pickup truck and drove away from the farm alone. Australia was vast and sparsely populated. Some desolate places were often uninhabited for hundreds of kilometers. Xiao Ruofei easily found a remote road. He observed for a while and found that there was no one within a few kilometers. Moreover, only 1 or 2 cars passed by for a long time. It could be said to be very desolate. After Xiao Ruofei got out of the car, he took the 2 pieces of wood out of the space and put them on the side of the road. Then, he took out his mobile phone to contact the driver. He had already determined his location through the satellite positioning system. After reporting his location to the driver told him that it might take 2 to 3 hours to get here. There was no other way. Australia was very big and this place was relatively far from the populated area. After Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone, he simply took out a recliner and a parasol from the space and lay under the parasol to kill time. When the sky was slightly dark, the flatbed truck finally arrived. While waiting, not a single car passed by on the road. It could be seen how remote it was. The driver also knew in advance that he had to transfer 2 pieces of wood, so he brought hinges and other tools. There were also a few workers in the car. The driver was also very curious about this desolate loading location. Xiao Ruofei explained that it was sent by a foreign driver who was not familiar with the road. He unloaded the things and returned. He could only call another car to transfer them. Xiao Ruofei pretended to be indignant and complained a few words. The driver did not ask any more questions. After all, he would not be short of money. He immediately organized the workers to start loading the truck. Everyone skillfully tied the wood, hoisted it into the truck, and fastened it with wire rope. Then Xiao Ruofei drove the pickup truck in front to lead the way. The 2 cars, one in front and one behind, drove to West Winery. When they arrived at the winery, the sky was completely dark. After a busy day, the workers had all gone home. The winery was quiet. Xiao Ruofei pressed the doorbell at the winery door and shouted, "Uncle West, come and open the door. My oakwood is here." After a while, there was a sound of footsteps. Old West came out in his pajamas. Because they had to get up early to pick grapes, during this period of time, the 2 usually went to rest after dinner. Xiao Ruofei said with a trace of apology, "Uncle West, sorry to disturb your rest. The oakwood I mentioned this morning has been delivered. Open the door and let the truck in to unload the wood. Then you can continue to rest." Old West chuckled and said, it's fine. We just laid down too." "Xia, your friend is quite efficient." Xiao Ruofei said, "The driver sent it to the wrong place. I also found a flatbed truck to transport it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been delivered so late. Come in." Old West opened the gate of the winery and let the 2 trucks in. There were only 2 pieces of wood, so the workers quickly unloaded them into the open space of the winery. Then the truck driver drove away with the workers. Of course, the freight was settled with Wonderland Farm. Uncle West, I'm sorry. You should go and rest. Xiaoruofei said. Tomorrow, remember to find a barrel maker for me. If it's useful, help me get a few oak barrels. Old West laughed and said, There's no hurry. There's no hurry. Let me see how your wood is. After that, Old West walked to the corridor and turned on the lights. Then, he walked to the side of the wood and squatted down to observe. As a matter of fact, Old West did not have much hope for the wood. Good oak was in high demand for wineries, and the quality of oak in Australia was only average. If the wood could be transported here so quickly, the plantation must not be too far from the Hunter Valley. He had not heard of any place in the area that produced good oak. In fact, most of the oak barrels used by wineries came from the United States, France, and Hungary. However, after a few glances, he could not help but rub his eyes. Then, he could not wait to take a closer look. His whole body was almost lying on the wood. Xiaoruofei looked at Old West and knew that his oak was not bad. In fact, he was not worried at all. The spirit map space was filled with spiritual energy all day long. How bad could the quality of an oak that grew up in such an environment be? How is it, Uncle West? Xiaoruofei asked with a smile. Can this oak be used? Old West suddenly stood up and looked at Xiaoruofei with enthusiasm. He asked, Xia, where did you get this oak? Didn't I tell you? A friend gave it to me. Xiaoruofei said with a smile. Old West patted his head and said, Look at my memory. Xia, does your friend have more of this kind of oak? I want as many as you have. Xiaoruofei asked with a smile, so, these 2 oak barrels can be used? Not only can they be used. It's the king of oak. Old West exclaimed excitedly. Look at the fine texture of the grain. Even the Nouveau Riche oak, the best Hungarian oak, couldn't compare to it. Do you know? The tighter the texture, the less tannins will be released, which can make the wine more delicate. This is the best oak that can only be found by chance. Old West was very excited. He pointed at the 2 oak barrels and said, Also, I smelled it carefully just now. The fragrance of this oak is very unique and very charming. It makes people feel like they are floating in the air. I can't imagine how charming the wine will be if we ferment our semelon with it. Xiaoruofei hurriedly said, No more. All of his oak wood for this year had been reserved and exported overseas. These 2 were the only ones he had left. The rest haven't reached the standard for cutting. Although there were a lot of oak trees in the space, Xiaoruofei still needed to cultivate truffles. Moreover, the 2 wineries together had a huge demand for oak barrels. Even if all the oak trees in the space were cut down, there wouldn't be enough. Therefore, Xiaoruofei naturally wanted to dispel Old West's idea of replacing the oak barrels. Old West was very disappointed. He didn't give up and asked, Is there really no more? Xiaoruofei said firmly, Not even one. Why don't you ask again? Old West said expectantly. Xia, the quality of our grapes is very high. I've always wanted to use new oak barrels, because new barrels have a much greater impact on the flavor of the wine than old barrels. If we can use this high-quality oak to make oak barrels, the quality of our semelon will definitely go up a level. Xiaoruofei smiled and said, Uncle West, there really isn't any left. I've already asked my friend, is that so? Old West couldn't hide his disappointment. Xiaoruofei thought for a moment and said, Uncle West, how about this? No matter how many barrels we can make with these 2 pieces of wood, I only want 2 of them. The rest will be left for the wineries. We can use the old and new barrels at the same time. When the time comes, we can compare them and have a direct result. Xiaoruofei paused and said, Also, I'll ask my friend to leave us a batch of oak next year to guarantee the needs of the 2 wineries. You calculate the number needed, and I'll ask my friend to reserve it in advance. How about that? Old West said, That's the only way. Xia, you should contact your friends now. Next year, we'll reserve at least 800 barrels of wood for our wineries, 800. Xiaoruofei asked in surprise, Do we need that much? Of course. Old West said, Golden Oak Winery is the largest winery in the Hunter Valley, and West Winery is not small either. 800 barrels are just enough for the 2 wineries. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, no problem. I'll book it with my friend right away. Xiao Ruofei then asked, Uncle West, how long does it take to make a wooden barrel? Can we still catch up with this batch of wine? Old West said, if it's just a few, I'll ask Old Carl to stop working for a while. A week should be enough. The main thing is that the new wooden barrels need to be baked. This process is very important to the quality of the wooden barrels. At the same time, it takes a lot of time. 1 week should be the fastest. Old West continued, the grapes at Golden Oak are a few days late, so we should be able to make it in a week. But, Xia, I still don't understand. Why do you insist on unfermented grape juice? The fermentation process has very strict requirements for the environment and temperature. If you take it away, it's very likely that the 2 barrels of grape juice will turn into sour and smelly wastewater. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Uncle West, don't worry about that. Anyway, I only need 2 barrels. Okay, go back and rest. You still have to get up early to pick the grapes tomorrow. I'm going back to the farm too. Okay. Old West said. I'll ask Old Carl to come over tomorrow morning. He's the best barrel maker in the Hunter Valley. Thanks, Uncle West. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. The next day, not long after Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing arrived at West Winery, a cool old man wearing a checkered shirt, riding boots, and a cowboy hat drove a pickup truck to the winery. After he jumped out of the car, he called out, West. West. Where's the fine oak you were talking about? Old West, who was busy, immediately put down his work and got up to greet him. He laughed and said, Carl. You're early. Come, let me introduce you. This is the new owner of West Winery, Xiao Ruofei from Huaxia. Carl nodded at Xiao Ruofei perfunctorily and said, West, take me to see the oak. If the quality isn't good, I won't take it. I have a lot of orders on hand now. He didn't care who would become the new owner of West Winery. All he cared about was the top-quality oak wood that Old West had praised to the heavens over the phone last night. For a top-notch barrel maker, the attraction of high quality wood far exceeded that of a Chinese tycoon. Old West was a little embarrassed, but Xiao Ruofei didn't mind. He smiled and said, Uncle West, take Uncle Carl to see the wood first. Old West looked at Carl with some dissatisfaction and said, come with me. He led Carl to the empty space at the side of the winery building where the 2 pieces of wood had been unloaded last night. Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing looked at each other and followed. When Carl saw the 2 pieces of wood, he immediately quickened his pace. He walked to the wood and squatted down to examine it carefully. He was much more serious than Old West. Not only did he examine the texture of the oak, but he also used his fingernails to pinch at different parts of the wood. He even dug out a small piece and put it in front of his nose to smell it. His expression became more and more colorful as he examined the wood. Finally, Carl stood up and looked at Old West excitedly. He asked in a hurried tone, West, where did you get this oak? Why are there only 2 pieces? That's none of your business. I'm just asking you, are you taking this job or not? Old West asked proudly. Of course. Of course. Carl said without hesitation. Old West winked slyly and said, we need it urgently. We hope to get the barrels within a week. If that's the case, you may have to stop all the other work you're doing. Is there really no problem? If not, I'll ask Vasher. Don't you dare. Carl said with a glare. West, we've been friends for decades. If you dare to give this job to Vasher, I'll break off our friendship immediately. Do you believe me? Old West laughed and patted Carl on the shoulder. I'm just kidding. Didn't I call you as soon as I got the wood yesterday? Then, Old West said seriously, but I wasn't kidding when I said I'd deliver the goods within a week. Are you sure you can complete it? Of course. Carl patted his chest and said, stop all the other orders first. I'll handle these 2 pieces of wood personally. I'll definitely finish them within a week. Xiao Ruofei asked, Uncle Carl, how many barrels can you make with these 2 pieces of wood? Carl frowned and said, how would I know? I'll have to go back and do some calculations before I can come to a conclusion. Old West said slowly, Carl, don't blame me for not reminding you. I'm not the owner of this wood. It's Xia, Carl said nonchalantly. I know. Didn't you say it already? He's the new owner of West Winery. You don't understand what I mean. Old West said with a smile. I mean, Xia got the wood, and, next year, we'll replace all the oak barrels in the winery with new barrels made of this kind of oak. It's West Winery and Golden Oak Winery. Carl was stunned for a moment. Then, he looked at Xiao Ruofei. The arrogant expression on his face disappeared and was replaced by a warm smile. His unshaven and slovenly appearance made him look like the leader of the beggars' gang when he smiled. Xiao Ruofei felt a little scared. He couldn't help but say, Uncle Carl. Carl immediately said, Mr. Xia. Mr. Xia is a young and successful man. No wonder he could buy West Winery. Old West reminded him, Carl. Xia also bought Golden Oak Winery. Carl choked for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, Mr. Xia, let me introduce myself first. My name is Carl. Xia Ruofei was not used to it. He waved his hand and said, Mr. Carl, I know that you're the best barrel maker in the Hunter Valley, right? Hee hee. That's all thanks to everyone. Carl said. Sorry for offending you just now. Mr. Xia, I didn't expect you to have such connections. This kind of high-quality oak is not easy to get. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Mr. Carl, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm not used to this. Feng Jing could not help but laugh. She was very amused by Carl's change of attitude. Carl, on the other hand, did not mind. He was still all smiles as he said, Mr. Xia, I have a presumptuous request. If you can still get this kind of oak next year, if you want to make oak barrels, can you give me priority? Xia Ruofei looked at Feng Jing and Old West, then said, Uncle Carl, Uncle West said that you're the best barrel maker in the Hunter Valley. If I can buy oak next year, I'll definitely give you priority. Carl was overjoyed. He quickly said, Good, good, good. Mr. Xia looks like a straightforward person. Then let's make a deal. Next year, I will decide on the oak barrel business for your winery first. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. No problem. But these 2 pieces of wood. Carl quickly said, Mr. Xia, don't worry. I'll stop all orders and give priority to your 2 pieces of wood. Oh, right. You asked just now. How many barrels can you make with these 2 pieces of wood? Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. Carl quickly said. I've made a preliminary calculation. It can make at least 5 barrels. If we use less wood, we can make 6 barrels. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Then I'll leave it to you, Uncle Carl. Anyway, you should first guarantee the quality of our oak barrels. Don't force it. Carl looked as if he was insulted. He immediately said, Don't worry. I've been doing this for decades. Even if you don't tell me, I'll guarantee the quality of the oak barrels first. You can ask Old West if you don't believe me. Xia Ruofei looked at Old West. Old West nodded and said, Xia, don't worry about Carl's character. He's been making oak barrels in the Hunter Valley for decades. The quality is definitely the best. Xia Ruofei nodded and said with a smile, Uncle Carl, I'll have to trouble you then. Old Carl smiled and said, It's no trouble at all. It's my honor to be of service to you. Then, he immediately said to Old West, West, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you calling a truck for me? Oh. Wait for me. I'll get it right away. Old West quickly said. After a while, a flatbed truck drove over. Under Carl's command, the workers loaded the wood onto the truck and moved it away. Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing also began to work on the winery. The main work was still the early stage of breaking the skin and removing the stalks. The later stage of settling would take too long. Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing might not be able to wait that long. At noon, the workers finished processing the white grapes and went home. Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing also said goodbye to the West couple and prepared to return to Wonderland Farm. Xia Ruofei got into Wonderland Farm's Mercedes-Benz. When he was about to start the car, his cell phone rang. Xia Ruofei looked at the caller ID. It was Tang Etienne's private cell phone number. He pressed the answer button and said with a smile, "Hello, Brother Tang." Tang Etienne said on the other side of the phone, "Ruofei, where are you now?" Xiao Ruofei hesitated and said, "Brother Tang, I'm sorry. I'm in Hunter's Valley now. Because the winery here is urgent, I didn't contact you when I arrived in Sydney 2 days ago." Tang Etienne said, "Brother Xia, you're really good. You didn't contact me when you arrived in Australia. You're treating me as an outsider." Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "No, no. Brother Tang, you misunderstood." Tang Etienne pretended to be angry and said, "Humph. I saw the news and knew that the flight you took had an emergency landing in Saipan. I thought you were in Saipan to cooperate with the investigation. Who knew that you actually sneaked to Australia? You didn't even say hello to me. It seems that you really don't put me in your eyes." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Brother Tang, you misunderstood. The winery is waiting for me to come back to preside over the winemaking ceremony because the grapes are about to be harvested. So, I rushed back to Hunter's Valley as soon as I arrived in Australia. I didn't have time to contact you, did I?" Tang Etienne snorted and asked, "Then are you free now?" Xiao Ruofei froze for a moment and said, "I'm pretty busy these 2 days. Brother Tang, I'll go to Sydney to visit you in the afternoon." Tang Etienne said with a smile, "That's more like it. Brother Xia, I'll ask Ahu to send a car to pick you up. I happen to have a friend I want to introduce to you." Tang Etienne laughed and said, "Brother, you are already in Australia. Naturally, everything will be arranged by me. You have to drive to Sydney by yourself. Where can I put my old face? This matter is settled. I will ask Ahu to pick you up at the Hunter's Valley." Xiao Ruofei said helplessly, "Okay. I will listen to Brother Tang's arrangements." "That's right." Tang Etienne said happily. After Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone, he said to Feng Jing, "Sister Jing, let's go to Sydney together in the afternoon. Brother Tang already knows that I am coming. He just called me and blamed me." "Is it President Tang of the Maya Group?" Feng Jing asked. She had a brief contact with the Tang couple when they were in Beijing. At that time, Jennifer had taken the initiative to endorse the Jade Skin Cream for free, which solved Feng Jing's urgent need. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes. Let's not go out in the afternoon. Brother Tang will send someone to pick us up." "Okay, I will listen to your arrangements." Feng Jing nodded and said. At noon, Xiao Ruofei took a nap. At around 2 o'clock, the guard at the door reported that Tang Hu had arrived at the Paradise Farm. Xiao Ruofei immediately ordered the guard to let him in. Then, he called Feng Jing to pack up and go downstairs. Soon, they saw an extended Bentley slowly driving over. Before the car stopped, Tang Hu, who was dressed in a black Tang suit, quickly opened the door and got out of the car. He walked quickly to Xiao Ruofei and bowed to Xiao Ruofei. Then, he said respectfully, "Mr. Xia. I am here on Fifth Uncle's orders to take you to Sydney." The fifth uncle that Tang Hu was talking about was Tang Etienne. He was ranked fifth among the brothers in the family. Tang Hu's father had passed away early. Tang Etienne had always treated his nephew as his son. Tang Hu was also very respectful to Tang Etienne. Last time, when Xiao Ruofei and Lin Qiao went to the Meiya Group's cocktail party, Tang Hu unknowingly offended Xiao Ruofei and was punched and kicked by the furious Tang Etienne in public. After understanding the situation, not only did Tang Hu not dare to have the slightest bit of resentment towards Xiao Ruofei, but he also respected and feared him. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Ahu. Let's go then." "Mr. Xia, please." Tang Hu ran over to open the door and said respectfully. If others were to see the Vigilante Association's Tiger Lord, the king of New South Wales underworld, being so respectful to a young man in his 20s, they would most likely be taken aback. However, Tang Hu and even Tang Etienne's secular identity did not have any psychological pressure on Xiao Ruofei. He also calmly accepted the courtesy that Tang Hu gave him. After Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing got into the car, Tang Hu quickly closed the door, then ran around the front of the car and sat in the front passenger seat. The Bentley slowly started and left Fairyland Farm. On the way, Xiao Ruofei asked, "Ahu, Brother Tang said that he wanted to introduce a friend to me. Do you know who it is?" Tang Hu turned around and said, "Mr. Xia, I don't know about this, but fifth uncle said that a distinguished guest will come to Australia in 2 days. I don't know if it's the person he wants to introduce to you. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, oh, got it. Tang Hu saw that Xiao Ruofei had nothing to ask, so he said, Mr. Xia, you can rest in the car. If there's anything, you can call me through the intercom in the car. After saying that, Tang Hu pressed a button, and a partition slowly rose up, separating the front and back of the car. This was also the standard configuration of the extended Bentley. The partition could not only isolate sound and sight, but also had a bulletproof function, which could create a safe and private environment for the rear passengers. The car's shock absorption performance was quite good, and the quality of the roads in Australia was good, so the car was quite stable during the drive. Many times, if you didn't look out of the window, you wouldn't even feel that the car was moving. In this kind of environment, it was easy for people to feel sleepy. Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing chatted for a while, then the two of them leaned against their seats and closed their eyes to rest. It wasn't until night fell that Xiao Ruofei opened his eyes. He looked out of the window and found that they had entered the city of Sydney, so he gently pushed Feng Jing and said, Sister Jing, get up. Don't sleep. Are we there yet? Feng Jing asked, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Not yet. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, but soon. I woke you up to let you enjoy the night view of Sydney. At this time, the car just happened to pass by the harbour bridge, and the famous opera house could be seen in the distance. In the night, the lights of various colors changed, making the opera house's unique outline look beautiful. Feng Jing was quickly attracted by the beautiful night view, and she leaned against the window to enjoy it. Tang Etienne's manor was not far from the harbour bridge. It was located in the wealthy district of Sydney, Vaucluse. From his home, he could overlook the Sydney Harbour, the harbour bridge, and the opera house. He even had a private beach that covered an area of 15 acres. In the wealthy district of Sydney where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, it was definitely a first-class luxury mansion. Not long after the car drove off the harbour bridge, they arrived at the luxurious manor. The extended Bentley drove directly to the manor's 6-story main building and slowly stopped in front of it. Tang Etienne, his wife, and Tang Houran were already waiting at the door. Tang Hu quickly got out of the car and opened the car door for Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei stepped out of the car, and Tang Houran immediately shouted excitedly, Master! Then, the little guy rushed over and threw himself into Xiao Ruofei's arms. Xiao Ruofei picked Tang Houran up and kissed him on the cheek. Then, he asked with a smile, Houran, Master is not by your side. Will you be lazy? Tang Houran said, Of course not. Master, I practice very seriously every day. Is that so? Then I'll have to check it later. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he turned to Tang Etienne and Jennifer. Sister Jing, you've met Brother Tang and Jennifer. I don't need to introduce them, right? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Feng Jing was a little reserved in front of the rich couple. She said, Hello, President Tang. Hello, Ms. Jennifer. Tang Etienne said with a smile, Miss Feng, you don't have to be so polite. It's like coming home. Come, let's talk inside. After that, Tang Etienne and his wife led Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing into the villa. The group of people came to a magnificent living room on the first floor. Tang Etienne said to Xiao Ruofei, The servants are preparing dinner. We'll rest here first. There are 2 elders coming over later. I'll introduce you to them. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Okay. When we get to Sydney, I'll listen to Brother Tang's arrangements. Then, Xiao Ruofei patted Tang Houran, who had been clinging to him, and said, Houran, come, Master will check your homework. When Feng Jing was in Beijing, she already knew that Xiao Ruofei had taken Tang Houran as his disciple. However, she didn't know what Xiao Ruofei was teaching Tang Houran. After thinking about it, she felt that it might be martial arts. After all, Xiao Ruofei had retired from the army, and Feng Jing had seen his skills. However, Feng Jing found it hard to understand why Tang Houran, a rich man's son, wanted to learn martial arts from Xiao Ruofei. Now that she saw that Xiao Ruofei was going to test Tang Houran, Feng Jing couldn't help but be curious. When Tang Etienne saw this, he said, Ruofei, shall we leave for a while? Tang Etienne wasn't like Feng Jing. He had long realized how precious the cultivation method that Xiao Ruofei had taught Tang Haoren was. At the same time, he attached great importance to the confidentiality that Xiao Ruofei had told him. When he was at home, he never asked Tang Haoren about cultivation. He knew that there were some things that he couldn't pry into, no matter how curious he was. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "No need, no need. I'm just testing Haoren's cultivation. I'm not teaching him anything new." After saying that, Xiao Ruofei said to Tang Haoren seriously, "Haoren, stretch out your left hand." Tang Haoren obediently stretched out his hand. Xiao Ruofei casually put his hand on it and exhaled some true qi, quickly sweeping through Tang Haoren's meridians. Soon, he understood the situation of his cultivation at a glance. Xiao Ruofei showed a hint of surprise. It seemed that the little guy wasn't lying. He must have been working very hard in the past few months because Xiao Ruofei found that Tang Haoren's cultivation had reached the peak of the first level of qi refining. It seemed that he could break through to the second level of qi refining at any time. This cultivation speed seemed to be much slower than Song Wei's, but Song Wei had always been cultivating in the time formation. The most important thing was that Song Wei had a unique cultivation resource like the spirit crystal. He could cultivate without any scruples every time, and Xiao Ruofei was assisting him from the side. On the other hand, Tang Haoren could only cultivate for 4 hours every day between midnight and dawn. Moreover, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was so thin. How could it compare to the almost inexhaustible spirit crystal? To be able to steadily reach the peak of the first level of qi refining in just a few months, it could only be said that Tang Haoren's talent was really very strong, and he must have worked hard enough. Xiao Ruofei said with great satisfaction, "Not bad. It seems that Haoren really didn't slack off." Tang Haoren said proudly, "I listen to Master the most. I insist on cultivating every day. I didn't even rest during the new year." "Not bad, not bad." Xiao Ruofei touched Tang Haoren's head and said with a smile, "I'll give you a reward later. By the way, I'll teach you the second level of cultivation method. You should be able to break through soon." Feng Jing saw that Xiao Ruofei's so-called test of Tang Haoren was actually just checking his pulse like a traditional Chinese doctor. She felt even more incredulous. On the other hand, Tang Haoren and Jennifer were already used to it. After hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, they were also quite happy. Tang Yiqian said repeatedly, "Ruofei, thank you for your hard work." "Hey! What's so hard about it? After teaching him, I don't care about anything else." Xiao Ruofei said, "Haoren is such a worry-free disciple. I'd be willing to give him another dozen." "Ha ha ha." Tang Yiqian laughed heartily. Jennifer said from the side, "Xia, don't praise him too much. Be careful that Haoren doesn't get proud." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "My disciple's performance is good, so I have to praise him to death. Haoren won't be proud, right?" As he spoke, he rubbed Tang Haoren's hair. Tang Haoren raised his head and said, "Yes. Haoren is very humble." Ha ha ha. The adults all laughed heartily. Everyone sat in the living room and drank tea for a while. Then, they heard the sound of a car outside. Tang Yiqian immediately stood up and said, "Maybe my 2 elders have arrived. I'll go out and pick them up." Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment. Tang Yiqian's elders had arrived. It didn't seem good for him to sit in the living room, so he also stood up and said, "Let's go together." The group walked out of the villa and saw 2 old men getting out of a black Mercedes-Benz. Both of them were wearing traditional Tang suits. Their hair was almost all white, but they were hale and hearty. When Tang Yiqian saw this, he quickly walked over and called out, "Grandpa Li. Uncle Su. You've had a hard journey." Xiao Ruofei was slightly surprised. He thought that the 2 old men should be about the same age, but from how Tang Yiqian addressed them, it was obvious that their seniority was different. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei could clearly feel that one of the old men seemed to have true qi circulating in his body. Obviously, he was also a cultivator. It was Xiao Ruofei's first time seeing other cultivators. He couldn't help but take another look at the old man. The old man seemed to have sensed something. His eyes swept over Xiao Ruofei like lightning. Then, he said to Tang Yiqian with a smile, "Yiqian. You seem to be in good spirits." Tang Yiqian said respectfully, "Grandpa Li, Yiqian doesn't have the talent for cultivation. I can only put in a little more effort to take care of my body." Then, Tang Etienne turned to the other old man and asked, "Uncle Su, was the journey smooth?" Uncle Su smiled and said, "We used your private jet and even applied for an exclusive flight route. How could it not be smooth?" "That's good." Tang Etienne said, "By the way, let me introduce the two of you. This is Etienne. If I'm not wrong, this should be Haren's master, Mr. Xia, right?" Uncle Su didn't wait for Tang Etienne's introduction and interrupted him first. Xia Ruofei smiled, stepped forward and said, "Junior Xia Ruofei greets the two seniors. Young and promising." Uncle Su praised. Uncle Su didn't have any cultivation, but Grandpa Li could also sense Xia Ruofei's cultivation aura. He looked deeply at Xia Ruofei and said with a smile, "Brother Xia isn't just young and promising. At least, among all the young people I know, there's no one who can reach Brother Xia's level." Tang Etienne heard Grandpa Li call him Brother Xia and couldn't help but feel a little awkward. He thought to himself that the seniority was all messed up. However, he didn't know that there was more to come. Tang Etienne said to Xia Ruofei, "Ruofei, this is Li Yifu, Grandpa Li, a senior from the American Hong sect. This is Uncle Suzy Yuan, a senior from the Australian Volunteer Society. Both of them are seniors that I respect very much." It was Brother Xia again. Tang Etienne suddenly felt very tired. The group walked into the manor and Tang Etienne asked respectfully, "Grandpa Li, do you think we should have dinner first or?" Li Yifu pondered for a moment and said, "I'll talk to Brother Xia first." Tang Etienne nodded and said, "Yes, Grandpa Li, this way please." After saying that, he gave Jennifer a look. Jennifer immediately stood up and said with a smile, "Grandpa Li, Uncle Su, I'll go see how their dinner preparations are going." Feng Jing also stood up and said, "Jennifer, I'll go with you." Jennifer smiled and nodded, then said to Tang Haren, "Alan, you come with me too." Xia Ruofei didn't wait for Tang Haren to get up and said, "Jennifer, let Haren stay and listen." Although Tang Haren was still a child, he was Xia Ruofei's personal disciple. Among the people present, only Xia Ruofei and Li Yifu were cultivators. Therefore, in Xia Ruofei's opinion, even if Jennifer and Feng Jing stayed away, Tang Haren didn't need to. Tang Etienne couldn't help but look at Li Yifu inquisitively. Li Yifu glanced at Tang Haren and his eyes lit up. Then, he said with a smile, "Etienne, let Haren stay too." "Okay, Grandpa Li," Tang Etienne said. Seeing that Li Yifu had said so, Jennifer smiled and bowed, then left the living room with Feng Jing. After they took their seats, Tang Etienne was busy making tea for everyone. Xia Ruofei sat opposite Li Yifu with Tang Haren in his arms. Li Yifu looked at Tang Haren as if he had seen a piece of precious jade. His eyes were shining. He asked with a smile, "Brother Xia, I heard from Etienne that Haren is already your disciple?" Xia Ruofei replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Senior Li, Haren's talent is not bad. It just so happened that we were fated to meet, so I took him as my disciple. By the way, you should call me Ruofei. Otherwise, the seniority will be messed up." Suzy Yuan couldn't help but smile when he heard this, while Tang Etienne looked at Li Yifu eagerly. Li Yifu chuckled and said, "It's rare for me to meet a fellow cultivator, so I was a bit impatient." When Suzy Yuan and Tang Etienne heard this, they couldn't help but reveal surprised expressions. Although they had already guessed it in their hearts, they still found it hard to believe after Li Yifu personally confirmed it. This senior Li Yifu's background was not small, even a big shot like Suzy Yuan had to respectfully call him third uncle. Li Yifu's father was the legendary Li Jiuzhou of the Hong sect. Li Jiuzhou had passed away a few years ago at the age of 126. Li Jiuzhou had 5 children, and the only one who was still alive was Li Yifu, who was ranked third. It was said that when Li Jiuzhou was young, he met an extraordinary person and was taught the cultivation method. That was why he could live so long. And Li Yifu was the only one of Li Jiuzhou's children who had a cultivation physique and inherited Li Jiuzhou's legacy. Now, he was also a respected big shot in the Hong sect. This year, Li Yifu was almost 90 years old, but he looked about the same age as Suzy Yuan, who was in his early 70s. Everyone was also quite eager to learn that magical cultivation method. Previously, when Xia Ruofei helped Tang Haren resolve the congenital blockage of his meridians, Tang Etienne and Suzy Yuan had already guessed it. But today, when they heard Li Yifu personally confirm it, the two of them couldn't help but be shocked. Tang Etian was shocked, but his heart was also filled with ecstasy. Xiao Ruofei had accepted Tang Haoren as his personal disciple, and he said that Tang Haoren's talent in cultivation was very good. Didn't that mean that in the future, Tang Haoren could also become a legendary figure like Li Jiuzhou and Li Yifu, not to mention other things? Just the longevity alone was enough to make Tang Etian go wild with joy. Which parent didn't want their child to live a healthy and long life? What's more, Tang Etian had a son at an old age. He was afraid that Tang Haoren would fall or melt in his mouth. On the other side, Li Yifu continued to say with a smile, I think Brother Xia's cultivation shouldn't be much worse than mine, right? Even Haoren has clearly reached a higher level. I think Brother's inheritance must be extraordinary as well. Tang Etian and Su Ziyuan looked at each other and then said, Grandpa Li, why don't Uncle Su and I also leave for a while? Li Yifu smiled and said, it's okay, you guys can just listen from the side. However, the cultivation path is all about talent. Without talent, it's difficult to achieve anything no matter how hard you work. So just listen and remember not to spread it casually. Understood? Tang Etian and Su Ziyuan both said solemnly. Xiao Ruofei smiled slightly and said, Senior Li has cultivated for many years. This junior naturally can't compare. His inheritance was a top secret. Naturally, he was not willing to talk about it too much. Not to mention that there were many cultivation methods in the Jade Talisman. In comparison, he also knew how precious the great Dao art was. Even if Li Yifu was Tang Etian's elder, Xiao Ruofei also could not casually reveal the slightest bit. Li Yifu laughed and said, Brother Xia, it's rare to meet a kindred spirit. My hands are also a little itchy. Why don't we spar? Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment and said with a difficult expression, Senior Li, don't go overboard. Li Yifu said, I've been trapped in my current realm for a long time. Maybe I can have some enlightenment by sparring with Brother Xia? Please help me, Brother Xia. Since Li Yifu had put it this way, Xiao Ruofei was too embarrassed to refuse. Moreover, he had never fought with a cultivator before. He also wanted to test his actual combat strength. Therefore, he pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, Then I'll accept your offer. Tang Etian hurriedly said, Grandpa Li, Ruofei, let's go to the back garden. The space there is bigger. Lead the way. Li Yifu said straightforwardly. Thus, the group moved to the back garden. The two of them stood facing each other in the open space of the garden. Tang Etian and Su Ziyuan were far away, their eyes filled with anticipation. Senior Li, please. Xiao Ruofei said with a fist salute. Brother Xia, be careful. Li Yifu did not stand on ceremony. He made a starting pose and then pounced on Xiao Ruofei like lightning. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged several moves. Tang Etian and Su Ziyuan didn't even dare to blink. The two of them were simply too fast, so much so that they couldn't even see their movements clearly. They even felt that they left behind after images. Even the dazzling special effects in movies and TV shows were not as shocking as the scene of the two of them fighting. In fact, it was only a few breaths of time. Xiao Ruofei and Li Yifu separated as soon as they came into contact. Xiao Ruofei's face showed a hint of surprise, while Li Yifu's face changed drastically. He looked incredulous. Although it was only a short contact, Li Yifu could clearly feel that Xiao Ruofei's true qi was incomparably vigorous. It gave him a feeling that he was unrivaled. In terms of moves, Xiao Ruofei did not have any profound ultimate moves. In fact, Xiao Ruofei did not attack him at all. However, he still felt that even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to find a flaw in the other party. Xiao Ruofei could easily block all of his attacks with just a few casual moves. Li Yifu suddenly realized that he had misjudged just now. How was the cultivation of the young man in front of him about to catch up to him? He had surpassed him by a huge margin. When he thought of the age of the other party and his own age, Li Yifu felt a deep sense of defeat. On Xiao Ruofei's side, he was also full of surprise. He was not surprised by Li Yifu's cultivation, to be precise, he was a little surprised. He felt that Li Yifu was much weaker than he had imagined. What really surprised Xiao Ruofei was that he felt a sense of déjà vu towards Li Yifu's moves. In the process of the two of them fighting, even Li Yifu's true qi gave him a sense of familiarity. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei also began to think about it. At Xiao Ruofei's level, his memory was quite good. It could be said that he could remember everything he saw. However, he had come into contact with too many ancient books and cultivation methods. Most of them were only used as references for cultivation. He did not really concentrate on studying them, nor did he practice them. Therefore, he really could not remember them at the moment. On the other side, Li Yifu could not help but ask bitterly, Brother Xia, may I ask, your current cultivation? Xiao Ruofei came back to his senses and said casually, Senior Li, I'm still at the 5th level of qi refinement. During this period of time, Xiao Ruofei often used spirit crystals to cultivate, so his cultivation progress was much faster than before. In fact, he could already faintly feel the bottleneck of the 6th level of qi refinement. It seemed that he was not far from breaking through. However, Xiao Ruofei's cultivation had always been about letting nature take its course, including the few breakthroughs. He did not deliberately pursue them. Once he reached the level, success would come naturally. Therefore, he was not in a hurry and still maintained his own cultivation pace. As soon as Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, Li Yifu could not help but gasp. The 5th level of qi refinement. This young man in his 20s was actually an expert at the 5th level of qi refinement. He still did not know that Xiao Ruofei cultivated both genuine qi and spiritual strength at the same time, and that the cultivation of spiritual strength was higher than that of genuine qi. Otherwise, he would be even more surprised. When Li Yifu thought about how he had been cultivating since he was a child and was only at the 3rd level of qi refinement in his old age, he felt as if his worldview was about to be turned upside down. Even his father, Li Jiuzhou, such a legendary figure, had only reached the 6th level of qi refinement in his entire life. He had not been able to transform a trace of genuine qi into primordial qi at all, and he was still far away from the Zhuji phase. Xiao Ruofei was only in his 20s, but he would soon reach his father's height. This was really infuriating. In fact, it was not that Li Jiuzhou or Li Yifu had poor talent. It was really that the cultivation environment on Earth was too bad. They were not like Xiao Ruofei, who had top cultivation methods and even precious spirit crystals to assist in cultivation. Every day, they could only absorb a thin amount of spiritual qi between midnight and dawn. It would be strange if their cultivation progress could be fast. Li Yifu came back to his senses after a long time. He said with a wry smile, It seems that I'm really a frog at the bottom of a well. It turns out that Mr. Xiao's cultivation has long surpassed mine. Su Ziyuan and Tang Yitian, who were standing to the side, were even more surprised. They knew that Xiao Ruofei was very powerful, but they did not expect him to be so powerful. Xiao Ruofei, who was in his 20s, had a cultivation level that far surpassed Li Yifu's. The two of them felt that it was so unreal that they could not believe their ears. Li Yifu could not help but ask, Mr. Xia, may I ask what your disciple's cultivation level is? He had unconsciously changed Brother Xia to Mr. Xia, and his tone was much more respectful. After asking, Li Yifu stared at Xiao Ruofei, and he was a little worried. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Haoran has just started cultivating, and his cultivation level is still at the 1st level of qi refinement. Li Yifu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If even Tang Haoran's cultivation level was higher than his, then he would have lived all these years in vain. However, Xiao Ruofei immediately said, but this child's talent is really not bad. He's already touched the bottleneck of the 1st level of qi refinement, and if nothing unexpected happens, he'll be able to break through to the 2nd level of qi refinement very soon. Li Yifu almost fell over. He still remembered that he had cultivated for a whole 5 years before breaking through to the 2nd level of qi refinement with great difficulty. After that, he had spent another 30 years to break through to the 3rd level of qi refinement. After that, he had wasted his time until now, unable to advance any further. Tang Haoran, on the other hand, was an 8 or 9-year-old child who had been cultivating for less than a year, and was actually about to break through to the 2nd level of qi refinement. Since when did cultivation become so easy? Li Yifu felt that his Taoist heart was about to be shaken. However, Xiao Ruofei's thoughts were not on this. He thought for a moment and asked, Senior Li, there's a question, please don't call me senior. Li Yifu smiled bitterly and interrupted Xiao Ruofei's words. He said, with my insignificant cultivation level, I can't be called senior. There's no seniority in learning, but a senior will always be a senior. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. I'd like to take the liberty of asking, what's the name of your cultivation method? Li Yifu hesitated for a moment, then said, my cultivation method was passed down to me by my late father. It's called the Origin Restoration Scripture, and it comes with a set of mental cultivation methods and palm techniques. Only revealing the name of the cultivation method would not reveal the secret of cultivation. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei's cultivation level was so much higher than his, so he would not covet his incomplete cultivation method. Thus, he very readily told Xiao Ruofei. When Xiao Ruofei heard the 3 words Origin Restoration Scripture, he immediately revealed a look of realization. No wonder he felt that it was so familiar. It turned out that he had actually seen this cultivation method before. Although the name was different by 1 word, there must be some origin. Xiao Ruofei immediately thought of a cultivation method he had browsed before called the Origin Restoration Scripture. This cultivation method included a set of palm techniques, a set of leg techniques, and a set of mental cultivation methods. Xiao Ruofei was a little puzzled. According to Li Yifu, his cultivation method was passed down in his family, but how did his family inherit the Guiyuan scripture? Even if it was an incomplete inheritance, it was still a little impossible. If it was any other cultivation technique, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't feel anything wrong. After all, there were many cultivation techniques in the Jade Talisman. Most of them were collected by the previous owner of the spiritual map space over a long period of time. He chose a few cultivation techniques that were not bad and could be used to verify the cultivation of the Dao technique. He stored them in the Jade Talisman. But the Guiyuan scripture was different. At the end of the Guiyuan scripture, the previous owner of the Ring 2 space left a paragraph of explanation, clearly stating that this was a cultivation method he created himself. Could it be that Li Yifu's family was related to the previous owner of the Ring 2 space? Xiao Ruofei's mind raced, and he could not help but think of the paragraph left by the previous owner of the Ring 2 space at the end of the Guiyuan scripture. In addition to explaining the origin of this cultivation method, the text also mentioned something else. That was, in a mountain village in Sichuan province, he had once taught this cultivation method to a young man surnamed Li. The specific age of this cultivation method was not mentioned in the text, so it could no longer be verified. Li Yifu's surname was also Li, so Xiao Ruofei immediately connected the dots. He could not help but ask, Senior Li, may I ask where your ancestral home is? When did you move to the United States? Although Li Yifu was an overseas Chinese in the United States, his ancestors must have come from Xianxia. There was no doubt about that. Although Li Yifu was a little puzzled by Xiao Ruofei's sudden question, he answered honestly, Mr. Xia, my ancestral home is Yunnan province. My father first went to Southeast Asia when he was young, and then went to the United States to work. In my generation, I'm the 2nd generation, Tang Etienne added. Ruofei, Grandpa Li's father was the legendary leader of the Hong sect, Senior Li Jiuzhou. When he died a few years ago, he was 126 years old. In the eyes of us juniors, Grandpa Li Jiuzhou was a godlike figure. Li Yifu said with a wry smile, Etienne, don't flatter me and my father anymore. Otherwise, we'll be a joke. Mr. Xiao's cultivation will soon reach the level of my father. What? Tang Etienne and Su Ziyuan both sucked in a breath of cold air and cried out in unison. Xiao Ruofei did not pay attention to them. Instead, he looked puzzled and said to himself, it's not Sichuan province? And the name is not right. Tang Etienne, who was closest to Xiao to him, couldn't help but ask, Ruofei, what's Sichuan province? Oh, said Xiao Ruofei said. It's nothing. I thought that Senior Li had some connections with my sect, but maybe I was wrong. The information doesn't match. Li Yifu's expression changed when he heard this. He asked eagerly, Mr. Xia, may I ask who your sect is? Why do you say that you have connections with my family? Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and felt that this was not a secret. He smiled and said, it's like this. When we were fighting just now, I felt that Senior Li's palm technique and genuine qi were somewhat familiar, so I asked this question. However, my master's successor is from Sichuan province, and their skills are only similar, but not exactly the same, so I must have made a mistake. Although Xiao Ruofei had never met the former owner of the Ring 2 space, he had inherited his most precious Ring 2 space and learned the Tao formula that he had left behind. Therefore, in Xiao Ruofei's heart, he had long regarded this master as his master. In fact, this was the case, but Xia Qing did not tell Xiao Ruofei that after Xiao Ruofei inherited the magic treasure of the Lingtu world, Xiao Ruofei was actually the successor of the former owner of the Ringtu space. Li Yifu was so excited that his beard trembled. He asked in a trembling voice, "Mr. Xia, what's the name of your sect's skill?" "It's very similar to the name of your skill," said Xiao Ruofei. "It's called the Guiyuan scripture. That's why I mistakenly thought that my sect was related to Senior Li's family." The Guiyuan scripture. Li Yifu's eyes flashed as he cried out involuntarily. Seeing Li Yifu so excited, Tang Etian could not help but call out worriedly, "Grandpa Li." Li Yifu waved his hand and looked eagerly at Xiao Ruofei. He asked in a trembling voice, "Mr. Xia, may I ask, the successor from Sichuan province that you mentioned, is his name Li Beihuai?" After Li Yifu asked, he stared at Xiao Ruofei, his heart pounding. Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "Eh? How did you know? This Li Beihuai should be my senior brother, right?" In fact, according to the records of the former owner of the Ringtu space, he had taught Li Beihuai the Guiyuan scripture on a whim. In fact, he had not officially accepted Li Beihuai as his disciple. However, Li Beihuai could barely be considered as Xiao Ruofei's senior brother. After all, they had the same teacher. To that expert, it was just a good karma. Of course, to Li Beihuai, it was definitely a great opportunity that could change his life. Li Yifu was completely stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. His lips trembled unconsciously, showing the excitement and shock in his heart at this moment. After a while, Li Yifu did something that shocked everyone. He knelt down respectfully in front of Xiao Ruofei and said in a trembling voice, "This unfilial disciple, Li Yifu, greets Grand Uncle. I didn't know Grand Uncle's identity before, so I've offended you. Please forgive me, Grand Uncle." Xiao Ruofei hurriedly took a few steps to the side and said, "Senior Li, what are you, Grand Uncle? Please don't call me senior anymore. I can't bear it." Li Yifu said in fear and trepidation. Su Ziyuan and Tang Etian were dumbfounded. What was going on? Their brains couldn't keep up at all. Xiao Ruofei said helplessly, "Stand up first. Tell me what's going on." A white-haired old man knelt down to him and called him Grand Uncle. This made Xiao Ruofei feel a little horrified and extremely uncomfortable. "Yes, Grand Uncle," Li Yifu said respectfully and then stood up from the ground obediently. "Tell me, what's going on?" Xiao Ruofei asked. He didn't dare to call Li Yifu senior anymore. Otherwise, this person would definitely kneel down again. "Grand Uncle. Grand Uncle Li Beihuai is the master of my father, Li Jiuzhou." Li Yifu said respectfully, "Our family's origin restoration scripture was taught by Grand Uncle Li Beihuai. You're Grand Uncle Li Beihuai's junior brother, so you're naturally my Grand Uncle. Our branch never knew where the inheritance came from. Now that we've finally found our master, if my father knew in the underworld, he would be extremely gratified." As he spoke, Li Yifu couldn't help but burst into tears. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly tried to persuade him. For such an old man, the biggest taboo was to be emotional. If something bad happened to him, Xiao Ruofei would be in deep trouble. Then, Li Yifu told him about the origin in detail. It turned out that if Li Beihuai was still alive, he would be at least 300 years old. At that time, Li Jiuzhou was taken in by Li Beihuai, who was wandering in Henan province and called himself Daoist Sichuan. He took him as his personal disciple and taught him the origin restoration scripture, which made Li Jiuzhou embark on the road of cultivation. Later, it was passed down to Li Yifu's generation. Among the 5 siblings, he was the only one who had the physique for cultivation and practiced the origin restoration scripture. Li Beihuai also once mentioned the origin of the sect to Li Jiuzhou. At that time, Li Beihuai was still a cowherd boy in the mountains of Sichuan. When he was herding cows by the pond outside the village, he met an old Daoist priest who had imparted him a cultivation method. The old Daoist priest said that his foundation was good and asked him if he was willing to practice the immortal method with him. Li Beihuai was an orphan and had no concept of cultivation at all. Naturally, he was overjoyed and expressed his willingness. Therefore, the old Taoist priest stayed in the small mountain village for 7 days and taught him an immortal method called the Origin Restoration Scripture. Unfortunately, his comprehension ability was limited. In the end, he only remembered the incomplete cultivation method and half a set of palm techniques. Obviously, Taoist Xianxia didn't intend to accept him as his personal disciple. From the beginning to the end, he didn't hold an apprenticeship ceremony. When the 7 days were up, he didn't care how much Li Beihui had mastered and left. Li Beihui relied on this half of the Origin Restoration Scripture to cultivate step by step to the 9th level of qi refining. He was only 1 step away from completing the foundation establishment. Because he hadn't fully mastered the Origin Restoration Scripture, Li Beihui only dared to name his cultivation method as the Origin Restoration Scripture in order to show his respect for this cultivation method. This was also the reason why Li Yifu became so excited when he heard the words Origin Restoration Scripture. Those who knew about the Origin Restoration Scripture must be the descendants of Taoist Xianxia. However, he didn't expect that Xiao Ruofei was actually a disciple of Taoist Xianxia. This seniority was frighteningly high. Although Li Beihui couldn't enter Taoist Xianxia's disciple, he had long engraved this kindness in his heart. He also regarded himself as Taoist Xianxia's disciple in name. Therefore, he told every one of his disciples that if they met Taoist Xianxia's successor, they must treat him with the respect of a sect master. Therefore, when Li Yifu heard that Xiao Ruofei was actually Li Beihui's junior brother, he immediately knelt down and bowed without hesitation. After Xiao Ruofei heard this, he also felt that this origin was really a bit mysterious. Xiao Ruofei didn't find it strange that Li Beihui couldn't fully master the Origin Restoration Scripture. After all, according to the records, the previous owner of the Ring 2 space taught Li Beihui this cultivation method casually. He had a strong interest in the Taoist name of Taoist Xianxia. If he wasn't mistaken, this Taoist Xianxia should be the previous owner of the Ring 2 space. Xianxia, this Taoist name, was very compatible with his most precious magic treasure, the Ling 2 world. A small space contained mountains and rivers. It was simply a complete small world. He couldn't help but contact Xiaqing in the space with his divine thought. Xiaqing, was your previous owner's Taoist name Taoist Xianxia? Xiaqing was obviously stunned for a moment, then asked, Master, how did you know? Old Master didn't seem to have left any written records about himself. Xiao Ruofei smiled and transmitted his voice. It was a coincidence that I met the descendant of one of Taoist Xianxia's registered disciples, and we talked about this origin. Registered disciples? Xiaqing was also confused. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei told him about the Origin Restoration Scripture. Only then did Xiaqing remember that this was really a trivial matter in the long years of cultivation of Taoist Xianxia. If it wasn't for the fact that it happened to be recorded in the human word Jade Talisman, Xiaqing definitely wouldn't have remembered. After confirming the situation of the previous owner of the Ring 2 space, Xiao Ruofei looked at the white-haired old man in front of him with a headache. Xiao Ruofei was really quite unaccustomed to suddenly having such an old grand disciple. Su Ziyuan and Tang Yitian's brains crashed. They felt like they were listening to a fairy tale, and there was a deep sense of unreality. A person from hundreds of years ago was actually Xiao Ruofei's senior brother. The highly respected Li Yifu was actually Xiao Ruofei's grand disciple. If that was the case, then they would have no seniority at all. Only Tang Haoren was still as carefree as ever. Tang Yitian thought for a moment and couldn't help but say, Grandpa Li, should we confirm this matter again? What if there's a mistake? Li Yifu flew into a rage and scolded, Shut up. Yitian, do you really think I'm senile? How can I make such a big mistake? Of course, Li Yifu was not senile. The person who could mention the Origin Restoration Scripture was definitely from Taoist Xianxia's lineage. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei had specifically mentioned Sichuan, the successor's surname was Li, and other information. One had to know that among the siblings, only he, who had also embarked on the path of cultivation, knew about Li Beihui. This was also an absolute secret in the Li family, and it was impossible for it to be leaked. Most importantly, Xiao Ruofei had such a terrifying cultivation base at such a young age. Moreover, he casually had a disciple who broke through to the 2nd level of qi refinement at the age of 8 or 9. This showed how profound his heritage was. How could a descendant of such a prestigious family lie about this matter? What did he want from him? Worldly wealth? In the eyes of cultivators, this was equivalent to dung and not worth mentioning at all. Inheritance? The other party's inheritance was countless times better than his. He might even have the complete origin restoration scripture. How could he be interested in his incomplete cultivation method? As for Xiao Ruofei's side, he had basically confirmed the origin of Li Yifu's lineage. On one hand, there was the confirmation of the last paragraph of the origin restoration scripture. Li Yifu had also taken the initiative to say Li Beihuai's name. More importantly, Li Yifu had accurately said the Taoist name of the previous owner of the Ring 2 space that even Xiao Ruofei himself did not know. This was enough to prove the authenticity. With Li Yifu's seniority, Tang Etian did not dare to say anything after being reprimanded. He could only retreat to the side obediently. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, Li Qian. After saying these two words, Xiao Ruofei saw that Li Yifu was about to kneel down again. He quickly stopped and said somewhat awkwardly, this. It's been so long, and we're not from the same branch. I don't think there's a need to strictly talk about seniority, right? You're an old man who's almost 90 years old, and you're calling me Martial Granduncle. I feel quite awkward. Li Yifu said seriously, Martial Granduncle, you're wrong. We cultivators must first respect our masters. You're the disciple of Grandmaster Xianxia, so you're Yifu's Martial Granduncle. This seniority can't be messed up. Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, but, he pointed to Tang Etian and the others and said, in this way, won't the seniority between me and big brother Tang be even more messed up? It would have been better if Xiao Ruofei had not said it, but his words reminded Li Yifu. Not only was Tang Haoran dumbfounded by Li Yifu's sudden action, but even Xiao Ruofei, Tang Etian, and Su Ziyuan were dumbfounded. They felt as if their worldview had been turned upside down. An old man in his 90s was respectful to an 8 or 9-year-old child, and he even called himself a junior. Was there a more shocking scene than this? Grandpa. Grandpa Li. Tang Haoran was so scared that he couldn't speak clearly. Li Yifu was even more terrified when he heard this. He said anxiously, Uncle Tang, please don't call me that. It's too much. Xiao Ruofei couldn't stand it anymore. He cleared his throat and said, well. Yifu, Xiao Ruofei felt a little awkward, but he couldn't call him seniorly anymore. Otherwise, Li Yifu would immediately kneel down. Li Yifu hurriedly said, Uncle Master, what can I do for you? Xiao Ruofei felt goosebumps all over his body. He said awkwardly, well. Haoran is still so young. It's not appropriate for him to be your Uncle Master, right? How about, we talk on our own? Li Yifu immediately said seriously, Uncle Master, that won't do. Etian and Ziyuan can talk to me on their own, but Uncle Tang can't. He's your personal disciple, and he has gone through the apprenticeship ceremony. No matter how old he is, he's my Uncle Master. We can't mess up the seniority. Tang Etian felt like he was in a dream. How did his son and the legendary Li Jiuzhou of the Hong sect become peers all of a sudden? Even Li Yifu had to call him Uncle Master. What was wrong with this world? Xiao Ruofei felt very helpless, but there was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't really use his authority as Uncle Master to order Li Yifu, could he? Besides, Li Yifu definitely wouldn't agree to such an order. In the end, he could only say, okay. I'll do as you say. Li Yifu hurriedly said, thank you, Uncle Master. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment, put his hand into his pocket, and then took out a black jade statue of Guan Yu from the Ring 2 space, and said, wait a moment. Tang Etian and the others didn't know what Xiao Ruofei wanted to do, but since even Li Yifu was respectfully standing to the side, they naturally didn't dare to ask and obediently waited at the side. The black jade guangong that Xiao Ruofei took out was only finished the last time. At that time, he didn't have time to engrave arrays on all the jade carvings. Today's matter was just a coincidence. Now that he suddenly had a grand disciple, he had to do something. Everyone present knew about the matter of cultivation. Xiao Ruofei did not intend to hide it and simply decided to inscribe the array on the spot. He held the guangong jade carving in one hand and gently stroked the surface of the jade carving with the other. He closed his eyes slightly and quickly entered the state of heart like still water, feeling every texture inside the jade carving. After a while, Xiao Ruofei opened his eyes. His right index finger quickly stretched out and quickly drew on the surface of the jade carving. Tang Etian and Suzy Yuan could only watch the show. They had no idea what special meaning Xia Ruofei's action, which was similar to a Taoist drawing talismans, had. After all, Tang Haoran was about to break through to the second level of qi refinement. Although he didn't specialize in mental power, he still felt the majestic mental power that seeped out of Xia Ruofei's fingertips, so he couldn't help but open his eyes wide in curiosity. As for Li Yifu, his heart was even more turbulent. He could clearly feel the strength and precision of the mental power that came out of Xia Ruofei's fingertips. Although he didn't know what kind of array Xia Ruofei was inscribing, he could still vaguely feel the mysterious patterns that were invisible to the naked eye. Li Yifu stared at Xia Ruofei's actions without blinking, afraid that he would miss any details. In fact, it was useless even if he memorized everything. His mental power cultivation was not at that level, and some of the subtle control could not be learned just by looking at the actions. Xia Ruofei didn't inscribe any complicated array. He felt that what Li Yifu needed most was a spirit-gathering array. For ordinary cultivators, spirit qi was the most precious. As for the spirit-gathering array, Xia Ruofei was already familiar with it, so after a while, the array was successfully drawn. When Xia Ruofei carved the last stroke, the entire array was formed in an instant. Li Yifu's eyes widened at once because he could already feel that the Guanyu jade carving in Xia Ruofei's hand had begun to slowly gather spirit qi. At this moment, Li Yifu was even more shocked by Xia Ruofei. Uncle Granduncle was indeed worthy of being Uncle Granduncle. He could actually inscribe a precious spirit-gathering array so casually. Xia Ruofei smiled slightly and handed the Guanyu jade carving to Li Yifu. He said, "Yifu, take it." Li Yifu was stunned and couldn't believe his ears. "Uncle Granduncle, this is," Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Haoran can't let you call him Uncle Granduncle for nothing. This is his greeting gift to you." "How can this be?" Li Yifu and Tang Etian said in unison. Then Tang Etian quickly said anxiously, "Ruofei, how can I let you pay for Haoran's greeting gift?" Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "Then what do you want little Haoran to give as a greeting gift? Does he have any gift that he can take out? I'm his master. If I don't help him with this small greeting gift, who will?" Li Yifu waved his hand and said, "Uncle Granduncle. This spirit-gathering array is too precious. I don't dare to accept it. If I tell you to take it, then take it." Xia Ruofei said, "It may be very precious to you, but as you can see, if you want this kind of array, I can inscribe it at any time." After saying that, Xia Ruofei said to Tang Haoran with a smile, "Haoran, let Yifu see your jade pendant." "Yes, master." Tang Haoran obediently took out the jade leaf from his clothes. This was the gift Xia Ruofei gave him last time. "See it? Spirit-gathering array." Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Haoran has one too." Of course, Li Yifu wanted it very much, but after a fierce struggle, he still said, "Uncle Granduncle, this may be something that you can get easily, but this spirit-gathering array is very precious in the cultivation world. I really can't accept it." Xia Ruofei was a little stunned. Could it be that the cultivation world on Earth had declined to such an extent? Was such a primary spirit-gathering array really as precious as Li Yifu said? However, he was only slightly stunned, and then he said with a straight face, "Since you call me Uncle Granduncle, then you have to listen to me. Yifu, you're not going to deceive your master, are you?" Tang Etian and Suzy Yuan wanted to laugh when they saw this, but they didn't dare to. A young man in his 20s was seriously teaching a disciple who was nearly 90 years old, and the other party had to listen respectfully. This scene was really a little pleasing. Li Yifu said fearfully, "Disciple doesn't dare. Then accept it." Xia Ruofei said without any explanation, "Isn't there a saying that you don't dare to refuse a gift from an elder? Haoran is your Uncle Granduncle. He gave you a greeting gift, how can you refuse?" Li Yifu gritted his teeth, bowed to Tang Haoran, and said, "Thank you for the gift, Uncle Granduncle." Tang Haoran hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Li, that was given to you by master." Xia Ruofei chuckled and stuffed the Guanyu jade carving into Li Yifu's hands, and said, "That's right." Li Yifu carefully put away the jade carving. Then Xia Ruofei said, "Since you call me Uncle Granduncle, then I have to prepare a greeting gift for you." Li Yifu hurriedly said, "Uncle Granduncle, this spirit-gathering jade carving is already precious enough. Disciple really doesn't dare to accept your gift anymore. Before Li Jiuzhou died, he had repeatedly warned that once he met the direct descendant of Uncle Grandmaster Xianxia, he had to treat him with the respect of a sect master. He had finally found a descendant of his sect with great difficulty, and it was the direct disciple of Uncle Grandmaster Xianxia, but he still hadn't received anything. He had already accepted such a precious gift. Just thinking about it made Li Yifu feel terrified. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I don't have anything good, my greeting gift. How about I tell you about my cultivation insights? Everyone can verify each other. Li Yifu instinctively wanted to refuse, but when he heard Xiao Ruofei say that he was going to teach him about his cultivation insights, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. He had been stuck at the third level of qi refining for decades. In addition to the increasingly barren heaven and earth spirit qi on earth, the incomplete cultivation method was also a very serious problem. Coupled with the fact that the number of cultivators on earth was dwindling day by day, the occasional exchanges were all precious to themselves. There was no such opportunity at all. With Xiao Ruofei's cultivation, just a few words of advice from him would be enough to benefit him a lot. Such a rare opportunity, how could he bear to let it go? Finally, Li Yifu's old face turned red, and he said, Then thank you Uncle Granduncle. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, All right. Let's go eat first. After dinner, we'll talk again. In fact, Xiao Ruofei still had a lot of good things. Not to mention other things, just a random piece of spirit crystal was many times more precious than the spirit gathering array. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei still had the complete Guiyuan scripture in his mind. However, this was the first time he and Li Yifu had met, and he didn't know what Li Yifu's character was like. Even if Li Yifu was his grand disciple and they had the same master, he still didn't know Li Yifu well. If he gave these precious things to him and it ended up being a disaster to society, then Xiao Ruofei would be guilty of a great crime. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei felt that it was better to observe and then decide whether to teach Li Yifu the complete Guiyuan scripture. Yes. Li Yifu said, Uncle Granduncle, please go first. Xiao Ruofei didn't refuse and walked over first. Li Yifu then respectfully asked Tang Haoren to go first. Fortunately, they had just agreed that they would talk on their own. Otherwise, Li Yifu would really have no seniority. Even Tang Etian would have to be his grandfather's generation. Xiao Ruofei and Tang Haoren walked first, and Li Yifu respectfully followed behind, followed by Su Ziyuan and Tang Etian. When they returned to the villa from the back garden, Jennifer and Feng Jing had already returned to the living room. When they saw a group of people coming in, Jennifer immediately said, Everyone, come and eat. Dinner is ready. If it was in the past, Li Yifu would definitely be sitting in the seat of the guest of honor. He was the first VIP, however, the situation now was completely different. Li Yifu said respectfully, Uncle Granduncle, please take a seat. Xiao Ruofei and Tang Etian looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. They could only helplessly sit in the seat that originally belonged to Li Yifu. Feng Jing and Jennifer were even more shocked. They had no idea what was going on. How did Xiao Ruofei become Li Yifu's uncle granduncle after a trip to the back garden? What made Jennifer even more shocked was that Li Yifu then respectfully invited Tang Haoren to sit next to Xiao Ruofei and even called Tang Haoren uncle granduncle. Jennifer was even more confused. She asked Tang Etian in a low voice, Ethan, what's going on? In fact, no matter how soft her voice was, it was impossible to hide it from cultivators like Xiao Ruofei and Li Yifu. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei smiled and explained, we just talked and found out that Yifu and my sect have some connections. According to seniority, Haoren should be Yifu's uncle granduncle. Jennifer couldn't help but cover her mouth, her eyes flashing with shock. After a long while, she said, How can this be? Then we. Tang Etian quickly said, Grandpa Li said that we should talk on our own terms. Jennifer's Chinese was not good enough to understand this sentence. She couldn't help but repeat it subconsciously in confusion, talk on our own terms? Tang Etian explained, Grandpa Li calls Haoren uncle granduncle. We should still call him Grandpa Li. Oh. Jennifer suddenly understood, but she still felt that it was a little inappropriate. Xiao Ruofei didn't wait for Jennifer to speak and said, Let's not talk about this for now. Everyone, take a seat. Let's eat. Only then did everyone take their seats. Li Yifu sat in the seat next to Tang Haoren. The dinner that Tang Etian asked the family chef to prepare was quite sumptuous. There were not only Australian specialties, but also some traditional Huaxia delicacies. Everyone could take what they wanted and all of them ate with relish. Only Li Yifu was a little unsatisfied and absent-minded throughout. He had been thinking about Xiao Ruofei's preaching and couldn't wait for a long time, but he didn't dare to show it. Xiao Ruofei also understood Li Yifu's feelings. Seeing that everyone was almost done eating, he pushed the bowl and said with a smile, "I'm done." "Yifu, are you full?" Li Yifu hurriedly said, "Uncle Granduncle, this disciple is full too." Feng Jing heard the conversation between the two and felt like she was watching a martial arts movie. No matter how she looked at it, she felt that it was unreal. However, Li Yifu's respect and reverence for Xiao Ruofei were absolutely from the bottom of his heart. Everyone could see it. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Okay. Brother Tang, please help me find a quiet and spacious room. I'll go have a chat with Yifu. By the way, Haoren, come over too." Because Feng Jing and Jennifer were present, Xiao Ruofei didn't mention anything about cultivation. However, Tang Etian naturally understood. He quickly arranged for Xiao Ruofei and Li Yifu to stay in the tea room where he usually brewed tea with friends. He also lit up sandalwood and made 3 cups of fragrant tea. Then, he tactfully left the tea room. Originally, Tang Haoren didn't drink tea at such a young age. 2 cups were enough. However, Tang Etian had already grasped Li Yifu's pulse. He didn't even need to think about it to know that if he really made 2 cups of tea, Li Yifu would definitely serve them respectfully to Xiao Ruofei and Tang Haoren. Then, he would definitely not drink it himself. Tang Etian brought Suzy Yuan, Feng Jing, and Jennifer to a living room far away from the tea room. They sat down and chatted while making tea. Feng Jing was also full of curiosity about Xiao Ruofei's sudden appearance of such an old grand disciple. She had never heard of Xiao Ruofei having a master before, however, she couldn't ask Tang Etian rashly. She could only keep these questions in her heart and find an opportunity to ask Xiao Ruofei. In the tea room, Xiao Ruofei and Li Yifu were sitting cross-legged. Even Tang Haoren followed suit and sat obediently beside Xiao Ruofei. Li Yifu hurriedly and respectfully explained all the difficulties he faced in his cultivation. Usually, when he was cultivating, he was basically working behind closed doors. In addition, his inheritance was incomplete, so when he encountered a problem, he could only fumble around on his own. It could be said that he was miserable. Xiao Ruofei listened carefully. His cultivation level was much higher than Li Yifu's, and his inheritance was of a higher level than Li Yifu's. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei did not think that the cultivation problems that had troubled Li Yifu for many years were a problem. After listening, he looked at Li Yifu, who had a fervent gaze. He cleared his throat and said, "Yifu, in response to your question, let me talk about my cultivation comprehension. I hope it will be of help to you." Then, Xiao Ruofei began his first sermon in his life. Although there were only 2 listeners, Xiao Ruofei's expression was still solemn. He looked a little thin and pale, but at this moment, his body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of light. Li Yifu was immediately immersed in it. Even Tang Haoren, who only understood half of it, was quite serious. Li Yifu listened with joy. In fact, many of the difficulties in cultivation were due to one's own limitations. It was as if he had drilled himself into a dead end. Every word Xiao Ruofei said was like the sound of nature to him. The cultivation problems that had troubled him for many years were like a layer of window paper that was pierced through in an instant. He felt like he was suddenly enlightened. Time passed slowly. Li Yifu was completely immersed in this wonderful realm. He did not even notice when Xiao Ruofei stopped his sermon. He was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, and the expression on his face was constantly changing. Xiao Ruofei gave Tang Haoren a look, and the 2 quietly got up and left the tea room. He knew very well that Li Yifu had a lot of insights and was digesting and absorbing them. This was undoubtedly a great opportunity for Li Yifu. He had been stuck at the 3rd level of qi refinement for so many years and could not make any progress. In fact, his accumulation was already extremely deep. Now that he had received guidance from Xiao Ruofei, his cultivation would definitely take a big step forward. After Xiao Ruofei and Tang Haoren walked out of the tea room, Tang Yitian immediately came up to them and asked, Ruofei, where's Grandpa Li? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, he has comprehended something and is cultivating. Let's not disturb him, okay? Tang Yitian said. Then, he asked in confusion, isn't he only able to cultivate for 4 hours a day? Grandpa Li. Xiao Ruofei said, Fu, he already has enough accumulation. What he needs is not the accumulation of spiritual energy, but the comprehension of cultivation has the comprehension of cultivation. Big brother Tang, don't ask so many questions, you won't understand even if I tell you. Tang Yitian smiled wryly and said, alright. I'd better not ask. He could already feel how great of an opportunity it was for Xiao Ruofei to accept Tang Haoren as her disciple. Just the fact that Tang Haoren's seniority was 1 generation higher than Li Yifu was already scary enough. Moreover, Li Yifu had just mentioned that Tang Haoren's cultivation progress was also frightening. His future achievements were simply limitless. His gratitude to Xiao Ruofei was naturally even stronger. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, Brother Tang, you really reminded me, what? Tang Yitian asked in confusion. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Haoren, come. Master has prepared a gift for you this time. Tang Haoren's black eyes widened and he said happily, Master. What good thing is it? Haoren, you dare to take it just because Master gave it to you. Tang Yitian said from the side. You should be filial to Master. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said with a smile, Brother Tang, it's natural for a master to teach his disciple. I can't be by Haoren's side often, so it's my duty to provide him with some cultivation resources. After saying that, he put his hand into his pocket and took out a spirit crystal from the space. He handed it to Tang Haoren and said with a smile, take it. This is Master's gift to you. Tang Haoren took the spirit crystal and his eyes immediately lit up. He cried out happily, Master, what rich spiritual energy. Spiritual energy? Tang Yitian couldn't help but take the standard diamond-shaped, sparkling and translucent spirit crystal from Tang Haoren's hand. He played with it in his hand and said, why can't I feel it? If you didn't say it, I would have thought it was a crystal. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, if you can feel it, then you can also cultivate like Haoren. Brother Tang, quickly return it to Haoren. This spirit crystal is only useful for people who cultivate. The spirit crystal contained a terrifying amount of spiritual energy, and the magical thing was that this spiritual energy was completely contained within the spirit crystal, without a trace of it escaping. Tang Yitian naturally couldn't feel the magic within it, but Tang Haoren had already stepped into the peak of the first level of qi refinement. As soon as he held it in his hand, he naturally felt the rich spiritual energy within it. Master, is this really for me? Tang Haoren held the spirit crystal tightly and asked with some uncertainty. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, of course. How can Master go back on what he has given out? Don't worry. I still have more spirit crystals like this here, and this one is specially prepared for you. Then Xiao Ruofei said, with this spirit crystal, you don't have to cultivate for 4 hours every day. You can absorb the spiritual energy within the spirit crystal to cultivate at any time. The spiritual energy contained in this spirit crystal should be enough for you to cultivate to the 5th level of qi refinement. Tang Haoren said with surprise and joy, really? He could only feel that the spiritual energy within the spirit crystal was very rich, but he didn't expect it to be so rich. The total amount of spiritual energy required to cultivate to the 5th level of qi refinement was quite terrifying. How could this small spirit crystal contain so much spiritual energy? Xiao Ruofei reminded again, but you have to pay attention to the principle of more haste, less speed. You can't absorb spiritual energy for more than 4 hours every day. You're still young now, and your cultivation is still very low. This is the time to build a solid foundation, so you can't rush it, understand? It was the same 4 hours, but it was completely different from when he could only cultivate for 4 hours at midnight and 5 in the morning in the past. First of all, the timing was more flexible. More importantly, the spiritual energy contained in the spirit crystal was extremely rich. Compared to when he absorbed the small amount of spiritual energy in the air in the past, it was on a completely different level. Therefore, the same 4 hours of cultivation would definitely be a world of difference. The reason why Xiao Ruofei reminded Tang Haoren was that he was worried that he would taste the benefits of using spirit crystals to cultivate at a young age and become unrestrained. It wasn't good to have no control over anything. It was the same for cultivation. For Tang Haoren, once his cultivation progressed too quickly, it might not be a good thing for him. The height of a building depended more on the sturdiness of the foundation. Right now, Tang Haoren was in the crucial period of building a foundation. Tang Haoren now regarded Xiao Ruofei as a god, so he naturally said respectfully, "I'll remember it, master." Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and reminded again, "You have to keep the spirit crystal well. It's best not to show it in front of others, even Li Fu." Although there seemed to be very few cultivators now, Xiao Ruofei was also worried that Tang Haoren would coincidentally meet one. If that person saw a treasure like the spirit crystal, how could he not be tempted by it? As for hiding it from Li Fu, Xiao Ruofei didn't think too much about it. After all, money moved people's hearts. In the current harsh cultivation environment, the attraction of spirit crystals to cultivators was unimaginable. Since he wasn't prepared to give Li Fu the spirit crystal now, there was no need to use it to test his character. "I know, master." Tang Haoren was like a little adult and said seriously, "Don't worry. I usually put it in Dad's safe and take it out when I cultivate." Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "That's a good idea." Tang Haoren then said, "Master, can I use it to cultivate for a while now?" Xiao Ruofei couldn't help laughing and said, "You can't wait? But I advise you to wait a little longer. I saw that you were about to break through today. When the time comes, I will protect you. For now, you should put the spirit crystal away. Ifu should be done with his cultivation soon." Tang Haoren tilted his head and thought for a moment, then said, "Okay." Then, he solemnly handed the spirit crystal to Tang Etian and said, "Dad, I'll give it to you. You must take good care of it." Tang Etian really didn't dare to be negligent. He said with a wry smile, "This is really a hot potato. Ruofei, you go over there and chat with Jennifer and the others first. I'll put the treasure away." After saying that, Tang Etian carefully took the spirit crystals upstairs. Xiao Ruofei led Tang Haoren through the living room and to the back garden. Suzy Yuan, Jennifer, and Feng Jing were all sitting in the garden, making tea and chatting. When they saw the two of them coming, they all stood up and greeted them. "Xia, where's Ethan? Isn't he waiting for you over there?" Jennifer asked. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Brother Tang has something to do. He'll be here soon." Suzy Yuan couldn't help but ask, "Huh? Mr. Xia, why didn't third uncle come out?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Uncle Su, Ifu has some enlightenment. He might need some time to digest and absorb it." Suzy Yuan quickly said, "Mr. Xia, please don't call him that." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Didn't we agree? We'll talk on our own." Suzy Yuan said with a wry smile, "That's true, but your seniority is too scary. And strictly speaking, the Australian Vigilante Association is also a branch of the Hong sect." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "The Hong sect is the Hong sect, and Ifu is Ifu. My relationship with his sect has nothing to do with the Hong sect. Uncle Su, don't feel pressured. It's fine if we talk on our own. I don't want to be an old man in my 20s, a bunch of white-bearded juniors." Jennifer and Feng Jing couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh when they heard this. At this time, Tang Etian had already put away the spirit crystal and was striding over. He said with a smile, "What are you guys talking about? You're laughing so happily." Xiao Ruofei smiled and pointed at Suzy Yuan. "I'm talking about seniority with Uncle Su. He feels that my seniority is putting a lot of pressure on him." Tang Etian said with a wry smile, "It's not just Uncle Su. I'm under a lot of pressure too. Ruofei, you've become Grandpa Li's martial uncle, and even little Haoren has become Grandpa Li's martial uncle. It's really hard for us to accept this. Then take your time to get used to it." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "I didn't know that I would find a branch of the Hong sect in Australia, and it's been passed down for 3 generations. Actually, I didn't want to do this, but look at Ifu. If I don't agree, he'll probably kill himself." Tang Etian couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he saw Li Fu, the leader of the Hong sect, being humiliated by Xiao Ruofei. Everyone chatted for a while, and then they heard footsteps. Xiao Ruofei looked up and saw Li Yifu walking over quickly. Xiao Ruofei's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a glimmer of light in his eyes. He could already see that Li Yifu's true qi was restrained, and it seemed to be different from before. Xiao Ruofei had a thought in his mind. Did he just break through? It seems that his talent is not bad. In fact, Xiao Ruofei didn't know that Li Yifu had been stuck at the third level of qi refining for decades. The accumulation of these decades was actually quite terrifying. The breakthrough this time was also the result of his accumulation, and not because Li Yifu's talent was amazing. Xiao Ruofei did not guess wrong. Li Yifu walked quickly to Xiao Ruofei and knelt down without saying a word. Before Xiao Ruofei could react, he kowtowed 3 times with a dong 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 sound. Then, Li Yifu looked up and said gratefully, "Thank you for your guidance, martial uncle. I was able to break through the bottleneck." "Martial uncle, you've been so kind to me." Xiao Ruofei calmly accepted Li Yifu's kowtows and said lightly, "Get up and talk." "Yes." Li Yifu stood up respectfully. At this time, Tang Yitian and the others were stunned, especially Jennifer and Feng Jing, who had avoided the scene before. The scene of an old man in his 90s kowtowing to Xiao Ruofei was quite shocking. "Give me your hand," Xiao Ruofei said. Li Yifu stretched out his left hand without hesitation. Xiao Ruofei reached out and took his pulse. Then, his true qi and mental power penetrated his body at the same time. In fact, this was very dangerous for a cultivator, especially since Xiao Ruofei's cultivation was higher than Li Yifu's. If he allowed his true qi and mental power to enter his meridians, it was equivalent to turning himself into a fish on the chopping board. As long as Xiao Ruofei was willing, he could cripple Li Yifu with just a thought. Moreover, even if Xiao Ruofei didn't have any evil intentions, Li Yifu's cultivation method would be exposed under such a probe. Although it was unlikely to restore the complete cultivation method, many secrets would be spied on by the other party. However, Li Yifu didn't hesitate at all, nor did he resist. He just let Xiao Ruofei probe. It could be seen that he respected and trusted Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei closed his eyes slightly. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said, "You really broke through. Yifu, since you broke through, you should seize the time to consolidate your realm. Why did you come out at this time?" Li Yifu said respectfully, "Martial uncle, after the breakthrough, I'm in a state of turmoil. It's no longer suitable for me to continue cultivating. Moreover, martial uncle's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. I must thank martial uncle as soon as possible." Xiao Ruofei shook his head with a smile and said, "Since we're from the same sect and you still call me martial uncle, there's no need to pay attention to these formalities. Well, since you're already out, sit down for a while. When you calm down, immediately consolidate your realm." "Yes, martial uncle," Li Yifu said respectfully. Xiao Ruofei nodded. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, "Yifu, there's one more thing." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "It's not that serious. I was just thinking, in the future, can you not call me grand uncle in front of outsiders? This is a bit too scary." Li Yifu was stunned for a moment and said, "But, you are my grand uncle. How could disciple dare to disrespect martial granduncle?" Stop. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "I didn't say that I'm not your grand uncle. I said that in the presence of outsiders, you have to change the way you address me. I don't want others to think of me as an old monster." Li Yifu wanted to refuse, but he didn't dare to disobey granduncle's orders. In the end, he could only ask reluctantly, "Grand uncle, how should I address you?" Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "In the future, when there are outsiders, you can call me Mr. Xia." The term Mr. could be used as a form of social politeness, but it could also be used as a form of respect. It wouldn't be particularly abrupt outside. Li Yifu thought about it and felt that it was acceptable. He nodded and said, "Yes, grand uncle. I will remember." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Fortunately, this grand disciple wasn't too old-fashioned. If he insisted on not agreeing, he really couldn't do anything to him. Scold him with a straight face? He would kneel down and beg for forgiveness in minutes. Xiao Ruofei said, "It's getting late. Brother Tang, arrange rooms for us and let's all go to rest. By the way, help me find a quiet room." I want to guide Haren's cultivation. Li Yifu couldn't help but show an envious expression when he heard this. Xiao Ruofei only gave him a few words of advice, and he broke through the bottleneck that had troubled him for decades. Tang Haren often received guidance from Xiao Ruofei. No wonder his cultivation progressed so quickly. Li Yifu wanted to go and listen to Xiao Ruofei's guidance, but he also knew that this was a very taboo matter. Since Grand Marshal Uncle didn't take the initiative to bring him along, then he shouldn't even mention it. Therefore, Li Yifu could only watch enviously as Xiao Ruofei led Tang Haren to the tea room. Tang Etian quickly instructed the servants to arrange a guest room for everyone. Li Yifu gradually calmed down and continued to consolidate his cultivation base in the guest room. Today's experience made everyone feel like their brains weren't working properly. Tang Etian and his wife were so excited that they couldn't sleep at all. They were all whispering about Tang Haren. To have a master like Xiao Ruofei was definitely Tang Haren's blessing from his past life. Suzy Yuan was also shocked by the amount of information he received today, and his mind was in a state of excitement. As for Feng Jing, her mind was filled with questions. She could only wait until she had a chance to be alone with Xiao Ruofei to ask. Xiao Ruofei led Tang Haren into the tea room. Tang Hao said, "Ah. Master, that crystal is still in my father's safe. Please wait a moment, I'll go get it from my father first." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Don't bother. Just use this one first." After saying that, Xiao Ruofei put his hand into his trouser pocket and took out the spirit crystal that he usually used for cultivation. It still had a lot of spiritual energy left and handed it to Tang Haren. Tang Haren grinned and said, "Thank you, master." Xiao Ruofei led Tang Haren to sit cross-legged on the tatami and then said, "Haren, take the spirit crystal and start cultivating now. Just like usual, don't think about anything in your mind. Breaking through will naturally happen when the conditions are right." Tang Haren said seriously, "I'll remember it, master." Xiao Ruofei smiled and patted Tang Haren's head. He said, "Let's begin. I'll be by your side to protect you. Don't worry about breaking through." Tang Haren nodded heavily. Holding the spirit crystal in his hand, he quickly entered a state of cultivation. Xiao Ruofei sat cross-legged next to him and calmly observed his situation. There was no doubt about Tang Haren's talent, especially the pure yang attribute cultivation method, which was especially suitable for his physique. Now that he had the spirit crystals, which were an almost inexhaustible source of spiritual chi for him at his current stage, his cultivation was naturally twice the result with half the effort. Time passed by minute. After about 2 hours, Xiao Ruofei's slightly closed eyes suddenly opened and looked at Tang Haren. Xiao Ruofei had already sensed an obvious change in Tang Haren's aura, which was the precursor to a breakthrough. Tang Haren, who was immersed in cultivation, did not notice anything and continued to circulate the cultivation method over and over again. After another 10 minutes, the true chi in Tang Haren's body seemed to be active all of a sudden. Tang Haren, who was in a state of cultivation, could not help but show some pain on his small face. His body even swayed slightly, but soon stabilized. "Concentrate on your spirit and chi, break through with all your strength." Xiao Ruofei's steady voice sounded in Tang Haren's ears, which calmed Tang Haren's somewhat unstable state of mind. He steadily controlled his true chi to break through the bottleneck over and over again. Until a certain moment, there seemed to be a slight cracking sound, and then he suddenly felt a burst of clarity. In the past, his true chi seemed to be moving forward in a narrow waterway. Now, it was as if he had suddenly arrived in a wide canal. The thick true chi accumulated in his dantian was suddenly released and began to rapidly circulate in his meridians. Xiao Ruofei had been using his mental power to observe Tang Haren's situation. Seeing this scene, his heart was slightly relieved. He secretly said, "It's done." The bottleneck of the first level of Qi disciple was easily broken through by Tang Haren. "Don't stop, continue to cultivate and consolidate your cultivation." Xiao Ruofei's voice sounded again. Tang Haren nodded slightly and continued to cultivate without any distractions. After the breakthrough, the total amount of true chi had increased by a lot. In contrast, his control over true chi had decreased a little. However, this was a normal phenomenon during a breakthrough. As he continued to control true chi according to the Heart Sutra, the slightly berserk true chi quickly calmed down. Over and over again, the true qi in Tang Haoren's body became more and more obedient. Because of the breakthrough, the meridians that had widened a lot were also quickly consolidated with each cycle. At around midnight, Tang Haoren's realm finally stabilized and smoothly entered the second level of qi disciple. He opened his eyes. The first thing that entered his vision was Xiao Ruofei's gratified smile. Xiao Ruofei patted Tang Haoren's head and said, "Little guy, well done. Tonight's cultivation will end here. Now go and rest. Tomorrow, Master will teach you the second level of the Heart Sutra." The Heart Sutra that Xiao Ruofei chose for Tang Haoren, Blazing Sun Scripture, could completely support his cultivation until he successfully reached foundation establishment. In the Qi disciple stage, it was the most suitable Heart Sutra. Moreover, each level corresponded to a different Heart Sutra. Previously, Xiao Ruofei only taught Tang Haoren the first level of the Heart Sutra because he was worried that the child's temperament was still unstable and that he would bite off more than he could chew. Now that Tang Haoren had broken through to the second level of Qi disciple, the first level of the Heart Sutra had been cultivated to perfection. If he continued to cultivate with the first level of the Heart Sutra, the efficiency would be much lower. Therefore, it was time to teach him the corresponding second level of the Heart Sutra. When Tang Haoren heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. He said, "Master, I'm not sleepy at all right now. I feel like my whole body is full of energy. Teach me now." Xiao Ruofei smiled and scratched his nose. He said, "Even if you're not tired, Master is." Tang Haoren stuck out his tongue. His face was full of disbelief. In his eyes, Master was a celestial being. How could he be tired so easily? After Xiao Ruofei made a joke, he said seriously, "Haoren, Master has said more than once that cultivation should be done step by step. You can't have the slightest bit of impatience. One tension and one relaxation is the way of the civil and martial arts. Today, you just broke through and consolidated your cultivation. Your body and mind are actually in a very tired state. It's just that you don't realize it. Now, the only thing you need to do is to rest well and conserve your energy. It's the same for your cultivation in the future. Although I gave you the spirit crystal, I hope you can remember what I said before. It's best not to cultivate for more than 4 hours a day, which is 4 hours. I don't want you to waste your cultivation because you're in a hurry to succeed. That would be a waste of your good talent." Tang Haoren hurriedly said, "Master, I'll remember. Don't worry, I'll definitely be obedient. I'll go rest now." After saying that, he hurriedly returned the spirit crystal to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. The master and disciple walked out of the tea room together. Although Tang Etienne went to rest, he still arranged for a servant to wait at the entrance of the tea room. When the servant saw the two of them come out, he hurriedly greeted them and led Xiao Ruofei to the guest room that had already been prepared to rest. Tang Haoren, on the other hand, went back to his own room with ease. The next morning, Xiao Ruofei got up and cultivated for about an hour. Then, he got up and went to wash up. Now that his cultivation was on the verge of a breakthrough, Xiao Ruofei didn't relax at all during this period of time. He was just waiting for the right opportunity to officially enter the 6th level of Qi cultivation. At that time, if Song Wei could break through again, he should be very confident in dealing with the remaining peach blossom miasma. After washing up, Xiao Ruofei changed his clothes and prepared to go out for breakfast. As soon as he opened the door, Xiao Ruofei was shocked. Li Yifu was standing respectfully at his door. "Good morning, Uncle Master." Li Yifu bowed respectfully to Xiao Ruofei and said, "Yifu, what are you doing?" Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but ask. Li Yifu showed a matter-of-fact expression and said, "Uncle Master, this disciple is here to pay his respects to you." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly and say, "There's no need for that. Yifu, times are different now. I'm a very casual person. I'm really not used to you waiting at the door to pay your respects to me every morning." Xiao Ruofei's seniority was so high, and his cultivation was much higher than Li Yifu's. In Li Yifu's view, this was the most basic etiquette. When he heard this, he showed a trace of embarrassment and said, "Uncle Master, you're an elder of the sect. This etiquette can't be ignored." Xiao Ruofei glared and pretended to be angry. "My words don't count, right? Fine, then I'll order you in the name of Uncle Master." Go back to America today. Don't annoy me all day long. Li Yifu was so shocked that he almost knelt down directly. He quickly apologized and said, Uncle Master, this disciple knows his mistake. Please punish me, Uncle Master. No matter what, please don't expel this disciple. Let this disciple serve you. When Xiao Ruofei saw Li Yifu's fearful expression, he couldn't help but feel sorry for him. He said, Forget it, forget it. Yifu, you're good at everything, but you have too many rules and are too old-fashioned. Halfway through his words, Xiao Ruofei suddenly realized something. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and ask, What did you just say? Serve you? Don't tell me you're not leaving. Li Yifu quickly said, Uncle Master, it wasn't easy for this disciple to find a sect, and you're the head of the sect. Of course, this disciple has to follow Uncle Master. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but have a headache. He could endure it for 1 or 2 days, but if there was an old man with a white beard following him every day and kneeling down to beg for forgiveness, then what was the point of living? He quickly said warmly, Yifu, there's no need for this, right? You have your own business and life in America. Besides, communication is so advanced now. If there's anything, you can get in touch with a phone call. Xiao Ruofei really didn't understand the fanatical obsession of the older generation for their sect and clan. He didn't know that he had even become Li Yifu's spiritual sustenance. This was something that Li Jiuzhou couldn't forget until he died. Now that he had finally caught Uncle Master, of course, he had to follow him closely. Otherwise, what if he ran away? Li Yifu said stubbornly, Uncle Master, the business is just a worldly possession. Besides, it's now taken care of by the younger generation of the family. I rarely get involved in the family affairs. Uncle Master, please let this disciple serve you. This disciple also wants to listen to Uncle Master's teachings at any time. Xiao Ruofei flatly refused, Yifu, I'm telling you, this is not negotiable. I still have my own life. If you have any questions in your cultivation, you can ask me, but you can't follow me all day. Li Yifu didn't expect Xiao Ruofei's attitude to be so firm. He was naturally very disappointed, but he didn't dare to disobey Uncle Master's orders. He could only sigh secretly and say respectfully, Yes, this disciple obeys. Xiao Ruofei also secretly rejoiced that Uncle Master's majesty still had some effect. He didn't have to bring an old burden with him, otherwise, he would really go crazy. Let's go. Let's go eat breakfast. Xiao Ruofei said. Tang Yitian and the others had already woken up and knew that Li Yifu was waiting at the door of Xiao Ruofei's room. However, Li Yifu's seniority was too high, so they didn't dare to persuade him. At this time, when he saw Xiao Ruofei and Li Yifu coming over one after another, Tang Yitian immediately arranged for everyone to eat breakfast. Naturally, the breakfast was also very sumptuous. It was all carefully cooked by Tang Yitian's private chef. There were many choices of Western and Chinese dishes. Compared to the exquisite pastries, Xiao Ruofei preferred the Chinese breakfast of steamed buns, soy milk, and fried dough sticks. He held a fried dough stick in one hand, soaked it in the soy milk, and took a big bite. He chewed and asked with a smile, Brother Tang, what's the plan for today? It's Sister Jing's first time in Sydney. Tang Yitian said with a smile, then I'll accompany you to stroll around. Sydney. The scenery here is pretty good. Originally, Tang Yitian wanted Jennifer to accompany them. Their relationship with Xiao Ruofei was so close, so it wouldn't be a problem for Jennifer to accompany them personally. However, now that Li Yifu was here, Tang Yitian changed his mind. He put aside the company's matters and accompanied them personally for the next 2 days. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Sister Jing, then you can think about where you want to go and just tell Brother Tang. Feng Jing said with a little embarrassment, I'm fine with anything. If possible, I want to go back to China earlier. This trip is too long, and the company is a little worried. Tang Yitian said with a smile, Manager Feng is a standard example of a strong woman. At this time, Xiao Ruofei's phone rang. Xiao Ruofei stood up and said, I'm sorry. I'll take this call. After that, he took the phone and walked to the side. He glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was a Sydney landline number. Xiao Ruofei muttered in his heart, but still pressed the answer button. Hello. Xiao Ruofei said in English. On the other end of the phone was a sweet female voice, also in English. Hello, is this Mr. Xiao Ruofei? I am. Who is this? Xiao Ruofei asked. Xiao Ruofei froze for a moment and said, You're inviting me to attend your press conference? The female secretary on the other end of the phone said, Yes, Mr. Xia, you're the star of this press conference. Wait. Xiao Ruofei interrupted her and asked, How did I become the star of your Qantas press conference? Besides, wasn't there a press conference last time? The female secretary didn't dare to be impatient, and still patiently explained, Here's the thing, Mr. Xia, we're going to announce the preliminary results of the investigation at this press conference, and also announce the rewards for the relevant personnel who handled this special situation. The most important one is the reward for you. The female secretary paused and continued, In addition, the news media has been reporting on this incident for the past few days, and the public is full of curiosity about you. All the media hope that you can personally answer a few questions, so, Xiao Ruofei said, I understand. The press conference is tomorrow, right? I'll attend. The female secretary secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was worried that Xiao Ruofei would refuse, and then it would take a lot of effort to persuade him. In the eyes of Westerners, the people of Huaxiao were modest and introverted, and generally rejected this kind of publicity. She didn't expect Xiao Ruofei to agree so quickly. Thank you. The female secretary quickly said, Mr. Xia, I heard that you're in Hunter's Valley? Can you give me an address? We'll send a car to pick you up tomorrow. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, There's no need to pick me up. I'm in Sydney now. You can send me the time and location of tomorrow's press conference, and I'll go there myself. You're in Sydney? That's great. The female secretary said sweetly, But we'll send a car to pick you up. Please tell me the address. This is also the task that Mr. Tony gave me. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, Then I'll text you later. I really need to ask for the address. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Xia. The female secretary said. You're welcome. Xiao Ruofei smiled and hung up the phone. When he walked back to the restaurant, Tang Yiqian asked, Ruofei, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, It's from Qantas. He said that there's a press conference tomorrow and he wants me to attend it. Is it about the hijacking incident a few days ago? Tang Yiqian said with a smile, I don't think Qantas is reliable. They even let the co-pilot and all the passengers commit suicide. It's better not to take their company's plane in the future. Xiao Ruofei rolled his eyes and said, You're a rich man who owns a private jet. Don't you feel guilty saying that? Everyone burst into laughter. At that moment, Tang Hauran, who had just woken up, rubbed his sleepy eyes and walked downstairs. He did not understand what was going on. He did not know why the adults were suddenly laughing so happily. Did I miss something? When Li Yifu's gaze fell on Tang Hauran, he could not help but tremble. He looked at him deeply, then turned his gaze to Xiao Ruofei. Li Yifu asked in shock, Grand Uncle. Xiao Ruofei did not wait for him to ask a question. He smiled and nodded, confirming Li Yifu's guess. At that moment, Li Yifu's heart was in turmoil. Tang Hauran really broke through in one night, although he already knew that Tang Hauran's cultivation had reached the peak of the first level of Qi disciple yesterday. How could breaking through a bottleneck be so easy? He still remembered that after he reached the peak of the first level of Qi disciple, it took him a whole year to break through to the second level of Qi disciple with difficulty. The pain and suffering of this was indescribable to outsiders. The cultivation environment on Earth now was much worse than it was a few decades ago. How could Tang Hauran break through in just one night? If it was said that his previous accumulation was too strong, Li Yifu would never believe it, because it was less than a year since Tang Hauran became Xiao Ruofei's disciple. Xiao Ruofei, the young grand uncle, suddenly had a much higher image in Li Yifu's heart. At the same time, he became even more unfathomable. Jennifer said with a smile, Alan, go wash your face and eat. You're about to become a lazy cat. Tang Yiqian also felt a little strange and said, This child used to get up early every day. Why did he sleep in when master came? What Tang Yiqian did not know was that Tang Hauran used to get up on time every day to cultivate. But now that he had the spirit crystal, he did not need to cultivate at the fixed 4 hours between midnight and dawn. Moreover, Tang Haoran was very tired after breaking through yesterday, so he unknowingly overslept. Tang Haoran went to wash up. Xiao Ruofei then remembered and said, "By the way, brother Tang, send me your address here. I have to send it to Qantas. They said that they will send a car to pick me up tomorrow." "No problem." Tang Etian said as he took out his mobile phone, opened WeChat, and sent the address to Xiao Ruofei. Although WeChat was not popular overseas, it was still widely used in the Chinese circle, including Tang Etian and Jennifer, who were also loyal users of WeChat. After Xiao Ruofei copied the address, he was about to text it to the female secretary of Qantas when he found that the other party was calling from a landline. Just as Xiao Ruofei was about to call back, he received a new text message on his mobile phone. "Mr. Xia, I'm the Qantas employee who just called you. My name is Ivy. Please send the address to this phone. This is my private number." No matter how he looked at it, this text message had a hint of ambiguity and flirtation. Xiao Ruofei felt a little guilty and hid aside. He copied the address just now into the text message box and sent it out. At the Qantas headquarters, next to the office of Senior Vice President Tony, a blonde Western beauty looked at the address displayed on the mobile phone and her beautiful little mouth couldn't help but turn into an O shape. As a native of Sydney, Ivy naturally heard of the famous Vaucluse wealthy district. Those who lived there were all famous rich people in Australia. The cheapest villa there was in the tens of millions of Australian dollars. An ordinary white-collar worker like her wouldn't be able to afford such a house even if she worked for 8 lifetimes. The address provided by Mr. Xia was actually there. Coupled with the fact that Qantas already knew the contents of the reward for Xia Ruofei in advance, Ivy, who was in charge of receiving Xiao Ruofei tomorrow, had some wild thoughts. Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't know that he had become the best candidate for a rich husband. After sending the address, he continued to sit down and have breakfast with Tang Etian and the others. Tang Etian said with a smile, "Ruofei, I'll go with you tomorrow. I'll help support you. Don't scare the people at Qantas." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Didn't you say that they would announce the reward plan tomorrow?" Tang Etian said, "If the reward isn't good enough, don't blame me for attacking them on the spot." How was this still like a super rich person with a net worth of tens of billions? Tang Etian's image was directly pulled down to the level of a rich man's son like Song Rui. Li Yifu on the side also said seriously, "Grandmaster, I'll go with you tomorrow." Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, "There's a press conference tomorrow. Why are you all joining in the fun?" Tang Etian said with a smile, "To support them. Grandpa Li's family business is also all over the world. It seems that Qantas also has some shares, right?" Tang Etian said as he looked at Li Yifu. Li Yifu nodded and said, "There are some. Although it's not much, if all of them are sold, it can still impact their stock price." Xiao Ruofei was shocked and quickly said, "No, no, no. Who would rush to ask for a reward? I don't care about the reward at all. If you want to go, just follow, but don't mess around. You have to listen to me." "Yes, Grandmaster," Li Yifu said immediately. Xiao Ruofei felt a burst of sweat. He wanted to sell other people's shares just because of a disagreement. Who did Qantas offend? He didn't know that Li Yifu was also slick in the business world. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to make such a big fortune. It was just that when it came to Xiao Ruofei, Li Yifu didn't care about the money costs of the secular world. It was no exaggeration to say that Xiao Ruofei's image in Li Yifu's heart was almost like a god. After everyone finished breakfast, Tang Etian arranged a car to take Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing to Sydney. Today was the weekend, so Jennifer and Tang Haoran naturally followed. Even Li Yifu insisted on going. In the end, Xiao Ruofei simply let Suzy Yuan get in the car. Everyone had left, and it was not appropriate to leave him alone. Fortunately, under Xiao Ruofei's strict order, Li Yifu did not follow him closely. He still kept a certain distance during the tour. On this day, with Tang Etian as a tour guide, Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing visited several famous attractions in Sydney, such as the Opera House, the Harbour Bridge, St. Mary's Cathedral, and so on. Finally, they had a sumptuous dinner at the revolving restaurant in the Sydney Tower, and then returned to the Manor Villa. At night, Feng Jing and the others returned to their rooms early to rest after a day of sightseeing, while Xiao Ruofei brought Tang Haoran to the tea room. He taught Tang Houran the second level of the Scorching Sun scripture. First, he had him memorize the mental cultivation method. Then, he personally guided him to practice it several times until he completely grasped it. Tang Houran's talent was excellent, and the second level of the Scorching Sun scripture and the first level of the Scorching Sun scripture were of the same origin. Therefore, he was able to quickly grasp it more skillfully. It was just that he was not as familiar with the new meridians as he was with the first level of the Scorching Sun scripture. Xiao Ruofei observed from the side for a while. Soon, he was relieved. He simply took out another spirit crystal and sat cross-legged to cultivate. He was about to break through the bottleneck of the fifth level of Qi disciple, so he could not slack off in his cultivation. It was not until around midnight that the master and disciple finished their cultivation and returned to their rooms to rest. At around 8 o'clock in the morning, a black Mercedes-Benz car arrived at the entrance of the manor villa. Ivy, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, looked at the vast and luxurious manor. Her eyes were almost shining, and she felt that her breathing had become a little rapid. She had only heard of the Vaucluse wealthy district before, and this was the first time Ivy had come here. This was also thanks to Xiao Ruofei. Otherwise, she would not have been able to enter at all. After experiencing it in person, she realized how luxurious the place where the rich lived was. This was the prime area of Sydney where every inch of land was worth an inch of gold. Poverty really limited her imagination. Xiao Ruofei and the others had already come out. Ivy called Xiao Ruofei when she was at the entrance. Without the owner's permission, the car could not enter at all. Ivy recognized Xiao Ruofei at a glance. Recently, Xiao Ruofei could be said to be the darling of the media. Many local media in Australia were reporting on the forced landing of the Qantas plane, and this news event could not avoid the protagonist Xiao Ruofei. She quickly tidied up her clothes and hair, walked up quickly, and showed her most charming smile. She stretched out her soft hand and said, "Hello, Mr. Xia, I'm Ivy." "Hello, Miss Ivy." Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and shook hands with her gently. Ivy felt that Xiao Ruofei's hand was not rough at all, and it was very warm. She couldn't help but feel a ripple in her heart. She almost couldn't help but scratch Xiao Ruofei's hand. But at the moment when she hesitated, Xiao Ruofei quickly let go of his hand. Ivy put away her wild thoughts and said, "Mr. Xia, please get in the car." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Miss Ivy, a few of my friends also want to go with us. We have prepared our own cars. Can your car lead the way?" Ivy hesitated for a moment, then immediately nodded and said, "No problem." Soon, the car arranged by Tang Yitian slowly drove over, and Ivy's breathing quickened again. It was a limited edition Bentley. In her impression, there were only a few limited edition Bentleys in Sydney. Then, Ivy quickly recognized the middle-aged man next to Xiao Ruofei. Wasn't that Ethan Tang, the boss of the Australian retail giant Maya Group? Ivy felt that her brain was not enough. She thought that Mr. Xia was just very capable, but she didn't expect that what she knew was only the tip of the iceberg. He actually had a super-rich friend like Ethan Tang. There was no doubt that this matter should belong to Ethan Tang. Mr. Xia could stay here, and Mr. Tang personally accompanied him to the press conference, which showed that the relationship between the two was quite close. Ivy didn't dare to neglect and politely said hello to Tang Yitian. She didn't recognize Li Yifu, a small shareholder of Qantas. After all, Li Yifu spent most of his time in the United States. Then Ivy said to Xiao Ruofei, "Mr. Xia, this is the arrangement for the morning. Mr. Tony will have a short meeting with you at about 9 o'clock. The press conference will start at 9:30 sharp. I have no problem here. I'll listen to your arrangements." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Ivy, can we go now?" Only then did Ai Wei come back to her senses. Somewhat embarrassed, she said, "Yes, Mr. Xia." When the two cars drove to the main building of the Qantas headquarters office park, Tony, the senior vice president of Qantas who was responsible for handling the accident, was already waiting downstairs in advance. It was enough to show how much importance Qantas attached to Xiao Ruofei. When Tony saw a luxurious custom-made Bentley behind the Mercedes-Benz sent by the company, he couldn't help but be stunned. Soon, the car came to a stop. Tony stepped forward to greet her, only to find that Xiao Ruofei had alighted from the Bentley behind. His footsteps paused for a moment before he quickly adjusted his direction and walked towards Xia Ruofei. "Mr. Xia, welcome to the Qantas headquarters." Tony asked with a warm smile on his face. "How have you been in Australia these days?" "Very good. The scenery in Australia is very charming," Xia Ruofei replied with a smile in fluent English. At this time, Tang Etian and Li Yifu also got out of the car. Tony, who was shaking hands with Xia Ruofei, couldn't help but stop for a moment. He couldn't believe his eyes. Tang Etian was a famous rich man in Australia. Almost everyone in the business world knew him. Tony and Tang Etian had also met several times. Although Tony was also a senior executive of the behemoth Qantas Airlines, Qantas was a national airline. Strictly speaking, Tony was just a senior employee, belonging to the leader of a state-owned enterprise. Of course, his salary was definitely much higher than the average civil servant. The Maya Group, which was not inferior to Qantas, was an enterprise that Tang Etian absolutely controlled. Comparing the two, Tony and Tang Etian were naturally not on the same level. Tony didn't expect Xia Ruofei to be so close to Tang Etian that Tang Etian would personally accompany him to attend a press conference. Of course, Tony, like his secretary, didn't recognize Li Yifu, who was all-powerful in the United States. Otherwise, he would be even more shocked. Tony quickly shook hands with Xia Ruofei, then quickly turned to Tang Etian and said with a smile, "Mr. Tang, I didn't expect you to come in person." "Welcome, welcome." Tang Etian chuckled and pointed at Xia Ruofei. "I'm free today, so I came with my good friend to take a look." Tang Etian then introduced, "Mr. Tony, this is Mr. Li Yifu, the chairman of the 9 States Group in the United States. He's also my elder." Tony couldn't help but tremble slightly and hurriedly greeted Li Yifu. Li Yifu had hardly been involved in business matters in recent years, so his exposure rate wasn't high. However, the 9-state group was a well-known consortium and held a pivotal position in the American business world. Naturally, Tony didn't dare to neglect it. The fact that 2 important figures had personally accompanied Xia Ruofei made Tony's attention to Xia Ruofei immediately rise to a new level. After exchanging some pleasantries, Tony warmly invited the 3 of them to his office. Tony's office was located on the top floor of the Qantas headquarters. It was about 200 to 300 square meters in size and had a glass wall that overlooked the entire Qantas headquarters. The view was quite good. Tony asked everyone to take a seat in the reception area and then said, "Mr. Xia, the press conference will be held in about half an hour. I'll make it short." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Okay." Tony looked at Xia Ruofei and said, "This time, we will announce the reward plan for the people who have contributed to this special invitation. The reward for Mr. Xia is as follows: cash reward of 2 million Australian dollars. Tang Etian raised his eyebrows when he heard this number, but he didn't interrupt Tony. He still listened patiently. According to the exchange rate, 2 million Australian dollars was almost equivalent to 10 million Huaxia dollars. It wasn't a small number and was similar to the mainstream international standard, or even a little more. Perhaps it was because Xia Ruofei's contribution this time was too great. But this small amount of money was too little for Tang Etian. After all, Xia Ruofei's position in his mind had unknowingly become more respected. Tony continued, "Qantas will award Mr. Xia the title of honorary passenger. Mr. Xia can take our company's flights for free for life. At the same time, when you take the flights of other allied companies, you can also enjoy VIP treatment and a 50% discount on the basic ticket." Qantas was an international airline alliance initiated by Qantas in 1999. It included 5 members: American Airlines, British Airways, Cathay Pacific, Air Canada, and Qantas. The alliance companies cooperated in many aspects such as flight times, ticketing, sharing codes, passenger transfers, airport VIP rooms, and so on. In other words, Xia Ruofei won the title of honorary passenger. Not only could he take Qantas's flights for life for free, but he could also enjoy a 50% discount on the basic ticket when he took the flights of the other 4 allied companies. He could also enjoy VIP services such as VIP rooms. Of course, Xia Ruofei didn't often take international flights, so he just smiled and nodded at this reward. He wasn't too surprised. Tony carefully observed Xia Ruofei's expression, then said, "Of course, we also prepared a small surprise for Mr. Xia. Please forgive me for keeping you in suspense for now. I believe Mr. Xia will like it. Oh? I'm looking forward to it. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, I have no objection to this reward plan, and thank you for your company's generosity. Tony hurriedly said, Mr. Xia, you're exaggerating. Your heroic actions not only saved us from huge financial losses, but more importantly, you've protected our company's reputation. No matter how much you're rewarded, it's not enough. At this time, Tony's secretary, Ivy, gently knocked on the door and then walked in with a document. Knocking on the door and entering when the boss was meeting an important guest meant that this document must be very important, so Tony immediately excused himself, got up and walked to his desk. While Tony was processing the document, Tang Yitian said in Chinese, Ruofei, Qantas is too stingy. 2 million Australian dollars is enough to send you away? Li Yifu felt like he was being humiliated, so he said with righteous indignation, Master's uncle. Qantas doesn't take you seriously. Do you want me to teach them a lesson? Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, You two don't add to the trouble. How much money is too much? Do I lack this money? Besides, I was trying to save myself and the passengers on the plane, not for the reward. But Li Yifu said. Okay. I think they're quite sincere. Xia Ruofei interrupted Li Yifu's words and said with a smile, You can check the reward cases for similar incidents internationally, and you'll know that they're not stingy. They're quite generous. Besides, didn't Tony say that there's a surprise? Xia Ruofei tried her best to pacify the two nationalistic youths. However, when Tony came over after he was done with the documents, the two of them didn't look happy. This made Tony a little uneasy. He didn't know what he did wrong to offend the two of them. After sitting down again, Tony calmed down and said to Xia Ruofei, Mr. Xia, there's one more thing, which is about the press conference that will be held soon. The press is very interested in your affairs, and there may be many questions thrown at you. You can choose to answer, and for those questions that make you feel uncomfortable, you can completely refuse. Xia Ruofei knew the intention of Tony's words, so he nodded with a smile and said, I understand, about some details of this incident, it's still based on the content that you announced. In fact, Xia Ruofei didn't like to appear in public like this, but considering that this incident had been exposed in the country, it didn't make sense to hide it. In addition, this was Australia, and Xia Ruofei, as a Chinese, could become a hero sought after by the media, which was also regarded as a national prestige, so Xia Ruofei agreed to attend this press conference. Tony was overjoyed when he heard this. It was easy to talk to smart people. After the two matters were discussed, the next step was to wait for the press conference to start. Tony also began to find topics to chat with Tang Yitian and Li Yifu. However, the two of them were a little indifferent to Tony, so the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Fortunately, it didn't take long. Soon, Ivy knocked on the door and came in, saying, Mr. Tony, it's almost time. Everything is ready, and the reporters have already entered. Tony was relieved. He stood up and said, Mr. Xia, Mr. Tang, Mr. Li, let's go. Tony personally led the way in front, leading Xia Ruofei and the other two to take the elevator to the floor where the press conference hall was located. The group of people entered the press conference hall from the side door, which was similar to the backstage waiting room. From here, they could see part of the press conference hall from the side of the stage. Li Yifu and Tang Yitian stayed here. Tang Yitian was a big celebrity in Australia. If he went out, he would definitely be recognized by the reporters. It was impossible for him to blend in with the reporters. What surprised Xia Ruofei was that the flight attendant and the air marshal from the last plane would also attend this press conference. Both of them were already waiting here. Everyone had gone through hardships together, so they felt very close to each other when they met. They couldn't help but chat. It wasn't until the clock pointed to 9:30 that everyone walked out together. After Xia Ruofei and the others came out, the noisy press conference hall suddenly quieted down. Then, the flashes lit up one after another. Xia Ruofei felt that his eyes were almost unable to open, most of the cameras were aimed at him. The lone hero from the mysterious East. There were too many breaking news here. At this time, Xia Ruofei was definitely the darling of the media. Everyone found their own nameplates and sat down. Xia Ruofei's seat was in the middle, next to Tony. Next to them were the flight attendant, the air marshal, and the host of the press conference, sitting in the seat closest to the side. "Everyone, please be quiet." The host opened the microphone in front of him and said, "Thank you for your presence. Today, we are very honored to invite Mr. Tony, the Senior Vice President of Qantas Airlines, Mr. Xiao Ruofei, who helped Qantas Flight QF-108 land successfully, and..." The host first introduced several people who attended the press conference today, and then said, "Next, let's invite Mr. Tony to announce the news. There will be a question and answer session later." After that, the host motioned to Tony and turned off the microphone in front of him. Tony showed a smile on his face. After testing the microphone, he said, "Welcome to the media. First of all, I would like to announce the preliminary investigation conclusion of this incident. A few days ago, an emergency occurred on flight QF-108, which was flying from Beijing to Sydney, Australia, from Xianxia. The plane finally made a successful landing in Saipan. There were no passenger casualties. The incident caused 2 crew members to die and 1 crew member to be injured. Our preliminary investigation included questioning the parties involved, retrieving cabin audio records and flight records, and conducting a comprehensive inspection and review of the plane." Qantas had prepared a draft, and Tony was very cautious. He took the draft and read it word by word. Finally, he said, "After the preliminary investigation, we have come to the basic conclusion that this incident was a long-planned hijacking. The co-pilot on duty, Wilkins, is a major suspect. The police have applied for a search warrant to search Wilkins' residence and seal his computer, tablet, and other material evidence. We will inform the media as soon as we have further information." Tony paused for a moment, then looked at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Here, on behalf of Qantas, I would like to express the most sincere gratitude to Mr. Xiao Ruofei from Xianxia. If Mr. Xia had not acted decisively at the critical moment and bravely piloted the plane to land in Saipan when all the pilots were disabled, this incident would have led to extremely tragic consequences. Mr. Xia, thank you." After that, Tony stood up and bowed deeply to Xiao Ruofei. The reporters in the audience were also a little restless. Although everyone had inquired about the incident through various channels, and the details of the incident were well described in the online media and some tabloids, this was the first time that Qantas had officially admitted that this was a long-planned hijacking incident by the co-pilot, which was of great significance. Many reporters could not wait to raise their hands and ask questions. Tony smiled and said, "Please be patient, I still have some information to announce. There will be a question and answer session later. We have left enough time for everyone to ask questions." After hearing this, the reporters sat back in their seats. Tony then said, "The second news I want to announce is that Qantas will reward the meritorious personnel who successfully handled this special incident." Then, Tony announced the reward plan according to the draft. Including Captain Brooke, the chief flight attendant, the air marshal, and others, they also received cash rewards, as well as internal honors of Qantas. Of course, the largest cash reward was Xiao Ruofei's $2 million Australian dollars, in addition to Captain Brooke's $1.5 million Australian dollars, and the chief flight attendant and the air marshal's 500,000 Australian dollars. The other crew members shared a bonus of 1 million Australian dollars. Xiao Ruofei was not an internal employee of Qantas, so there was no additional honor, but there was an additional title of honorary passenger, which was more substantial. Tony also emphasized that Captain Johnson, who died in the line of duty, would be compensated according to the standards for those who died in the line of duty. At the same time, the Qantas Union would also come up with an additional bonus, and all passengers would receive a certain amount of compensation. These were not in the reward plan and would be announced in the near future. Finally, Tony looked at Xiao Ruofei with a smile and said, "In order to recognize Mr. Xiao Ruofei's heroic behavior, we decided to name the Airbus A350 aircraft that flew that day Ruofei, and..." After Tony looked around, he continued, "Also, after this plane is repaired and put into use again, we will put on a new paint." Tony continued, "We learned that Mr. Xiao's company has a business in Australia, so the paint of this Airbus A350 will be changed to the theme of the Taoyuan Company and Wonderland Farm. The paint will not change again until this plane is retired." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be very tempted. It turned out that this was the surprise that Tony was talking about. Compared to the cash reward, this was really a very good surprise in Xia Ruofei's eyes. Thinking about an Airbus Jumbo with the logo of the Taoyuan company, and flying around the world all year round, this was simply a mobile advertising board. After Tony finished speaking, a picture appeared on the projection screen behind him. Tony said with a smile, "This is the new paint effect of the plane that our designers worked overtime to make." Xia Ruofei looked back and saw the eye-catching logo of the Taoyuan company and the English name of Wonderland Farm on the tip of the plane's wing. In addition, the design of the fuselage was even more eye-catching. It was directly covered with fresh vegetables and fruits. The huge pattern was distributed throughout the fuselage. The colors of these vegetables and fruits were also very eye-catching. There were red, yellow, and green. They looked very fresh and made people unable to help but want to eat. Tony smiled and introduced, "The materials of these pictures are taken from the vegetables that Wonderland Farm displayed on the official website of Maya Retail Group. They are all real photos. When it comes to changing the paint, we hope to collect some high-definition material photos from Wonderland Farm to achieve the best effect. We hope that Mr. Xia can help." Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Such a good thing, of course I will fully cooperate." This paint was really eye-catching. It could be. Imagine that if such a plane appeared in any airport, the number of people turning their heads would definitely be the best. What's more, there was such a story behind this paint, which could be passed down as a story. It was equivalent to bringing a bonus effect to the publicity. Xia Ruofei could even foresee that this plane might become the plane of the internet. Many people would be surprised and take photos with it when they met it when traveling. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Thank you, Mr. Tony. This is really a great surprise." Tony smiled and nodded at Xia Ruofei, and then motioned to the host. The host immediately said, "Next is the reporter's question time." As soon as his voice fell, the reporters below raised their hands in unison. The host pointed at one of them and said, "The lady in red in the middle of the first row." Most of the time, it was always advantageous to sit in the first row, and female reporters were more likely to be called. Therefore, in the absence of predetermined questions, the female reporters in the first row had a much higher chance of getting a question than others. It was the same today. The female reporter in the first row took the microphone from the staff, stood up and said, "Thank you, host. I am a reporter from the Sydney Morning Herald. I have 2 questions to ask Mr. Xia." While Xia Ruofei's microphone in front of him, the female reporters Zhang, and Mr. Xia's the Taoyuan company. The female reporter in red asked, "What I want to ask is, Mr. Xia, have you received any flight training before this? Why did you take the initiative to take on this seemingly impossible task under such circumstances?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said in fluent English, "I have received simple helicopter operation training. Before the A350 forced landing, I had never actually operated a fixed-wing aircraft." The reporters below suddenly became restless, and they all raised their hands. Xia Ruofei put his hands down, indicating that he had not finished answering the question. He continued, "As for why I stood up, I don't think I need a reason, right? The situation was very critical at the time. If the situation had been allowed to deteriorate, I would have died." Several people on the stage and the reporters below the stage all laughed kindly. Xia Ruofei said seriously, "Although I have never been in contact with this type of aircraft, at least I have some understanding of aviation knowledge. It's better than doing nothing, right? What's more, although the pilot was disabled at the time, he was still conscious." Xia Ruofei paused, took a sip of water, and continued, "Here, I also have to explain one thing to the media, that is, the successful completion of this forced landing is inseparable from the technical guidance of Captain Brooke. He is still receiving treatment in the hospital due to his injury, so he can't attend this press conference. But what I want to say is that Captain Brooke is a senior captain with rich experience and strong psychological quality. Without his guidance, this forced landing would never have been successful." After Xia Ruofei finished speaking, the reporters couldn't help but applaud. Tony, who was sitting next to Xia Ruofei, couldn't hide his joy. He thought that Mr. Xia's EQ was really high. In fact, in this incident, Qantas was very passive in public opinion. Although the incident did not cause any passenger casualties, it was all because of Xia Ruofei, an outsider, who turned the tide. The cause of the incident was the intentional suicide of the Qantas employee, Wilkins, which Qantas could not get rid of. Now, Xiao Ruofei had personally exaggerated the credit of Brooke, who was also a senior captain of Qantas, to the greatest extent. In fact, it could greatly alleviate the pressure of public opinion that Qantas was facing. The second reporter's question was for Tony. The male reporter in a suit asked, "Mr. Tony, according to media reports, Wilkins had successfully locked himself in the cockpit at the time of the incident, and the crew broke in. As far as I know, the design of the cockpit door is very strong. In theory, as long as the pilot in the cockpit does not actively open the door, it is impossible to break in from the outside. So, the crew successfully broke in this incident. What was the reason? Did it involve the quality of the plane?" Tony's smile faded a little and he said, "I'm sorry, the details are still under investigation. Before a definite conclusion is reached, I have no right to announce it. So, I can't confirm the details you mentioned. If there is further information, we will announce it as soon as possible." Then, several reporters asked Tony questions, but when it came to some of the details of the incident, Tony did not answer directly. The official information that the reporters could get was very limited. So, the reporters quickly focused on Xiao Ruofei. For the media, an official voice was naturally necessary, but they paid more attention to the eye-catching points, such as the lone hero and so on. "Mr. Xia, what was the biggest difficulty during the whole process?" A female reporter with some freckles on her face asked. Xiao Ruofei smiled and answered without hesitation, "The biggest difficulty? Of course, I didn't know how to fly a plane. Everything had to be learned on the spot, and the autopilot was damaged at that time. From the moment I sat in the pilot's seat until the plane landed in Saipan, the whole process was manual, so I have to say again about Captain Brooke." The reporters all laughed kindly. Xiao Ruofei's support for Qantas was too obvious. However, Xiao Ruofei still said seriously, "Captain Brooke is really a very good teacher. He can even teach a layman who has never flown a fixed-wing plane and complete the landing on the spot. So, I strongly suggest that Qantas promote Mr. Brooke to a pilot instructor." This time everyone laughed even louder. Even Tony joined in the fun and said, "We will seriously consider Mr. Xiao's suggestion." The atmosphere at the scene was very happy, and the reporters continued to ask questions. Most of the reporters threw questions to Xiao Ruofei, and occasionally one or two questions to Guri and the air marshal. Overall, Xiao Ruofei's response was very appropriate. Except for some details that were consistent with Qantas, he answered most of the questions very seriously. Xiao Ruofei could speak fluent English, and his performance on the scene was also very witty. He often had some humorous and witty words that made everyone smile, which was very different from the image of Huaxia in everyone's mind. It could be seen that the media reporters had a very good impression of Xiao Ruofei, and presumably the reports that came out would not be bad. Time passed unknowingly, and it was noon. This question and answer session could be said to have left enough time, and most of the reporters also got the information they wanted. The host said, "Because of the incident, we have one last question." In the end, the right to ask this question was obtained by a reporter from the Daily Telegraph. He smiled and asked, "My question is for Mr. Tony. After this incident, with the disclosure of some details, our first impression was that it was too bizarre and exciting, even more exciting than a movie. What I want to ask is, does Qantas have any plans to adapt this forced landing into a movie? I believe that if this incident can be put on the screen, many people will be willing to go to the cinema to watch it." Tony was stunned for a moment. These days, he had been busy dealing with the forced landing, so naturally, he did not think about adapting it into a movie. What's more, this incident was essentially an internal problem of Qantas. From the standpoint of Qantas, they were not willing to expose their dirty linen, let alone make it into a movie. However, Tony thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Adapt it into a movie? That's a really good idea. Although our main focus is on the investigation and dealing with the aftermath, we will seriously consider your suggestion. Of course, if it's adapted into a movie, it would be even more perfect if the protagonist is Mr. Xia himself." The press conference ended with everyone's laughter. The reporters got enough information, and Qantas also achieved the effect of guiding public opinion. Xiao Ruofei also gained a lot. In addition to the reward from Qantas, Xiao Ruofei would also become a well-known hero in Australia as the contents of today's press conference were published in the newspapers. It could be said that everyone was happy. Tony and Xiao Ruofei went backstage in the press conference hall. Although the press conference was over, he said very sincerely, "Mr. Xia, thank you very much for speaking up for Qantas." Xiao Ruofei said with a faint smile, "I'm telling the truth. By the way, how is Captain Brooks' injury? Will it affect his return to flight duty in the future?" Tony said, "After examination, Brooks' life is not in danger. The main thing is that the fracture in his arm may take some time to recover. The doctor is still optimistic. There should be no problem in returning to flight duty." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "That's good. Where is he being treated now?" "The company has sent a medical plane to take him back to Sydney." Tony said, "He is currently in St. Vincent's Hospital for treatment." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay, if I have time before returning to China, I will visit him." At this time, Tang Yitian and Li Yifu also came over. Tang Yitian said to Tony, "Mr. Tony, I'm very interested in the last reporter's suggestion. If Qantas wants to adapt this forced landing into a movie, our Maya Group is willing to invest and cooperate." The Maya Group had gradually evolved from a retail giant a few years ago into a large comprehensive group. In addition to the retail business, other businesses were also doing well. The entertainment industry was personally handled by Jennifer. In addition to the artist agency, there was also a film company. Making a movie was naturally a very easy task. Tony said, "Thank you, Mr. Tang, but our group has not considered this matter, and I can't decide. Of course, if Qantas really wants to make this movie, we will give priority to cooperating with the Maya Group." Tang Yitian nodded seriously and said, "Mr. Tony, in fact, this is quite a good subject. You can strike while the iron is hot and launch the movie plan. This is also a kind of publicity for Qantas." Tang Yitian paused and then said, "If you really invite Ruofei to be the protagonist when you make the movie, our Maya Group is willing to bear 70% of the shooting funds, and we don't want any profit. All of it will be donated to charity in the name of both of us. How about that?" Tony couldn't help but be a little tempted. Although Maya Pictures was not the top company in Australia, after all, their main business was retail, their influence was still good, especially with abundant funds. Qantas was very happy to cooperate with such a rich company. And as Tang Yitian said, if the movie was made well, it would have a more positive impact on Qantas. If Qantas was in charge of the shooting, it would be easy to weaken the negative impact of the co-pilot's deliberate suicide in the script and emphasize the role of Captain Brooke and Xiao Ruofei. What's more, Tang Yitian agreed to pay a large amount and even donate all of the profits in the name of both of them. Wasn't this another opportunity for Qantas to increase its reputation? Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Brother Tang, don't be a busybody. I don't know how to act. Besides, I'm not interested." Tang Yitian said with a smile, "This is a good opportunity to be famous. Think about it. After this incident, you'll be a well-known hero in Australia. If you personally act in a movie based on this incident, it'll be a great story." Without waiting for Xiao Ruofei to speak, Tang Yitian said, "Acting is actually very simple. Jennifer can teach you. I'll ask the management company to give you a crash training." "Stop. Stop." Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "Brother Tang, I'm not interested at all. Don't mention this again." Tang Yitian was still a little regretful and muttered, "What a good opportunity. Why don't you want to?" Tony couldn't understand the Chinese they were speaking, and he was still thinking about the feasibility of adapting the movie. What he didn't know was that his hope of inviting Xiao Ruofei to play the lead role was basically in vain. But in any case, the adaptation of this story into a movie was very good. The theme itself was very attractive, and it was based on a true incident, so it would naturally attract the audience. It was already noon when the press conference ended, so Qantas naturally arranged a sumptuous lunch to entertain Xiao Ruofei and his team. In addition to Tony and several other executives of Qantas, the flight attendant Gu Li and the air marshal also attended the luncheon. The luncheon was held in a hotel near the Qantas headquarters. Tony and other Qantas executives were very enthusiastic to Xiao Ruofei and his team. Everyone toasted each other, and the atmosphere of the luncheon was very harmonious. After the meal, Tony personally sent Xiao Ruofei to the car. As for the specific matters such as the bonus payment, the staff would naturally contact Xiao Ruofei in a few days. There was no need for an executive like Tony to personally intervene. While Xiao Ruofei attended the press conference, Jennifer continued to tour Sydney with Tang Houran and Feng Jing. When Xiao Ruofei and his team returned to the Manor Villa, Feng Jing and the other two had not yet returned. As for Suzy Yuan, he had already left this morning. His home was also in Sydney, but he stayed at Tang Etienne's house to accompany Li Yifu. But now, looking at Li Yifu's posture, it seemed that he was going to stay for a long time, so Suzy Yuan naturally couldn't accompany him all the time. Xiao Ruofei had nothing to do in the afternoon, so he simply guided Li Yifu's cultivation. The Guiyuan scripture that Li Yifu cultivated was originally derived from the Guiyuan scripture, and the Guiyuan scripture was a cultivation method recorded in the human character Jade Talisman, which meant that it was directly passed on to Xiao Ruofei's mind. Although he didn't cultivate it, his understanding of this cultivation method was very thorough, so it was naturally more than enough to guide Li Yifu. Moreover, the cultivation method that Li Yifu cultivated was incomplete, but Xiao Ruofei's mind was the complete cultivation method, so his casual corrections and guidance could make Li Yifu feel as if he had obtained a treasure. After a little test according to Xiao Ruofei's instructions, Li Yifu immediately felt that the circulation of his qi seemed to be much smoother. He was naturally ecstatic about this, and was even more grateful to Xiao Ruofei. After a few days of getting along, Xiao Ruofei also felt that Li Yifu truly revered him from the bottom of his heart. Even if he was only a young man in his 20s, Li Yifu still treated him as an elder from the bottom of his heart. In addition, Xiao Ruofei's intuition about Li Yifu was also not bad. He didn't look like an evil person, so he also intentionally or unintentionally passed on the contents of the Guiyuan scripture to Li Yifu bit by bit through this kind of guidance. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't teach the entire cultivation method to Li Yifu at once. Through this kind of intentional or unintentional guidance, even Li Yifu himself didn't notice it. He just felt that according to Xiao Ruofei's guidance, his cultivation was smoother and smoother. After a few words of guidance, Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Yifu, I seem to remember seeing the Guiyuan scripture before." Hearing this, Li Yifu couldn't help but tremble. He looked at Xiao Ruofei with anticipation in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "You don't have to be nervous. When I go back this time, I will look through the relics of the sect. If I can find the Guiyuan scripture, I will definitely pass it on to you. After all, you have been cultivating this cultivation method for 3 generations, Li Yifu said with tears in his old eyes. "Uncle Master, I don't dare to hope that I can still cultivate the real Guiyuan scripture. After all, I am already old and weak, and there is no hope for me on the path of cultivation. But if I can take a look at the Guiyuan scripture in my lifetime, then when I meet my old father and Uncle Master in the afterlife, I can hold my head high." Xiao Ruofei frowned slightly and said, "Although you have wasted too much time before, it doesn't mean that there is no hope. Didn't your father live for more than 120 years? If you break through to the 6th level of qi refinement before the age of 100, then you still have a chance to go further. If you succeed in building your foundation, your lifespan will be greatly increased. How can you be discouraged?" Li Yifu was not yet 90 years old. In Xiao Ruofei's opinion, breaking through 2 levels of cultivation in a dozen years was a very easy thing to do. Li Yifu smiled bitterly and said, "Uncle Master, I am not very talented. It is already Uncle Master's grace to be able to break through to the 4th level of qi refinement. As for the 6th level of qi refinement, I don't dare to hope." Xiao Ruofei then realized that from Li Yifu's point of view, breaking through 2 levels in a short dozen years was really a very hopeless thing. After all, the cultivation environment was so bad now, and he was almost 90 years old. Even if he was a cultivator, this entry-level cultivation was simply unable to prevent the aging of his body. Xiao Ruofei's judgment was under the premise that he had the help of spirit crystals and the entire Guiyuan scripture. These were all things that Li Yifu did not know at all. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei said seriously, "Yifu, the path of cultivation is against the heavens. Even if tomorrow is the end of your life, you can't lose your unyielding will. Otherwise, you might as well not cultivate and just start eating and waiting for death." Li Yifu felt as if he had been hit in the head and quickly said, "Uncle Master, I know I was wrong. Please don't worry, Uncle Master, I will definitely cultivate diligently. On the path of cultivation, even if I can't beat time in the end, at least I can die without regrets. Xiao Ruofei nodded with satisfaction and said, it's good that you can think like that. Yifu, if you have nothing to do in 2 days, you can go back to America first. If I find the Guiyuan scripture, I will contact you immediately. Xiao Ruofei didn't want to give the Guiyuan scripture to Li Yifu now. He was very clear about the destructive power of a cultivator to the secular world, so now was a period of observation for Li Yifu. If Li Yifu could pass his inspection, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't be stingy with precious cultivation resources like spirit crystals, let alone the Guiyuan scripture. After all, Li Yifu and he had a relationship, and he now had more than 100 spirit crystals, which couldn't be used up at this stage. Although Li Yifu wanted to stay by Xiao Ruofei's side, he didn't dare to disobey the orders of the elders in the sect. He could only bow his head and say, yes, Master. The content of the press conference was published in the newspapers the next day. Although the major media reported from different angles, Xiao Ruofei was a key figure that couldn't be ignored. Basically, every media spent a lot of time on Xiao Ruofei. The superhero from the Eastern world. He saved Qantas alone. He created a miracle in the history of world aviation. In order to attract attention, the media used all kinds of exaggerated titles, and basically, they were accompanied by a large photo of Xiao Ruofei at the press conference. The article also had a very high evaluation of Xiao Ruofei, and Xiao Ruofei had become a popular figure. At the same time, some media also reported from other angles. For example, the report from the Sydney Morning Herald was called "Xia Makes Us Know Huaxia Again," which was very typical. This was a report similar to a reporter's notebook. The reporter of the Sydney Morning Herald wrote this report based on his own intuition about Xiao Ruofei. In the article, Xiao Ruofei was described as humble, polite, and humorous. He could also speak fluent English, which was very different from the stereotypical image of Huaxia people. At the end of the article, the reporter wrote, more and more Huaxia people are appearing all over the world, and some people are still looking at them with the eyes of 100 years ago. In fact, most of the new Huaxia people are just like Xiao Ruofei. They are hardworking, simple, and polite. And Huaxia's development speed is beyond our imagination. I once went to the capital of Huaxia 2 years ago, and it is a modern metropolis that is more advanced than Sydney. There were several similar reports, and some other television media also focused on the clips of Xiao Ruofei answering questions. For a time, Xiao Ruofei, a Huaxia person, attracted countless fans in Australia, and set off a whirlwind of Huaxia. The Chinese Australians were also proud. Originally, because of political reasons, Australia was somewhat xenophobic, and the Chinese Australians also huddled together for warmth. But now, it seemed that the Australian locals' attitude towards them had become much more friendly. When the Chinese Australians walked on the streets, they would even meet the local whites who gave them a thumbs up. Gu Xiaoxiao was an Australian Chinese. After she graduated from university, she came to Australia to study for a master's degree. After she finished her studies, she did not choose to return to China. Instead, she joined a Fortune 500 company in Australia to work. First, she obtained permanent residency, then she passed the exam and successfully obtained Australian citizenship. Although Gu Xiaoxiao's career in the company was doing well, and she later met her husband, who was also a Chinese student. Their salary was considered middle class in Australia, and they also had their own property in Sydney. It could be said that they did not have to worry about food and clothing, and they could even travel during the holidays. However, mentally, she still did not feel a sense of belonging to Australia. This feeling of alienation mainly stemmed from the intentional or unintentional discrimination against Chinese in Australia. In the past few days, after the news about the forced landing of the Qantas flight came out, Gu Xiaoxiao saw that the hero who turned the tide was her compatriot, so she paid more attention to the news. This time, after the media focused on Xiao Ruofei, Gu Xiaoxiao clearly felt the difference. In the company, the director, who used to be arrogant, was much more pleasant to her. The director also took the initiative to talk to her about Xiao Ruofei and said, "Your compatriot is a great hero." Gu Xiaoxiao felt very excited. For the first time in a foreign country, she felt a strong sense of pride because of her motherland and her compatriot. Although Gua Xiaoxiao had settled down in Australia, she was still accustomed to the domestic online world, such as Xianxia, these forums, new media platforms such as Sina Weibo, and even the emerging short video platforms such as TikTok and Kuaishou, were all places she often visited. After she got home from work, she excitedly collected today's major media reports about Xia Ruofei, as well as the videos about Xia Ruofei on TV programs, and then uploaded them to Tianxia Forum. Gua Xiaoxiao's Tianxia Forum account was also a little famous, mainly because she often posted some travel posts. One of the posts about her husband, and her 3-year-old son renting a car and driving across Australia made the headlines of Tianxia Forum. Gua Xiaoxiao carefully took screenshots of the media reports about Xia Ruofei and the netizens' comments about Huaxia people. She also carefully highlighted the key points, translated them into Chinese, and attached them below. Then she uploaded the pictures. As for those videos, Gua Xiaoxiao patiently added Chinese subtitles. Her post suddenly became popular in China. For well-known reasons, it was more troublesome for domestic netizens to see the content of foreign websites. However, it was very convenient for Gua Xiaoxiao to go to domestic websites in Australia. For most of the domestic netizens, the content she uploaded was the first time they saw it. Even if some people occasionally climbed over the wall and saw it, it was impossible for it to be as systematic as Gua Xiaoxiao's. Moreover, the post was full of foreigners praising Xia Ruofei and Huaxia people. The domestic netizens were all excited. It was okay to praise yourself, but when others praised you, it was really good. Over the years, the Western world had often demonized Huaxia. No matter what Huaxia did, there would always be a bunch of Western media outlets criticizing it. However, this time, it was completely the opposite. The Australian media uniformly praised Huaxia people, and many media outlets reflected on their arrogance and prejudice against Huaxia people. This made the domestic netizens feel as if they had eaten iced sour plum soup in the summer. Xia Ruofei was already very popular on the domestic internet, and now Gua Xiaoxiao's post added fuel to the fire. Soon, these screenshots were spontaneously shared by the domestic netizens. Weibo, WeChat, Tieba, forums, reports about Xia Ruofei being praised in Australia could be seen everywhere, and Xia Ruofei's reputation in China reached a new high. Some netizens even called Xia Ruofei a national hero. If Xia Ruofei saw it himself, he would definitely feel ashamed. Although he felt that he did a good job, he was still far from being a national hero. The Daily Huaxia was the most authoritative media in Huaxia. It could be said to be the country's mouthpiece. It was also one of the newspapers that all levels of government must subscribe to. Many of the opinions in this newspaper often represented a certain trend. Of course, in this era of new media, the Daily Huaxia followed the trend and opened an official Weibo, official WeChat official account, and a headline account. Unlike other print media platforms, the Daily Huaxia's new media account style was more down-to-earth. It basically didn't publish very serious opinion articles. The content was more about the current hot news, life tips, and so on. Sometimes, it followed the trend of the times and was quite popular with the public. In the field of WeChat official accounts, the Daily Huaxia's official account, the national television station's official account, and the Youth League's official account already had tens of millions of fans. There were many articles that were read by more than 100,000 people. Although it wasn't a paper version of the Daily Huaxia's article, it also represented a certain trend on WeChat in a certain sense. Therefore, as soon as the article on the Daily Huaxia's official WeChat account, titled "This Huaxia Citizen Has Become Australia's National Hero," was published, it was quickly spread by everyone. The number of views exceeded 100,000 in just a little over an hour, and the number of shares was also in the thousands. The article wrote, "Recently, our citizen Xia Ruofei helped the crew deal with a serious special situation on a flight from Beijing to Sydney. He almost single-handedly saved the plane and the passengers on board." A few days ago, Qantas held a press conference to announce some details. The local media in Australia reported that Xia Ruofei had become the star of the news. The article aggregated the Australian media's reports over the past 2 days. At the same time, it highlighted some reflections on the prejudice against Huaxia people, as well as some screenshots of online posts posted by Chinese Australians. Gua Xiaoxiao's post was also quoted a lot. Finally, the article pointed out, in recent years, when a small number of Chinese people traveled overseas, they did have some uncivilized behavior. This behavior was deliberately exaggerated by some Western media, causing the overall image of Huaxia people to be affected. There were even some discriminatory reminders against Chinese people in some tourist areas. We were delighted to see that Xiao Ruofei's heroic actions had saved the image of the Chinese to a certain extent and offset the prejudice of some people. Here, we would also like to make an appeal: when we step out of the country, our every word and action will represent the image of our country. We hope that from today onwards, every Chinese overseas will behave less uncivilized. We also sincerely hope that more and more Xiao Ruofei will appear in Huaxia. Today, let's give Xiao Ruofei a thumbs up. The netizens forwarded the post one after another. The topic about Xiao Ruofei was already very popular during this period of time. This wave of Huaxia whirlwind in Australia made Xiao Ruofei's popularity rise by a large margin. Xiao Ruofei hadn't opened his personal Weibo yet, so everyone left comments on the Taoyuan company's official Weibo account. Responding to the call of Huaxia Daily, come and give Boss Xiao a like. Maintain formation downstairs. Responding to the call of Huaxia Daily, come and give Boss Xiao a like. Maintain formation downstairs. In a short while, hundreds of similar comments appeared. In the middle, there were a few people who deliberately messed around and posted other content, but all of the comments were thumbs up. Before this wave of craze had passed, there was more new content on the Xianxia forum. When Xiaoxiao saw that her post was read and supported by so many people, and that it was even on the headlines of the Xianxia forum, she immediately went to look for other reports about Xiao Ruofei energetically. Her hard work paid off, and she really did find something very interesting. It was the original video of the press conference, from the beginning to the end of the press conference. Unlike the reports of the television media, this video was uncut. Xiaoxiao got this video through a reporter friend. She immediately treasured it and specially took half a day off to add Chinese and English subtitles to this video on her computer. Then, she excitedly posted it on the Xianxia forum. Xiaoxiao excitedly wrote, "The original video of the press conference is here. Everyone, come and see Boss Xiao's style." The whole process was in English. To be honest, Boss Xiao is one of the few people I've seen who is fluent in English and has almost no accent. Friends who learn English can use this video for listening training. There were many onlookers. It's over, it's over. I'm going to become a fan. Boss Xiao's confidence and humor when answering questions is really attractive. I've only seen this kind of feeling from one celebrity before, and that was Yao Ming, who played in the NBA. I heard that Boss Xiao went to the army after graduating from high school. How can his English be so good? I feel so ashamed now. I wasted 3 years of my 4 years in university. Oh my god. I've become a fan. Boss Xiao looks so charming. Almost all of the comments were praising Xiao Ruofei in various ways. At this moment, a sharp-eyed netizen posted a comment. Then, many netizens who were drinking water while looking at their computers suddenly burst out laughing. This sharp-eyed netizen wrote, "I feel sorry for the translator at the scene. He sat there in a daze the entire morning with embarrassment written all over his face." The power of netizens was indeed boundless. They could even dig out some details that no one paid attention to. During the press conference, Xiao Ruofei was from Huaxia. Although Tony knew that Xiao Ruofei's English was not a problem, he still prepared a Chinese translator to sit next to Xiao Ruofei out of courtesy. However, Xiao Ruofei answered the reporter's questions in English the entire time. The poor translator became a decoration and sat there awkwardly. The netizens were overjoyed. OP is a bad person. I had to watch the video again to see the translator's expression. It was really awkward. Please translate the area of psychological trauma. Everyone is thinking too much. The other party was just sitting there and doing nothing, yet he was able to earn the translation fee. This kind of job is my dream job. Anyone else? Give me a dozen. Xiao Ruofei did not know about the revelry on the internet. He and Feng Jing stayed at Tang Etienne's house for 3 to 4 days and visited all the attractions in Sydney. Then, they took Tang Etienne's luxury yacht out to sea and had a great time. When they went out to sea, Xiao Ruofei could not help but think of the Amuse yacht that he ordered. Although the small yacht he ordered was definitely dwarfed by Tang Etienne's yacht, he was still full of anticipation. At that time, the construction period was said to be about 2 months. Including the transportation time, he would have to wait for at least more than a month. Although Feng Jing was also very happy during the trip, she was always thinking about the company in China. In her opinion, she had been delayed in Australia for too long, plus she had stayed in Saipan for 2 days, so she was eager to return home at this time. However, she also knew that Xiao Ruofei had custom-made oak barrels. She would definitely wait until those barrels were completed and the fermented grape juice was taken away before Xiao Ruofei returned to China. Therefore, she did not rush her. After a few days of fun, the two returned to Paradise Farm in Hunter's Valley. Li Yifu also finally left for the United States. He desperately wanted to stay, but he did not dare to disobey Xiao Ruofei's order. In Paradise Farm, Feng Jing also began to seriously inspect the place. She asked very carefully about the management model of the farm here, the sales channels, and so on. In addition, she was also very interested in some of the modern facilities in Australia. While inspecting, she also recorded in her notebook. Xiao Ruofei had a few days of leisure. Sometimes, he would sit by the lake in a daze for half a day. Other times, he would excitedly feed the swans and kangaroos. He even pulled Feng Jing, who had unknowingly entered into work mode, along to experience the hot air balloon trip in Hunter's Valley. On this day, Xiao Ruofei and the others were having lunch in the farm villa when Old West called. "Xia, the oak barrels you ordered have arrived. Do you want to come and take a look?" Old West said with a hearty smile. "Of course. Uncle West, please ask Uncle Carl to wait for a while. I'll come over after lunch," Xiao Ruofei said happily. Feng Jing, who was sipping her soup, saw this. She put down her spoon and asked with a smile, "The barrels are ready?" "Yes," Xiao Ruofei said. "We agreed on a week. Today is only the 6th day. Uncle Carl is quite efficient." Liang Qichao, who was beside them, asked curiously, "Ruofei, why did you order oak barrels?" "To store wine, of course," Xiao Ruofei said. "To be precise, it's to store grape juice that is to be fermented, and then let it ferment in the oak barrels." "And then?" Liang Qichao's IQ was not online. Xiao Ruofei looked at him and said, "And then it's to brew wine. Is there a problem?" Liang Qichao laughed and asked, "I didn't know it was to brew wine. I just wanted to ask you, the 2 big wineries are yours. Why did you order a few wooden barrels to brew wine? Don't Winery West and Winery Golden Oak even have oak barrels?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "You don't know. New oak barrels have their advantages. New barrels have the greatest impact on the flavor of the wine, and I'm not using new oak barrels to brew wine in the wineries." Xiao Ruofei seemed to find it difficult to explain, so he immediately shut his mouth. However, Liang Qichao was obviously more curious. "If you don't brew wine in the wineries, where else can you brew wine? Don't tell me you want to turn the farm into a winery? Why do you have so many questions? Eat your food," Xiao Ruofei said. "Can't I give 2 barrels to my friends?" Okay. You're the boss. You have the final say," Liang Qichao said with a smile. He looked at Feng Jing and smirked. "Don't tell me it's a female friend?" Xiao Ruofei glanced at Liang Qichao, put down his bowl, and took out his phone. He said slowly, "I haven't called Uncle Liang for a long time. I really miss him. By the way, last time he asked me about Dafra." This was Liang Qichao's weakness. Xiao Ruofei didn't threaten him much, so he immediately compromised. Liang Qichao put on a flattering smile and said, Brother. I was wrong. I shouldn't have asked so many questions. Please forgive me." Liang Qichao's funny expression made Feng Jing laugh. On the other hand, the deputy manager of the farm, Dafra, seemed to have heard her name. However, Xiao Ruofei and the others all spoke Chinese, so she couldn't understand. She couldn't help but look at Liang Qichao inquisitively. Xiao Ruofei stood up and said, "I'm done. You guys eat slowly. I'm going to the winery." Feng Jing quickly put down her bowl and said, "Wait for me. I'll go with you." Seeing this, Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Sister Jing, continue eating. I'll wait for you." Feng Jing's heart warmed slightly. She said, "I'm really full. Let's go." Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing drove a car and left the immortal farm. At this time, Dafra asked curiously, "Dear, what did our boss say just now? Why are you so scared?" Liang Qichao said with a sad face, "Boss said something very scary." Dafra couldn't help but feel nervous. She quickly asked, "What scary thing? Is he going to fire you?" "I think I heard him mention my name." "Is he going to fire me too?" The salary at the immortal farm was good, and it was relatively easy. Dafra naturally cared about this job. Liang Qichao said, "It's much scarier than being fired." Dafra's little face was pale with fright. She asked in a trembling voice, "Dear, what is it?" Liang Qichao patted Dafra and said with a smile, "I'm just joking with you. Boss is my good brother. Why would he fire me?" Dafra refused to believe it, and Liang Qichao had to explain. Xiao Ruofei didn't know that his little joke with Liang Qichao had scared Dafra. At this time, he was driving to the West Winery with anticipation. The winery was not far from the farm. Soon, Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing arrived at the entrance of the winery. Once Xiao Ruofei got out of the car, he saw 6 oak barrels neatly placed in front of the winery's main building. Old West and Carl were standing beside the barrels and talking. Seeing Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing, Old West immediately went up and said, "Xia, come and have a look at our new oak barrels. They're simply works of art." Xiao Ruofei walked over. His gaze naturally fell on the 6 barrels. The 6 barrels were all the same size. They were roughly the same shape as the barrels Xiao Ruofei had seen in the West Winery. The 2 ends were small, and the middle was big. There were several iron hoops on top. However, at first glance, this wooden barrel gave off a comfortable feeling. After approaching it, the oak barrel that had been baked during the manufacturing process carried a special fragrance. At the bottom of the barrel, there was a special symbol. It was the unique symbol of the old barrel maker, Carl. It indicated that the barrel was produced in his factory. "Uncle Carl, you've worked hard," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Old West said, "Xia, these are the most perfect oak barrels I've seen in my decades of work. I don't think there's anything better than this. Old Carl's skills in hoops and the top-grade oak wood you provided are a perfect match." Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, "Uncle West, does this mean that these barrels meet the standards?" Old West said with an exaggerated expression, "Of course. Old Carl's unique logo must have been imprinted on them after strict monitoring. This was equivalent to a brand of Carl's. Old Carl would be fully responsible for all the barrels with this logo." "That's great. Uncle West, I want 2 of the barrels. The remaining 4 barrels can be used at the winery," Xiao Ruofei said happily. Uncle Carl's barrel production fees can be paid from the winery's account. Out of Xiao Ruofei's expectations, Carl said without hesitation, "Xia, I'll make these barrels for you for free. As long as you can still let me process these wood next year. And I'll also give you a discount on next year's barrel production fees." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Uncle Carl, Uncle West trusts your skills so much. I'll definitely let you make the barrels next year. But you still have to pay for these 6 barrels. That's a separate matter. We have an old saying in Huaxia, even blood brothers settle their accounts clearly." Xiao Ruofei did not wait for Carl to decline and signaled Old West to write the check. For a top-notch barrel maker like Carl, even if Xiao Ruofei provided the raw materials for him to process, the production fees were still very high. It was even more expensive than buying oak barrels from the market. But Xiao Ruofei naturally did not care about this small amount of money. The production fee for each barrel was 300 Australian dollars. Old West quickly wrote a check for 1,800 Australian dollars and handed it to Carl. Seeing this, Carl did not decline and happily accepted the money. He also repeatedly reminded Xiao Ruofei to let him handle the orders next year. After Carl drove away, Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing admired the barrels that Old West called works of art for a while. The 2 of them were amateurs. They looked and touched the barrels here and there, but could not see anything special. They only felt that the workmanship was really good. One look and they could tell that it was something of high quality. Old West actually wanted to leave all 6 barrels behind, especially when Xiao Ruofei wanted to take away 2 barrels of grape juice. His heart ached even more. The quality of this year's grapes was exceptionally good. In Old West's eyes, Xiao Ruofei taking away 2 barrels of grape juice would only result in wasting them all. To Old West, who had devoted himself to the winery business, this was simply a crime. But Xiao Ruofei was the boss. Not to mention taking away 2 barrels, even if he wanted to pour all of this year's grape juice into the gutters, Old West could not stop him. Therefore, when Xiao Ruofei suggested that they should prepare 2 buckets of grape juice, Old West resigned himself to his fate and stood up to make the arrangements. Just then, Madame Cabelli came over with Old West's phone. "Hey! Your phone call. It's from Golden Oak Winery." Old West took off his gloves and said to Xiao Ruofei, "Xia, wait a moment. I need to take this call." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. After Old West took the phone, he walked to the side to take the call. After a while, he came back with the phone and said, "Xia, I'm very sorry. There are some matters at Golden Oak Winery that I need to deal with. I'll get Cabelli to pack the grape juice that you want." Xiao Ruofei asked with concern, "Is there a problem at Golden Oak?" "Not really. The workers found that a batch of grapes that are about to be harvested is a little special. I have to go and take a look immediately." Old West smiled casually and even had a hint of anticipation. Maybe it's a good thing. Xiao Ruofei was even more interested when he heard that. He said, "Why don't I go and take a look too? The grape juice can be packed anytime." Old West said straightforwardly, "Of course, no problem. You're the boss." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said to Feng Jing, "How about it? Sister Jing, let's go to Golden Oak Winery together." Feng Jing smiled and nodded. She mimicked Old West's tone and said, "Of course, no problem. You're the boss." Xiao Ruofei could not help but roll his eyes and said, "You're happy to be mischievous, aren't you?" Feng Jing laughed. The group got into Old West's old Horton sedan and drove to Golden Oak Winery. Half an hour later, they arrived at Golden Oak Winery, which was also located in the Hunter's Valley. Compared to West's Winery, Golden Oak Winery was much bigger and had a much newer building. It was like the difference between an old landlord and a long-term worker. Before it was transferred to Xiao Ruofei, Golden Oak Winery was one of the top wineries in the Hunter's Valley. West's Winery could not be compared to it. However, now that the winery was under the Xia name, Robinson, the owner of Golden Oak Winery, who was full of superiority in front of Old West, had to accept the fact that the winery he was once proud of was now under Old West's management. Old West drove the car directly to the vineyard, and the 3 of them got out and walked in. Golden Oak Winery's vineyard was several times bigger than West's. It occupied 2 hills and a valley. Rows of Semillon vines that were replanted last year were neatly arranged and stretched into the distance. It was a magnificent sight. A worker was waiting at the entrance of the vineyard. When he saw Old West and the others, he immediately came to greet them. Xiao Ruofei also recognized this worker named Harrison, because Harrison used to be an employee of West's Winery. He was one of Old West's more capable workers and had a lot of experience in growing grapes. Therefore, Old West had specially sent him here to be in charge of the grape harvest. "Harrison," Old West asked as soon as he came up, "where are those vines?" "Uncle West, you'll see them once you go over this hill. That area was supposed to be harvested in these 2 days," Harrison said. "Let's go. Take us there," Old West said. As they walked, Xiao Ruofei asked, "Uncle West, is there a problem with the grapes?" Old West smiled and said, "It's fine. It shouldn't be a bad thing. We'll know once we get there." Under Harrison's lead, the group followed the small path and went over the hill. Soon, they arrived at the area that Harrison had mentioned. Xiao Ruofei's eyesight was very good. He immediately saw that the grapes in this area were a little different from what he had seen in the past few days. These grapes were a little shriveled, and their color was no longer golden. Instead, they were reddish-brown. There seemed to be some ugly spots on the grape skin. Xiao Ruofei's first reaction was that the grapes were rotten. He thought it was a pity, but at the same time, he felt a little guilty. He thought that Old West might have delayed the harvest of the grapes in order to wait for him to come to Australia. Furthermore, Golden Oak Winery's grape plantation scale was very large, so there was no time to harvest the grapes. What surprised Xiao Ruofei was that when Old West saw these ugly grapes, he quickened his pace as if he had found a treasure. He almost pounced on them. Then, he got very close and carefully observed them. He plucked a shriveled grape and looked at it over and over again. In the end, he even put the grape in his mouth and chewed it. Then, he swallowed it along with the skin, not caring whether it was dirty or not. Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing felt a little disgusted when they saw this. There was a layer of mold on the grape skin. Wasn't this a little too hardcore? Old West and Harrison looked at each other and said, "That's right. It's the noble rot mold. I'm familiar with this smell." Harrison was also very excited when he heard this. He said, "Uncle West, the grapes in this large area are all like this. Does that mean the winery is going to be rich this year?" Old West laughed and said, "I think Boss Xiao will be very happy to hear this news." Xiao Ruofei was confused. He asked, "Uncle West, are these grapes rotten? Didn't we lose a lot of money? Why did Harrison say that we're going to be rich?" Feng Jing also found it hard to understand. The grapes in this large area had become like this. It was obvious that they couldn't be used anymore. Why was Old West still so excited? It was as if he had gone out to pick up money. Old West laughed heartily and said, "Xia, these grapes aren't rotten. To be precise, they're infected with mold." Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Isn't that the same thing? They can't be used anyway. We can only let them rot on the tree. Old West waved his hand and said, "No. No. No. Xia, these grapes can not only be used to make wine, but they can also make the best noble rot wine." Xiao Ruofei was a newbie in the wine industry. He didn't have any special interest in wine tasting, so he didn't know what noble rot wine was. After Feng Jing heard this, her eyes couldn't help but light up. She asked, "Uncle, you mean, the expensive noble rot wine is made from these grapes?" Old West laughed and beckoned Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing to come closer to the grape tree. He pointed at the grapes and said, "Look, the surface of these grapes is infected with mold. It's the noble rot mold. Only white grapes infected with this mold can make noble rot wine." Old West was in a very good mood, so he excitedly introduced the noble rot wine to Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing. Apart from the high sweetness of noble rot wine, it also produces glycerin that makes the taste smoother and has a special aroma, such as the rich aroma of dried fruits, honey, raisins, and noble rot. Noble rot wine is known as liquid gold, and was once praised by Louis XIV of France as the wine of the king of wines. That's amazing. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but say in surprise, "These grapes don't look like they can make wine at all." Old West laughed and said, "That's why noble rot wine is called the surprise in the ashes." When Xiao Ruofei heard this, she felt that it was quite appropriate. These originally juicy grapes had long lost their moisture and become shriveled. The color was also very ugly, just like ashes. Old West then explained the origin of noble rot wine to Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing. The two of them couldn't help but click their tongues in wonder. Many beautiful things often originated from accidents, and noble rot wine was a typical example. According to legend, in the grape harvest season of 1650 AD, the grape farmers in Tokay delayed the harvest until November due to the disaster of war. The grapes that were picked late became dry and even covered with a layer of mold. However, winemakers who didn't have fresh grapes to use had to use moldy grapes to make wine. Unexpectedly, the wine that year was full of fragrance. The sweet fragrance of honey, flowers, and preserved apricots was refreshing. The wine was full, had high acidity, and was sweet but not greasy. It was very tempting. The accidental delay in harvest brought about a new fate for the Tokay noble rot wine, and it went on to glory. The color of noble rot wine was like gold, and the price was like gold. The 1811 noble rot wine of Chateau Gold was auctioned at a high price of $117,000 per bottle, and the 1787 noble rot wine of Chateau Gold was auctioned at a high price of $100,000. Even the most common noble rot wine was worth hundreds or even thousands of dollars. Such a high price was due to the harsh conditions for the formation of noble rot grapes. For example, a humid mist in the morning was conducive to the growth of noble rot fungi, which would drill small holes in the grape skin. Then, a hot and dry weather in the afternoon would suppress the excessive growth of noble rot fungi and prevent it from developing into a malignant gray mold. At the same time, the dry and hot environment would evaporate the moisture in the fruit through the small holes, increasing the sweetness, flavor concentration, and acidity of the grapes. At the same time, this situation had to occur on the ripe grapes, or else the noble rot would develop into gray mold. In addition, the production cost of noble rot wine was very high. It had to be picked by hand, and the fermentation time was very long. Coupled with the low production rate, it was easy to attract birds to eat it, so it was reasonable for the price to be high. After listening to the introduction, Xiao Ruofei knew that the climate of the Hunter Valley wasn't suitable for the formation of noble rot grapes. Old West felt that it was an unexpected blessing from God that they could produce such a large area of noble rot grapes. Old West laughed. Originally, these grapes were going to be harvested as soon as they ripened, but because Xiao was delayed for 2 days in Saipan, the whole harvest plan was pushed back a little. I didn't expect such a surprise after the delay. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, originally, I felt quite guilty in my heart. But now, it seems that a bad thing has turned into a good thing. Feng Jing pursed her lips and smiled. It seems that wherever Ruofei is, there will always be all kinds of miracles. We're already used to it. Old West laughed heartily. Then, he immediately got Harrison to organize people to prepare to harvest these precious grapes. The noble rot grapes had to be picked manually because not the whole bunch of grapes would be infected with noble rot fungi, so they had to be picked one by one. This was a very delicate job that had to be done by experienced workers. Old West also had to check on the spot. Old West was grinning from ear to ear when he saw the semelon that was infected with noble rot. But when he heard what Xiao Ruofei said, his grin froze and was replaced by a pained expression. After a while, Old West said, Xia, if you want to try making wine yourself, you can just use the normal grapes from our winery. These noble rot grapes are too rare and too precious. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said with a smile, Uncle West, such a large area of grapes is infected with the noble rot mold. It's quite a lot. Besides, I didn't ask for a lot, just 1 bucket. 1 bucket. Just 1 bucket, Old West regretted bringing Xiao Ruofei to Golden Oak Winery. He could only blame himself for not being able to keep his cool and rushing over here as soon as he heard the news. If he had calmed down a little and given Xiao Ruofei 2 buckets of grape juice to send him away, then quietly come over, wouldn't everything have been fine? Now, this god of plague had followed him to Golden Oak Winery and had taken a fancy to these noble rot grapes. And the other party was the boss, so Old West couldn't refuse. Old West's intestines were green with regret now. Feng Jing saw Old West's expression and couldn't help but feel sorry for him. She quietly tugged at Xiao Ruofei's sleeve and said, Ruofei, why don't we just let it go? Look at Uncle West, he's so distressed. Xiao Ruofei said in a low voice, Sister Jing, I'm not fooling around by asking for the grape juice. It's really useful. Feng Jing said helplessly, all right. Then I won't persuade you anymore. But you'd better do your best to persuade Uncle West. I'm afraid he'll force you to go on strike. After saying that, Feng Jing couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Ruofei looked at Old West and found it funny. He walked over and said, Uncle West, I have a friend who specializes in white wine brewing. I want these 2 buckets of grape juice for him. Maybe he can help us develop better wine, so. This time, you have to cooperate with me no matter what and give me the best grape juice. Old West actually felt sorry for Xiao Ruofei. Actually, all of this was Xiao Ruofei's doing. To Old West, he didn't lose anything at all. In a sense, this was also a manifestation of his strong sense of responsibility. Now that he saw Xiao Ruofei, as the boss, patiently explaining things to him, he quickly thought it through. Although he was still a little reluctant, Old West still said straightforwardly, okay. Xia, I will prepare the best grape juice for you. However, these clear liquids have high requirements for temperature and environment. After you get them, you have to send them to your friend as soon as possible. Otherwise, they will easily go bad. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, don't worry. My friend is in Australia. I'll send it to him as soon as possible. Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing stayed in Australia for another 3 days, then stepped on the flight back home. The main reason was that each of the precious grapes had to be manually selected, and the grapes had very little water content. To get enough grape juice for a bucket, the consumption was several times that of ordinary grapes. That was why it had dragged on for so many days. Before leaving, Xiao Ruofei went to visit Captain Brooke in Sydney. He had recovered well. Although it took 100 days to recover from his injury and he had to go through a series of assessments and psychological tests after recovery before he could fly again, Brooke was very satisfied to be able to return to his flight post after such a disaster. Xiao Ruofei's honorary passenger diamond card was also sent to Xiao Ruofei by the Qantas staff. At the same time, the 2 million Australian dollars bonus had been transferred to Xiao Ruofei's account. Xiao Ruofei immediately transferred 500,000 Australian dollars to Old West Winery's account, asking Old West to hire more workers and give everyone a bonus. Xiao Ruofei directly transferred the remaining 1,500,000 Australian dollars to his account in the offshore company. What made Xiao Ruofei a little regretful was that the Airbus A350 was still under repair, and a new paint was also being designed, so he could not see the vegetable and fruit-themed paint of the plane before he left. However, Tony also said that when the plane was repaired, he would invite Xiao Ruofei to take the plane on its first flight, and Xiao Ruofei gladly agreed. There were 2 barrels of grape juice, one of which was ordinary Semillon grape juice, and the other was grape juice infected with noble rot mold. Old West did what he said and personally processed the 2 barrels of grape juice and handed them to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei immediately loaded them into the winery's pickup truck, and then transported them to his friend. Of course, Xiao Ruofei actually drove to a deserted place, and then stored the 2 barrels of grape juice into the Ring 2 space. Australia was vast and sparsely populated, so such a place was easy to find. Then he wandered around outside for half a day before finally returning to Old West Winery. Old West was still very concerned about the 2 barrels of grape juice. When he heard that Xiao Ruofei had given them to his friend and placed them in a constant temperature environment, he was relieved. Because Xiao Ruofei was in Australia, he did not have time to process the grape juice. Fortunately, they still needed to ferment in oak barrels for a while, especially for the noble rot wine, so Xiao Ruofei simply placed them in the mountain sea realm, where the flow of time was the same as the outside world, and used the invisible force of space to build a barrier to prevent any accidents, such as the white space raccoon, from destroying them. Everything would be dealt with after he returned to China. Xiao Ruofei was also full of expectations for the 2 barrels of grape juice. He could not wait to see what kind of wine he could get by fermenting in the best oak barrels in the Ring 2 space. The 2 naturally took the Qantas flight back. Xiao Ruofei booked a first-class ticket for Fengjing, and he exercised his rights as an honorary passenger. He directly got a free ride and a free upgrade, sitting in the first-class cabin with Fengjing. During the whole 10-hour flight, the service of the Qantas flight attendants could be said to be meticulous. Although their service was very professional in the past, there was a trace of professionalism in their smiles. But this time, Xiao Ruofei really felt what it meant to be at home. When the plane landed at Beijing Airport, the captain of the flight personally came out and gave Xiao Ruofei a bottle of red wine. So when the 2 came out, Fengjing said with a smile, "Ruofei, if you take a few more flights in the future, the wine cabinet at home will be full." Xiao Ruofei said, "This is the first time I'm taking a flight as an honorary passenger. They just gave me wine. How can they give me wine every time? Besides, who takes international flights all day long? It's free anyway. If you have nothing to do, you can go abroad and have fun." Fengjing said with a smile. "That's what you said. Don't complain that I don't care about the company's affairs," Xiao Ruofei said half-jokingly. The 2 walked out of the airport's restricted area, chatting and laughing. However, as soon as they came out, Xiao Ruofei was dazzled by the flashes of the cameras. He looked at the large group of reporters in front of him, stunned. He did not know what was going on. Fengjing was also shocked. She thought to herself, did we take the same flight as some big star? Xiao Ruofei's first reaction was the same. However, this idea was quickly shattered by the countless microphones and scrambling questions. "Mr. Xia. I'm a reporter from Sina Weibo. Welcome back. How does it feel to be a national hero in Australia? Some people say that you are the light of the new era. What do you think of this evaluation? Mr. Xia. When the plane was forced to land, what were you thinking?" Even though Xiao Ruofei had always been a cool-headed person, he became a little confused in this chaotic environment. So these reporters are all here for me? What the hell is going on? After all, whether it was Xiao Ruofei or Feng Jing, both of them had been abroad for the past few days. Although they knew that Xiao Ruofei was very popular in China, especially on the internet, they did not expect him to be so popular. In fact, when they boarded the plane, the flight number and landing time of the flight had already been spread on the internet. This was a flight to Huaxia. There were many Chinese people on this flight. Some came back from traveling in Australia, and some came to Huaxia from Australia. These people had personally experienced the real change in the status of Chinese people brought by Xiao Ruofei's influence in Australia, so almost everyone knew Xiao Ruofei. Therefore, before Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing could sit down in the first-class cabin, someone had already posted the photos of the two of them boarding the plane on Weibo. At the same time, the flight number, destination, landing time, and so on were also exposed. News about Xiao Ruofei was still on the hot search list in China. Such a focused person returning to China was naturally a carnival for the media, so the reporters rushed to the capital airport. Because the flight time was more than 10 hours, during this period, there were even many reporters from other places who took the fastest flight to Beijing. After getting off the plane, they immediately started working at the airport, preparing to interview Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei also saw that in addition to the reporters, there were even some ordinary people who came to the airport to welcome him. He saw a group of young people wearing white t-shirts behind the reporters. Their custom-made white t-shirts and banners had the words "Domineering CEO Fan Club" written on them, and there was also a photo of Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry. When did I become the domineering CEO? Moreover, the company's CEO is Feng Jing. I'm the CEO's boss, okay? We're familiar with each other, but what's the meaning of demoting me by half a level? Xiao Ruofei was used to big scenes, so he quickly calmed down. Facing the forest of microphones, he gently pushed one of the microphones that was almost stuffed into his mouth forward. Then Xiao Ruofei said, "Everyone, please step back. Don't push, so as not to cause a stampede." Xiao Ruofei's voice was not very loud, and his tone was very calm, but in such a noisy environment, it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. And although it was crowded just now, Xiao Ruofei had always stretched out a hand to protect Feng Jing. No matter how crowded it was, Xiao Ruofei did not move. He was like a strong dam. No matter how the tide washed, he always stood. Originally, seeing this scene, Feng Jing, as a girl, was a little flustered in her heart. But when she saw Xiao Ruofei's solid back and strong arms, her heart suddenly calmed down, and at the same time, a warm current surged in her heart. Feng Jing was behind Xiao Ruofei, and the way she looked at Xiao Ruofei gradually changed. There was an unconcealable tenderness in her watery eyes. The security personnel of the airport also noticed the commotion here. Soon, staff members to maintain order came over. "Sir, for your safety and the safety of others, we suggest you leave the airport through the VIP passage," a person who looked like a manager said. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "Okay, I'll cooperate with your work. But it's hard for the reporters to come all the way here. And for those people who came to pick me up, I'll answer a few of their questions. Thank you for your understanding, sir. Please deal with things here as soon as possible," the manager said. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "Don't worry." Then, Xiao Ruofei raised his voice slightly and said, "Reporters, let's step back. Don't block the passage. The people behind can't come out," a few Chinese passengers behind Xiao Ruofei said loudly. "It's okay, Boss Xia. We can wait." Everyone suddenly laughed, and the atmosphere at the scene became much more relaxed. When the reporters saw that Xiao Ruofei's attitude was so peaceful, they were naturally willing to cooperate. So, a group of people surrounded Xiao Ruofei and walked more than 10 meters in the direction of the hall. Xiao Ruofei said, "As you can see, we can't gather too many people here. The security personnel are still waiting over there. I'll answer 3 questions from everyone." "Okay." The reporters responded loudly. In a situation where there were too many monks and too little gruel, the reporters were naturally anxious to ask questions. So, it became like before, one by one rushing to ask questions, and all the voices were mixed together. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei's hearing was excellent. In such an environment, he could still understand everyone's questions. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to deal with it. Feng Jing felt a headache coming on. She said loudly, "Please ask questions one by one, so that no one can hear clearly." "Boss Xia can't answer everyone's questions." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "It's okay, I heard it clearly. I'll pick a question to answer. Just now, this Penguin news reporter asked me how it felt to be an Australian hero, right?" The reporter in the crowd gave Xiao Ruofei a thumbs up and said with a smile, "Boss Xia is really amazing. He can even hear it clearly." In everyone's eyes, it was really incredible. Not only did Xiao Ruofei hear the question clearly, but he also heard the reporter's self-introduction clearly. Moreover, he didn't get confused when other people spoke at the same time. Many people couldn't help but think highly of Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "If you want to ask me how I feel, I really don't have any feelings because I don't think I'm the pride of the Chinese or the hero of Australia. In fact, it was just a coincidence, plus survival instinct and a little luck." Xiao Ruofei's answer was very sincere and there was nothing false about it. The reporter was also very satisfied. As soon as he finished speaking, the reporters immediately rushed to the second round of questions. Feng Jing felt that her head was about to explode, but Xiao Ruofei still clearly heard everyone's questions in this environment and chose a question to answer. "Just now, this reporter from Beijing Evening News asked me what I was thinking when I forced the plane to land." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "In fact, there were no other thoughts in my mind at all. I was already a little tired from concentrating on controlling the plane. How could I have the time to think about other messy thoughts?" Everyone burst into laughter. Xiao Ruofei said seriously again, "In fact, when a person is fully focused, there are definitely no distracting thoughts in his mind. Anxiety, fear, and other emotions have completely disappeared. There is only one thought in his mind, and that is to land this plane safely no matter what. It's hundreds of lives. And behind me is my most important business partner, Mr. Feng from our company." Feng Jing's face involuntarily flushed. Whether it was the reporters, the fans who came to pick up the plane, or the people who were watching the show, they all applauded and saluted Xiao Ruofei. At this time, a female reporter asked again, "Boss Xia, after the plane landed safely, what were you thinking?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, "Is this the third question? Will your peers have any objections?" Everyone laughed, but it seemed that the reporters were also quite interested in this question, and no one raised any objections. So Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "After the plane landed, my first reaction was exhaustion. My physical fitness is not bad. Although flying the plane in that situation was tiring, it didn't make me very tired. It was mainly mental exhaustion. I leaned against the pilot's seat for a while, and then the first thought in my mind was, I'll never fly again. It's too scary." Ha ha ha. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Ruofei also smiled and said, "It's just a little joke. In fact, the plane is very safe. I can't remember what I was thinking at that time. I only remember Captain Brooke and Manager Feng, who were in the cockpit, high-fiving each other. Then, I think I said to Manager Feng, I finally have my feet on the ground. It feels so good." Feng Jing couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile. She had obviously recalled the scene from back then as well. At this time, another reporter asked, "Boss Xia, I heard that the General Administration of Civil Aviation in Huaxia will also award you a medal, and many domestic airlines have expressed their willingness to recruit you as a pilot. They will provide free training. Do you have any response to this?" Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment and said, "I haven't been notified of the two things you mentioned. They're not just joking, right? I condemn this kind of behavior." Everyone laughed again, but they were all used to Xiao Ruofei's style, so they didn't take his joke seriously. They also didn't have the idea of taking Xiao Ruofei's words out of context and exaggerating. Now that Xiao Ruofei's image was very high, if they dared to report this kind of thing, they would definitely be scolded to death. After Xiao Ruofei made a small joke, he said seriously, "I still say the same thing. This time I just happened to get on this flight. Out of survival instinct and a little bit of luck, I finally completed a mission that seemed a little unbelievable, so there's really nothing to commend me for." He paused and then said, as for becoming a professional pilot, I don't have such thoughts for the time being. Everyone knows that I have my own company, and my career is quite smooth. I don't have any plans to change my career for the time being. However, after this incident, I have a great interest in flying. If I have time in the future, I will consider getting a private pilot's license. Although Xia Ruofei said that he would only answer 3 questions, after answering the 4th question, he still patiently answered a few more questions. After that, he apologized to everyone and ended the interview. However, Xia Ruofei didn't leave immediately. Instead, he walked to the group of fans who had specially come to pick him up at the airport. He said with a smile, I didn't expect fans to pick me up at the airport. This is the treatment of a big star. I'm not used to it. These fans of the domineering CEO support group were very excited when they saw that Xia Ruofei was so approachable. Some of them were so excited that they couldn't speak. A girl who was braver said, Boss Xia, we are your first batch of fans. Now, we have set up a Baidu Tieba and a Weibo group. You have to check it out often in the future. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. But Xia Ruofei changed the topic. He pointed to the banner and said, who can explain this to me? Why is it domineering CEO? I'm obviously the chairman, okay? Our company's president is over there. Xia Ruofei pointed to Feng Jing and said with a smile, I'm the president's boss. You guys are forcefully demoting me. Feng Jing was shaking with laughter, and the fans were also very happy. It was the short-haired girl who said charmingly, Boss Xia, domineering CEO sounds nice. How can someone be called domineering CEO? It sounds so low. Okay. Xia Ruofei surrendered. You can call me whatever you want. As long as you're happy. Seeing that Xia Ruofei was so approachable, the fans gradually became bolder and said all at once, hee hee. Boss Xia is so nice. Boss Xia, you're so handsome. Boss Xia, do you have a girlfriend? Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, why do I feel that you guys are more difficult to deal with than the reporters? These words caused another burst of laughter. The reporters hadn't left yet. Everyone was at the side filming the interaction between Xia Ruofei and the fans. When they heard this, they laughed even harder. In the end, Xia Ruofei took a photo with the fans as a souvenir and even gave everyone an autograph. He was satisfied with being a superstar. After that, he didn't need to go through the VIP passage anymore. Whether it was the reporters or the fans, they all dispersed. After all, Xia Ruofei gave them so much face, and they didn't want to make things difficult for Xia Ruofei. After walking out of the airport, Xia Ruofei sighed and said to Feng Jing, Jia, I feel more tired than running a 5-kilometer cross-country with weights. Look at my back, it's all wet. Feng Jing pursed her lips and smiled. Now you know how difficult it is to be famous. Xia Ruofei said, I've always known. Didn't I always push you to the front in the past? This was a mistake. Feng Jing glared at Xia Ruofei coquettishly and said, you still have the nerve to say that? Humph. You're getting your retribution now. While the two were talking, a voice sounded from the side. Hero Xia. You're putting on airs now. You didn't even tell us in advance that you're coming back. Xia Ruofei looked towards the direction of the voice and saw Zhao Yongjun, Song Rui, Lu Jian, Su Zixuan, Ho Liang, Wei Jun, and the others all arriving at the airport. Of course, his driver, Wu Chang, was also with these people. The one who spoke just now was Song Rui. After he came over, he looked at Xia Ruofei from head to toe and said, being a hero is really different. You have a strong aura. Just now, we saw so many reporters interviewing you, but we didn't dare to come out to meet them. We were afraid that you wouldn't recognize us poor brothers. Xia Ruofei rolled his eyes and said, Song Rui, I didn't tell you, but you're still here, aren't you? What's the matter? This time, you asked Wu Chang for my flight number again? Zhao Yongjin laughed and said, why would we need to look for Wu Chang? You just got on the plane in Australia, and the news about your return was all over the place. Just click on Weibo, and you can see your flight number, landing time, and so on. D*MN. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but say, does this mean that I won't have personal freedom in the future? Do I have to wear a mask and glasses when I go out? Song Rui laughed and said, you just found out. These days, we've been in Beijing, and we've heard your name so many times that our ears are getting calluses. I say, you're really something. You can get into such a big trouble just by taking a plane. I should say that you're lucky. I should say that you're a bit unlucky. Who knows? Xiao Ruofei said with a bitter face. These days, I've been thinking about whether I should go and ask for a fortune teller, or find a master to help me change my luck. Zhao Yongjun and the others almost burst out laughing. In their opinion, Xiao Ruofei was a real master. The plot of land in Xiaotang town was simply a godly operation, and they were amazed. However, because Feng Jing was also here, and Wei Jun and the others weren't particularly clear about the details, Zhao Yongjun and the others didn't mention the 9 turns Qian Kuan formation. Song Rui, however, said, you deserve it. Who told you to leave us all behind and run off to Australia to enjoy yourself? Zhao Yongjun said, all right. It's cold outside, let's not stand here and talk. Let's talk when we get back. Let's go. The car is ready. Song Rui said. At this time, Feng Jing said, Ruofei, I'm not going back with you guys. I'll just transfer to Sanshan from here. I've been away for so many days, and there are a lot of things to do in the company. Zhao Yongjun said, Manager Feng, since you're back in China, you should take a rest first. Let us do our best as hosts. Xiao Ruofei also said, yes. Sister Jing, you're tired from the long journey. You can rest in Beijing tonight. There's no need to rush the company's matters today. After saying that, Xiao Ruofei didn't allow for any explanation. He pulled Feng Jing's suitcase and said, let's go. Let's go back to the Sihiyuan first. Feng Jing had no choice but to follow. Of course, she wasn't that determined to go back. Especially after Xiao Ruofei urged her to stay, it was even harder for her to refuse. The group of people took 3 cars and returned to the Sihiyuan in Luhai Lane. Zhao Yongjun asked Wu Cheng, Ho Liang, and Wei Jun to go shopping together. They were going to have a gathering at the Sihiyuan tonight. Feng Jing said goodbye to everyone and found a guest room to catch up on her sleep. The 10-hour flight was really tiring. Although the first-class cabin was very comfortable, the sleep was definitely not as good as on the ground. Xiao Ruofei, Zhao Yongjun, Song Rui, Lu Jian, and Su Zixuan went to the main courtyard in the middle of the grape trellis. Everyone made tea and chatted. Xiao Ruofei put the things in her big bedroom and came out to ask, Brother Zhao, how's our piece of land? During his time in Australia, he was most concerned about this land. Originally, Xiao Ruofei was just doing business with his brothers, so he didn't particularly care about it. But after confirming that the land happened to have a natural 9 revolutions universe formation, his mentality changed. This was a good place that cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. With a little arrangement on the basis of the formation, it could definitely become a cultivation treasure land. Zhao Yongjun said, Ruofei, what are you asking about? If it's about the procedures, then there's no problem. We've done everything. The land now belongs to our Hengrui company. Xiao Ruofei heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Even though this matter was almost set in stone before he left the country, Zhao Yongjun and the rest were still running through the procedures when he left. As long as the procedures were not completed, this precious land would not truly belong to them and there would be a possibility of changes. That's good. Xiao Ruofei said, Brother Zhao, you've worked hard these days. Zhao Yongjun smiled and said, except for the completion of the procedures, other aspects. It's the same as before you went abroad. There's no progress. Xiao Ruofei was stunned and said, other aspects? Zhao Yongjun shrugged and said, yes. Originally, the design company wanted to go to the site to investigate and prepare for the construction, but they haven't done it yet. What's wrong? Xiao Ruofei asked, is there any flaw in the procedures? Song Rui was immediately enraged when he heard that and said, bullshit flaws. Ruofei, you couldn't have forgotten something, right? Xiao Ruofei patted his forehead and said with a smile, oh. You're talking about the formation? Zhao Yongjun said with a wry smile, Ruofei, if you didn't come back, I really would have gone to Australia to kidnap you. That land is getting more and more evil. Now, no one dares to go near it during the day, and it's even gloomier at night. There are often strange sounds. I heard that the residents nearby now drive far away from there at night. Xiao Ruofei said indifferently, the normal phenomenon is that the formation will accumulate in qi. Especially for people like Song Rue, who have been hollowed out by wine and women, it's particularly easy to be affected. You're the one who's been hollowed out by wine and women. Song Rue was so angry that his face and neck turned red. Zhao Yongjun had a worried look and said, Ruofei, after so many days of delay, will you have any difficulties in dealing with it? This matter can't be delayed any longer. Now, there are more and more rumors about that land. It can't be suppressed. Song Rue also said, what's even more infuriating is that Lu'er is laughing at us outside every day. He said that there's a big problem with that land, and we're the ones who took it over. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and said, this Lu Haofan, after losing such a large sum of money and transferring the land to us at a discount, he still has the face to announce it everywhere? Isn't that a big problem with that land now? Zhao Yongjun said, people in the circle are saying that we've been taken advantage of. End of chapter 988. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.